their mission.
Before you fly, take a trip to your local MVD office or authorized third-party provider with your required documents and get the new AZ Travel ID with the Gold Star for your new driver's license or ID. Starting May 2025, this new AZ Travel ID gets you through TSA security checkpoints. It's quick and easy. Think of it as your license to fly. Learn how to get your new ID at aztravelid.com. Sponsored by ADOT in partnership with the Arizona Broadcasters Association and this station.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center against the Detroit Pistons. And again, Jalen Green is questionable as he continues to work through his hamstring issue. But tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search is still ongoing, and they are just one of 2 teams without a head coach, but they are expected to meet with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. And Phoenix Mercury icon Diana Taurasi headlines the 2025 Arizona Sports Hall of Fame class. For the full list, head to arizonasports.com today. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices at thewindowdepot.com.
Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. Welcome to Bickley and Marotta Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, otherwise known as the home of the most gross conglomeration of filthy animals you have ever seen in your life.
Oh, no. What happened?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the camera here.
Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. This is a teaspoon. Or it's a tablespoon.
Tablespoon.
It's a tablespoon. Yeah. It's a big spoon, and it's covered with what appears to be yogurt. And it was sitting here on the console waiting for us this morning. A spoon. A used spoon.
Come on, people.
What are we doing?
We hope it was yogurt. Is somebody cooking up like heroin?
Is Walter White suddenly working here? Is Jesse Pinkman suddenly working here? Look at this, ferret. Why are you not saying anything? Are you guilty as charged? Or are you just running behind because you haven't done your job?
Computer problems
here.
Okay. But I'm figuring it out. But yes, did you taste it?
You're disgusting.
This
is so gross.
So
who is this?
I was going to say, do you think who it is takes joy
so
in doing this?
It was on your side?
My side.
Okay. I do not picture Wolf as a yogurt eater.
No.
Okay?
No.
Especially at work.
Uh-huh. So is this Gambo?
It's either Gambo. Was there? So last night.
No, there was no Suns game, so there was no post game.
There was no post game.
But was there an Arizona Sports at Night show?
No, because the last person to log in on my computer was Bernsey. So
okay.
There was nothing after.
Well, then by the power of deduction.
This still does not compare to the one morning at the other place where you and I once worked, where I walked in the morning, there was a pair of shoes on the ground and a little bag of marijuana on the console.
Stop.
I'm not lying.
I know exactly who was responsible
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. It's a true story.
That might explain the yogurt after.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh. Really? Can you imagine that? Who would leave behind...
It's not
a tablespoon of, and it just. Oh.
Look, I get. Your point is a valid one, and we all have to share this space, and it's gross.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just relegated to this studio. Like, if you go to the break room, what I don't understand is I have my coffee every day.
Mm-hmm.
I have my coffee cup that I wash every day. I reuse it. When I'm done with it, I put it in my cubby. It's mine. Don't touch my coffee cup.
Right.
But there's other people that use community cups, and when they get done, they don't clean up after themselves. They just throw it in the sink. Like,
but that's one thing. Putting something in, I get it. Putting something in the sink is abstaining from your responsibility to clean it. But at least you're putting it in the sink. This is just sitting here on a console.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just laziness or overlooked or maybe it's somebody just being a total slob.
All right.
Well, props to Gambo for eating yogurt if that was him.
Sammy, I need you to go through the 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Video logs from yesterday.
Oh, there you go.
Catch him in the act.
Oh, there you go. Since he was so eager to bust me for spilling coffee on this carpeting.
Yogurt. The yogurt scandal.
Yogurt gate.
Yogurt gate.
Yogurt.
Speaking of Gambo, what was that blazer he was wearing the other day in that video?
So this is his new thing now. Yeah. I've seen it maybe 3 times now. You know, Joey Huizenga walks around in his cosplay wacky outfits that he wears. He's not a true fashionista like me.
Like you.
Right. But he dresses up like somebody who does. I guess recently, for whatever reason, Gambo's been borrowing his blazers, his sport jackets, and doing part of the show wearing them.
So so Gambo's new shtick is stealing somebody else's shtick? Because Joe didn't always dress like that.
That's fantastic.
Joe got a prominent show over at KTAR, and he changed the way he dressed, and he gets dressed up every day, which to me is the definition of madness. It's why people get into radio, first of all. But now we're not radio. Now we're on camera all the time. I haven't worn sweatpants all week.
So right, there we go. So what should I do with this? Should I trash?
Yeah, I think trash.
No. I think you should leave something behind for Gambo.
No, but we don't know it's Gambo.
We don't.
We can't assume it's him.
Okay.
Well, we can. But...
I mean, we could.
We can assume a lot of things about him.
All right, start the show, Ferret. We'll figure it out.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him out coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Well, the busy week in the homestand continues for the Phoenix Suns tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. A visit from the Detroit Pistons, who lead the Eastern Conference. With a 34-11 record, Detroit has won 9 of its last games. That includes a 3-point win over the Suns in Michigan 2 weeks ago. Devin Booker missed that game. He's missing this game as well. Continues to be out with that ankle sprain, although did some work at practice yesterday. Colin Gillespie, Jalen Green, both questionable for the contest. Tonight's game tips off just after 7 o'clock. Of course, you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Dylan Brooks himself said that technical is going to get rescinded. He knew.
He knows.
It got rescinded. The technical foul he was assessed during Tuesday night's win over Brooklyn, taken back. So now the official technical count for Dylan Brooks at 14.
Isn't that great to know your craft that well?
Yes.
To know, that's going to get rescinded.
I know when I do something.
Believe me, I know.
Warranting a technical foul.
I know everything about technical fouls. I know every technicality of technical fouls.
That's a technical foul. Shams Charania of ESPN reported Wednesday the Bucks superstar Giannis Antetokounmpo ready for a new home as several teams have lined up offers to acquire him from Milwaukee. The NBA trade deadline 1 week from today, February 5th, 1 o'clock Arizona time. So,
would you trade Devin Booker for Giannis?
I would not.
Did I just blow your mind, Sammy?
I thought about it so much, too.
At this point, I would not.
Excellent poll question.
Anything else I can do for you, Jarrett? While you get your computer going?
Can you find the rest of that yogurt?
I'm a little hungry.
Yeah.
Houston Rockets will be without another veteran for the remainder of the season. Big man Steven Adams had surgery to repair a left ankle injury suffered in a game against New Orleans earlier this month. Rockets have already played all season without Fred VanVleet, who suffered a torn ACL during the preseason. Speaking of the Rockets, They coughed up a 16-point first-half lead, lost at home to the Spurs last night, 111-99. Wemby, 28-point. We can call him Wemby. He's a friend of the show. 28 points, 16 boards. Warriors rocked the Jazz, 140-124. Are the Jazz the worst defensive basketball team in the history?
Yeah, some of their points allowed has been insane.
Minnesota ran past Dallas 118-105. Julius Randle had 31, and the Lakers got punched repeatedly in Cleveland 129-99. Their worst loss of the season, and it could have been LeBron's last game ever played in the first NBA city he played in.
Until he signs with them in the offseason.
Yeah, exactly.
Coaching search 2026 continues for the Arizona Cardinals. ESPN's Peter Schrager among those reporting Wednesday that the team will once again meet with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak for a second interview. Kubiak, of course, getting his offense ready for the Super Bowl a week from Sunday in Santa Clara against the Patriots. Kubiak also up for the Raiders job. They'll meet with him this weekend, too. Cardinals and Raiders, last two teams vying to fill their coaching positions. We got a lot on this particular development today.
No doubt about it.
Another NFL team found a head coach on Wednesday. It wasn't the Cardinals. Cleveland Browns hiring former Baltimore Ravens OC Todd Monken to take over for the fired Kevin Stefanski. No head coaching experience in the NFL for Monken, but he did lead the Southern Miss program from 2013 to 2015. And anybody that follows Golden Eagles football knows what a great era that was. Kansas City Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is committed to playing next week's Nexus Pro-Am at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open in Scottsdale. How's it going to feel, Kelce? You're not even the best tight end participating because Trey McBride from the Cardinals is in the field, along with teammates Budda Baker and Zaven Collins as well as Cardinals legend Larry Fitzgerald.
You know what, in golf circles, you know what question this is sort of raised now? Is there any chance Taylor Swift will be on the premises?
Is that really in golf circles, though?
Well,
it's in pop culture circles.
In pop culture
Could
circles.
you imagine the mania of the WM
No.
Phoenix Open meeting the mania of Taylor Swift?
It actually would probably be the worst outcome for the WM Phoenix Open.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's
Listen,
got free will. She can do whatever she wants. But
that tournament's a bucket list item for a lot of people. Maybe Taylor Swift has always wanted to hang out at 16.
Maybe.
It's possible. Steph Curry once wanted to.
I can't even imagine the scenes, genuinely.
And Arina Sabalenka through to the Australian Open final after a straight set win over Alina Svitolina. She'll face Elena
Oh, you almost nailed it.
I was practicing this all
You
morning
were
because I was
so
watching this
close.
match early.
What are the three first names there?
He just rattled off three Russian names.
Elena.
Elena.
Rybakina.
Yes. Svitolina.
She defeated sixth-seeded American Jessica Pegula in straight sets earlier this morning. So we have to wonder about the job security of Jessica Pegula. She just, again, can't win the big one.
Like I said, they're gonna
cannot.
She going to survive this, or they're going to bring in Joe Brady?
That's pretty funny.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, January 29th. Coming up, Cardinals still don't have a head coach. Are we any closer? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Well, the good news is that we're not the Cleveland Browns and everybody's just pulling out of contention. So that's the good news.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have verbally agreed to hire Mike McCarthy as their next head coach.
The Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Sports fans know better than anybody that the sideline is no place to be, and if you're dealing with joint pain, limiting your life is no way to live. My friends at QC Kinetics can give you real relief, folks, without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers advanced regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting, and this stuff really works. I can say that with confidence because 92% 90% of the patients at QC Kinetics nationwide express extreme satisfaction with the results. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmitt Smith raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him deal with all the joint pain he's suffering with after a legendary career in the NFL. And these are all organic, all natural treatments that happen right in their office. You go in, you get your treatment, you go about your day. They are simple procedures, but they deliver life-changing results. Check out the fact that over 40,000 people across the country have used QC Kinetics. This is a great way for you to skip the invasive surgery, all the rehab, all the recovery, move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get a free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for more details.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Hey, good morning on this Thursday, and a shout out and a thank you to all of our listeners, followers in Avondale. We appreciate you taking the show in Avondale this morning.
I think they could. I was actually looking into this because I was trying to figure out if they were when they've been making all their recent hires. So we're looking at Bruce Arians and then Wilkes and Cliff and then Gannon. I went back and I did a little research to see where they hired in the process. And I remember reading that Matt Patricia and Josh McDaniels, I think it was the 18th cycle, if I'm not mistaken, they basically committed to those jobs during early in the playoff run, right? So that was all done. They just could not be announced until after the Patriots were in the Super Bowl that year, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be the situation here, right? They could have a deal in place with Kubiak, and they can just say, all right, we're going to keep quiet and we're going to play this out. And if however long your season goes, we'll wait. Or it could be the opposite, and they might need to bring him in one more time and keep all these other guys waiting. But as we see, like, guys are falling off the list.
Josh Weinfuss, who covers the Cardinals from ESPN, he was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday. That was talking about, before the news broke, he spoke to Wolf and Luke about the possibility of bringing Clint Kubiak in. Then it was reported by Peter Schrager from ESPN later in the day, Vic, that once again they are bringing Clint Kubiak in for a second interview.
Well, they're going to Seattle, right, to meet with them?
Oh, maybe. Well, they're getting together for an interview somewhere. You know, my bad on the logistics of it or the parameters of it, but it will happen. This raises so many questions. Questions like, okay, what happened with Mike LaFleur? Did we not feel like it was zeroing in on Mike LaFleur? If this is the case, the Cardinals obviously will have to wait for at least until a week from Monday to make a hire. How do the Las Vegas Raiders and their connection to Clint Kubiak, and they'll also be meeting with him, how does that work into this? How did their first meeting with Clint Kubiak go back on January 10th, which was an informal, I assume it was a Zoom meeting? There is so many questions about this.
Okay, I'm gonna focus in narrow on Josh Weinfuss and his appearance on Wolf and Luke yesterday, and then I'm gonna zoom out. Number one, Josh Weinfuss said a couple of interesting things in my opinion. The realization that it's been since Denny Green that the Cardinals have hired an established head coach with real NFL head coaching experience. That's quite something. Now, BA did the job on an interim basis in Indianapolis. He did it very, very well, quite obviously.
One coach of the year.
One coach of the year, but he had never really been the guy on a full-time basis prior to that. He also made it seem as if the fan base would be really excited about Ron Rivera. And this is where I take issue with Josh's viewpoint on this, just as I take issue with his viewpoint that Kyler Murray is still a viable option to be the quarterback for the Cardinals in 2026. So those are a couple things about that. But the other thing Josh also said is that if Clint Kubiak really were on your list, wouldn't you have either leaked it to the media or gotten it out there to your fan base that you're fishing for big fish, that you're kind of in the right pond, if you will? And there's been something very not transparent about the way the Cardinals have operated this whole thing in terms of, and it's their prerogative. Nobody says you need to keep the media or your fan base in the loop, but you look at the way some of the other NFL franchises have operated in this realm, in this regard. It's not only a way to keep your fans sort of like, okay, my team's they're doing their due diligence. All right, they're on the right candidates. Okay, they're keeping us informed. We really appreciate that. Cardinals don't roll like that. No. And it's almost as if they go into these things worried about being embarrassed to the point where they're going to be as not transparent as possible.
I don't know if you saw Teo Mackey's piece on the coaching search, and he pointed that out, too, that in this cycle there were 10 teams looking for NFL head coaches. 7 of those 10 teams did exactly that. They updated their fans. They updated the public. Hey, in real time, we just completed an interview with so-and-so.
Yep.
There's nothing that says you have to do that, but we know engagement is king, content is king, information is king. The Cardinals, the one thing that is constant, regardless of who is coaching the Arizona Cardinals, and we still don't know who that's going to be, is they operate in the shadows. When a coach is in place, when there's a coach being searched for, they don't like to share information. And that was late in the season, that was hammered home in such a way that the season had fallen apart. They're in the middle of a long losing streak. It's a miserable year. And I believe was it the Walter Nolan injury after he got hurt? And Jonathan Gannon was asked about the injury, the specific injury. And he said, well, out of respect to the player, we're not going to share that.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Well, and there were and listen, this is a key component in the precipitous decline in the popularity of Jonathan Gannon in the span of months. And it's exactly that. It's the needless lack of transparency. It's the stonewalling of information for the sake of being what?
Secret?
Paranoid? Okay, let's zoom out now. I think what people now are wondering, there's a good portion of the Cardinals.
Sorry about that.
There's a good portion of the Cardinal fan base that is really wondering, does this team know what the heck they're doing? Are they on the same page? Do they even have a coherent idea, profile of who they are looking for? Is it possible Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwell cannot agree on candidates? I think at the very least, the one area in which there seemed to be transparency was about the interview process with Mike LaFleur. And that was information that came out that the Cardinals are going to meet with him Monday and Tuesday. That was the reporting. It wasn't that they're going to meet with Mike LaFleur. It was that they're going to meet with him for 2 successive days. That is how it was framed. By my experience, by a lot of people's experience, when the dinner precedes the interviewing, you would think that both parties are very near the finish line, and this is pretty much looking like a done deal. The fact that Mike LaFleur left town without a job offer or without being named the head coach of the Cardinals means one of two things. It means either he needs more time to think about it or the Cardinals want to further examine their options. We don't know which it is right now.
No,
I've got a suspicion of what it is. A lot of people have got a suspicion of what it might be. The idea now that they're waiting because they think they have a shot at Clint Kubiak, that's another thing. Do people really believe Clint Kubiak would take a Cardinals job in the NFC West against the team he'd be leaving, against the Rams, against the 49ers as well, instead of a team in Vegas that has the number 1 pick in the NFL draft, working for Tom Brady? Okay, if the Cardinals better believe they're in the game, or this is going to be another moment of indignity for their fan base.
Yeah, a development early this morning from Diana Rossini from The Athletic and New York Times. She posted, candidates up for either the Arizona or Raiders head coaching jobs were informed there's still one more interview to be conducted with another candidate, per sources. Another mystery candidate?
No, I think
that's got to be Kubiak, right?
Yeah,
that's got to be
so
Kubiak.
Essentially saying, like, okay,
I get it.
We're not going to make a decision until Saturday.
At least, but
at least, right?
If a decision is made, it'll be held back. It won't be announced. They're not going to announce Clint Kubiak as a head coach going into a Super Bowl. That would people in Seattle would riot. You can't have a coach do that. It was bad enough when Jonathan Gannon did it the day after
I agree
the
with
Super
that.
Bowl.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. So this, if it's Kubiak, it's going to take a while.
So either this is real and the Cardinals better be not misgauging this and be getting played here, or this is just something a cover to buy them time because Mike LaFleur wanted no part of them.
That's just it.
Maybe.
Well, what else would it be?
That makes more sense than, hey, Mike, we really like you, but just hold on. Have a good weekend. We're going to talk to somebody else to see if we like them better. That's not the way this can work.
You would have to be very, very certain in yourself that when you went back to Mike LaFleur, he'd still want the job. You would have to be darn certain of that.
Yeah, you would have to be. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival back in the state January 31st. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, do NBA refs really hate Dylan Brooks? Some people believe so. We'll tell you more on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would love Ron Rivera.
Why are people seemingly so against this? Isn't this the coach we kind of wanted at the beginning of the coaching cycle?
To me, like, I don't look at this guy coached somewhere and now he's available years later. He must have failed. He didn't fail in Carolina. They almost won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for me, Ron Rivera, he can coach. He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. As a player, Basinonians, he was super tough, man. As a coach, he will demand super tough players. He lived the culture that he's going to try to breed.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is January 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without a head coach. Them and the Raiders are the only 2 teams remaining with a head coaching vacancy. The Cardinals do have plans to interview Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator and play caller Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. For more on what you need to know about the search, head to arizonasports.com. Will we see Jalen Green tonight against the Pistons? Maybe. The Suns guard is listed as questionable ahead of the matchup against the Eastern Conference 1 seed in Cade Cunningham. Devin Booker remains out with an ankle sprain, and Colin Gillespie is also questionable as he is dealing with a right hand sprain. But tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
After review, we have a loose ball foul on Denham from Brooklyn. Then we have a technical foul on Brooks for the push. Brooklyn will shoot 1 when we come down here, and Brooks will be shooting 2 for the bonus.
Well, that's getting rescinded. The same foul that Curtis gave me before, and a month ago I got rescinded. It's going to get rescinded again. I just feel like that play wouldn't have happened if they blew their whistle with the foul call, because it ended up being a foul call, and they ended up giving me T after them trying to get the guy off of me. And in the first one with the groin, hit in the groin. Curtis is in the same spot when Michael Porter Jr. shoots the ball and hits Royce in the groin area.
That was Dylan Brooks after Tuesday night's game against the Brooklyn Nets. We termed the phrase yesterday the Dylan Brooks hat trick.
Mm-hmm.
He got the flagrant foul that he mentioned for the groin shot, ridiculous call. He did start that soundbite by saying, my technical foul for the dust up, not even getting tangled up with Yeoman but under the basket will get rescinded. It did get rescinded, but this is going to continue to be a talking point for a number of reasons. Dylan Brooks, he plays a certain way. We know this. We've got over 40 games of proof of it. He's still 2 technical fouls away from getting a suspension. But, look, the Suns are starting to comment on it too. And when you have, I think you pointed this out in the splash, Bick, 3 technical fouls already rescinded to Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
And nobody in the league has had more than 1.
Yes, that's accurate.
That obviously indicates a tendency from officials to say, you know what, if it's
a double standard,
and reputation, he probably did something wrong, we're going to tee him up.
Yeah, listen, so I think that, and it's not just the technical fouls. I believe he's 2 flagrant 1s away from a suspension and 1 flagrant 2 away from a suspension. Is that accurate?
It sounds right.
Yeah. So there are levels to this, in other words. And so there are 3 different columns here in which,
no more hat tricks.
In which he is, right, exactly, in which he is flirting with danger. In fact, by the way, Gambo and Burns, to their credit, they gave us a lot of love yesterday for the Dylan trifecta, for the Dylan hat trick.
The Dylan Brooks hat trick.
The Dylan Brooks hat trick.
Many years ago on Diamond Talk, myself and Dave Burns, Dave coined the Mark Reynolds hat trick, which was an error, a strikeout, and a home run in the same game.
Right, exactly.
So a flagrant, a technical, and 20-plus points or so.
That happened quite a bit with
that
Mark
did,
Reynolds.
yes.
So you are saying at one point in time you and Dave Burns were on the same plane as a broadcaster? Is that what you're trying to infer here, that you and him used to... Okay, just...
I'm saying
I'm taking
that
gratuitous shots
I
at
told
you.
him, I said, many years from now, watch out for a yogurt-eating co-host.
I was gonna say.
And keep an eye on that.
They loved the coining of that phrase so much, they decided to litter the studio with used yogurt.
Right. So, but Gambo actually had a very, 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 very funny line, and he said that tonight against the Pistons, could they just sit Dylan Brooks and have him serve a game suspension tonight that he hasn't earned, and then just put it in the ledger for when he does get suspended? And say, I'm sorry, I served that on January 29th against the Pistons?
That's a great point, because tonight the Pistons have maybe more guys in the NBA than any other team that will try to get under your skin.
Oh, my goodness.
And
like Jalen Duren.
Ron Holland.
Isaiah Stewart. Yeah. There's something going to happen tonight.
That and the fact that if you're without Colin Gillespie, you're without Devin Booker, I don't know Jalen Green's status tonight. I would hope he's playing tonight, but you never know. That maybe tonight's not as winnable of a game as you might hope for. That this would be a good game to volunteer a one-game suspension for Dylan Brooks. And then when he earns it, he's already paid the fine.
Dylan, you go ahead. You sit this one out. We got you covered. It's on the books now.
Yeah, it was a good line from Gambo. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Okay, here's what I think is interesting to me. So the Phoenix Suns now have gone public with their unhappiness with the way this thing is trending. They've made it clear that they're talking to the NBA about why are you doing this to our guy? Can you not see the double standard that is in play here? Can you not see that every time he gets assessed these technicals, 3 times now he's been validated, 3 times they have been rescinded, which is 3 times more than any of the worst scofflaw in the NBA. Do you not understand what you're doing to this guy? And that's within their rights. And I think that Dylan Brooks very much appreciates the team doing that. But I do know, once again, from the Dennis Rodman experience that I have had, you got to be careful what you wish for here. If you go to the NBA and you say, you are treating our guy unfairly, the NBA is going to go, really? Have you seen the last 7 years of Dylan Brooks? They won't say that, but that's what they'll be thinking. And they'll go, okay, we'll watch this very, very closely. And if you're asking the NBA to police Dylan Brooks even closer in the name of fairness, you might get a league who, on the flip side now, is going to go for every little thing.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying.
People don't forget reputations. And I'll give you another example that happened recently with the Suns. When they were playing Miami earlier this week, there was a play where there was a loose ball near midcourt, And Kasparas Yakuchonis, the rookie from Miami, dove into the legs of Grayson Allen. And Grayson stayed on the court for a little bit. And it kind of went mini viral. Is there something less than viral? But the clip from the Suns broadcast, Eddie Johnson said it was a dangerous play. Yeah, he's helping him up. I'd slap him if he did that to me. And the reaction to this from NBA people or fans and social media people was, oh, yeah, like Grayson Allen hasn't done that 100 times. He's one of the dirtiest players in the league. We've got 2+ years, almost 3 full seasons of Grayson Allen in Phoenix. He's been almost a choir boy. There's not been very much, but the reputation from going back to his days at Duke where he tripped a bunch of guys still lasts with him. So Dillon Brooks is dealing with that. Yes, he's been a physical player. He's been an instigator. He is who he is, but a lot of that is still based on the reputation that he earned before he got to Phoenix.
But be careful. Be careful
I get
trying to paint an instigator as a martyr. Be very careful when you do that. Because Dillon Brooks cannot change the way he's playing.
No.
It's a conscientious decision. This is not a character defect in Dillon Brooks. He doesn't have a side of him that all of a sudden loses control and decides to hit dudes in the cradle.
Not Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Brooks.
That's it. This is all calculated. This is the way Dillon Brooks becomes an elite player in the NBA. So he is always going to be pushing that envelope. Yep. I'm just saying, be careful when you're asking the league for more equity in dealing with the player that they already may be very aggravated with.
Yeah, and normally when teams go down this road, it's not for a player of Dillon Brooks' skill set. It's normally their top player, their top offense. Like if the Suns were complaining about Devin Booker not getting calls, which a lot of people have complained about for a long time, it's more understandable. We haven't seen a team go to bat for an enforcer type, really. To my knowledge.
Great point.
Maybe it happened with Draymond. Maybe it happened with Dennis Rodman back in the day. But you're right. This is the fine line. Play as hard as you can and toe the line. But if Dillon Brooks turns off that element, he's not nearly as effective.
That's my point.
Yeah.
And if you're asking the NBA to be better about the stupid stuff you're calling on Dillon Brooks, when Dillon Brooks does do something stupid, which he will, because it's part of his calculations, not because he's stupid, because that's the way he gets under players' skin. That's my point. There's going to be more stuff that he does on purpose that's going to be very much against NBA rules and guidelines.
Yes. But what made Tuesday night even more discouraging for Dillon Brooks and Suns fans was, okay, there was a play, and I think it was Nick Claxton who was bent over because he got hit in the groin. And they stopped play, and they immediately went to the review. And not only did they call it on the floor, they talked it over with 3 other officials or so in New Jersey, and they all decided, oh, my goodness, that's a flagrant one. There was nothing flagrant about that play.
Believe me, I know.
Nothing.
I know.
That's what's discouraging, and that's what I don't think anybody, the officials and the way that the rulings go against Dillon Brooks, that's one thing I don't think that will be risen above, is because there anybody who watched that play, it was unfortunate. He got hit, there's no doubt. Dillon Brooks was making an honest effort to get the basketball. Yeah, it's it's a fine line, but it's just a matter of time. And Sammy brings up a great point. Detroit's got a bunch of instigators on their team. That's the way they play. They're trying to drum up the memories and the success of the bad boys, and they're doing it to a certain degree.
Well, listen, the Suns are as well. Jordan Knott, I couldn't believe I actually read this, but it's true. Jordan Knott said tonight's game is between 2 of the more physical teams in the NBA.
And it's going to be chippy.
Who would have ever thought 5 years ago anybody would use the word physical to describe the Phoenix Suns? They haven't been physical for 35 years.
That's since Olivia Newton-John was in town.
Coming up next, what are we doing next? Let's find out here. The greatest coach in NFL history is not going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. People aren't happy, but we're starting to get some voter explanations. We'll share with you next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gives to Mark Williams, 18 feet away. He puts it on the deck, spins on Claxton, turns, shoots and hits right over Nick Claxton. Mark Williams, have yourself a night. 27 to lead the Suns, and he ties the game at 100.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for over 50 years. And for the last few years, Spinato's has also been the official pizza of the Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury. They love hoops, and they are showing it. For the third year, Spinato's is bringing back their pizza competition. How does it work? We've all played the game horse on the playgrounds. It works just like horse, but you can enter to win the pizza competition, show off your shooting skills, and if you win the competition, you get 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. Mark this on your calendar, February 19th. That's the next qualifying competition. It's at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns will be on the road taking on the San Antonio Spurs. If you can't make that one, there's another qualifier coming up at the Central Phoenix location in March. They all lead up to the championship event in Gilbert in April. It's a great time. All the events are also Suns road game watch parties. So even if you don't feel like participating, you can watch the competition. You can watch some great hoops on TV and hang out with Suns fans as well. If you want all the information on locations, menus, and the 411 on this year's pizza competition, and to get entered, head right now to spinatospizzeria.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit YRefi.com.
Not available in all states.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Either take a stand or don't. And if you do, and you want to change your mind, this is the United States of America. You're allowed. But if it's in the public eye, just explain yourself, right? So if you're a voter that did not vote for Bill Belichick, admit it, explain it. You don't need to justify it. You're not going to jail. And if you are going to change your mind at some point, explain that too. Because the concept of yet, when this man is not an NFL coach and his career thus will not change, is despicable to me. Not the you part of it. The idea that I am going to be someone that tries to keep him out now only to put him in later. Why is that exactly? Either you believe he should not be in because of Spygate, or you believe he should be in. One or the other. The yet part is not acceptable to me.
Sorry, Beck. I hit that soundbite and I was like, oh, I'm gonna trigger.
Yeah. Chris Canty, please come back to that show. I understand the joys of fatherhood and becoming a dad, but please get back to work.
Yeah. It's Evan Cohen from ESPN Radio, who is admittedly about the biggest Belichick honk on the planet Earth.
He is.
But he took real offense to Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame on the first ballot. There's been some hubbub on who voted, why he was left off. I think there is some validity in what Evan Cohen said. And I think if you are a voter of the 50, and he needed 40 votes to get in, and it was reported he will fall short. If you voted not to include Bill Belichick, to me, the only valid reason is he should be dinged further for 2 scandals during his coaching, including one that was probably dealt with a little lightly at the time in Spygate.
And one was a big makeup call in Deflategate.
Yes.
Everything in Deflategate was overcooked to make up for the lack of justice in Spygate. And I heard some stories yesterday that blew my mind about the execution of how they destroyed those tapes and what went down with all of that after all that went down. So Vahe Gregorian is a longtime sports writer, now a columnist for the Kansas City Star. He's one of the people that did not vote for Bill Belichick. He wrote a column explaining his decision. It's not the greatest of explanations, but he basically said because of the way this now voting is set up, because Bill Belichick as a coach and Robert Kraft as an owner get lumped in with these senior dudes who have sort of slipped through the cracks, sort of like Baseball Hall of Fame's omissions department, right?
Yeah.
Vahe Gregorian claims that he just felt compelled to vote for Roger Craig, who deserves it, great running back for the 49ers, Ken Anderson, who deserves it, great longtime quarterback for the Bengals, and L.C. Greenwood, who I'm, as a longtime fan of those old Steelers, I'm not sure he's a Hall of Famer. He might be.
He was very good.
He was very good. But, I mean, you're talking about Mean Joe Green and Jack Lambert. There was a lot of great players on that defense.
And they're all in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
L.C. Greenwood gets bonus points for me because he wore yellow shoes back in the
He
day.
was a badass. He was sort of like the Richard Dent of the 85 Bears for the Steelers. So Vahe Gregorian said, that's all it was with me. It was just the fact that I saw these 3 dudes who I think deserved in, and I assumed that Bill Belichick would get his votes elsewhere. There was honestly a level of sincere surprise from Hall of Fame voters when they learned Bill Belichick was not inducted. We're going to talk to one of them today. Ken Summers is going to join us. We'll talk about this with Ken. There was an element of sincere surprise from the voting base, which tells you something. But you know what else it tells me? That a guy like Vahe Gregorian didn't feel compelled to vote for Bill Belichick. And this is where I really agree that Bill Belichick's really explicit plan to be just a Delta Bravo to the media at all times, it comes with the price. And it's not athlete or sports person versus media. It's just how you treat other people, period.
Yeah.
Do you show other people common decency and respect? Bill Belichick failed that with the media many times. And while there might be some people who didn't vote for him because they thought he was a jerk, I think there's some people who didn't vote for him because, you know what, other people will vote for him. I really didn't like the guy. These other dudes deserve it. Let them induct Bill, and he'll get in, and that's cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, and I think there is a lot of feeling that way, especially on the media dealing part. But to me, that's petty. There's nothing that's, hey, you got to be great to the media. We just had a conversation about Dylan Brooks and what he does to get ready to be the best version of an NBA player he can be. He's got to cross the line sometimes. Bill Belichick came up with his media persona as a way he thought it maximized who he was as a coach. You can't argue with the results.
No, and when there are people like myself who took great offense to the Spygate stuff, the idea that, and again, maybe I'm biased because I've had these conversations. In fact, I was with you at one of these Super Bowls when I sat down with Marshall Faulk, and when he talked about this. And there are people who feel like they had their lives and their careers really diminished by Bill Belichick's thieving, cheating ways. There was an interesting passage, blurb from a book that somebody wrote with Mike Shanahan, that after the Spygate thing came down and was being adjudicated, and Roger Goodell was shocked to learn that Bill Belichick had been doing this for 7 years, illegally taping the Jets and all this kind of stuff. He reached out to Mike Shanahan, father of Kyle, longtime former Broncos head coach. And in this passage in the book, Mike Shanahan told Roger Goodell, darn, I wish I would have thought of that. And Mike Shanahan told Roger Goodell, Raj, you might not want to hear this, but every one of these coaches in the NFL, they're all looking to cheat. We're all looking for any edge, legal, fair, ethical, or otherwise, and that's part of the business. It's not just Bill Belichick.
Yeah. Going back to Vahe Gregorian's admission and his explanation. By the way, why is this column not called the Gregorian Chant? It should be, right? But
I'm not sure. I think that'd go over the head of a lot of people, but hey.
So his explanation was, due to the circumstances, he voted for 3 players on the omissions list, the veterans list, whatever you want to say, that he felt have been long overdue snubs. I'm not going to try to disparage the careers of those 3 guys. In my personal opinion, I think one of the 3, I think Roger Craig is a Hall of Famer, no doubt. I think Ken Anderson might be in the Hall of Very Good, and his place might be in the Ring of Honor for the Cincinnati Bengals. That's my own personal opinion.
Okay.
But it shined a light on the bigger problem. And I want to talk to Kent Summers about this too. Why are L.C. Greenwood, Roger Craig, and Ken Anderson in this same voting category with recent contributors of the NFL? Bill Belichick made his mark recently.
I know.
Robert Kraft is currently an owner. There needs to be a different parameter.
Well, okay, then again, I agree with this, but this is away from the issue of Bill Belichick. But I do agree with you that this idea that why does Bill Belichick and football coaches, because of this new voting schematic, get in a year after they retire or 2 years? Why don't they have to wait?
They don't have to wait either.
They don't have to wait the way players have to wait. Well, congratulations, Larry Fitzgerald is through as a finalist.
Yes, that's huge.
What a bold statement by the voters.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the Raiders and Cardinals are both flirting with the same candidate. Who's going to have more Riz this weekend? Huh? How about that? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ball. Ball.
Text the word
ball
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com. WDS.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center against the Detroit Pistons. And again, Jalen Green is questionable as he continues to work through his hamstring issue. But tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search is still ongoing, and they're just one of 2 teams without a head coach. But they are expected to meet with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend, and Phoenix Mercury icon Diana Taurasi headlines the 2025 Arizona Sports Hall of Fame class. For the full list, head to arizonasports.com, and that's what's trending now.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh. Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite.
Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Very late. To me, the biggest issue with hiring guys this late is there's multiple issues. You're hitting the ground very late in the process, right? You have to start preparing for the combine very late in the process, and you got to build your staff out, and that's why I think that's why Gannon had to get so many guys from college, because it did happen so late in the process that a lot of guys didn't wait around, or he couldn't get guys because they were already committed to other teams. So that's to me that's the biggest one, right? Like, you want the best staff you can get, but you cannot get that if guys aren't available.
Josh Weinfuss from ESPN, a guest of Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports, talking about some of the hindrances of being late in the process. And the Cardinals, 10 teams looking for coaches. There's 8 spots filled, 2 teams looking for a coach. Cardinals and Raiders, and it looks like they're flirting with the same candidate, Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks, who's getting ready for the Super Bowl. But all the reporting says both teams will have the opportunity to meet with Clint Kubiak on Saturday in Seattle. Further reporting from Diana Rossini this morning says candidates for each job in Vegas and in Arizona have been notified. No decision will be made until weekend interviews are wrapped up with another candidate. That's Kubiak. And here we are. So this turns out maybe, Bick, to be who's sexier to Clint Kubiak. Is it the Las Vegas Raiders or is it the Arizona Cardinals?
And there's a question in your mind as far as that goes?
Not right now.
No, me neither.
No, I mean, when you look at the fact that the Las Vegas Raiders have the number 1 overall pick, and Clint Kubiak as an offensive coach has a chance not only to align himself with a young quarterback, but I think a young quarterback who's different from either, and I'm not saying he's the best, but he's a different profile. He is the squeaky clean, unassailable, all-American boy in Fernando Mendoza. The people love. He's the Heisman winner. He is a big co-writer in one of the greatest stories in college football history. And you get to get him from day one in the NFL. That's pretty intriguing.
He's the next Kurt Warner, by the way.
Yeah, add on the fact, wow, that's
in terms of the wholesome image.
Yes.
Yes.
Different paths to get where they've got so far, but yeah, I see that comparison. Add in the fact that the Las Vegas Raiders, as of this morning, and this could change, and it could change for the better for them, they've got the second most available cap space going into free agency.
Yeah, and they've got Tom Brady as a guy who's basically running point for the entire operation, and so I think you add all that up. And again, I don't even think you have to go that far down the flow chart to realize what decision Clint Kubiak is likely going to make. And by the way, haven't we as Cardinal fans already spent too much time at the Double K Ranch?
I think
Cliff Kingsbury, Jarrett.
There's 2 coaches in NFL history. Well, one right now with KK as the initials. If Clint Kubiak's the guy, the Cardinals would have both of them.
Yeah. Sorry, I got confused. You were talking about a Vegas, and there's another ranch there I've heard of, but not the Double
right.
K.
Yeah.
You've heard of it?
So, yeah.
Sammy was telling me about it.
So I think you don't have to go too far down this flow chart just from the standpoint that you're looking at a team right now that has the number 1 pick in the draft, which gives you a long runway as a head coach, which gives you this great quarterback to develop and claim as your own. And more to the point, Clint Kubiak is an offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks. He knows very well how difficult the NFC West is. He's the one who's got a game plan against the 49ers defense, the one who's got a game plan against the Rams. And
I mean, the AFC West also is pretty tough.
Is not compared to the NFC West, in my opinion.
Nothing right now compares to the NFC West. Jarrett's point is valid.
Chiefs, Broncos, and Chargers.
It is tough, but it's the Chiefs,
what has Justin Herbert won?
Yeah.
Now you're speaking my language.
Okay, I'm just saying, on paper, everybody always says this about the NFC West, but where are the results?
Look, the Chiefs might be done. This might be the end of their run. Mahomes or no Mahomes. And he's coming off a major injury. There's a lot of questions about them moving forward.
Is the best chance for the Cardinals the possibility that maybe he's not in love with Fernando Mendoza as a prospect? I mean, not necessarily.
Because
everybody
he'd be the
thinks
first person in America who wasn't. And
this guy, he's not like a once in a generation can't miss guy. He's not being talked about in that.
What would people not like about him? Just out of curiosity. If you were a football guy, what would you look at with Fernando Mendoza and go, I don't know?
The only thing that I've heard is a potential knock on him, and people are very reticent to even bring it up, is the personality 100% authentic? Or is he switched on for the media?
Who's brought that up?
I don't have names attached to it, but
I feel like who cares
gauging
about
social
that?
media.
He seems to be about as legit gets.
I agree. And
you couldn't act that sappy if it was an act. I don't think.
I'll just say this. There was once upon a time in Russell Wilson's career where his personality and his demeanor was felt to be too good to be true. And what do people think of Russell Wilson now? That's all
Okay,
I'm saying.
fair point.
From a quarterback, if you eliminate that from a quarterback standpoint, he's number one far and away in this class. And that's something that the Vegas Raiders have to flaunt this weekend that the Arizona Cardinals don't have to flaunt. People in the similarity in the lifestyles of the two cities. Yes, Vegas, from a weather standpoint, people might say, "Oh, Arizona's got a leg up there." No, they don't. It's the same climate.
Almost exactly. Yeah.
That's a
and
good
you
point.
mentioned the Tom Brady factor. Now, does Tom Brady know what he's doing as an executive? Does Mark Davis know what he's doing as an owner?
Not so far.
Those are legit questions. But you can ask the same questions about the people in charge of the Arizona Cardinals.
Definitely. Mark Davis, even if he shows very, very poor taste in hairstylists, like I should talk. Even though he shows
Please, don't even put yourself in that category.
No, I'm not.
That is...
He shows the great sense to see Tom Brady and go, okay, you drive the car. Here, you take the keys.
Yeah. But again, is that a deterrent, though? Because people criticize, is Tom Brady 100% in to his leadership position with the Raiders? Because every week he's going somewhere else to broadcast somebody else's game. I mean, think about that. He's an architect of the team who never gets to see him play live. That could be a deterrent. All I'm saying is the Cardinals are going down this road. They've put everything on hold, according to Diana Rossini. If they go down this road in a full court press of Clint Kubiak and they come up empty and it also costs them Mike LaFleur, oof, that is a disastrous situation.
Well, that to me, this is where the logic behind this falls apart to me. Because if you were a betting man, if you were Sammy, in other words.
Sure, let's ask.
Exactly.
Let's ask the betting man.
Let's just say that right from the start. It's no. If I was a betting man,
if you were Sammy, what are we asking?
Right. If you were a betting man, you would probably wager a lot that Clint Kubiak is going to choose the Raiders over the Cardinals. And if you sacrifice Mike LaFleur for those odds, then you're not very smart. Which leads me to believe that the Mike LaFleur thing is not of the Cardinals' decision.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, because it would take some sort of chutzpah for the Cardinals to say, Mike, we love the interview,
but you got to wait.
Yeah, but
we might like somebody better than you. Somebody from your own division we might like better than you.
Somebody who, by the way, just beat you in the NFC Championship game.
Even though we love you as an offensive coordinator groomed under Sean McVay, we like that guy in Seattle better. Okay, how's that going to go over?
Yeah.
So, and again, Cardinal fans are not dumb.
And
this is why the mood around the football team is what it is at the moment.
And both of these guys, and LaFleur and Kubiak, always are armed with the option to go back to their current teams and be successful and up their profile for next year. If they're not all that comfortable, they've got leverage. They've got maneuvers in all of this. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open, which happens next week. Just listen for the code word, Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo all this week. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Coming up next is one of the biggest stars in the NBA about to be traded. That and more as we talk NBA here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
It seems like most of the guys they're looking at are defensive guys and leader of men, former head coach, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think you have a good little mix right now, but it'll be interesting to see who they land on.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
John Harbaugh is in the building as the Giants' new head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Bick here for Life Changer Loan. And building wealth is difficult to do, if not impossible, when you are starting from scratch. But the sharp money people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you are in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. They are going to help you wipe out all of your debt. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income immediately goes to pay paying off and paying all principal first on your home. In fact, it goes off to paying off all of your debt, which is a really great deal because you're going to wake up down the road and that house payment is going to be gone. 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, and that does a lot of great things. If you're younger, you now get decades to build personal wealth. If you're a bit older, you're set up perfectly for retirement where you do not want a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. You also will not change a penny of your spending habits, and you're able to pay off all your debt without any worry whatsoever because you always have access to your equity. Talking about 24/7 access where you have the control to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. Highly recommend go to Google reviews, see what Life Changer Loan has meant to its stable of extremely grateful clients right here in the Valley. If you're a good fit, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat because don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Hey, good morning and thank you. Tip of the cap to our fans and listeners and followers and Anthem. Way up north, we appreciate you listening to the show and Anthem this morning.
Sources tell me Giannis Antetokounmpo has made it clear that he's ready and prepared for a trade from the Milwaukee Bucks, whether it's at the trade deadline or in the offseason. My understanding is Giannis has communicated to the organization for months now that he believes it's time to part ways after 13 years together, a championship together. And so the Milwaukee Bucks have gotten aggressive offers from multiple rival teams over the last several days. And I'm told they are starting to listen. These are offers of all-star players, multiple draft picks, and this is all that's been brewing over the last 9 months.
Sham Charania from ESPN yesterday with the news. And again, Giannis is not asking to be traded. It's been a strange process. To Giannis's credit, he's been nothing but professional in this whole thing. And we know what type of player, we know what type of individual he is. But it looks like the end is coming. And I'm wondering, with this realization and Sham's reporting that there's teams lining up and making aggressive offers for Giannis, will the Bucks be tempted to change the course of their franchise right now because we got a week before the trade deadline. This could be a massive power shift in the NBA in the next week.
Yeah, it does. And as I mentioned earlier, kind of facetiously, but it's a great talking point. If you were a Suns fan, would you trade Devin Booker for Giannis? Giannis is how old? 31?
I think he's about to turn 31. I'll double check.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And
He
Devin
is 31. He is 31.
And Devin Booker will turn 30 in October.
Okay. We know Giannis is the more decorated player. We know that, well, I was going to say we know Devin's a more healthy player, but that isn't always accurate.
Here's the thing. Like, from a basketball standpoint, you trade them straight up for each other. Giannis is a better overall and a better basketball player than Devin Booker. From a chemistry, a city, for everything Devin Booker has done for the Valley, it would be you'd be hard-pressed to say, let's trade Devin Booker.
You might be more prone to entertain this discussion had Jalen Green logged 40 games for the Suns this year and was averaging 24 points a game.
I agree. But in all of those things, too, and you're not wrong with what Devin Booker has meant to the Valley and what the Valley's meant to him, the same can be said with Milwaukee and Giannis.
Absolutely.
He's one of the most important athletes that city's ever had.
No doubt.
And I know it's hypothetical.
It's a talking point.
Because even if you get to the point where you say, yeah, I would explore that. Well, the Suns don't have the draft capital to make this happen.
You say yes, and you're going to hear from 10,000 Suns fans, and you don't want them up your back.
No doubt.
Right?
I don't care. I'm being completely honest when I say that. I get your point because we haven't even said trade him. We've talked about the possibilities of trading when the Suns were viewed to have the bleakest outlook in the last 25 years. Then it made sense.
Right.
To me, it doesn't make sense now.
And when we claim that this team badly needs a power forward, why not get the best one in the league? Listen, it's just a thought because right now the Warriors are considered the odds-on favorite to land Giannis. What are they going to give up?
It's going to be Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, and the rest of their picks for the next 6 years. Or
Jimmy Butler, who's rehabbing a serious injury at age 34.
And Jonathan Kuminga, who can't play.
I know. If I'm
Brandon Podziemski.
Yeah. If I'm Milwaukee and Golden State calls me, I don't even know if I pick up the phone.
I wouldn't do that. That deal would do nothing for me.
The amount of, the suitors, the potential trade packages that are out there, there has to be something better than what Golden State can offer.
Here's the scary one for me. It's in the Western Conference. It's the Houston Rockets.
Oh boy.
Here's Bobby Marks.
They've got the draft picks to do it. They've got that swap with Brooklyn next year. They've got 5 other firsts they can do. They got 2 from Dallas, one from Dallas, 2 from Phoenix. Now we're looking at the players, right? Who do you want to give up if you are the Houston Rockets? Certainly Şengün with the money and what he can do on the court. I think if you're Milwaukee, you're saying, hey, we already have Miles Turner. Can we turn him into something else and maybe get more draft picks? I think you would be hesitant regarding Amen Thompson as far as willing to give him up in a deal. Certainly he was extension eligible next offseason. But yes, Houston has everything I would think Milwaukee would want with controllable contracts, draft picks, players that can win now and in the future.
That to me is the scary proposition because we know from our experience here in Phoenix, and the Suns had no leverage in the Kevin Durant dealings with Houston, so it was dictated to them what you're going to get. And it's worked out really well for the Suns, and it's worked out quite well to this point, although it seems to be on thin ice with Houston. I don't think the same limitations on Houston's personnel would exist in a trade for Giannis that existed in a trade for KD. First of all, Milwaukee has leverage. Secondly, there's a 6-year age difference between the two players. So when Houston, in dealing with the Suns, said, nope, you're not getting Jabari Smith. No, you're not getting Reed Shepherd. You're not getting Tari Eason. You're not getting any of those guys. To me, everything is on the table if I'm the Houston Rockets. And that includes Amen Thompson.
Ooh.
I don't know. To me, Şengün is a really, really, really nice player. I don't know if he can be the focal point of a winning team. The sole focal point. Is that unfair?
No, I don't think it's unfair.
I don't think it's unfair.
But
okay.
He from last year to this year, he's gotten substantially better. He's still really young. And so if you're Milwaukee, you're probably starting with Amen Thompson. And if they say no, you're then segueing into Alperen Şengün.
Yeah.
That's
and
the draft.
the draft.
I don't know if they're going to do that. They just lost Steven Adams.
Right.
But that's why they got Clint Capella. Again, he's no Steven
At a
Adams,
certain
but
point, then, you're stripping the roster and you're building around two superstars again. And then in the modern NBA and with the
we've talked
the
about
aprons
this.
and all
Giannis
this
is
stuff.
a top 3 player
but
when
here's-
healthy.
Here's the thing.
Oh, Giannis is for sure.
The NBA, as much as we talk about, okay, you can't have these big 3 and then gap fill. We saw what the Suns did, all these teams. Everyone's going to say, okay, you can't do that until a guy like Giannis comes available. Then teams are going to do it again.
And they might find out, we can't do that.
Well, listen, it might be in retrospect more of a KD thing than a super team thing. You can't build a super team around KD. Might be the actual. Don't say that too loud though. The stands.
Yeah, now all of his fans.
Yeah, they're not listening anymore.
Yeah,
they
they
went to
get
Houston.
very angry.
They're streaming games in Houston right now.
And Houston could make it interesting too. Fred VanVleet hasn't played a game. They could. He has a $23 million. That's how much he has left on his contract. That could be included in the deal because then it expires.
Then it also weakens the weakness that Houston has right now, even moving forward, and that is they need a point guard in the worst way. They don't have one, and at least he's coming back in the future. And if you trade him to Milwaukee, you don't have that coming back.
This is completely unrelated, but it's related. Every time we discuss this, look how much they could get for all the draft picks, superstar players, young. I keep thinking like the Lakers absolutely stole Luka.
Is that just dawning on you, Jarrett?
It's just disgusting. Every time we have these talks about like superstars being traded, it's unbelievable
They get
how
gifted
little
everything. They get gifted everything. Why do you think Vinny and I cannot stand everything about that organization?
Luka's younger
they get
than
gifted
Giannis.
everything.
Yes. And if Giannis Antetokounmpo is dealt for anything less than 4 first-round picks, there's a serious problem.
Yeah, but that's why the picks definitely. That's a
the players coming back
but the players coming back, it's got to be stronger than Kuminga and an injured 37-year-old Jimmy Butler.
It does. Even like a team like Toronto, who has been rumored to maybe be interested in Giannis since the summer. Like, if you're a Milwaukee fan, are you getting excited about Emmanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett coming back?
No.
Like, probably not, right?
No. But we also know how the NBA operates in these. A player like Giannis becomes available in certainly arguably still in his prime at age 31. He's going to land in a major market.
I don't know how much.
How about to the Knicks?
Yes, again, I don't know how much quote say he has and where he wants to go, but they're probably, if they're willing to move him, they're probably talking about, okay, what's a possibility for you?
How much say Giannis has is directly related to how many years are left on his contract.
Yes.
What is his contract status? That's a good question. If Giannis is up for a new contract soon, then he's got a ton of leverage.
He's eligible for a massive 4-year contract extension.
Okay.
Like 275.
Then he definitely has leverage where he's
so
going.
So anybody who's interested in getting his services is acutely aware of this.
Yes.
if you're trading for Giannis, you're paying Giannis for the next 8 years.
Yeah.
Or however long.
I just wonder if the complication of a deal this big will hold it off until the summer.
But remember, he's not asking for a trade.
No.
He's not asking for a trade. Because foreign-born players, they don't do that.
Look, I'm not asking for a divorce, but let me just say that I hate you, and I no longer want to live with you.
Right.
Snitches get stitches.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to help us get caught up to speed on the big stories of the day in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal. Goes to his right. Still on the dribble. 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane. Runs one off the window. Got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so I believe in a couple of different things. Number one, nothing costs too much if it's worth it. And number two, few things are worse than the high price of mediocrity. You will find that all over the automotive world. You will find nothing mediocre at Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Talking about a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and everything they do, next-level elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. Now, speaking of those 2 locations at Chapman BMW, BMW. Pretty big deal because it guarantees you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. High-end inventory, brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high-quality used cars, whatever you are looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. They've also got a great reputation for elite service and handling. Many of our listeners have reached back and thanked me for pointing them towards Chapman BMW. That's how good their experience was. Great reputation for making luxury attainable, as in there's something in the price range for everybody at Chapman BMW. Plus, in addition, every member of this listening audience, you get the additional hookup. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. Super cool dude, personal friend of mine, hooked up a number of our listeners already. Give it a shot. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hobick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done, and when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which could lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is January 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without a head coach. Them and the Las Vegas Raiders are the only 2 teams remaining with a head coaching vacancy. The Cardinals do have plans to interview Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator and play caller Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. But for more on what you need to know about the search, head to arizonasports.com. Will we see Jalen Green tonight against the Pistons? Maybe. The Suns guard is listed as questionable ahead of the matchup against the Eastern Conference 1 seed and Cade Cunningham, but Devin Booker remains out with an ankle sprain, and Colin Gillespie is also questionable as he is dealing with a right hand sprain. But tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:32. I'm Sammy Sepulka. It is time for the Rush Hour reboot. Going to get you guys caught up on all the big stories in sports, and I hope Jarrett kept you guys good company yesterday.
Nah.
Jarrett?
It was fine.
Okay. Everything went smooth, Jarrett? All right, yes. But we'll start with the team that plays tonight, the Phoenix Suns. So Jalen Green is questionable. Can the Suns find a way to win tonight against the East's best team, even without Jalen Green?
Yeah, I think they can. I don't think the Pistons are an offensive juggernaut, and we know that Jordan Nutt is very, very good at limiting the other team's best scorer and did a number on Cade Cunningham last time. And if you have that kind of defensive game, and if you're shooting, they've just got to connect from the perimeter. They've gone strangely cold recently. They need to start making some three-point shots.
Weird. Looking at you, Royce. Looking at you, Grayson.
Yeah.
It's to the point where the attempts were way down against Brooklyn because they just weren't going. And you know, credit Ryan Dunn had a couple.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks had a couple. To answer your question, yes, they can. The Suns are in no position to count on Jalen Green or consider Jalen Green an essential element to winning because they've won so many games without him.
Yes.
Go back 2 weeks ago. They were in Detroit against this team. Vic referenced the job they did defensively on Cade Cunningham. That's a game the Suns really should have won.
Yeah.
Devin Booker didn't play in that game either.
I know.
And Jalen Green wasn't back either. So add that in. I don't know what kind of effort. I mean, the Pistons are really good.
Yes, very.
They're really intense, and they're playing good basketball right now. It's going to be tough, but yeah, they can beat them. The Suns can beat anybody in the NBA any given night.
Okay, so last night, Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA gave a case and actually selected Dylan Brooks in his All-Star reserves. Does Dylan Brooks have a case to be an All-Star this season?
I believe he does. I think that, listen, and the Suns will tell you it to your face that this is the guy that changed everything for them. And I think the numbers, the impact, where the Suns are in the standings, I definitely think he is deserving.
Yeah, I agree. And the naysayers will say, oh, great. They're in 7th place in the West. Whoop-de-doo. It is a whoop-de-doo. It is a big deal. The depths that this franchise has climbed from in this amount of time, and when you look at the guy, like Bick said, is getting credited for setting the culture and changing the attitude of this team. And, oh, by the way, he's averaging more than 20 points a game. Absolutely, he deserves it. Will he get it? I'm still confused on how this works. When the reserves get
no clue.
They're picking the reserves via conference, but then you get tied into your country affiliation.
Yeah, right. You're right.
It's so goofy.
Yeah.
It doesn't make much sense to me either. And
then who's putting together the Rising Stars team?
And then if you're Dylan Brooks and you get picked to play for Canada, is that sort of a consolation prize? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost as if
like if they need just people to fill out the roster.
Yeah.
It's like when the All-Star gets hurt and then the two All-Stars get hurt and then the two guys come in.
It's like when Shedeur Sanders ends up in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, but a lot of it for these guys, and I don't think it's to that degree in the NBA, because these guys still want to participate.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, whatever the reason is for you getting selected, you're an All-Star, and that's on your resume forever.
No doubt. Okay, so the Arizona Cardinals. If Mike LaFleur and Clint Kubiak do not want to coach this team for whatever reason, where do you think the Cardinals will go, or where do you think they might land on when it comes to head coach? If it's not one of those two, who might it be?
I think if that's the case, they're going to fall back on the experience route, and they're going to circle back around to Raheem Morris, and they're going to circle back around to Vance Joseph, and God knows they might circle back around to Ron Rivera.
He's in my next question.
Wow. Yeah, I would say that Raheem Morris becomes the really only real palatable candidate at that point.
Okay, so you mentioned Ron Rivera, and we're on our 16th candidate of us doing this right now. Okay? And I thought when Mike LaFleur was here for 2 days, it was going to be raps, but we got to keep going. A for argument and against argument for Ron Rivera in Arizona.
The for argument is he's got a ton of experience. I think that guys in the locker room would know that, okay, he's been to a Super Bowl.
Sure.
You know, he was a member of the Bears. And
The Bears.
The Bears.
He wasn't even in the Super Bowl shuffle, though, was he?
No. His time was really post-85.
Yeah, I think he started in 86.
Yeah. So he wasn't really part of that fun, but he came in right thereafter, and he was sort of like a Mike Singletary light and, a real intense player. So
he was on that 85 team.
Well, he didn't do much.
Yeah.
Mike Singletary.
Thank you.
Wow.
I don't know what just happened.
That's he's doing a spoof on what song is that? That's the
All the Single Ladies.
Oh,
from
that's
Beyonce.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't.
I was giving you
he's doing a
time to look up
Beyonce
the,
song
roster.
to
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the against is that he's been out of the league for 2 years, and his last 6 years as a head coach, he didn't have a winning record. There's no success there.
13 years as a head coach, 3 winning seasons.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, and he won 2 Coaches of the Year, right?
2 Coach of the Year
Wow.
awards.
2 of the 3 winning seasons he ever had.
Coach of the Year. Okay, so the Super Bowl is in less than 2 weeks now. What would be more impressive in your mind? Sam Darnold completing this comeback story of sorts, or Drake May winning a Super Bowl in year 2?
To me, holding those two up against each other, Darnold. If Darnold is excellent in the Super Bowl and Seattle wins, that to me is the story. That's the story that would win it.
I also think that there's I think Matthew Stafford is going to be the MVP.
Sure.
If Drake May wins it, this is going to be a very important Super Bowl for him because he's been cheeks pretty much for this whole postseason.
Yeah.
He's not been that good.
Well, he's not. He's hurt, you know.
Well, that is true.
That
is true.
Drake May has the opportunity to prove so many people wrong in the Super Bowl. The way he's played in the postseason, to have a really good Super Bowl in year 2 and win it, I think would be just as impressive if Sam Darnold won the Super Bowl and completed that comeback. But, all right, my last question here. So the Phoenix Open is here next week. The first major in tennis is now coming down to it, whether it's 6 months from the next one or not. To the casual sports fan, what is more prevalent and relevant, tennis or golf?
Yeah, to me, it's. I don't think there's any question. I think golf has got much more star power. I think Scottie Scheffler might be on the verge of a Tiger-like year coming up, and I think that golf is on a way higher platform now than tennis. And it's a shame because tennis, when Vinny and I were growing up, it was like the 5th major sport.
Yeah.
Even when I was a kid with Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi, it was very, very major and popular. But it's been 25 years.
And the reason why, as you just mentioned, it was prevalent American superstars in the game at the top. And for the first time in a long time, there's a group of really good, on the men's side, a group of really good young American players. They just can't break through because the guys at the top are so damn good.
Just like every
Ben Shelton
era.
is really, really good. Taylor Fritz is really good.
Yeah.
They'll never beat Yannick Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz.
And that's the problem. Shut up, Jarrett! That's the problem. The problem is that we don't have a guy good enough to take down one of these cats. Like McEnroe took down Bjorn Borg.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess I never really thought of it as like golf has these American superstars with Scotty, with Bryson.
It's not that. I mean, golf's not that big either, though. Like compared to
Not like it was
the
in
Tiger Woods era.
No.
Sure.
But it's bigger than tennis right now.
Okay.
And they don't even have. I mean, there's not even the Serena Williams consistent American woman that's been on top.
No, but I was looking at the rankings today, and there's 4 Americans in the top 10 on the women's side too. But again, same thing exists, other than Coco Gauff, who's breaking through to win. Yeah, Sabalenka's dominating right now. Swiatek is dominating right now. So
yeah,
golf is the answer.
Golf's the answer.
It's always the answer, right?
Roll off those 4 female Russian players again, Vinny.
Svitolina,
in alphabetical order, if you can.
Yeah. Arina Sabalenka, Elena Svitolina, Elena Rybakina.
Very nice.
Jessica
well
Pegula.
Done. Well done.
Jessica Pegula.
Anna Kournikova.
Well done. But there you guys go. All rebooted. Happy Thursday.
All right.
Thank you,
Sammy.
Yes.
Good to have you back. The Rush Hour reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next around the NFL. The Browns hired a head coach, and the response is so Cleveland. Very mixed. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ball. Ball.
Text the word
ball
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Here's the deal. When you're struggling with private student loan debt, you feel awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people that are in that exact spot. It's not a fun place to be. But just know that if you are dealing with that, there's a way forward. And that way forward is called Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Why Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. And in the process of helping you, they're not judging you. They're not asking you a bunch of questions about how you got into the situation that you got into. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, no problem. That's when Why Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't have to define you. They don't get the final say. Why Refi helps you take back control and get your life in order once again. Give them a call today, 888-WHY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
Number one, fix the quarterback position, find an answer, get a quarterback playing efficiently, get that offense working. Obviously moved on from Kevin Stefanski, an offensive coach, but I think it's pretty clear what was going on in Cleveland last year was not going to work. So they did an exhaustive search. You mentioned it. It was an elaborate, in-depth process, and they had several finalists, I would say. One was Nate Scheelhaus, the pass game coordinator. for the Los Angeles Rams. In other words, their own defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz, which my good friend Mike Garafolo will get to in a second. But Monken clearly stood out in part because of what he did with the Baltimore Ravens, with Lamar Jackson, getting him to be as efficient as he has been. Plus, he does have head coaching experience, not in the NFL, but similar to now Dolphins coach Jeff Hafley, can rely on some experience as a college coach, use it for the Cleveland Browns. Todd Monken, now at 59 years old, becomes an NFL head coach.
Yeah, somewhat a curious hire by Cleveland there yesterday. Ian Rappaport breaking it down on why the Browns landed on Monken, who was a name that really wasn't mentioned all that prominently in their search. It felt like Cleveland had narrowed down to Jim Schwartz or Nate Scheelhaase, and they go in a different direction, and they choose Monken, a guy from their division who obviously wasn't going to go back to Baltimore, but here we are. And he gets an opportunity maybe to work with Shedeur Sanders, maybe to work with a new quarterback.
Yeah, listen, I think that this, if you're a Browns fan, you're probably feeling even worse than Cardinal fans are today. They're like, what? Who are you giving us here?
Yeah.
The offensive coordinator Lamar Jackson hated? That's who we're rallying around? Yeah.
And he's 59. And he doesn't have any NFL head coaching experience. Now, he's been around the block a few times and bounced back from college to the pros a couple times. But the Browns are going to Brown.
Again, and it's one of the things that as time goes on, it gets very, very depressing when you look at the levels of the NFL and you look at the organizations that really care about doing it right, and then you look at the organizations that just don't. They need to buy a dog and name it Clue to get one, because that is the levels of some of this dysfunction in the NFL. And the Browns are right at it. And the fact that the Browns now, their interviewing process has sort of been illuminated, that they take themselves that seriously, that they vet candidates to the point where they're going to gauge how you put thoughts in a written form. Come on, man. Come on. Todd Monken.
Yeah, he's a hell of a writer. Look, I think once upon a time, you didn't say it, but you were going down this road, and you can correct me if I'm insinuating something that you weren't insinuating. I think once upon a time in the NFL, there was plenty of franchises that didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't win, and they were okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cardinals in St. Louis, I think the Cardinals in the early days in Arizona were in that category.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think those franchises exist anymore. I do think there's franchises like the Cleveland Browns, like the New York Jets. If you want to throw the Cardinals in there, throw them in there.
Bengals.
They want to win. They have the desire to win. Because all of these, whether it's a family-owned franchise or the ownership has other interest, rich people own franchises. Rich people are very competitive. By and large. I think they all want to win, but the knowledge on how to do so eludes them.
Yeah.
And what's disappointing...
Which is fine, but if you had the self-awareness to realize you didn't have the knowledge to do so, you would generally hire somebody who did and let them chart the path.
But again, that flies in the face of the competitiveness, because there's also pride...
Or the arrogance of the billionaire.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to figure this out. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. I'm going to figure this out. And a lot of times they never figure it out.
Stewart saves the Browns.
Yes.
Listen, I think there's also levels to it. I think there's levels of everybody wants to win. Nobody gets a franchise in the NFL and says, you know what, I don't care if we win or lose. But how badly do you want to win? There are many, many shades in that spectrum.
There's also gross incompetence. If you're the Browns, you are trying to win by giving a record contract to Deshaun Watson, but you're also showing how incompetent you are by doing that.
Yeah, I mean, the Browns' ownership can be pointed at. Their front office methodology, as you just mentioned, Bick, can be pointed at. Jimmy Haslam owns the Cleveland Browns. He also now owns an NBA franchise in the Milwaukee Bucks, and since he's owned the Milwaukee Bucks, they have gone in the tank. And I know this is not football related, but it is of importance now with the Giannis thing. Once upon a time, 2 years ago on the calendar, the Milwaukee Bucks were 30-13, and they fired their head coach in Adrian Griffin. Remember this?
I do. Yeah.
They brought in Doc Rivers. Somebody pointed that out on social media yesterday. It was quote tweeted by former Buck and former Phoenix Sun Jay Crowder, who said, we were 30-13, and they fired Adrian to bring in Doc Rivers, and that's where the downfall started. So, if you're really upset as a Bucks fan that Giannis might be on his way out the door, that might be the decision that sealed the deal.
Yeah, no,
But that's
absolutely.
two examples of ownership in two different sports by the same family that don't really know what they're doing.
Listen, when people have kind of gotten on Tom Pagula, the owner of the Buffalo Bills, like
Terry.
Terry Pagula, what are you doing? He also owns the Buffalo Sabres, and Sabres fans are like, yeah, we've hated this dude ever since he took over the team. He's an idiot. Why are you surprised? Yeah,
fair.
It's So I guess there's solace that no matter how bad things get here, there are always the Browns and there's always the Jets.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be always the Raiders too. And if they get the coach at the
No,
Cardinals,
hold on. That's
you
a
don't
new
put them-
phenomenon, man.
Well, new.
The
yes,
Raiders
that's
were
true.
once a very proud, awesome franchise.
It's
in the 70s.
How long has it been?
But it was once.
It was.
It was once. You're right. The Browns never had that. The Jets never had
And
that.
Jared, to your point, the Raiders, we could be coming in Monday morning and talking about the Raiders getting their guy in Clint Kubiak and the Cardinals holding the bag and trying to scramble. That doesn't, they win the battle. That doesn't mean they got it right. Clint Kubiak would still have a Herculean task to turn the Raiders around on the field. Now, again, with the cap space and the number one pick, you're pretty armed to do that. This came out this morning on ESPN.com. Bill Barnwell, who writes a lot of good stuff for ESPN, he ranked every head coaching hire in the NFL since the year 2021. There's 37 of them. My guess to you, I'm hoping you haven't seen this article
I
yet.
have not,
And
no.
I'm putting you
No,
on the
no,
spot
no.
by asking you
No,
this.
no, I have
Of
not
the-
seen this.
Of the 37, where do you think the hiring of Jonathan Gannon ranked? Because there's been some real just unmitigated disasters, and it doesn't qualify there.
26th.
You absolutely nailed it.
Get out of here.
You absolutely nailed
I
it.
swear to God, I did not see that list.
That's a great.
That's just a good guess. Wow.
No, that's
Wow.
astute.
Wow.
Astute study there. 26.
Well, you would have guessed the same range. It's not like that was any great pull, but
Yeah.
thank you.
Here's the ones that came behind Barnwell's rankings behind Gannon. Gerard Mayo, 27. Brian Callahan with 20 with Tennessee, 28. Aaron Glenn of the Jets, 29. Antonio Pierce, 30. Pete Carroll, 31. See, the Raiders don't know what they're doing. Josh McDaniels, 32.
Three Raiders coaches
Three
in a
straight
row.
Raiders in a row.
That's great.
Lovie Smith, Houston, 33. David Culley of Houston, 34. Nathaniel Hackett, 35. Frank Reich of Carolina, 36. And Urban Meyer of Jacksonville, 37.
If you were the Arizona Cardinals, would you reach out and try to hire Bill Belichick?
Oh, my God.
He's not even a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah, look at that loser.
He's not even a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Maybe if he was a first ballot
from
Hall of
the
Famer.
top rope, Vinny.
Yeah, wow.
Do you really want to bring Bill that close to Old Town Scottsdale?
Ooh.
Do you really want to bring general manager, what's her last name? Jordan? What's
Hudson?
Jordan Hudson
Yeah.
with?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if she's qualified for the job.
I remember that, though, when the Bills fired McDonough, that was a big talking point on ESPN, was should they reach out to Bill Belichick?
McDermott.
I was like, Ryan
Sean
McDonough's
McDermott.
back?
Sean McDonough. Sorry.
The top five.
But it's a common error. In fact, Sean McDonough will tell you stories of many, many radio people, probably like yourself, who call him thinking he's Sean McDermott.
You know,
Hey, could you join us on the radio, talk about your football team?
You know who I'm having a mind thing? The Davis Webb that's being interviewed.
Yeah.
I keep confusing him in my mind. One, who the backup quarterback for the Texans is
Davis Mills.
Davis Mills.
And the golfer is
Davis
the
Love.
third.
The third.
Davis
Yes.
Love the third. Those three guys, in my head, they're all jumbling together.
Their parents are probably all from the same country club. You're all good.
I'll take
Davis.
athlete's
Davis.
name Davis.
For 400.
Wow, the Valley Suns have a player named Sean McDermott.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. I
was
learned
confused.
that last week.
Wow.
Coming up next on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, the second half of the show kicks off.
Fire!
With the blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so growing and maintaining a natural lawn is darn near impossible to do in Arizona, certainly costly if you try. One time after my daughter was born, I really wanted her to have a little grass lawn to do cartwheels and handstands, maybe kick a soccer ball on. So I installed the sod. I bought this little tiny lawnmower to take care. It was a disaster. If you're kind of with me on this and you want that green sparkling lawn without all the headaches, Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. Artificial turf has become the rage in Arizona. I see it everywhere in my neighborhood. People ditching front yards full of dull rocks for beautiful green artificial turf. And all of Turf Monsters' artificial turfs are of the highest quality. I've been to their warehouse. I've seen them myself. They absolutely look fantastic. Their range is incredible. You can do so much hosting on them. They're great for dog runs. They're great for poolside turfs. Lots of versatility with artificial turf. And Turf Monsters, once they install, they can take care of the maintenance, making sure that turf is always looking great and free of debris. Turf Monsters, a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas, from custom-built putting greens to pickleball courts. Whatever you want, they can make it happen, and customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and the quality of their finished product. Check out samples of their work at turfmonstersaz.com. You can schedule your free estimate while you're there, or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report,
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center against the Detroit Pistons. And again, Jalen Green is questionable as he continues to work through his hamstring issue, but tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search is still ongoing, and they're just one of 2 teams without a head coach right now, but they are expected to meet with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. And Phoenix Mercury icon Diana Taurasi headlines the 2025 Arizona Sports Hall of Fame class. For the full list, head to arizonasports.com today. And this report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmileaz.com today to book your free consultation.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
This is fast becoming a perilous offseason for the Arizona Cardinals, a time when all the frustration and fears of a fed-up fan base are being validated by a coaching search that has taken another strange turn. Their 2-day interview with Mike LaFleur resulted in nothing. Their interview with retread Ron Rivera suggests proof of growing desperation, and many birdgangers are truly wondering if their football team has a plan or a clue or any idea what they're doing. On the surface, the Cardinals are waiting to conduct one last interview with the prize candidate, Seattle offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak. Yet very few reasonable people in the Valley believe that Kubiak would choose the Cardinals over the Raiders, a team with the #1 pick in the upcoming draft, a team with a lot of salary cap space, a team now run by Tom Brady. And if the Cardinals are nothing more but another leverage play, what then? The big names clearly don't want to be here. Those with greener pastures are using the Cardinals as leverage. And in the 4th week of a prolonged coaching search, after we all thought the prospect list had been pared down to 2 rather appealing candidates, the search seems wide open all over again. The Cardinals are a last-place team, once again trending to be the last team to select a new leader. And the way this thing is going, the new guy is going to inherit a lot more than a team without a franchise quarterback. They are going to inherit one of the most agitated fan bases in the NFL. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
And the NFC West was stacked this year. Like, do you think the NFC West is the best division of football, like this year?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
it, right?
easily.
Easily.
Yeah. I mean, that's not even a question. I don't even know, what the argument's going to be in that situation. But yeah, this year we had 3 teams who were playing for the 1 seed in our division.
What about the Cardinals? I want to bring them up. Like, what do they stack?
Yeah. They, for some reason, bro, it's like, you ever seen that meme with like the dragons? It's like the three dragon, and then you got the dragon over there with his tongue out, with the googly eyes. Like that's the Cardinals right now.
That is Fred Warner, Niners linebacker on the St. Brown podcast. That is a reference that has been made on this show
many times.
But it's different when it comes from the outside.
When it comes from a guy like Fred Warner. When it comes from one of the best defensive players in the division.
Now, he did say, unfortunately, that's the case right now. So it didn't sound like there was vitriol or... It was just more of an observation.
Yeah, it was more out.
And look, it hurts when you insult somebody you love, it's something. When somebody from the outside does it, it's like, hey, you can't do that. But it stings a little bit because that is the perception, and it's an earned perception of the Cardinals right now.
It is. And sometimes as a football team, you can be past your darkest moment, but still be dealing with the consequences of where you've been. You can make an argument that Michael Bidwell has learned some real hard lessons, that they're trying to rectify the amenities and the weight room and all the things that players want, and that maybe they're trying to operate on a higher plane. But the fact of the matter is, when you're a football team that's 3-14, when you have now just had a very private divorce with your franchise quarterback in Kyler Murray, when you're dealing in a division in which you finish 9 games behind the first place leader, what else are people supposed to think? If you really believe you are what your record says you are, the Cardinals, how could they even dare to protest the way they're being framed right now? Well, it's on them to change the narrative. Not spin the narrative, change the narrative.
I'm going to take something that you said, and I'm going to make it sound even worse. They were 9 games behind the third place finisher. They were 11 games behind.
Well, that's what I meant. Yeah, there you go. That's what I meant.
It's actually even a bigger
That's
climb.
what I meant to say. 9 games behind their nearest competitor in the division.
Which has never happened before.
No.
In the history of the NFL. And there's been teams that have gone 0-16.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And again, I think that there's a lot of stuff out there. I know the idea when people heard Vance Joseph was interviewing or might be interested in the job, you saw how the fan base recoiled because there's nothing new and exciting about Vance Joseph. There's no vision of we've got the next Mike McDonald. We've got the next Sean McDonald. There was none of that with Vance Joseph. Ron Rivera, with all due respect to Ron Rivera, who people love, he's a great guy. It's that if they tried to sell that as we got our guy, oof.
I mean, if you're going to go down that road and you're going to tab an experienced head coach, I just think an older experienced head coach, he's 64 years old, there needs to be more winning on the resume. And look, you could say, well, you wanted Robert Saleh. He's an experienced head coach who didn't win. Yeah, he's much younger. He's viewed as much more dynamic, and he was the head coach of the New York Jets. Hard to win there. Very few people win with the New York Jets. So it's a case by case. You can take the ingredients that you're looking for, the characteristics that you're looking for, but it still changes from case to case. Again, I think it's amazing that Ron Rivera had 10 losing seasons and 13 seasons as an NFL head coach, yet is still only 1 game under 500 for his career record. Because the 3 times they did have winning seasons in Carolina, they won a lot. He had a 15-1 season. He had a 12-4 season. He won Coach of the Year in both of those years. But to me, that's not enough to pacify.
He found a brilliant loophole as a head coach is you lose for a bunch of years and then have one really great year and you're going to win the Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
And he did it twice.
And then you kind of restart the meter on, your job security.
Yeah. So at this point in time, I brought this up as a joke, but I bet you Cardinal fans wouldn't be against Bill Belichick at this point in time. What are you staring at me like that for? Do you have a mouth? Speak.
I would not be for that. I think the game has passed him by.
I think he needs to just hang it up in general.
But I think Bick is making a valid point. I think a lot of Cardinals fans would. You know why? Because it satisfies the splash factor. That would be by far the splashiest hire of any of the teams that were looking for a head coach this offseason.
Video of the line of the week, though. Oh, come on. He's not even a first ballot Hall of Famer.
This is a real question, though, because this guy is still out there. And
why wouldn't this be a real question? If the Cardinals are considering Ron Rivera, why wouldn't you consider Bill Belichick?
Because he's got a contract in Chapel Hill.
Okay. Well, we know those ironclad contracts have always
to wiggle out of those.
We also know what Chapel Hill might want to get out from under that.
Yeah, they might be
contract.
They might be saying,
Bill,
"Here you go."
Hey, Bill, you see the Cardinals' job is still open. Just letting you know. It's in your daily briefing.
And Bill Belichick might be desperate enough to listen.
I'm like Jarrett, though. It would be splashy, but doesn't make that much sense. I mean, don't you want some stability at the head coaching position at some point in this franchise? And he's how old?
No, I would like a coach who wins is what I would like at this point. I'll deal with stability later.
I mean, it is a good point. The most stable and successful head coach they've hired since they moved to town was the oldest one.
Yeah.
And that was Bruce Arians.
Yeah, that's right. Wow.
Old people, while slow and in the way, still serve a purpose. Is that the line from Dumb and Dumber? I think I messed up the line. Anyway,
I still like that.
We will keep you up to date on everything going on with the Cardinals coaching search. And who knows, maybe by Monday we'll have some clearer direction on where they're going. Coming up next, Phoenix Suns back on the floor tonight, still going without Devin Booker, although he's getting close to coming back. We'll tell you more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gives to Mark Williams, 18 feet away. He puts it on the deck. Spins on Claxton. Turns, shoots, and hits right over Nick Claxton. Mark Williams, have yourself a night. 27 to lead the Suns, and he ties the game at 100.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
FYI, you will find more than big screen televisions at Waltz TV and Appliance. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras from your home, and all kinds of awesome audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you are looking for a big screen television, no better place to go than my friends at Waltz, talking about all the major name brands you're looking for. Great selection of big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. If you've ever wondered what a television that big look like, they've got it on display in their theater room. Go check it out. It's pretty spectacular. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Now is a wonderful time to put a television in your backyard. The clarity, the quality of the picture with outdoor TVs through the roof in recent years. Highly recommend you go check that out. Lots of reasons to go to Waltz. You're also going to get a very experienced staff that's going to give you the insight you will never get from a big box store. They'll give you same-day delivery 7 days a week. They'll price match any price you bring to them, which means if you see a price you like elsewhere, just bring it to Waltz, watch them match it, and then you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. Finally, another little bit of added incentive to go to Waltz. While you're there, drop my name. You get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvisi here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
We continue here on this Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. A shout out to everybody watching, listening, taking in the show in Mesa, or as some people on the station call it, Mesa. But we appreciate you listening in Mesa this morning.
Yeah, it's awesome. I didn't really expect it to be that quick. We were walking through stuff, and then you see him doing his stuff. So, yeah. Amazing healer. I don't know how he does it, but what that thing looked like initially and where it's at, it seems to be in a good place. Those guys do a lot of rehab to try to get it right. So it's a lot of stuff that no one sees, but the time spent for Jalen, obviously, and Book right now to try to get it right, because they want to be a part of it, and they want to do everything they can to be out.
Jordan Knott talking about Devin Booker as he recovers from the ankle sprain suffered last Friday. Doing some stuff, and Jordan Knott sounded genuinely surprised at how much Devin Booker was doing. Now, he will not play tonight against Detroit. I think it's more than highly doubtful, probably impossible that he'll play tomorrow night against Cleveland. But Sunday marks the day of the 1-week reevaluation period. I wouldn't rule against Devin Booker being hungry and getting out there and lacing him up against the Clippers on Sunday night.
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be very good.
Yeah, listen, and I think we've seen a couple of instances already from Devin Booker this year that run contrary to the way a lot of people like to think about NBA players. And a lot of people like to think NBA players, they're lollygaggers. They don't really want to play, and they're looking to extend their time in the training room, and they take their sweet time getting back, and you know all of that. I think Devin Booker on a couple of occasions this year has proven how much he wants to be part of what's going on this year. And this is the latest. The fact that he's back on the practice court. You know, if Jordan Knott is really surprised by that, then I suppose so am I.
Yeah. Now on the other front, injury-wise with a guard, Jalen Green, out once again in their last game. He is listed as questionable for tonight. They are going into back-to-backs, another thing to consider. Playing two good teams on back-to-back nights as well in Detroit and Cleveland. Head coach Ott asked, hey, is Jalen Green going to play tomorrow against the Pistons?
There's been no setbacks. You know, he's still continuing to progress. We're into a back-to-back, which we're cognizant of it. But yeah, there's a plan. We'll see how he reacts to what he did today on the court. And then, we'll head into this back-to-back to do what is best for him, you know, knowing that he wants to get back as fast as possible. We want him back, but we're going to be smart.
And what did he do in practice?
He continued just to manage that tightness. We didn't do much. We just did film, and then we did some breakdowns on the floor, and he was a part of that.
All right, when you consider all of this, the path that Jalen Green has been on to get to this point, he's not playing in both of these games. I think that's a pretty safe bet. If I was Sammy...
As Sammy, I would. He's not playing in both of these games.
No, but will it be tonight or will it be tomorrow? I think tomorrow probably makes more sense. With a day off after. Now, they might, I mean...
Well, if he plays tonight, he'll get a day off after anyway.
Well, true.
But I know what you're saying.
The need might be greater tonight because we don't know the status of Colin Gillespie. Because he was out in the last game with a hand injury. He was putting up shots after. He's also listed as questionable, but it would be really detrimental to go into tonight's game with another situation where you have three guards to choose from.
No, I agree with that.
And it's Grayson Allen and Jamari Bouye and Jordan Goodwin. I mean, that's who they had available against the Nets.
I think about 6 weeks ago, successive games after the Pistons, of course, against the Cavaliers and the Clippers might not have looked very daunting, but we know the Clippers are playing much better, and the Cavaliers team I watched last night looked to me very much like a Cavaliers team that learned, last year we kind of peaked too early. peaking in mid-January, probably not a good thing for a basketball team, right? I mean, they won a lot of games, and yes, they were injured and compromised when the playoffs got here. But they were one of those teams that was pedal to the metal regular season kind of teams last year.
It was also interesting, though, because they were on pace. I remember a regular season matchup between them and Oklahoma City that was special because both of their records were outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody, even though the record was gaudy, I don't really think anybody took Cleveland seriously as a title contender last year. Do you? And maybe that's part of the shift in thinking that you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that we did peak too early.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Suns went through that in their 64-win season. They got labeled a team that was trying too hard in the regular season. And did it catch up with them? It certainly did in the second round of the playoffs. So maybe that's the adjustment. Donovan Mitchell continues to be a very I think he's an interesting case. He's a great player.
Mm-hmm.
He's never been to a conference final.
Nope.
He's never gone past the second round. And that was as the focal point in Utah. He's the focal point in Cleveland. A couple pretty good franchises who won a lot of basketball games.
Number one seed in Utah.
Yeah, number one seed in Utah one year. And they just haven't been able to get it done. So I wonder if that change in thinking is going to pay off this year.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
And I don't even know if it is a change in thinking. No. I just know that they didn't. People were like, "What happened to this team?" And it just looks like they're kind of morphing to something better right about.
You know what happened? They don't have Jordan Ott on their sideline.
Well, there you go.
Their quote,
some losses you just can't recover from.
They're, quote, gearing up for the right time, and Garland missing a majority of the beginning of the year was a case. But if you're
he's still not right. He can't shake that.
Exactly. But if you're the Suns and you think if Devin Booker can be back Sunday against honestly, probably the hottest team in the NBA in the Clippers right now, you have to think, like, if you can just get one of these next two in this back-to-back and Book comes back Sunday, you feel in a pretty good space, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the way things are lining up in front of them, you're hoping for a win in these next 3 games.
Yes,
I mean, this was a chance, and I identified it at the beginning and looking forward to this homestand and this stretch of 16 of 19 on their home floor, a chance to make some hay, but the injury gods did not cooperate with that. That's got to be your goal, to win one of these games against Detroit, Cleveland, and LA, and everything else is gravy.
I would agree.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's pretty fair. And then hopefully get back to full strength.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because then you get at Portland, who, again, they're fine, but a game you should win if you're healthy. Home for Golden State, they're kind of a mess. Home for Philly, who knows if Embiid and Paul George, and just beat them. And then home for Dallas. So things could turn around pretty quickly, especially if you get healthy, which is always the case.
Suns and Pistons, round 2 tonight. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports. Coming up next, we know Bill Belichick won't be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Why is that? We'll talk to a man with a Hall of Fame vote himself. Kent Summers will join us. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach continues. Who's going to wear that head coach headset and pace the sidelines for the Cardinals on game day in 2026?
This has been a very quiet process. I don't think you're hearing a lot of leaks. I mean, they've kept it very close to the vest.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board. The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt has been a name Arizonans trust. They've got experience, they've got selection, and they've got the offers to back them all up. And right now, you could score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit, or how about $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or you've got the option of opting for an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend, just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing. Again, on approved credit. All these offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end February 2nd, 2026. Tex Earnhardt, the founder, he used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online anytime, earnhardtford.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is January 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without a head coach. Them and the Las Vegas Raiders are the only two teams remaining with a head coaching vacancy. The Cardinals do have plans to interview Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator and play caller Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. For more on what you need to know about the search, head to arizonasports.com. Will we see Jalen Green tonight against the Detroit Pistons? Maybe. The Suns guard is listed as questionable ahead of the matchup against the Eastern Conference 1 seed in Cade Cunningham, and Devin Booker remains out with an ankle sprain, and Colin Gillespie is questionable as he's dealing with a right hand sprain. But tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last
man standing type of deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
We continue on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Always a pleasure when we get our next guest on the show, and lots to talk about with the one and only Kent Summers, who joins us via video this morning. Kent, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. I realize I need to up my office game. It looks like a ransom video.
Look behind me, dude. Look behind me.
I need to hold up the newspaper, but you can't find a newspaper these days.
Yeah,
so.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
Kent, if you need help, blink twice.
Yeah, right. Exactly. All right, so we've got a lot to talk to you about as a Hall of Fame voter, and you've been one for quite some time. I read that you did vote for Bill Belichick. What do you make of all of this that's going around with him not being a first ballot Hall of Famer?
I was shocked at first, and then the more I thought about it, maybe it shouldn't have been so stunning. I mean, he should have been in first ballot. I think it's a little bit embarrassing for both the committee and I think especially the Hall of Fame when you delve into it. I know there was a lot of reports out there that, there are people on the committee who didn't like the way he treated the media, and this was their way of getting back at it. But I don't think that's the case. I think it's more process driven. I think the Hall of Fame decided a couple of years ago to lump a coaching candidate, a contributor candidate, along with three players from that come from the Veterans Committee. So out of those five guys, you can vote for three. I think there were a number of selectors who probably thought, I'm going to use my vote for the players or for Robert Kraft, the owner, because I think Belichick is a slam dunk. He's going to get in anyway. Let me spread my vote to other places. And I think if that was a strategy, it obviously backfired.
Yeah, Ken, you brought up something that I brought up earlier in the show. I think the process is flawed when you have a very recent head coach like Bill Belichick with that resume and a current owner in Robert Kraft going up against L.C. Greenwood, Roger Craig, and Ken Anderson. It gets a little bit dicey. To me, the only argument against not voting for Bill Belichick on a first ballot under any circumstance is the presence of Spygate. How much of a factor do you think that was for a lot of your fellow voters?
I think it was a factor for some. The meeting was 2 weeks ago, and I can't discuss details of what was said in the meeting, but obviously that was brought up, and I'm sure there were a handful of voters, the 50 voters, who had a problem with that. I doubt whether 11 voters had a problem with that. He needed 40 votes to get in. I really doubt that there were that many guys who had a problem with Spygate. I didn't like Spygate either, and it's a stain on Bill Belichick's resume.
Absolutely.
But that stain doesn't cover up 6 Super Bowl victories and what he did there. I just thought he'd be a slam dunk. And honestly, I was kind of looking forward to an induction ceremony with both he and Robert Kraft there. That would have been kind of fun.
That would have been amazing. I told this story yesterday as somebody, when we've covered a lot of Super Bowls together, and there have been a lot of Saturdays when I've been off, and I'm like, come on, Kent, let's go day drinking. And you're like, sorry, Bick, I can't. I got to spend the day with the Hall of Fame committee. That in mind now, you're, I guess, going to present and make the case for Larry Fitzgerald again. Is there any concern that if you're going to, that maybe people are going to hold the Cardinals against Fitz? Because, we anecdotally have noticed that on a lot of these retrospective lists, Larry Fitzgerald seems to fall through the cracks on some of them. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he does. I did present him to the committee. I thought it was received well. And in talking to Hall of Fame voters throughout the year, I didn't get a lot of pushback. I got a lot of, oh yeah, no doubt he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. But as I alluded to earlier with these rule changes, 3 years ago with different rules and the classes were bigger, I thought when I presented Larry Fitzgerald, I would just stand up and say his name and say, hey, anybody got any questions?
Yeah.
But with the way things changed, I didn't feel comfortable doing that. You can't take anything for granted. And what happened to Bill Belichick's an example of that. So I made the presentation and I was ready, and I like if there's any pushback, please, tell me, let's discuss this. And I feel good about it, but I have no idea what's going to happen Thursday night at NFL Honors next Thursday night when they announce this. We don't, unlike past years, we don't know who the class is. They've decided to keep that from us because what do you know, 50 members of the committee, might leak some information once in a while.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Fitz and his contentious relationship with the media is really going to come back to bite him in the butt there, Kent.
I think the only thing that, I think until the playoff runs of 2008 and again, and, under Bruce Arians, you could say, okay, what were his big moments? He was a stat compiler, I guess you could say, if you're playing devil's advocate. But what he did in the Super Bowl run in 2008 and
unreal,
when he was nearly as good the following year in 2009 and then again in 2015 with the overtime victory over the Packers with those iconic plays in overtime. People remember that. Football people, which the 50 people on the committee are, they remember that. They knew that. And when he did the few times get on the big stage, he didn't wilt.
Kent Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. And for people that are listening and you're so entrenched in this process, clarify the process because the Belichick thing is different, as you mentioned. Larry's on a ballot of finalists of players that are eligible, 15 finalists. How many of those are definitely getting in? Because this is a good class.
On selection day, they have to have a minimum of 3. And on when we have that meeting, we cut it from 15 to 10 and then to 7. And out of those 7 players, you can vote for 5.
Okay.
So, 50 people, 250 votes, you start doing the math, which I was never good at, but the votes go quickly when there are some slam dunk candidates. So what it did last year, it made the class considerably smaller than it's been in the last decade or so, which the Hall of Fame kind of wanted, and they had people in the Hall of Fame, players who had been pushing them. Look, this isn't as exclusive as it used to be. These classes need to be smaller. We're letting too many people in, and it wasn't just Deion Sanders. It was a lot of guys, and the Hall of Fame responded to that. And has made the process, designed the process as such so the classes are smaller.
All right, let's talk about the Cardinals really briefly. I think a lot of Cardinal fans were like, yeah, Mike LaFleur, I could get excited about that. And he was here for a couple of days, and I think the vibe was, wow, this thing must be nearing an end. And there was no end. And Mike LaFleur went home without any resolution or any deal. And now there's an interview with Clint Kubiak. And I'm not sure whether fans really believe that Clint would choose Arizona over the Raiders, given all the circumstances. Your thoughts on everything, where this team is, this moment in time, the frustration of this fan base, and who they might end up with as a head coach?
I get it. I get the frustration, and their process always seemed to take a long time. I mean, I covered 7 coaching searches when I was the Cardinals beat writer, and then as columnist. And the only time it went quickly is when they went completely out of the box with a Buddy Ryan, a Denny Green, a Cliff Kingsbury. Otherwise, it's, as Michael Bidwell will say, we're casting a wide net. We're doing our due diligence, and it takes a lot of time, and they're never first in line for candidates. And we've seen that now. It's no surprise that Cleveland, Las Vegas, and the Cardinals are the last jobs open. I'm not panicking if I'm a Cardinals fan. If the delay is because they're interviewing Clint Kubiak, I would be all for that. I mean, he's a bright young coach. I just don't get all hung up on a lot of the candidates. I mean, we don't know who their staffs will be. And can anybody sit here and say that Clint Kubiak or Mike LaFleur or is better than Vance Joseph, or that, you don't know who the staff is. You don't know what they would be as head coaches. Are they the next Sean McVay, or are they the next Josh McDaniels?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're just very good coordinators and not head coaches. We'll see. I don't think it's time to panic. There are still candidates out there. I don't know that I look at Las Vegas and think, oh no, we can't compete with them. I mean, look at the Raiders' history.
It is a checkered history, no doubt. But I wanted to get your take, too. There was a lot of reaction to one candidate that popped up in the news this week, and that was Ron Rivera, who's been out of coaching for a couple years, was at the college ranks as a GM, and an interesting resume, but kind of a surprising off-the-radar pick. What was your reaction to that, Kent?
Yeah, a little bit surprising. I mean, I thought his days were done as an NFL head coach, and they probably are. I had heard later that while that news broke this week, that happened early in the process. He hasn't been back for a second interview that we know of. But yeah, and that, I'm not saying he was interviewed for the Rooney Rule, but that also fulfills a portion of that. I mean, he had some success in the league. He had some success at building downtrodden franchises up to a certain point. Mm-hmm. It sort of makes sense, but wow, can you imagine if the Cardinals would have hired Ron Rivera? I mean, there would have been a revolt among the fan base, a bigger one than there is now.
Wow.
Kent, one last question to get to the bottom of it. When Bick suggested day drinking and you had Hall of Fame work to do, did that dissuade him from day drinking? I think I know the answer to that question.
I never partook in that. I was just totally against. That was just a big excuse. No, I mean, Saturday was the day off from the Super Bowl. I remember those days, like before I was on the committee, a Saturday in New Orleans where you could actually go out to
enjoy the city,
restaurants, and have a lot of drinks that were primary colors, and you just had to make sure you got your rest the night before.
Yeah, exactly. In bed by 8, man.
Kent, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Kent Summers, a Hall of Fame voter, longtime Cardinals writer. He joined us via video. Coming up next, has Giannis played his last game for the Bucks? Did LeBron play his last game in Cleveland for any team last night? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ball. Ball.
Text the word ball to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and as sports fans, we all know winning on the court is great and all, but if you are ever injured in an accident, winning in court becomes absolutely essential. One of many reasons why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies. So did many of his attorneys. They were all disgusted by how predatory insurance companies have become, how they now take advantage of everyday people at their very weakest moments, and now they use that passion, all that experience, and all their knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they're one of only a few firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and all that trial experience gives them a great deal of leverage when negotiating with those insurance companies. This is a primary reason why you choose Sweet James, because they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small, they consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the country. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Remember, the call is free. You will pay nothing until Sweet James wins your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers, not available in all states or situations.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yes, I mean, that's every road arena that I've been in, I think I talked about that just trying to take everything in, not take the moments for granted, because it could be, I obviously haven't made a decision on the future, but it very well could be. So, no matter if it's here or, going to Washington, playing the next game, Garden, Barkley, on this trip. So, obviously it means a little bit more here for me personally because of, grew up, 35 minutes south of here.
That's LeBron James last night talking about what could have been his final game as an NBA player in Cleveland. Now it came as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, who got stomped by the Cavs by 30 points. The Cavs won that game. But that seems to be the speculation, and there's LeBron kind of paying acknowledgement to, hey, I don't know what my future holds. There seems to be so much speculation building, Vic, that it wasn't LeBron's last game in Cleveland, that in fact he will play in that arena again, and it will likely happen as a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Well, listen, I think that is very fair speculation because I don't look at LeBron James as somebody who's going to go, you know what, they don't really want me here. This is Luka's team. I guess I'm going to retire. That doesn't seem like the LeBron James we all know and love, does it? Doesn't LeBron James strike you as a guy that wants the victory lap?
Oh, he wants the retirement tour.
The retirement tour.
Absolutely.
I mean, again, he's the only player in the NBA wearing a patch dedicated to LeBron James, 23 years in the NBA. I still find that story hysterically funny. Right? That there's a celebration to be had in the NBA, that a patch was created, that an NBA player has reached 23 seasons in the association, and LeBron is wearing the patch, and he's the only dude in the league who is. Okay, so if that's the case, then LeBron James is going to play basketball somewhere else next year.
Yeah, he did acknowledge in his media session last night that he's in a battle with Father Time. At one point, he was acknowledging, hey, I'm kicking Father Time's ass. That's no longer the case. He's not the same player. He's not having the same impact with the Lakers. And I think there is a behind the scenes acknowledgement that he's not the guy there anymore. But among those speculating on whether or not LeBron could end up back in Cleveland, Charles Barkley.
There's one thing I'm sure of. This is last year with the Lakers. He's not going to play with the Lakers next year. I've always said I'd like to see him finish in Cleveland. I'm not opposed to him getting traded to Cleveland this year, to be honest with you, because the Eastern Conference is up for grabs. I think
is the West.
The West is not up for grabs. Well, they can't grab it. It might be up for grabs, but the Lakers can't grab it. Like I said, I'd love to see him finish his career in Cleveland because I've been on the record. I thought he should have never left Cleveland. But this is his last year with the Lakers. The Lakers pretty much like, this is it. So depending on what happens, like I say,
What if they win a championship?
I tell you what,
would this be his last year?
No, man. Let me tell you something. The Lakers are not gonna win the championship, and you know that too.
So I mean, would it be a nice moment for LeBron? I find it interesting that I think Cleveland, yes, from a PR standpoint, from a completing the circle standpoint, it would be a nice story where he started, and obviously one of the most, arguably the greatest player ever. I'm not on that side of the argument, but I don't think it would help the Cavaliers on the court necessarily to have LeBron back next year and maybe beyond.
I mean, it depends on if it's a 1 year. It's not going to be for $25 million or more,
I'm not even talking about the finances of it. LeBron's not going to go if he plays next year. He's not going to go anywhere and play 8 minutes off the bench.
No,
be the old guy who's going to get a rocking chair presented to him in every gym. He's going to want to play.
But he's better than what DeAndre Hunter is giving them this year, and DeAndre Hunter's playing 20 minutes a game.
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Dean Wade, He can still help a team win games. It's not like he's going to go to a team and be just an overall minus.
He still has LeBron moments and LeBron stretches.
And that happens to all the great ones.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, he leads the NBA in fourth quarter scoring. It's pretty good down the stretch.
Why is he playing so much in the fourth quarter?
Because they need him, It's just...
He's still averaging 22, 7, and 6.
Again, I'm not saying he's near on death's door or anything. The Cavaliers are a pretty good basketball team.
I will say this is the first year that he's truly, for the entire year, looked like he's on the down, like really, truly.
Well, he's embraced his baldness.
Yeah.
That's a big step in itself.
Yes.
Thumbs up.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I was hoping he would do.
Easy for you to say.
Do you remember? Yeah, exactly.
You're a good point. Very good point.
I was hoping he would go the Carlos Boozer. Remember that?
Oh, and just like
nail polish
painted on.
No.
Oh, that's Jaylen Brown. I mean, there were basketball players this year complaining that they're getting shoe polish on their uniforms.
Oh my gosh. I saw this thing last night too. LeBron's been in the league so long, so the Cavs were wearing their throwback jerseys yesterday. Those were the jerseys LeBron debuted in.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wow.
Hilarious.
I think that would be good. I think that would be a good ending for LeBron. I really do. He's got to end someplace. And that's about the only place that would kind of really bring warm and fuzzies to the end of LeBron's career. Where else would he go?
Miami.
But
that's the only other one, right? That would.
Yeah. But again.
But his time in Miami didn't end all that well either. I mean, from behind the scenes and the stories.
Those are the only two possibilities. Are those
I
two
guess
cities.
You're right.
Yeah.
I guess you're right.
Did you also see the story earlier this week about LeBron coming out and saying, I didn't tell the Lakers to draft Bronny?
Oh, man. Well, listen, and this is part of that big story that our guy Baxter Holmes did on Jeannie Buss. Part of the Buss's family's problem with LeBron was that he was not grateful for the Lakers doing what they did to accommodate Bronny.
Yeah.
Which includes kicking Jordan Goodwin to the curb. Thank you very much.
All that's all good.
Oh yeah.
But even did he not have any influence on them drafting Bronny? He certainly had to have influence, and Rich Paul had influence on the Lakers carving out a guaranteed roster spot and a guaranteed multi-million-dollar contract for a G leaguer who doesn't ever play. That had to be the case, right?
Had to be the case. Had to be the case.
He's something else. Coming up next, we'll roll into the 9 o'clock hour on this Thursday. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would love Ron Rivera.
Why are people seemingly so against this? Isn't this the coach we kind of wanted at the beginning of the coaching cycle?
To me, I don't look at this guy coached somewhere and now he's available years later. He must have failed. He didn't fail in Carolina. They almost won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for me, Ron Rivera, he can coach. He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. As a player, based on Onions, he was super tough, man. As a coach, he will demand super tough players. He lived the culture that he's going to try to breed.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're a homeowner in Arizona, you know the sun does a number on your home. You know the sun does a number on your windows. If you're like me, if you've lived in your home 10 to 15 years, chances are your windows are getting near cooked. And if that is the case, my friends at Advanced Window Products, a great option for you. This is a company that is celebrating their 40th year anniversary, which means they are here to stay. And this is a great time to beautify your home, lessen your energy bills, all at the same time. At Advanced Window Products, most home windows and doors can be installed in one day. Sales and installation all done in-house. No middleman markups, which means you're going to get a great price. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. That lifetime warranty includes labor, glass, and parts, and is transferable to the next homeowner should you ever sell your home. They're going to offer you the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you're going to find in Arizona. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less, you can customize the color of your windows, white, tan, or dark brown, and there's great financing options available, which means now is a great time to give them a call. I did it. I took advantage of one of their sales. They've got one going on right now. You get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. Everything about the process from installation to cleanup was absolutely fantastic. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake, led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight from Mortgage Matchup Center against the Detroit Pistons. And again, Jalen Green is questionable as he continues to work through his hamstring issue. But tip-off will be at 7 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Arizona Cardinals coaching search is still ongoing, and they're just one of 2 teams left with a head coach, without a head coach, but they're expected to meet with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. And Phoenix Mercury icon Diana Taurasi headlines the 2025 Arizona Sports Hall of Fame class. For the full list, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. It is Social Studies at 9 o'clock every single morning here on Bickley and Murata. And if you're wondering where you can find us, where you can find the questions posted daily, we are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And shout out to the 358 of you guys watching on YouTube.
Ooh.
Yeah, numbers are that's a
We need 42 more.
42 more. But I was going to say, we've been pretty level at around like 350 every single day, which is a big climb from
150 or so.
Yes, exactly, from when we started. So
well, ever since Jared started unbuttoning that shirt, the numbers have just been expanding.
Don't give him any ideas.
He drives the women in Phoenix wild.
I haven't seen that shirt yet, Jared.
Yes, it's a new. I'm looking for different things to go with my orange pants and my new purple shoes.
Yeah, Jared has shifted mostly to a wardrobe based around the pants and the shoes.
Yes, and he's
with
trying
the
to
interesting. For so many years, it was all about the shirt, but now he pivoted after all these years.
Jared, you could go to the Suns game looking like that, a little purple orange.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, but
my wedding colors were purple and orange.
Really?
My two favorite colors.
Wow.
Purple and orange.
Okay. But our first question is not for Suns fans, it's for Cardinals fans, and we've kind of briefly discussed this, but why is the Cardinals head coaching job a better job than the Raiders head coaching job, and why is the Raiders head coaching job better than the Cardinals?
The Raiders' job is better because they've got the number 1 overall pick. Cardinals aren't far behind, but if you're looking for a quarterback, they might as well be 10 miles behind that number 1 pick.
That's true.
So it's the Tom Brady ownership dynamic. It's and it's basically the same desert climate.
They play in a stadium that's made of black glass. How cool is that?
Listen, I've seen Metallica inside Allegiant Stadium. It is a very cool stadium.
I've not been inside, but I've been by it, and
it's very cool on the inside.
Now it looked, from some angles, it looks like a big Roomba, but
it kind of does. Yeah,
yes.
That's a good way of putting it.
We've covered why the Raiders' job is better in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Salary cap space, Tom Brady factor. Although is that a plus? Is it a minus? We don't know. And the number 1 overall pick, Cardinals. Look, we've been critical. We've been impatient. Whatever word you want to use. We want the best for the Cardinals, and they have a lot to offer. This isn't like the Cardinals in these processes, and sometimes maybe it gets perpetrated by us. But people paint them as a team that they don't even have enough helmets for their players. They have to share mouthpieces and cleats. It's not like that.
No.
They're in a down cycle right now. The Arizona Cardinals' job is a lot to offer as well.
And I would say it's not like the Cardinals don't have talent. Like every NFL team has talent. It's a matter of can you get the most out of these guys. Rhett Reese said, given the lack of job security among NFL head coaches, I think the better job is always the job with the better quarterback. So if you pick the Raiders, you believe Mendoza will be better than Murray, Brissett, or whomever the Cardinals plug in at quarterback. And then Beer Bob said the Raiders have some good young position players. You get to pick your quarterback, likely Mendoza, second most cap space, newer stadium facility, and better NFL PA across the board. But the Cardinals have Trey McBride, so he ended on a high note there. Okay, another thing we've been tossing around this morning as well. It's not going to happen. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, Gambo. It's not happening.
It's not happening. I can tell you it's not happening. The Suns are not going to do it.
Don't fear the Reaper.
Not happening.
But for Suns fans.
Where's my yogurt?
Got the spoon. Would you trade Devin Booker for Giannis Antetokounmpo? Why or why not? And the options are yes, you stupid slumgullion. I think I got that right, Jared.
Slumgullion.
Slumgullion. Or no, you snotty snolgoster. 2 words I've never...
Snollygoster.
Snollygoster.
Yeah, 2 words nobody's ever heard before, Sammy, so you're off the hook there.
Cool. Yeah, just, when you see him for the first time, when you're reading them, you don't really know.
My only response to this really is, why are you guys running Devin Booker out of town? Thanks a lot, Bickley.
Well, what are you looking at me for?
I'm being a smartass. No, I mean, you snotty, snollygoster.
Why do people have to react like that?
I know.
Why can't you just treat it as a actual proposition?
I agree with you.
A hypothetical question.
That was me poking fun at those types of responses.
Right.
Shining the light on those responses.
Because you would think if you're Milwaukee and you're looking at a trade package of Jonathan Kuminga and Jimmy Butler, who may never return from this surgery, you would think the Suns could put together a better package. Now, I'm not saying I'm for it, but if you need a power forward, you got one of the best that's ever played.
Right there.
So what are the results, Sammy?
So 79% of the vote says no. 21% of the vote says yes. And a couple of good responses. Steven Ruiz said, Vince already works really late. Imagine if we had Giannis's free throw routine to every hole.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness. And a lot of Antetokounmpos would be mentioned from Vinny there. Travis said,
I like what Tom Foss said. He said, no, you ferret-brained pimple shine. Take that, ferret.
Yes, he did say that. And then he went on to say it would never work. We've got something special going on here in Phoenix, and Book is
That's
the main
why I wouldn't
piece.
do it. Yeah.
Yes, something
We're 3 years removed from trading beloved players for this shiny object.
That's why I wouldn't do it. If the Suns were right there on the doorstep, maybe you consider it, but that's why I wouldn't do it.
I think you made the good point also, is if we had 40 games of Jalen Green looking like the next superstar for the team.
And there was position overlap, and you're like, yeah, right.
But, I mean, to go back to something I brought up tongue-in-cheek, not long ago on this show, before Jalen Green came back from the injury, the possibility of the hypothetical of trading him came up, and Suns fans took offense to that too.
Mm-hmm.
But there were at that time I felt it was kind of split. You had a bunch of Suns fans being like, "No, why would you trade him?" But then you had some Suns fans being like, "We should trade him." Right? Did you feel that way?
It's certainly more split. But the people that were against the trade were very vocal.
No, I would agree. Yeah. Okay, so our last question, again, happening this morning. Dan Bickley walked in and found a used spoon.
Big old tablespoon.
On your console?
Yes.
Okay.
Caked with old yogurt.
Yes, with some old yogurt on it. And we've been trying to
One
get
of the worst forms of yogurt, I would have
Definitely.
to say.
Yeah.
It's bottom of it today. So we asked, what is the grossest or weirdest thing that has ever happened to you at your work?
You really want me to tell this story?
Yes.
It's gross.
Okay. We asked it.
It happened when I was in college and I was working at a hotel reservation center. And for some reason I had this weird itch in my throat. I wasn't sick. But it was like one of those ones where I had to keep making kind of almost to scratch the itch, if you will.
Yeah, the original Haktua.
Yeah, and at one point I did that to satisfy the itch, and a giant ball of mucus and blood came flying out of my mouth. Like,
No.
I'm talking
A bloody phlegm.
Like the size of a golf ball.
Oh, come on now.
Hurled out of my mouth and landed on my pant leg.
Oh, dude.
I looked around and nobody saw it.
Thank goodness.
So I covered it up with a piece of paper and I went to the restroom and I washed it off. It never happened before. It hasn't happened since. But I immediately came back, even though I was mortified. I immediately came back and told everybody what had just happened.
Oof.
Oh, man.
We all know what the grossest thing that ever happened to Archie Bradley, right, Jarrett? You know that. Have you heard that story?
I pooped my pants. I pooped my
I
pants.
haven't heard that in a while. So we're going to hear it 8 more times.
I used to be a busboy at a local restaurant here, and it was the end of the night, and we're refilling the ketchup dispensers, and we have this huge bag of ketchup. And when in opening it, my knife kind of slipped, and I was waste as much ketchup as you can imagine.
Oh, no.
Oh. Thank God it was like we were closing, and so I could just kind of go home. But man.
There are unbelievable listener contributions to this question.
We got to get
by the
back
way.
to this.
Yes,
Unbelievable.
We have good ones.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to this and off the grid.
Yes, it's a good tease.
Extended social studies today. Thanks, Sammy. Yep. Coming up next on the Thursday edition, heartbreaking loss for GCU the other night. We'll talk to their head coach, Bryce Drew, for his weekly visit. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal, goes to his right, still on the dribble, 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane, runs one off the window, got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and one of the pitfalls of hiring a service company in Arizona is you never know who's going to show up at your front door. This is one of many reasons you hire Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and that's because every Parker & Sons technician is trust certified, which is a pretty big deal. It means they're all licensed, they're all bonded, they're all insured, they've all passed background checks, they have all passed drug tests. Look, you don't let anybody in your front door. You've got to be comfortable with who you let in to work on your house. At Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. For over 50 years, Parker & Sons has been helping Arizona homeowners stay comfortable with honest, expert service. They're reputable and highly decorated. They're fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, and holidays. They will show up on time. They will fix it right at a fair price, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You know, this is one of those topics that no one really wants to think about, but if you're a parent, a homeowner, married, or helping take care of aging parents, it's something that honestly deserves a little attention. I'm talking about estate planning. And before you tune out thinking it's complicated or expensive, that's actually why I want to mention Trust and Will. Trust and Will makes estate planning feel way less intimidating than it sounds. They offer modern, attorney-designed wills and trusts that you can create online. And the process is surprisingly straightforward. In fact, you can create a will in as little as 30 minutes. That includes things like guardianship for your kids or pets, how your assets are distributed, and even healthcare directives. Don't wait until it's too late. Protect your loved ones with Trust and Will, the most trusted name in online estate planning. Go to trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. That's trustandwill.com/plan for 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
You applied to Grand Canyon University because you want somewhere fun and affordable, where hands-on classes and access to industry pros can help you build skills employers need, with the opportunity to graduate in less than 4 years. You want to feel seen, loved, called to more, to know you found your purpose. Make yourself the main character. Begin your story. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Arizona Sports. Bickley and Marotta talk Grand Canyon University men's hoops with the head coach. This is the Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card.
Yeah, devastating loss last time out for the Lopes on the road in Reno against Nevada. 2 games coming up at home, Boise State and Air Force for the Lopes, and we're joined by the head coach of GCU men's basketball, Bryce Drew, to talk about all of it with us this morning. Bryce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Bryce.
Good morning. Good morning to you guys.
It's devastating. It's one of those losses. A lot of people tweeting about the way that game ended. But let's go back before the ending of that game, Bryce. You're up on the road by double digits in the first half against Nevada. 9-point lead with 4 minutes to go. What was your message to your team to avoid getting in a situation where you can have an ending like that when you think you seemingly have things in control late?
Yeah, we started with a lot of adversity. 2 starters didn't play. And so we had a lot of guys had to step up. Our rotation was really short. So we had to play guys a lot of minutes. So message was basically do what we've been doing. Nothing changed in the last 4 minutes. Really hurt. We went 1 for 5 from the free throw line, including a front end in the last minute 51. And then obviously fouled a 3-point shooter with 0.8 on the clock. So really, really tough to swallow all that in the last minute 51.
Yeah, you had to have about 9 or 10 little things go wrong for you to lose that game, and they all happened. So I'm curious, as a head coach who's had a lot of success, how do you handle a team after that? Do you show them compassion? Do you push them? Do you lean on them? What do you do to help a team rebound from such a heartbreaking defeat?
Yeah, I don't know if you're in the locker room, you understand how emotional it was. We had one player just flat out break down in tears after the game. We've worked so hard and we played so well. We deserved to win the game. And obviously it was a big game in the standings. And so for us to lose how we did, the guys were already crushed. They knew that we had the game. And so, I think there's a little bit of everything that you just said in there. We definitely don't want that to turn into depression to lead into tomorrow's night's game. So, but we also have to learn and try to make sure it doesn't happen again. So it starts with me. There's things that I got to do better to help our team be more prepared in those situations. So, we'll lock in on those, and there's things they have to do, and they need to lock in on those. And hopefully if we're in that situation again, it'll be a different outcome.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word learn, and we're talking to Bryce Drew, the head coach of GCU, and I think that's an important word here. And for people who don't know the situation at the end of regulation with 1 second left, Mekhi Williams, who played one of those guys that played extra minutes, 43 minutes in the game as it turned out, Bryce, but trying to make a play, trying to save the game for his team, fouled a 3-point shooter. Credit to Rollison from Nevada. He made all 3 to send it to overtime. And you mentioned how to deal with the messaging from the team, but a lot of people from the outside will look at a situation like that and say, how can a player do that? What is he thinking? Well, nobody knows what he was thinking or what he was trying to do. But as a coach in the moment, how do you use that as a teachable moment that Mekhi Williams and others can learn from? We lost Bryce.
Oh, we lost Bryce.
He lost interest in my long-winded
He got angry at your question and hung up the phone. Said, forget that guy.
Is this guy ever going to get to the question?
Right, exactly.
Hopefully we can reconnect.
Yeah. So they're back in action against Boise State. Look, they've had an interesting a go of things in the Mountain West. They've had some really, really good triumphs, as we've talked about. Back-to-back wins against Utah State, San Diego State, and we've got Bryce back.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that really long-winded question you heard, Bryce, but where did I cut off there? I was told erroneously by Jarrett we had him back. We do not have him back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I heard him.
No, I was saying that going into that game, you're talking about a program that had handled Utah State, San Diego State, big wins for them. And then they beat Fresno State rather handily. So, it's been this came at a time when the program was cresting in the right direction.
Yep. I can hear.
There he is.
There's Bryce.
Yeah, hey, sorry about that. I had a call and I don't know what happened.
No worries, man.
Away from you guys. So
I don't know how much of that question you heard. I think it was most of it before you dropped off, Bryce.
Yeah. Obviously Mackay did not want to foul. He wanted to win the game. He actually told one of our coaches later that he played against that kid in high school, and the kid hit a game-winning 3 against him. And and so like he didn't want it to happen again. But again, he tried to make a play on the ball. Obviously we got to learn, we got to get better. But I look at the 1 for 5 free throws in the last minute 51. All we have to do is make one free throw, and the game's over. So the positive is we held them to, I think, 30% for the game. Defensively, our guys were phenomenal for 40 minutes. It was a game we should have won, but we didn't. So just like we won the San Diego State game, which we could have lost, we lost this one we could have won. So we got to bounce back. There's a lot of league games left, and every game is going to be tough.
We've seen growth moments for a lot of your players. We've seen a shift in the starting lineup, which really sparked a good change in the team. We've seen Dennis Evans come on to be a contributor. The wins against Utah State, San Diego State, those were significant victories for the program. Where you're at right now, 6-3 in the Mountain West, how do you like where you're at, all things considered, Bryce?
Yeah, I'd feel a lot better if we'd have made a free throw and we were 7-2 in league right now. One game out of first, and so obviously that game stings. I don't know if it'll ever go away, but we have to move on, from it, not let us affect us in the future. And so that really hurts. But I thought we were playing really good basketball. We won 3 in a row. We have a couple games at home here, and so we still have a lot of great opportunities. 11 league games left, 6 at home, 5 on the road. So. Our guys have a lot to play for. Hopefully we can get Brian Moore back. He's been out for a couple games. He was playing really well. And, Caleb Shaw, we don't know his status, but, it's really hurt. We were playing our best basketball and then 2 starters went down. So, other guys got to step up and we got to get back to playing. Winning basketball.
You mentioned the 2 games coming up at home. I imagine the Havocs are going to be hungry after what happened. But Boise State, a team that you saw on the road in Boise early on in conference play, you handled them well. And then on the back end of that Tuesday, Air Force, the team, they're having a really rough year. But what do you expect from those teams, and how hungry is your team to get back out there?
Yeah, I think we're really tired right now. We played 3 games in 7 days and 2 different flight trips. So we haven't really had a chance to practice in about 2 weeks to have like a good practice. This is another short turnaround. It'll be our 4th game in 10 days. It's almost like an NBA schedule.
Yeah.
So thankfully after this Friday, we'll get a couple of days, hopefully get a good practice day, which will be our first in about 2.5 weeks. And so Boise's looks totally different than we played them the first time. They've won 4 in a row. They have wins against St. Mary's this year. They have win at Butler, who's right now in the bubble to get in the tournament. And so it's a really good team. They went through a stretch that they didn't win some games, but they were really good early and they're playing really good now.
Yeah, and you take a look too, and I'll go back to these games against Utah State and San Diego State, and I think we talked about this, that now with the FS1 platform and the Mountain West platform, the Havocs are getting another sort of another reintroduction to the basketball world in a very, very good way, because I have seen a ton of stuff online about, man, you should check out that home crowd advantage at GCU. Have you noticed some of that, Bryce?
It's been great. We thought that was one of the big advantages going to the Mountain West is all the national TV games. And, the branding you get from being on TV, just people at sports bars or at restaurants or flipping through the TV late at night. Even if they just catch a glimpse of what our arena looks like, it's great branding for our school, for our program. And so as that branding grows, we're hopeful that's going to help even more with recruiting, with more eyes seeing Lope basketball.
Bryce, as always, thanks for the time and the insight. Best of luck in these next two games, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you. Bryce Drew, the head coach of the GCU Lopes. He joins us every week.
That was about as tough of a loss as a team can endure.
Yes.
And you outlined all of it. They have 80% free throw shooters, bricking free throws.
And like you said, they were getting on a roll, too, in conference.
Yeah. Oof.
It's a chance to get back on a roll, though, even though Boise State is playing a lot better, like Bryce said. By the way, I was remiss in not mentioning a shout-out and a thank you to our audience in Maryvale this morning. Appreciate it. Coming up next... Does the winning streak continue? Put on your thinking caps.
Sammy's shaking his head no.
The generation gap is straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Bryce Drew Show, presented by Global Credit Union. Proud to be GCU's official financial partner and the only place to get your official Lopes debit card. Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here's what's different about GCU. It's one of the country's biggest universities with over 360 programs shaped by industry leaders. GCU's campus ranks among the top in the nation. Most of all, GCU cares about affordability. The average federal and private loan debt for GCU undergrads is lower than the average for private nonprofit four-year universities. Find your purpose at GCU. Visit gcu.edu.
Here's the deal. When you're struggling with private student loan debt, you feel awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I've heard from people that are in that exact spot. It's not a fun place to be. But just know that if you are dealing with that, there's a way forward. And that way forward is called Y Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do. And in the process of helping you, they're not judging you. They're not asking you a bunch of questions about how you got into the situation that you got into. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, no problem. That's when Y Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't have to define you. They don't get the final say. Y Refi helps you take back control and get your life in order once again. Give them a call today, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
A great haircut every time in a barbershop that will make you feel young again. That's V's Barbershop. Dave Burns here. And for Jimmy V, the founder of V's, that was his mission. Hire the very best barbers in town and create that old-fashioned vibe that you experienced as a kid. You open the door to V's, and it's a wave of nostalgia. And when you leave, you have a haircut to be proud of from a barber that you trust. The next time you're thinking about where to go to get your haircut, don't think about it. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hobick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hobick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is January 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without a head coach. Them and the Raiders are the only two teams remaining with a head coaching vacancy. The Cardinals do have plans to interview Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator and play caller Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. For more on what you need to know about the search, head to arizonasports.com. Will we see Jalen Green tonight against the Pistons? Maybe. The Suns guard is listed as questionable ahead of the matchup against the Eastern Conference 1 seed in Cade Cunningham. Devin Booker remains out with an ankle injury, and Colin Gillespie is also questionable as he's dealing with a right hand sprain. But tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 o'clock right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right. This morning's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is who will the Arizona Cardinals hire as their next head coach? Is it Clint Kubiak, Mike LaFleur, Raheem Morris, or Anthony Weaver? Right now, if you had to say.
I'm still leaning LaFleur. Although it's a very tenuous answer. I don't even know how confident I am on that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I would not include Vance Joseph still in the mix.
I'm there with you.
And when I say that, there's some wishful thinking involved as well.
41% of the vote voted Clint Kubiak, 35% Mike LaFleur, 16% Raheem Morris, and 7% Anthony Weaver. So some optimism with Clint Kubiak there. We'll see.
All right, that's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can cast your vote right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
You've heard of the battle of the sexes. This is the battle of the sexy. But it's the older sex symbols on the show versus the younger ones. The battle of generations, generational trivia. Vince and Dan representing the older generation versus Sammy and Jamal from the midday show representing the younger generation. They will get questions in 4 categories: sports, pop culture, and trends/fad/slang. They will each get questions from the other one's generation.
Music.
What's that?
You left out
and music. Sorry. Sports, music, pop culture, and trends/slang. All right. Since they were so close last week, lost in a technicality.
It was, there was some.
Young people, would you like to go first or second?
You know what? We'll go first.
And
Let's
what
go.
category?
And we'll go with trend/fad. Let's mix it up.
You're gonna start it off with trends/slang.
Our worst category for sure.
No. Okay. What catchphrase question did Gary Coleman's character Arnold ask his older brother on the show Different Strokes, the catchphrase that became a phenomenon in the 1980s?
Different strokes.
Different. I have a guess. Jamal, do you have anything?
I don't know if I've heard of the show.
I haven't either. So I'm just gonna go with. We're gonna go with. Are you talking to me?
Ooh.
Are you talking to me?
It's close. The answer is erroneous, but it's kind of in the same lane.
You know, Gary Coleman,
Robert De Niro.
Either way.
Ron Wolfley.
Yeah.
All right.
Are you talking to me?
Right. That's who you're thinking of. The answer is.
You probably heard this on the airwaves from 2 to 6 a lot because Gambo says this phrase a lot. Vic, do you want
Say it.
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh.
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh, man.
Dang, that's a tough beat.
Yeah. All right. That's okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. It's a slow start. All right.
Old people.
Sammy, remember this when it comes to different strokes. The world don't move to the beat of just one drum.
Yeah, I've been saying that for years. All right. Slang/fads for the old people. What 3-letter word means out of touch old man to Gen Zers?
A three-letter
word.
A 3-letter word means out of touch old man.
I know this.
Good.
Man.
It's unk.
It is on.
Nice.
You see that a lot.
Nice.
All right, big, strong start. You're gonna have to come back here.
Come on.
All right,
Good job, Vinny.
Thanks, Vic.
Pop culture, sports, or music for Vincent.
Pop culture.
Yeah, let's go pop culture.
Pop culture. Okay. Including spin-offs, there have been 11 Fast and Furious movies. Can you give me the name of 5 of them?
Oh.
What?
Ooh. Tokyo Drift.
Tokyo Drift. All right, you got one.
I've heard that soundtrack constantly because of my youngest.
We have to name 5.
That's all I got, Vinny.
Wow. Too Fast, Too Furious.
Yes. Okay, that's 2.
Probably Fast and Furious.
Yes.
Fast and Furious.
That's 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
I'm genuinely surprised they got
Faster and Furiouser.
Faster and Furiouser is incorrect. Okay.
And Electric Boogaloo.
Okay. Those are good try though. All right, young people.
You got 3.
You got 3.
You need 2 more.
Okay, Jamal.
Okay, Fast 5
Fast 5.
and F10. That's like the title of the 10th one.
The 10th one it's Fast 10, but
Fast 10, yeah.
F10.
I just when I saw the title, it was F10.
okay, there's abbreviation. Well, here's the answers. You didn't say the Fast and the Furious, the first one.
They did.
No, they said Fast and Furious, which
But you said spin-offs.
No, I said there's been 11 Fast and Furious movies, including spin-offs. Whatever it is, you wouldn't have gotten 5.
I misunderstood that question.
The Fast and the Furious, Too Fast, Too Furious, the Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift, Fast 5, Fast and Furious 6, Furious 7, The Fate of the Furious, Hobbs and Shaw F9, and Fast 10.
I got a problem with that question, though, because we had to name 3 and they had to name 2, and they got the point.
That's how it works.
I
I'm
know.
sorry.
Yeah.
All right, young people.
I'll take it.
And you gave him F10 when F9 is the title, and number 10
correct.
is not F10.
You're correct. I'm helping them.
Yeah, wow.
But
It is a little
We're going to
slightly
make you
unfair.
into the first ballot Hall
Let's
of Fame,
go.
Jared.
Let's go.
Though a flop in the real world, what car brand became iconic when it was used as the time machine in Back to the Future?
The DeLorean.
Okay.
Bang.
Sammy, you legend.
Come on.
Sammy.
Well done.
Let's go.
All right, sports
Sammy,
or
way
music?
to hit that 2-foot
Sports
putt.
and music.
Thank you.
Hey, this is C music. All right, sports or music?
Sports.
In 1986, this man became the youngest heavyweight champion in boxing history at 20 years old when he defeated Trevor Burbeck.
1986.
Can I name any boxer from 1986?
I don't know if I can. Will last name suffice?
Sure.
All right, Holyfield.
That is incorrect.
Oh, Evander Holyfield.
Go ahead, Vic.
Mike Tyson.
Mike
that was
Tyson
my guess. I
is
thought-
correct.
Oh, man.
Mike Tyson.
It was too early.
No,
that was
he was
literally in my head.
He was young.
Dang it.
20 years old. A phenomenon.
That was a
All right,
layup.
old people. Who is
Yeah.
the current UFC heavyweight champion?
Wait.
Who is the
Heavyweight?
current
Oh,
UFC
I got it.
heavyweight
I got it.
champion?
Not my thing,
We
man.
were smart. We would start to study.
No, you do. Do you have an answer?
No.
All right.
All right, it's
Young people.
Tom Aspinall.
It is
Come on.
Tom
Attaboy,
Aspinall.
Sammy.
I've never heard of that guy in my life, but I'm not a UFC
Jamal.
fan.
It's tied up, right?
All right, music.
These questions are Aspinall.
All right, old people. The recent #1 hit, Die With a Smile, was a collaboration by what two pop superstars? Die With a Smile. #1 song for multiple weeks on the pop charts last year. Two pop superstars. Do you have a guess?
No.
Does it sound like a collaboration between
like
a
Dua
man and a
Lipa?
woman or two women?
I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point. If you got names, throw them out there.
I don't.
Do you guys know the answer, young people?
We can talk. What do you think?
I'm gonna throw out Morgan Wallen.
No. So I think it's not. I would know if it's Morgan. I'm thinking it's.
Come on.
Bruno Mars.
Bruno Mars is correct.
And
Oh, I have heard it. Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga is
Sammy.
correct.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Just disregarding the Morgan Wallen guess.
Yeah, disregard. Why don't you tilt the favors in there? Tilt the tables in their favor a little more,
That wasn't
Carlin.
a guess. That was just them talking. They said they're going to talk about it.
All right.
A chance to win.
For the win.
Oh, I think they've already won.
No, it's 4-3.
This is for a tie.
Oh, okay.
The 1986 smash hit Walk This Way was a collaboration between what two rock and hip hop groups?
I know this song too.
Aerosmith.
Aerosmith is correct.
And
Running late. We need an answer, please.
Aerosmith and Bon Jovi.
Aerosmith and Bon Jovi, famous hip hop group Bon Jovi, is incorrect. For the tie, guys, the answer is, of course,
Aerosmith and Run DMC.
Run DMC.
Run DMC, man. No tiebreak.
Gracious.
Once again.
Bent over backwards and you guys still
Once
couldn't win.
again, it was right there for you.
Good Lord.
Good tie. You guys are right there.
Mike Tyson.
See, that one's gonna
tap-in.
Yeah. That was a tap-in.
Anyway. Very impressive again by both of teams. You're
Good
very
job,
hip.
young folks.
Yes, good stuff.
I think our day is coming, Vinny.
The young folks and the unks both showed up today on Generation Gap.
All right, thanks, guys. Some final thoughts coming up on this Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ball. Ball.
Text the word ball to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and everybody should have goals. Goals are a great thing to have, but sports fans know better than anyone. You need more than goals to get where you're going. You need the right team, the right teammates, and you need a really good plan, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're uneasy about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, highly recommend you schedule a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. They can do you a lot of good. You can get a second opinion on your current portfolio. You can get a game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Remember, Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and they are not beholden to certain products or portfolios, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, plus they're fiduciaries, which is a big deal. It means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interest at all times. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I came away super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just honest, straight talk. When you meet with them, you'll see it all begins with relationships, and I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs, your desires, and what you want to do with your retirement. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call today, get your plan started. 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Fantastic.
Couldn't be anything else today, could it be?
No.
Eat the
Spoon Man.
yogurt with the spoon.
Do you know what this is, Sammy? You ever heard this song before?
No, but is it Creed?
No, this is Bruno Mars and Lady Gaga.
Is it Creed?
It's not. It is Soundgarden from 1994. We started the show today with the discovery. The investigation continues. We will get to the bottom of this used spoon.
Ugh.
And why we work with the people we work with. I know a lot of Soundgarden fans weren't crazy about this song. What'd you think of it?
I like it.
I always thought it was catchy.
Yeah, I
One
like
of their
it.
biggest hits.
It is, yeah. Like I said, Soundgarden, Spoon Man. Today's song of the
Bickley
day.
and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I wanted to play this before we get out of here today. Charles Barkley has been ultra outspoken in the first half of the NBA season. His first on ESPN. He's been responding to people saying, hey, the ESPN's burying inside the NBA. They're not getting the same run as they did on TNT. It's a little bit different. Mostly the same, but a little bit different. But he took a shot at another NBA television partner, NBC. Listen to... let me... Hold on, Chris. I need you to be quiet here for a second. Listen to what he said about... NBC, and one of the things they really touted as a strength going into this year.
I was excited. We need Michael Jordan affiliated
with the NBA. But now you see this thing coming out with NBC, and you're like, wait, y'all did one interview like 5 months ago, and y'all gonna sprinkle it throughout the season. Come on, man. That's disingenuous by NBC. Listen, that's crazy, man. I'm so disappointed that the way that worked out. Because, I talked to NBC. NBC has actually offered me a contract, but it's a bad look for NBC, and it's just a bad look, plain and simple.
Look, Charles saying it certainly as a fellow television partner of the NBA is something. Others have said as much, but in NBC's defense, if Michael Jordan says, "Yeah, I'll sit down for an interview with you, and you can use it throughout the season," are you passing up on that opportunity?
No, I guess the question I would ask: did Michael Jordan demand to get paid for this?
Well.
If he did, then I think that there should have been an acknowledgement that this was going to come off as kind of being ham-handed and weird. That you're going to give this one interview, and then we're going to chop it up and give you a little here, a little there. I agree with Charles Barkley on this. I think that if you were going to really bring in Michael Jordan, you'd want the stuff to always be fresh.
Yeah.
Including the look of the interview. Like, okay, he's engaged with this whole thing. I agree with him. I think it was a great idea. I thought the first couple of editions of it were spellbinding, but again, I'm a guy that's very biased towards Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
But I think he's got a point. I think it comes off as, that's all you could get, really. Because if you were really doing it based on the altruistic purpose of we need to get Michael's voice back in the discussion, then I think there should have been a little more effort paid to, okay, how do we execute this?
Yeah, but you see my point, though?
I do.
NBC's kind of held hot. It's like, oh, we got Jordan? Great.
You don't turn it down.
No.
But if this required paying him, then you negotiate it.
Sure.
Of course it required paying him, yeah.
Well, did it?
Yes. Yes, it did. The numbers that are online are erroneous, are not correct. But millions he got for this.
For a one sit-down interview. Then NBC dropped the ball. They should have.
They did. They should have got a lot more.
But it's not just that. It was the disingenuous way they promoted it. I think we all thought that he was going to be on giving analysis of the current NBA throughout the season.
Instead of like 60,000 foot views of what's happening in the NBA.
And things he's said repeatedly before.
Yeah.
I'm with Charles on that.
Yeah. We didn't get to it, a lot of the responses on what is the grossest, weirdest thing that ever happened to you at work. I shared my story. It was gross. I've been topped several times. What are some of the good ones here, Sammy?
Yeah, there's some good ones. Kyron said, dude, I work maintenance for an adult... Dude, I work maintenance for an adult store retail company. Let's not do this today.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is correct.
Wow.
Drop the mic.
Daryl Lee had a good one. A skunk trapped me in my car one night. On break at work one night, I went out and sat in my car. When I went to get out, sitting in the parking lot right next to my car was a skunk. I had to wait for it to leave before I could. I was late to work. Otherwise, this story may have turned into the gross part of the question. I think that's pretty weird. Let's see. State 48 said, my boss used to corner me on the patio during her smoke breaks to talk about her mother-in-law and her dead parrot. Or maybe the time my Little Caesars coworker dropped a ball of dough on the floor, laughed sheepishly, then proceeded to make and sell the pie.
Tom's was interesting. Tom Foss. Driving home one summer night of 2006, saw this really weird-looking guy walking down East Indian School Road, only to find out a few days later it was the baseline killer right before he committed one of his murders. True story.
That's crazy.
That's cringeworthy.
That's very cringeworthy.
That is brutal.
There's some other really gross ones
there really
that
is.
we can't even read.
I want to get into Kendall Jenner tomorrow, Vinny. I want to get into the commercial she just dropped.
The FanDuel commercial?
Yeah.
No, it's a Fanatics commercial.
A Fanatics commercial.
Did you say it was a great commercial?
I thought it was
Because Vinny
funny.
hates it. We're going to get into this because she kind of takes a shot at all her ex-NBA boyfriends.
Generational.
I thought it was great marketing.
Wait, what? Was it a 30-second spot or a 30-minute spot?
Yeah, I know. All our exes.
Oops.
That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to Bryce Drew. Thanks to Kent Summers for joining us. We're back tomorrow morning for the Friday edition starting at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have fun.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. It is January 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are still without a head coach. Them and the Raiders are the only two teams remaining with a head coaching vacancy. The Cardinals do have plans to interview Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator and play caller Clint Kubiak for a second time this weekend. For more on what you need to know about the search, head to ArizonaSports.com today. Will we see Jalen Green tonight against the Pistons? Maybe. The Suns guard is listed as questionable ahead of the matchup against the Eastern Conference 1 seed and Cade Cunningham. Devin Booker remains out with an ankle sprain, and Colin Gillespie is also questionable as he is dealing with a right hand sprain. But tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 o'clock. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. Details are at CasinoArizona.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Luke? How you doing?
Doing good.
All right, broadcasting, of course. Oh, just jacked up right now. I just feel like something momentous is going to happen. You know me. I am a positive guy, right? I'm not a negative person by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just hoping something. All right, here we go. Here we go. Something is going to happen today that's going to be momentous. How do you feel about that, Luke? Would you be okay with that?
I would be okay with that, yes.
Okay,
I
good.
fully
That's
support
good.
that.
Command and control. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I feel like it's something already momentous has happened. If it
okay.
based on the reporting of Jeremy Fowler, which we'll get into here.
Okay, is that a tease? That's a bit of a
guess
tease
that's,
right
yeah,
there.
sort of a forward.
Sammy, how about you? How are you feeling?
Something momentous could have happened at 9:30 earlier today, but Jamal and I just dropped the ball.
Oh, no, another loss?
No, we tied.
Oh, okay, progress.
Okay, good.
Progress.
No, they've tied before.
No,
Okay, all right, this generation gap game.
Rick is the least supportive teammate of
I'm not
Rick is
I'm
a
not a
horrible
teammate. I'm not a teammate.
Your teammates on this show.
I'm yes, that's true. But I'm disappointed in the fact that we have the Run DMC Aerosmith Walk This Way in our rotator, and Jamal couldn't get that this morning. It's in our music rotator. We play it on this show. It's a classic song. It brought back Aerosmith. Like Aerosmith.
Oh yeah, no doubt. It does.
Yeah.
Yes, they were dead in the water.
Yeah, and
speaking.
And then they released that song, and they had like 10 more years of hits.
Well, the problem is I don't know who Aerosmith is.
I got the Aerosmith.
I knew you were going to say
Run DMC.
Look, I can't defend the fact that Jamal doesn't know any music from before he was born or who any of them even were. So I'm just not going to try. Jamal, as your attorney, I just advise you to not say any other words right now.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that.
Because I could see on your face you were about to say, who's Aerosmith? And you definitely did. All right, so that's where we are. Are you guys going to be able to speak to each other back there, or is this...
Oh, yeah, we're
okay.
fine.
All right.
I'm just giving him a hard time.
You never
Just
throw...
the locker room. You know, it's you rip the guy you love. You know what I mean?
There's never any heat.
So when I
Sammy,
rip all of you, because I am gonna I'm in a ripping mood
no,
today, so don't even.
But believe me, I am also disappointed in Sammy.
Oh, well, that's
okay.
good to hear.
Listen,
Sammy is in the locker room as well. There's no doubt about that. The bull.
I'll be the first to say I should have gotten Mike Tyson right.
Yeah.
That's on me.
Youngest heavyweight champion, and he didn't guess Mike Tyson.
Jarrett came out into the newsroom at 9:30, right before they did it. And he's like, "You gonna listen?" I was like, "I'm not gonna listen. I'm just gonna look at Rick's face for his reaction because Rick gets so mad every time they lose."
Yeah.
All right.
Jacked up.
That is something that has happened today. What hasn't happened is the Cardinals haven't hired a coach, and I'm gonna assume they're not gonna hire one today, Wolf, because it seems like the wait now is for Clint Kubiak after all.
Man, once again, Clint Kubiak is a guy that we all identified a little bit early on and were very, very interested in. His name was floated about, of course, and anytime you're having the kind of success the Seattle Seahawks had with a quarterback that has developed under Clint Kubiak, you better believe you're going to get an interview. And at this point in time, I think the Arizona Cardinals have been waiting to interview Clint Kubiak. I think this is what the delay has been about. They do not want to hire somebody until they talk to Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, which, and Jeremy Fowler did report that, what was that, yesterday or last night or this morning? I don't even know anymore. It's all a blur. Last night, that both the Cardinals and Vegas, so the Raiders are also another team out there, have the opportunity to meet with Clint Kubiak before the Super Bowl. It sounds like it's going to be on Saturday. In fact, Jeremy Fowler's exact post was expecting these interviews to happen Saturday in Seattle. The belief among some in the league is Kubiak is the lead candidate for both teams.
Yeah, for
awesome.
There it goes.
Except he can't coach both teams.
It's great. Isn't this great? You come down to the last two openings in the NFL for a head coach, and now you're going to fight over that one guy.
Who has the leverage here?
You've got to be kidding me. And at the same time, Basinonians, this is very, very clear. It really is. Remember when I was talking about offensive coordinators that were in the National Football League and that I would guarantee the fact that 4 or 5 of them would point to Kyler Murray and say, I can rebuild that guy.
Yeah.
I truly believe it. Believe they can rebuild Kyler Murray and get him in the right offense he needs to be in. I'm wondering if this is one of the allures for Clint Kubiak. I'm wondering if this is one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals want to talk to him.
I don't know how you can't at least kind of think that. I mean, we don't even know for sure Kubiak is going to say yes to either of these jobs. He might look around and be like, I just won a Super Bowl, or at least just got to a Super Bowl with Seattle. I'm just going to stay here. I'll pick my job next year. To me, this just comes down to how he feels about Fernando Mendoza. If he really likes him, then he's probably going to pick the Raiders unless the Cardinals go out of their way to make sure they make him an offer he can't refuse. But if he likes Mendoza, are we just getting leveraged again? Now we're getting leveraged by coordinators?
Yeah.
The flip side, though, is what you just said. What if he likes Kyler Murray?
What if he's one of these coordinators in the National Football League that truly believes I can rebuild this guy? The skill set is there. It's interesting. We're going to be playing some Mike McCarthy stuff a little bit later in the broadcast as well, things that he has said about Kyler Murray in the past. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. I do believe, once again, there are offensive coordinators in the league that believe Kyler Murray in the right offense can explode. Is Clint Kubiak one of those guys, and is that one of the reasons why the Arizona Cardinals may be waiting to talk to him?
I'm trying to figure out logically. Now, even if this wasn't our job, I'm just fascinated by this, Wolf. Just the logic of it. Kubiak has been my number 1 or 2 choice among all the coordinators since day one. If they believe that's their guy, go get him. But you are running a tremendous risk now because Mike LaFleur would have been my other top 2 choice among coordinators. And what are you essentially saying to him? Mike, yeah, we really liked you, but we probably like him more. So just stay tuned and see if we don't like him more in a week. To me, logically, the only way you're going to get him is if he really does like Kyler Murray and you're willing to keep Kyler, or you are so aggressive, whether that's financially or with your pitch or whatever, that you just make it where he can't say no to you.
Yeah. Sammy, you're sitting there in the wedge, of course. Sammy the Bull Basinonians, our update guy. That's what we call him.
Don't ask him about Mike Tyson
anymore. I don't even know if we call him updates anymore. Yet at the same time, it's a situation now. Have we gotten any word at all that Mike LaFleur left the facility building? Does anyone know if he's still there or if he's gone? Has he left Phoenix? Do you know that?
Who?
Mike LaFleur. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Does anybody?
Sammy hasn't gotten anything on this. Okay?
If it hasn't gone through the update wedge, nobody knows.
He could just be hanging around the
I'm just
facility.
Saying,
I don't know.
You know,
you want me to leave you? I don't know.
No, here it is, right here.
Just wait right here for 4 days.
And we were talking about this yesterday. How does he get out? If you really like him, if you sit down and you have this conversation with Mike LaFleur, and you're like, wow, you know, Michael Bidwell looks at Monty, and Monty looks at him and says, wow, that was impressive.
It feels like
how are we going to let him get out of this building?
If they really wanted LaFleur right now, he could just be their guy. Yes. They could just get that deal done, it seems like. Now,
but there seems to be something. No, it's not happening right now. So why is that?
This guy.
And why this guy?
In theory, philosophically, if I don't have a problem if you're looking and saying, that's really the guy we want, so we're going to wait. But just know it's a risk. And right now, you got to deal in the reality that until you rebuild your image around the league in some of these areas, you don't carry you're not carrying the cachet of like, yeah, and we're the Kansas City Chiefs, so if we want him, he's coming here.
No, it's a high risk gamble.
You might lose Clint Kubiak and Fernando Mendoza to a stupid tiebreaker to a team you had the same record as. Because if you don't get Kubiak, if he coaches the Raiders, it's because they have Mendoza. And they're only getting Mendoza because you played a harder schedule than them.
It also comes down to, honestly, I do believe this. Is there any way that the Arizona Cardinals could have been tipped off? Could have been tipped off that Kubiak really likes Kyler Murray. Seriously. It makes me think, because, again, I know the grapevine. Oh, it is vast and varied in the National Football League. The grapevine, Basinonians. You can send messages through the grapevine to anybody in the league. And you can do it without there being a problem or an issue whatsoever.
You know, to be honest, I know it's a little bit different, and I obviously didn't play in the NHL, but working as close as I did in the NHL for however many years that was, it got to the point where you didn't even have to send a message through the grapevine. It's just your workplace. People know. I'm guessing the Cardinals knew 4 months ago, hey, Kubiak, he likes Kyler. He thinks, or he doesn't. I think they probably just knew that 4 months ago. I don't know if Clint Kubiak likes Kyler. I'm guessing because he's taking the interview on some level he does.
I guess what I'm saying is even if the Arizona Cardinals have said to themselves, we're going to part ways with Kyler Murray. We're going to do that. We're going to, even if we have to eat it, that's what we're going to do. If there was a guy that was having the success that Clint Kubiak is having with the Seattle Seahawks, if there was a guy that you knew like Kyler Murray, you may want to question yourself and say, hey, why don't we at least talk to this guy before we make our decision? Maybe that is at the root of all
There's
of
so
this.
much to talk about here. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting.
And maybe not, Basin audience. Just saying.
I honestly feel like as much as we've talked about this, I could do like 4 hours just on this conversation today. Like there's just so many different branches to it. There is are you willing to keep Kyler for an unproven coordinator? And when we first had that conversation, it was for John Harbaugh, not for Clint Kubiak. All right, when we come back, let's find out a little bit about Clint Kubiak. What type of coach would the Cardinals be getting if they hire him? We're going to talk to Tacoma News Tribune Seattle Seahawks reporter Greg Bell. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gives to Mark Williams, 18 feet away. He puts it on the deck. Spins on Claxton. Turns, shoots, and hits right over Nick Claxton. Mark Williams, have yourself a night. 27 to lead the Suns, and he ties the game at 100.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, the Valley's most trusted team for over a quarter of a century when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transformed my backyard at the Wolfley compound into a true oasis, Basinonians. The artificial grass looks incredible, man. And spring is the time to act. It really is. Now, spring looms, does it not, brothers? If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. You need to text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer, 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You can do this, man. No more water bills that are going to make your head explode. Make the backyard your oasis, starting with Legacy Green Solutions. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
As a social influencer, my days can be busy. 4 a.m., I hit the gym. 4:32, protein smoothie. 5:08, save time and money bundling my home and auto insurance with Progressive. Wait, if I bundle and save time, what would I do then? Just sit here and reflect? Like, why am I qualified to influence anyone? And how those weights are hollow? And half of my followers are bots.
You could save time and money bundling your home and auto when you switch to Progressive. It's one less thing to worry about during your already busy day. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute. Minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done. And when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which can lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Surprise. What's going on, Surprise?
Yeah, Surprise. How you doing this morning?
All right, getting ready for some spring training out there at Surprise.
Surprise!
Royals and the Rangers. We're going to talk some football. We're going to keep talking some football, Wolf. And to full disclosure, Wolf and I talk football throughout the entire break, too, because there's just so many different ways to talk about this coaching search. I think our next guest can give us some insight, some actual insight, Wolf, instead of us just trying to figure out what's going on. Greg Bell of the Tacoma News Tribune, he's the Seahawks reporter. He's joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Greg? How we doing?
What's up, Greg?
Hello, guys. Thanks for having me. Ron Wolfley. I grew up in the Ohio Valley.
Oh.
I was in junior high when you were at WVU. I remember Jeff Hostetler was your quarterback. My mother graduated from grad school from Morgantown, about an hour away from this.
Man.
I've known you for years. I've never met you.
That is so cool, Greg. It is nice meeting you, man. Thanks for joining us and bringing your expertise to this show.
I appreciate having me.
Well, Greg, obviously we're going to start with Clint Kubiak, and I'll just ask, I think, the biggest question that the Cardinals and Raiders both need to be asking. How realistic is it that he even leaves to become a head coach next year? Or is like what chance is there that he just looks around and says, I'm in the Super Bowl right now, I'll just stay with Seattle for another year?
I think there's a really good chance, guys. And a first-time head coach, 38 years old, this is what everyone aspires to in the coaching profession, whether you coach in high school, college, or pro, to be an NFL head coach. And we've seen Ben Johnson being the most recent with last year at age 38 with the Detroit Lions getting a first-time head coaching job. We've seen this trend around the league of young, upstart, hotshot offensive minds getting jobs. It started way back, it's been like 10, 11 years now since Sean McVay was 30 years old and the Rams hired him. Kyle Shanahan, after he was a play caller in Washington, getting a head job. It's been the trend now for the last dozen years or so. And Clint Kubiak is this year's it guy as far as a young offensive mind. But I will tell you this. I've been told the Seahawks are going to make every effort to keep him, probably offer him a raise, probably offer him a promotion and title to maybe an assistant head coach. I don't know if Leslie Frazier, who is the assistant head coach now at age 67, would want to come back, especially if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. Maybe he would retire. He's been Mike Macdonald's confidant. But the Seahawks don't want to lose what they built already in just one season with Clint Kubiak. Mike Macdonald hired him from the New Orleans Saints to establish the run and have a attack mentality on offense. And he's done that. They spent most of the year leading the league in percentage of plays, run plays. They ended up third just behind Baltimore and Buffalo at 50%. They ran more than anybody in the league all year, and they were most of the time below 4 yards per carry, some of the lowest totals in the league for most of the year, and Kubiak kept running it. And he did that to set up Sam Darnold's play action passing. He did it to establish the mentality that Mike Macdonald wanted on his offense. And we've seen in the last month and now the paying off, running the ball all season is paying off. And it has made them a more balanced and more deadly offense with Kenneth Walker and 100-yard games in the playoffs. This is not going to be an easy sell for the Arizona Cardinals or the Las Vegas Raiders because it's not like he's just going to automatically go out the door and the Seahawks aren't going to let him.
Greg, yes, I agree with that. Would you say that Clint Kubiak is a disciple of Mike Macdonald in terms of his culture? Like he buys into everything? Or is this a situation where he's appeasing the head coach more than anything?
Well, his mentality and his history of running the ball, Ron, is why he's in Seattle and why Macdonald hired him. So it's not that though he's bending to Macdonald's wishes. Macdonald sought him because of his habit of running the ball, and in particular the outside zone. Clint Kubiak is a disciple of Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan back in the 90s Denver Broncos, and he in fact brought the outside zone. Rick Dennison was the offensive coordinator for the Super Bowl champion Broncos, and he also special teams coach for the Broncos in the 90s, and he brought him to Seattle to be the run game coordinator. He brought John Benton to Seattle to be the offensive line coach, and it has transformed their offense. But his roots, Clint Kubiak's roots, go back to Mike Shanahan because his dad, Gary Kubiak, a former Broncos backup quarterback that you remember, Ron,
yes,
was a play caller and quarterbacks coach for Mike Shanahan and the Broncos in those Super Bowl teams, the Terrell Davis, John Elway Super Bowl teams. That's the lineage of where Clint Kubiak comes from and what he was reared in. And we remember those Bronco teams that won the Super Bowl with John Elway had Terrell Davis's, and they had Anderson, and they had 1,500-yard backs who just came out of nowhere and seemingly getting 1,500 yards no matter who they were. That's the roots of Clint Kubiak. That's why he's in Seattle. It's the run game first. And then when they do pass, it's not this modern ball control, dink and dunk, vertical pass game, deep down the field, taking their shots. You saw it, 1,793 yards this year from Jackson Smith and Jigba. When they throw for home runs. And they do it off of the run game, which is the primary staple of Clint Kubiak, the outside zone.
We're talking to Greg Bell of the Tacoma News-Tribune. Greg, I guess sort of building on what you just said and the emphasis and the strength of the running game with Clint Kubiak, how much is he credited with what Sam Darnold has been able to do there this year? Because look, Sam took huge strides last year in Minnesota, but it seems to have hit a different level this year for sure.
Yeah, it has been a quintessential perfect marriage. And the results are 16 wins in 19 games. Seattle had the most points they've ever scored in a regular season this year. It's why Clint Kubiak is up for the Assistant Coach of the Year award next week at the NFL Honors at the Super Bowl. He has been exactly what Sam Darnold needed, and Sam Darnold has been exactly what Clint Kubiak needed. A play-action passer, a rollout passer he was okay with subverting his game to the run game first. The first day Darnold got here, he said, first and foremost, we're going to run the ball. And that's because they hired Clint Kubiak before they signed Sam Darnold. Darnold knew what he was signing into, and he chose Seattle because he thought a run-based offense and his play-action game off of it would work, and you've seen the results. Now, Kubiak, what's interesting to me about Kubiak is he has never, aside from his first real full-time NFL head coach or assistant coaching job, he was an offensive assistant in Denver from 2016 to 18. Since that time, he has not been in one place for more than 2 years. He has not been a play caller with lone play calling responsibilities for more than 1 year in one place. 2021, he was with the Minnesota Vikings as the offensive coordinator, then he left. He ended up going to San Francisco as a pass game coordinator. 2024, he was with the New Orleans Saints. He only spent 1 year calling the Saints plays before Mike McDonald hired him. And now he's only had the Seahawks job for 1 year. If I was the Bidwells, if I was the GM in Arizona, if I was Tom Brady and the ownership in Las Vegas, I would have questions about his longevity in jobs and his relative lack of continual experience calling the same system with the same personnel. It is interesting that he has had only 1 year stops in 3 different places now with offensive coordinator play calling responsibilities.
Greg, I just got to ask you this. We don't have a lot of time, but his personality. On that note right there, what is he like, his personality? And again, I know maybe it's not like you guys are playing cards on Wednesday night, but, maybe you've heard some things. What have you heard?
Well, he strikes you that he's as dry as that desert you all live in down there. He doesn't have a charisma. He is a very understated, quiet guy. He's very deadpan. Now, the players will tell you that he jokes, and when he jokes, it's funny because he's so deadpan that you almost don't know he's joking. He doesn't command a room to me. And I would be interested in how those interviews would go, how the charisma leadership piece. He's probably not going to win the press conference if he gets one of these 2 remaining head coaching jobs. He's a X's and O's, salt of the earth football guy. And the cameras and he's not Pete Carroll, I'll tell you that. And Mike McDonald himself has had to learn that as a first-time head coach. But yeah, Clint Kubiak is not that. You're hiring the substance and not the style if you hire Clint Kubiak to be a head coach.
Greg, I want to bring you back on for anything
really appreciate
Seattle.
Anything
Seattle. We got to go to Greg.
We didn't even get to Super Bowl questions.
To our guy.
Ron, that just means I'm old. I've been doing this for 25 years.
No, I know. You know what? And I really appreciate your time. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
No, I'll be at the Super Bowl next week. You want to ring me up? Let me know.
Okay, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Be well down there. Thank you.
You too. That's Greg Bell of the Tacoma News Tribune right there talking about Clint Kubiak. We got to react to some of that because he had some
good.
He said a few key phrases in there that made me like kind of look up for a second. Like, okay, wait, hold on. Play action? Like, all right, we come back. Let's talk some basketball. Jalen Green is questionable for tonight's Suns. Didn't we just do this like 2 days ago?
Kind of.
He's questionable for tonight's Suns game. I'll start refreshing the official NBA injury report here in a minute. Would rather see him play tonight or tomorrow because the Suns do have a back-to-back coming up. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
Well, the good news is that we're not the Cleveland Browns and everybody's just pulling out of contention, so that's the good news.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have verbally agreed to hire Mike McCarthy as their next head coach.
The Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, Moving Team 6, they have a brand new Mesa facility. That's right, a brand new facility in Mesa serving the East Valley right now. Moving Team 6, Basinonians. That's right, they have a full-service solution for you, whether you're in Phoenix, whether you're in Mesa, wherever you might be. Moving Team 6 is for you. Local and long-distance moves, residential, commercial moves, professional packing services, like walking into your closet and saying, we're going to pack all of that up for you. Not only that, too, they proudly support and employ U.S. veterans, and that's one of the things that I really love and appreciate about the Lee family. Tim Lee, He runs the business with JT, of course, his sons. He runs it right here in Phoenix. And I can tell you, Basinonians, they are squared away dudes. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Plus, get free home delivery on most beds with base. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store today.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the two NFL teams still looking for head coaches. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is questionable. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Feel the difference energy-efficient windows can make. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Are there any players in this year's Senior Bowl that could convince the Arizona Cardinals to draft them at number 3 overall? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Song just reminds me we're doing a listeners-only meeting in about an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime I hear rage, I think listeners-only. All right, let's just start here. It is a Suns game day, so let me read the injury report. Okay, Wolf. This is back-to-back, so here's your context. The Suns play Detroit tonight at home, Cleveland tomorrow at home, the Clippers Sunday at home. And you might be saying, oh, the Clippers. Okay, that's a chance to get right. The Clippers have been really good lately. So here's the injury report for the Phoenix Suns. Jalen Green, questionable. Colin Gillespie, questionable. Devin Booker, out. Although it sounds like Book is making some progress. So his Devin Booker's going to be reevaluated in 1 week. Well, that 1 week is this Sunday coming up. So I mean, he's not going to play before then, but it does sound like he's like if Jalen Green doesn't come back soon, Booker's going to come back before him. That's what it seems like, at least.
Please, yeah, you know what? Honestly, don't let that be the case. Can we see Jalen Green now? Can we see Jalen Green? Is there a possibility, would you say, that Jalen Green could appear in the next 2 games, the back-to-backs?
I don't think he'll play both.
Okay, and I don't think he's going to play both.
I think
they're going to
play
pick
one.
But do you think he could appear in the next 2 games?
Yes.
Either tonight or tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, you feel that way. There's no way in the world, let's get this out of the way. There's no way in the world you're going to bring him back and play him in a back-to-back.
Can't do it.
What if they do that? Can you imagine how cool that would be?
He just plays 30 minutes each night. He's like, I'm
back.
good.
We don't need those. You know, I mean.
I'm back.
I'm back. And you know what, too? It's interesting because you may want to bring him back tomorrow night. That's what I think. You think tonight, right?
No.
No,
I don't
you also think maybe tomorrow night if you had to pick one of the 2?
If I'm just choosing preferentially,
Yes.
not what the Suns are going to do. What did they do last time they brought him back? They brought him back in the second half of the back-to-back, right? That was last week. Yeah, I think that's probably what they would do because you're still getting him in one of these and you're giving him an extra day to rest. Although, if you brought him back tonight, in theory, you'd be giving him an extra day to rest before Sunday's game against the Clippers. So I don't know that it's as clear-cut this time as it was last time, because last time they had 3 days off before their next game.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be whenever they feel like he's ready to go, they're going to play him, but I don't think they're going to play him in both halves of a back-to-back.
Here's the thing.
I'd like to see him play him both halves of a game right now.
When he comes back, I want to see him be ready to play in every game going forward.
Yes.
That's what I want to see him do. I don't want to have to manage his health unless you tell me there's something chronic about his hamstring. That changes everything, based on it. If you tell me that there is something chronic about his hamstring, that changes everything. Now you do got to worry about managing him. The problem is if it's something chronic, run. All right?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
It can't be, right?
It can't. And I don't want to overreact. And you know me. I have a tendency to overreact, and I don't want to.
It's been 50 games. I mean, I think we're all overreacting at this point. But he's 23, and he's never had hamstring issues before. So
I know.
How do you just all of a sudden get a chronic hamstring issue like that? I'm not saying it's impossible.
That has not been stated that it has been that it's something that is chronic with him. But bring him back when he's healthy and hit the reset button, man. He's either healthy or he's not healthy. When he is healthy, bring him back and say, you know what, we're not going to play you in a back-to-back. We're not going to start
You're
there.
on the Mark Williams plan.
Yes.
Which, by the way, is working for Mark Williams.
But after that, you're going to play in games. We're just going to go forward. You're healthy, you're good to go. Hit the reset button, and we're going to start everything all over again. I think that is the mentality that I want to see adopted.
This is Jordan Ott yesterday. So he was asked if Jalen Green will play tomorrow, which is today. So anyway, here's his answer.
There's been no setbacks. You know, he's still continuing to progress. We're into a back-to-back, which we're cognizant of it. But yeah, there's a plan. We'll see how he reacts to what he did today on the court. And then, we'll head into this back-to-back to do what is best for him, you know, knowing that he wants to get back as fast as possible. We want him back, but we're going to be smart.
What is that plan, Jordan? Can I ask you that? Coach Odd, what is that plan that you have? Is it to bring him back tonight? There, you could build a case and say, yeah, play him tonight. You know, it's the Pistons and everything. Let's go. We'll play him tonight, and then we'll give him tomorrow night off. That's what we'll do.
So then you do Friday and Saturday before Sunday's game.
For me, I don't want to start off on that foot. You know, I don't want to start off that way. You're healthy. You're ready to play. yeah, that's all right. We're going to hold you out of the first, the front end of the back-to-back. We're going to hold you out on that one. But once you come back, man, you're back, and we're just, here we go. Reset button, full steam ahead. That's the mentality I want to see adopted on this, unless you tell me, the one caveat, unless you tell me that there's something chronic with the ham.
They've got 8 games before the All-Star break. I mean, just kind of reading between the lines, it seems like they are optimistic he'll be back before that. But, I mean, that's the one break in the schedule you have this season. Now, maybe you can use that to navigate things. Maybe you can bring him back for one of these games, and then, I don't know, maybe, I mean, at this point, even if he couldn't play Sunday, and then you play him Tuesday, and then you play him that Saturday, February 7th, and part of the back-to-back, either Dallas or Oklahoma City going into the All-Star break. So you've kind of eased him into it, and then as a team, you have over a week off. And then, to your point, I just want when he's back, he's back. Like, it almost feels like you need like a firm line to point to, and we can all just have a reset. That's the only reason I'm even bringing up the All-Star break. I think they're going to bring him back before then, but maybe if you can build him up a little bit and he doesn't play all 8 games before the All-Star break, then you can kind of sit back at the break and be like, hey, you played 5 of the last 8 games. Now when we come out of this, you're going. Every night, except probably still not back-to-backs.
Yes. I mean, if there was a history of injuries here with him, you would understand, okay, we're going to use the Mark Williams plan.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to get him. We're going to manage his minutes. We're going to manage his games. He does not have any of that. None of that. Which is what really frustrates us all.
I'm starting to feel bad for Jordan Knott. Like, he comes in and they're like, okay, your number 2 scorer is going to be this guy, Jalen Green, 23 years old, just led the Rockets in scoring, never misses a game. And all he does is have to answer questions about when Jalen Green will or won't play. In fact, here's one more. They asked him what Jalen Green did yesterday.
They continue just to manage that tightness. We didn't do much. We just did film, and then we did some breakdowns on the floor, and he was a part of that.
Okay, I just don't even like the trying to manage that tightness.
Doesn't sound like a fun day.
It's a hamstring.
What'd you do today? I just managed tightness.
I mean, at some point in time, it heals and it goes away. The tightness is gone. I'm on a stretching program. Get me out of here.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murado. Wolf and Luke and Burns and Campbell all this week. When you hear it, just text that word to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. All right, when we come back, things just got weirder with the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
putt. Putt.
Text the word
putt
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Clint Kubiak expected to interview with Cardinals on Saturday. Diana Taurasi headlines 2025 Arizona Sports Hall of Fame class. And Suns Jalen Green questionable ahead of Pistons matchup. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Well, I feel like we've heard every big name in the NFL, exaggerating, but a lot of them, weigh in on this whole Bill Belichick's not a Hall of Famer discussion.
Man.
And Tom Brady weighed in yesterday. Did you hear this?
I did.
I can read you the quotes here.
Yeah.
He said, I don't understand it. I mean, I was with him every day. If he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer, there's really no coach that should ever be a first ballot Hall of Famer, which is completely ridiculous because people deserve it. He's incredible. There's no coach I'd rather play for. If I'm picking one coach to go out there to win a Super Bowl, give me one season, I'm taking Bill Belichick, so that's enough said, unquote. And for anybody who tuned in the last 4 seconds, that's not me saying that. That's Tom Brady, which makes it carry a little more weight.
A little bit more. And, once again, after hearing him say that, you have to ask the question, what are you doing? What is the Hall of Fame doing? Do you need to re-examine yourself and check yourself on this? Because this is something that is outrageous to a lot of NFL people. It is. And I'm not just talking about Tom Brady and New England Patriot fans.
No.
I'm talking about the hue and cry, for the most part, is legitimate nationally.
I haven't really heard anybody, and I'm not talking about some rando on X who just wants to be contrarian, but like anybody who's putting their name and their reputation behind it who has openly said, no, he doesn't deserve to be a Hall of Famer right now.
That's right. He cheated.
And I understand, you and I were talking about this yesterday. If you didn't vote for him because of Spygate, at least say, hey, I didn't vote for him, and it's because I feel like he cheated. We don't even know that's why he didn't get voted. We're all just giving them the benefit of the doubt. It might just be because people didn't like him, So
there's a lot of people that don't like him.
And he it felt like at times went out of his way to just kind of be a jerk to the media. I'm not defending that, but that's not what the Hall of Fame's about.
That's right.
And I'm sure he was probably that way to other people too. I don't know, but that's not what the Hall of Fame's about.
Randy White, the monster, ladies and gentlemen, Randy White. This is a guy that dominated. He was an awesome 3 technique. And Randy White, of course, was a jerk on the field. Rod Wolfley reported. He was.
My sources.
And can I tell you, there were some people that may not, they did not want to vote for him because he was a jerk on the field. And yet at the same time, any player that would not vote for him for Pro Bowl, we used to get almost in fistfights about stuff like this because of the fact that, okay, he was a jerk. No, we're not going to vote for him for the Pro Bowl. We're not going to vote for him. He was a jerk. Really, dude? That jerk had 2.5 sacks against you.
Yeah.
I know that much.
Yeah, it's not what this is. It's not about personal feelings. Look, if you are somebody, we had Max Starkson here yesterday. If you are somebody that's part of one of those teams that feels like you were cheated by Bill Belichick, I get that. I understand having that feeling. I would vocalize it. I would verbalize it. I would, if you want to put Belichick in the Hall of Fame with Spygate on the plaque underneath his name, whatever. That's part of the history. But you can't just not have him in, to the point where the Hall of Fame put out this statement yesterday. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But at the end of it, it said, each year the Hall reviews the selection process and the composition of the 50-person selection committee. If it is determined that any member or members violated the selection process bylaws, they understand action will be taken. That could include the possibility that such selectors would not remain a member of the committee moving forward. The selection of a new class is the most important duty the Hall of Fame oversees each year, and the integrity of that process cannot be in question. You think? You would think selecting Hall of Fame members would probably be one of the biggest things the Hall of Fame does every year.
Yes, this is exactly why I said what I did yesterday in regard to this. The credibility has taken a major hit. The Hall of Fame and the credibility thereof has taken a major hit. Now, once again, Bill Belichick is going to be a Hall of Famer based on he's going to get into the Hall of Fame. We all know that's happening. This is first ballot Hall of Famer, and to me, I think his resume speaks for itself in regard to him being. If there's a coach that is a first ballot Hall of Famer, it is Bill Belichick. It is, plain and simple. I agree with Tom Brady. I said it before Tom Brady actually came out and said it. I said it yesterday, and it's the truth. This is the way that I feel about this. The guy, I loved him as a coach myself personally, and he was fantastic as a head coach. We all know that he belongs in the Hall of Fame and should be the definition of a first ballot Hall of Fame coach in the National Football League.
It just kind of makes your product look goofy. If you don't
credibility. Again.
I mean, you played for him. You saw firsthand. Tom Brady played for him. Tom Brady won 6 Super Bowls with him. People have said there's a bit of a rift there at the end, and Brady's out there passionately defending him. Jimmy Johnson, Patrick Mahomes, and pretty much everybody that has put their name behind it. I never played for Bill Belichick. I don't even think I've ever met Bill Belichick. I didn't like the Patriots. The guy should be in the Hall of Fame. And if you don't have him in, it just looks weird.
Again, people would argue and say, well, it's the first ballot. Okay, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame, Luke. He's going to be.
I think that's even worse, honestly. You're going to tell me today I'm voting against him, next year I'm voting against him, but then in 2 years, all of a sudden, something changed. What? He has a worse record at North Carolina, so you're going to vote him in? I
love that. That is exactly why I set you up the way that I did.
You really did. You set me up the right.
Because I'm telling you, no, this is really, it's a kick in the face. It's irresponsible. And honestly, I'm wondering if the Hall of Fame spokesperson you just read his quote, right? I'm wondering if in fact they're considering doing something about this situation.
It extends past just Belichick. I mean, when you get to whatever they said, February 5th, everybody tune in for the Hall of Fame. Okay, well, Larry Fitzgerald's going to the Hall of Fame. I don't want Larry Fitzgerald's day that he's going into the Hall of Fame being overshadowed by the fact that Bill Belichick isn't going into the Hall of Fame. I would assume Fitz is going. Maybe some voters didn't like a catch he made once, so they're like, Fitz isn't a first-timer. Fitz should be 50 out of 50 on the votes. But I don't want Fitz's day when he's going into the Hall of Fame. All anybody's talking about is how ridiculous it is that Bill Belichick's not there. I mean, when you do something this egregiously weird, it becomes the story. This is not a New England Patriots talk show. Most of these people that are talking about this are not Patriots people, and yet that's how strange it is. Here's Mad Dog from yesterday talking about the whole situation.
Who made Bill Polian the conscience of the NFL Hall of Fame? Bill Polian? Nonsense. He's been a Kraft supporter forever, and he doesn't like Belichick because obviously Spygate and Deflategate, a lot of it happened against the Colts when he ran. Polian was there forever. He won 1 Super Bowl in 50 years. His team got destroyed year after year when he was with Buffalo. He had Manning forever, and he won 1 time. Now he's going to myself and Nada last night? Well, I don't remember who I voted for. Well, it's 2 weeks ago. What do you mean you don't remember who you voted for? Polian's a fraud with this whole situation. What they did is they made the Hall of Fame about not who got in, but who didn't get in. Next July, everybody's just going to talk about where's Belichick. How is Bill Belichick not in the Hall of Fame? And the voters who have no guts whatsoever. This is not nuclear physics or some major project with the United States. Put your name to it. If you didn't vote for Belichick, put your name to it. Show some guts.
Well, you know I agree with that last
Who's
thing.
that guy?
Mad Dog. which I would say fits his general demeanor. But I agree because I was saying this yesterday. The last thing he said, if you're going to vote against, if you're going to do something this ridiculous, give us your, identify yourself and give us your reason. Give us your reason for it.
Yeah, once again, I just can't believe we're in this situation. I really don't believe it. And I'm wondering if the Hall of Fame is considering doing something to pull this out of the fire, honestly, before they actually announce their lineup for February 5th. I'm wondering about it.
Somebody, and I can't remember the guy's name, somebody who voted, didn't vote for him, I guess is the way to say it. Did put they wrote a story yesterday and they were explaining why. And so I give them credit for putting their name to it and explaining why. And their explanation was essentially you had guys like Roger Craig and some of these other guys that we're running out of chances to get them in. And the way the Pro Football Hall of Fame is set up, you can only vote so many people in basically. And they were like, Belichick's going to get in anyway. And this might be this guy's last chance. So we're voting him in. I assumed he would get in anyway. And I don't know how many people voted that way and just assumed he would get in and decided to use their votes on guys like Roger Craig, whatever. Either way, something is flawed with this system.
Yes.
So maybe Belichick maybe a coach shouldn't be in there with players who played 30 years ago, and if they don't get voted in soon, can't ever get voted in.
Yeah, here's my hot take on this, Basin O'Neill. Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen where this vote is going to be they're going to do it again, or they're going to fix it where somehow, some way, Belichick is in.
Well, because the other part
That's my hot take on that.
If let's just say Bill Polian for a second. Again, I understand if you feel like you got cheated out of a Super Bowl or guys' careers were altered or whatever, but one guy's vote shouldn't swing things that much. It shouldn't be like Bill Polian doesn't like Bill Belichick, even if it's justified. That shouldn't be able to swing the whole thing.
Yeah, but once again, people talk to each other, do they not? And maybe that's what swung it.
All right, we come back to basketball. Round 2 of the Dillon Brooks Beef Stew matchup tonight. What do we expect from that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when Kevin McCabe hosts AZ Preps Live, Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder. Love saying that, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you, we had Presidential Pools and Spas comes over to the Wolfley compound and build our pool in our backyard, and I can tell you it's one of the best things that we've ever done. Their expertise on the details of building a pool, it really made the difference, and now we enjoy our time as a family around the pool. Maybe you're feeling the same way. There are perks to using Presidential Pools, like they have a 5-year warranty, which is the industry leader. They also are Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market and build more pools than anyone. They also have all the awards you could possibly imagine to back that up. They also have amazing financing for any pool options you may want to include. If you want to be swimming in your backyard by spring, then now is a great time to start that process. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the 2 NFL teams still looking for head coaches. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is questionable. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit The Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices. TheWindowDepot.com.
Never found out why you left him, but this answer begs that question. Too blind to see tomorrow, too broke to
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Suns get revenge against the Pistons tonight in Phoenix? We'll get you ready for the game starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning. I walked in. Wolf said it's Friday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. I knew full well it wasn't Friday, and when you said that, I was like, Wolf's so convincing. Maybe it is Friday.
You know what? At least I'm not the dude who walks around the office space in Orleans or the workplace and says, oh, it's Friday Eve.
Let's identify that.
At least
that
I'm
person
not
right
bad
now.
guy.
Or the person who's like, hey, somebody's got a case of the Mondays. Anytime anybody's having a bad day on a Monday.
Hey, happy Friday Eve. Okay, knock it off.
Happy Friday Eve guy. That guy does not have a lot of friends. Maybe he did until he said happy Friday Eve. Let's talk a little basketball here. You just heard Rick in his update say we don't know about Jalen Green yet. Let's see, last time that we did this, which was 2 days ago, we got our answer right around 1 o'clock. So I'll just keep looking at the official NBA injury report. 1 o'clock Arizona time, not Eastern time. So I would guess we'll probably have an answer before we go off the air today. But we do know Dylan Brooks is going to play in this game. And we do know Isaiah Stewart's going to play in this game for Detroit. So there's always the possibility of fireworks when either one of those guys are on the court. And they're both going to be on the court tonight.
Yeah, and you know what? By the way, this is going to be a clash of cultures, is it not? This is going to be the Detroit Pistons and J.B. Bickerstaff and his culture versus Jordan Ott and the Phoenix Suns. This is going to be a physical game. It might be the most physical game that they play all. If you told me that this might be the most physical game they played all year, I would believe it.
It's their I don't want to say their only way to win, but it's their path to a win. Is just playing an ugly game because you're not going to have Devin Booker, and this is what's frustrating. And I know this happens to every team, but like they just played Detroit a week and a half ago, and they didn't have Booker or Jalen Green for that game either, and they almost won, but they had to play with that. Like, you're not going to play Detroit again this year. I would have liked to have seen what this Suns team could do against the top team in the Eastern Conference, a team that's right there with Oklahoma City now, actually, in terms of record, with Devin Booker and Jalen Green, or at least one of them, right? At least Devin Booker. That's not going to be the case, at least not Booker tonight. So we're going to have to look at Dylan Brooks and some of these other guys who stepped up in the last game against the Pistons and made it. Greats now and at 33 points in that game, gave him a chance.
Yeah, again, I expect this to be a muddy game, a dirty game. And I'm not saying dirty like there's going to be people jigging people in the eye with their finger. It might happen, but I'm not saying that's what it's going to be. This is going to be a physical, nasty, dirty game. And it's the reason why, once again, I think the Phoenix Suns will have a chance if they can make it a physical, nasty, dirty game. Without their best player, Devin Booker, it makes it a tough proposition to expect to win the game. It does, especially the way the Pistons are playing and Bickerstaff and that culture and the way that they go about their business, man. In 2 years, he really has established that. Can you imagine, I was thinking about this too. Can you imagine what it might look like next year for the Phoenix Suns? With Jordan Ott establishing the culture, the organization establishing the culture and what they're all about, and now just building on what they're all about.
Yeah.
Boy, do you think it's easy to identify players that are going to fit in your culture when you have a culture the way the Phoenix Suns do, Basinonians? Do you think it's easy to find? I think it is. It makes it so clear cut. Now you're just looking at talent. You're not going to consider a guy that isn't going to be tough. You're not going to take in a guy that's going to be soft into this culture because it's not going to work. No matter how talented he might be, it's not going to work. It gives you a clear-cut idea as to the human being you're looking for. And I think the Pistons already know that.
Bickerstaff and Jordan Ott, for what it's worth, are the two favorites for NBA Coach of the Year right now. It's funny when you say, what are the Suns going to look like next year? We all get so caught up in the okay, if they do this year, how do they get better next year? Or do they is this what they are now for the foreseeable future? Because right now it's great, it's amazing. But if they finish this season off the way they're playing, and let's say they make the playoffs, and maybe they even win a first round series, the expectation next year is going to be, okay, how do you go even further, right? And it's going to be difficult for them to necessarily add big pieces in the offseason because they just don't have a whole lot of trade chips. Not that they don't have any, but they don't have a whole lot of trade chips. And the NBA tries to make it as hard as possible to make trades anyway with all these CBA rules they have. So that's a good question of what team in the league is the path that the Suns are on? You could maybe make a case it is the Pistons in some ways.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. The similarities, once again, as well. Opponent turnovers. I'm big on this, right? Number one, the Pistons, 16.6, number one. The Suns, number 3, 16.3. Would you say that's close, Basinonians? There's no doubt about it. How about steals? You want to talk about steals and getting your hands on the ball? Well, they're number one, the Detroit Pistons in the association with 10.5. Number two, the Phoenix Suns at 10.3. Offensive rebounds. This is beautiful. You know I'm big on this.
Yeah.
You know, the energy and the
These
effort.
are all your favorite stats.
The intensity that it takes to do all this, to work yourself into position on the offensive end of the glass. The Pistons are number 4 in the association. 13.4 offensive rebounds per game. The Suns, number 5. 12.9. They are so similar in how they're built for the most part and their cultures. This is going to be a clash of the Titans tonight.
They're also giving away the Dylan the Villain shirts. Have you seen the shirt?
I have seen it, yes.
Pretty solid. Now, did you see Jordan Ott's reaction to the shirt? I can't play the video for everybody listening, obviously, but I can play the audio. So Jordan Ott's up there. He's got his media availability. They're asking him questions about Jalen Green and Devin Booker. Somebody holds up the shirt, and they ask him, about the Dylan the Villain shirt. This is what he said.
Do you think I've seen this? I've heard someone mentioned it. I'm not even sure what it looks like. It's not. Yeah, definitely didn't expect it to look like that. It's just, that's who he is, so it's not like a alter ego. Like, that's who he is, that's what he's brought. Not surprised someone hasn't monetized it, so I'm sure there'll be a junior here soon. It's not surprising.
The look on his face is priceless, because he's just up there talking about basketball, right? And you heard him say, like, well, you think I've seen the shirt? Well, somebody had the shirt, and they held it up, and he's like,
yeah.
Well, I didn't think it would look like that.
It's interesting. Have you gotten a personality Basinonians for Jordan Ott yet? Do you think he's as understated as he appears to be in these press conferences? Do you think he's as understated as he appears to be? It's fascinating. I haven't heard a lot about Jordan Ott's personality. And I'm big on this, Basinonians. I really am. Not because it really matters. I think you can have a coach who's just an absolute jerk. I think you can do that and you can still win. I think you can have a coach that is, he's so affable. He's such a nice guy. He really is. I think you can have a coach like that and you win, because I believe it's players that really, truly make the difference. Now, again, you have to set a culture, but I can't tell you how many guys inside a locker room, pack of dogs, that would set the culture of the team, regardless of what coach was saying. You know what? We're going to go out there and we're going to play to the ground. That's what we're going to do. And if you're not on board with that, get out. You need those guys as well. I'm trying to get a feel for his personality. It's just, I don't feel good about it right now.
It just seems, I don't know what the word is. Like, I don't picture him like every game, either before or after the game or at halftime in the locker room, throwing things and screaming. And it just doesn't feel like that's him at all.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I don't know that, but that's how I feel.
But it also feels like he kind of is in that spot where when he says something, you listen. You know what I mean? Or like if he does start to maybe lose his temper.
I know a lot of coaches that were like that.
Yeah. The Suns have hit a home run this season, whether some of it was luck or not, where they all of a sudden have this amazing infrastructure in place. Because to your point, you've also got guys like Dylan Brooks and Devin Booker and other guys that are completely supporting what Jordan Ott is saying and preaching through their own actions and words.
Yes.
To be able to build that infrastructure that quickly that's impressive.
That's why he deserves Coach of the Year. It's his first year.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey. I know Rick's doing it. I know Tyler Drake is doing it as well. And the Arizona Sports team help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. When we come back, Seahawks radio analyst David Wyman's going to join us to talk about Clint Kubiak and the Super Bowl and all these other things. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal, goes to his right, still on the dribble, 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane, runs one off the window, got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved for dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms. No broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity. And they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to check out Pro Smile. Pro Smile is the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. And they have finance options up to 10 years. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with the Pro Smile difference. You won't regret it. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Buckeye. What's going on, Buckeye?
Yeah, Buckeye.
How we doing, Buckeye? Let's get back into football, Wolf, and let's talk to Seahawks radio analyst, host on Seattle Sports 710. Good friend of yours, Dave Wyman.
Guy, Dave Wyman.
What's going on, Dave?
What's up, guys? Good to hear your voices, man.
Yeah,
How you doing, David? How are you, man? How were your holidays? How did it go, my brother?
Well, I mean, everything was pretty much about football, Wolf. You know that. Lots of travel, man. We had a tough schedule this year. We were in Jacksonville and Carolina and Pittsburgh and Washington, and so yeah, it was. We had some tough tough trips this year, but man, it's been fun following this team, and it was really, the NFL, man, it just totally ruins holidays. I don't even think I got my wife a present. I told her, for Christmas, I was like, just buy yourself something nice, and I'll sign a card, man.
That's the thought
Get yourself something real nice.
All right, well, we're talking to Dave Wyman. Dave, obviously, we're going to ask you a lot about Clint Kubiak, but I just kind of wanted to ask you a bigger picture because this is now very relevant to the football team here, the Arizona Cardinals. There was a stretch there where the Seahawks were supposed to bottom out, and they never did. And now there's a pretty good chance they're going to win the Super Bowl here in a week and a half. Why do you think they were able to never? I mean, the worst season in there was 7-10, and then Mike McDonald comes in and they just immediately take off again. What was the key there?
Man, I think it has to be this whole offensive group, man. I mean, going into last year, first of all, Schneider is just killing it. I mean, almost everybody that I'd say MVS, they brought in Valdez-Scantling. That didn't work out. But, I mean, everything else pretty much has worked out, including, the two young rookies, Gray Zabel and Nick Evenwari. But, man, we had a total teardown on offense. I mean, first Mike comes in, we win 10 games. Halfway through, he fires the two inside linebackers or trades them and gets Ernest Jones in here. Then he fires after the year. He fires the offensive coordinator. Get a whole new offensive staff in here. A quarterback. We go from Gino, and they made Gino an offer, man, and he turned it down and ended up with Pete in Vegas. So we end up with Sam Darnold. Then we get Clint Kubiak. We get a new offensive line coach. We got a good buddy of mine named Rick Dennison, who is a run game specialist that's been like an offensive coordinator in the league. I used to hang out with him and Gary Kubiak when I was in Denver. And it was just a total teardown. I mean, new receiver, you bring in Cooper Kupp, you got a rookie at offensive line, you got a new line coach, new quarterback coach. I mean, it was the most unlikely thing, that they were able to be productive on offense. And I got to say, a lot of that, and I would hate it if he went. I'd like to have him around here, but Clint Kubiak just did a phenomenal job with, no surprise with the defense. I would say a bit of a surprise with the special teams. I mean, it was unbelievable. They had like 5 touchdowns scored on special teams, but it was a huge surprise on offense that they were able to survive a teardown like that, especially when your quarterback, you change quarterbacks and offensive coordinators, that they were able to get done what they did offensively.
Yeah. David, how many times do you think we ran into each other on a football field? It was a lot. Yeah. I do know that. And you hurt me many, many times on a football field.
I think
so now
you were dishing out the punishment, man.
So now I'm going to ask you a question that's going to bring me a little bit of satisfaction. If you lost Clint Kubiak, would this hurt you?
Would it hurt me personally, or
would you say, I can't believe we lost Clint? That stinks.
Yeah, not as much as okay. I'll tell the story, Wolfie. Just sit this one out because you've heard the story about 900 times. Yeah, one time in the Kingdom, I hit Wolfie right in the head. I don't know. I think we both kind of went backwards, and so I'm laying on the ground afterwards, and my left foot goes entirely numb. And I'm like, okay, that's messed up, man. There's something wrong. There's something wrong there. Why would just my left foot go, entirely numb? So, yeah, I mean, as far as dishing out punishment, Wolfley was he was just like a human battering ram, really. That's all.
All right. So, answer the question. Okay. Would it hurt you?
No, I mean, I think Schneider and McDonald would probably bring in, somebody else. The other thing they could do, and I mentioned Rick Dennison.
Yeah.
He's been offensive coordinator, and he's won 3 Super Bowl rings as a coach. And, he could probably carry on with the run game. He understands it. He's the run game specialist. It's just that, how it is, Wolf, like, offensive coordinators, like half the battle is like, how do you sequence your plays? Like, they're almost like artists, right? Like, let's hit them with this, and then let's go here. And I remember there was a run play that they ran against the Rams on Thursday night, and then they followed it up with kind of a semi-rollout and a post corner on the backside by A.J. Barner. He shakes the guy to the ground and just makes a beautiful catch, and it was just like perfectly timed and called at the right spot. And you have to have that kind of knack. And I think that's what Clint Kubiak has. But is he a head coach? I've not heard many words from Clint. I mean, he is very quiet and great guy and everything. And, like I said, I know his dad really well. And his dad's a great head coach, but I mean, is he going to be a guy that's going to, inspire his players, or, we're kind of going the way of like, okay, a defensive specialist or an offensive specialist like McVay. And then, it's their offense, and it's not like the CEO coach, right? Like it's like kind of the specialist coach.
Right.
And, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, offensive genius. So, yeah, I mean, if that's sort of the way they're going, I think Clint Kubiak would be a great hire in Arizona. But I just don't know that he is one of those guys that has, I'm sure he has leadership ability. I just don't. He just doesn't have a lot of words, man. He's a very quiet guy.
Well, Dave, we appreciate this. It's always great to talk to you.
All right, man. Good to hear you, Wolf. And you guys are great, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Love you, buddy.
Thank you, Dave. That's Dave Wyman, Seattle Sports 710 host, and, of course, the Seahawks radio analyst. It's been interesting to get this perspective from both him and Greg Bell this morning, because they've both had nothing but great things to say about Clint Kubiak.
Yeah.
But they have also both said, like, I'm not sure what he'd be like as a head coach. Yeah, because he's not like this huge personality, which doesn't mean he wouldn't be a great head coach. But this is one of the risks you run. Maybe he's not a huge personality. He's not the big charisma guy in the room because he's not the head coach, and he's letting Mike McDonald lead the way. And maybe when he takes over, that side of him comes out, but you don't know it.
I think of Bill Belichick. He was not a big personality.
That non-Hall of Famer? That's who you're going to bring up?
That's right.
All right, we come back to basketball. The NBA trade deadline is a week away. Is there a trade out there that doesn't even involve the Suns that could greatly affect the Suns? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They go for Kubiak and don't get him. He goes to the Raiders. Then they go back to LaFleur, and he says, I'm staying with the Rams. And then they pick another coach. Like, did they botch this whole thing?
It certainly does feel like when LaFleur had as much attention as he did on him,
that he was the guy.
But that just kind of feels like we're building towards this idea that he's going to be the guy. So I think that would be, especially now you start veering back into Vance Joseph territory.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Or maybe you just want to go and jump in the vehicle and drive on over to Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Man, you'll find Santan Ford right there. January is when a lot of smart buyers make their move. And when it comes to new vehicles, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. I can tell you, Basinonians, don't you want straight talk for the most part? Just buy the vehicle, get a great deal on that vehicle right now. No gimmicks or nonsense, just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way, and that is what Santan Ford does. You can try out the world-famous Ford F-150. How about the Expedition? Maybe you need a little bit more. Maybe you need that Bronco or Mustang. You can find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com. That's santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to CarShield.com. That's CarShield.com today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light.
So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the two NFL teams still looking for head coaches, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is questionable. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, watch the big game Sunday, February 8th on massive screens with food and drink specials only at Talking Stick Resort and Casino Arizona. Doors open at 3:30.
Hey, it's Gambo. Can the Suns get revenge against the Pistons tonight in Phoenix? We'll get you ready for the game starting at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Let's go down now into the darkness of your thoughts. Hurry up now.
All right, NBA trade deadline in 1 week. Don't think the Suns are going to do anything too crazy. They don't necessarily need to. But some teams around them might do something crazy, Wolf.
Yeah, like who?
It looks like, well, here, let me just say, let Shams say it right here.
Sources tell me Giannis Antetokounmpo has made it clear that he's ready and prepared for a trade from the Milwaukee Bucks, whether it's at the trade deadline or in the offseason. My understanding is Giannis has communicated to the organization for months now that he believes it's time to part ways after 13 years together, a championship together. And so the Milwaukee Bucks have gotten aggressive offers from multiple rival teams over the last several days. And I'm told they are starting to listen. These are offers of all-star players, multiple draft picks, and this is all that's been brewing over the last 9 months.
Okay. Well, there's that's Shams. Here's Brian Windhorst
So now what the Bucks have to do is they have to look at who has done this the best, who has been in this situation, who should they mimic. Let's just look back to 2019 and the Oklahoma City Thunder. They had to trade Paul George and Russell Westbrook. They prioritized far out draft picks and really good young players. They ended up getting picks that they still haven't gotten from LA Clippers yet, and a future MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So that's what they're looking for. Don't prioritize trades that bring in players that could help them now, because the Bucks are in a position where they need to worry about this year's draft pick. They need to tank the rest of this season, improve this year's draft pick, and have themselves in position to rebuild as fast as possible. And that's what they're looking for.
Oh, just the whole tanking.
Yeah, it's I hate, but that's basketball, right? That's just like accepted in basketball.
It is, and it's just awful.
But to his earlier point, yeah, if you're Milwaukee and you're really going to trade Giannis, look at the way Oklahoma City made their trades. Don't look at the way Dallas made their trades. Don't just give Giannis to the Lakers for a shirt.
Yeah, you know what's amazing about it? Giannis now 31, I believe, in his early 30s. Yeah, 31 years old, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And this is a guy that we all know is an absolute freak. And how many more years do you think he could be an absolute freak? That's the question that I would ask you right now. I still have him in the freak category right now.
Yeah.
But when you do get to be 34, 35, when you get near the mid-30s, man, you're rolling the dice on that in terms of you can still be the same player you've always been.
Yeah, especially when you're the freak.
That's
when
right.
You're huge like that.
Yes, when you've got a ceiling that is so high, at some point in time, it's going to start coming down, is it not, brothers?
Well, the concern here is not, I mean, the Suns aren't going to trade for Giannis. A, why would you break up what you have right now? And B, if you were going to, you would do it for a guy like Giannis, but this is not even really a trade to talk about with the Suns. Like, what would you even trade for Giannis?
Everything. That's what it would take.
Yeah, I don't want to trade everything right now.
Yeah,
and that's not,
exactly.
I say that fully granting that Giannis is better than anybody on the Suns when he's healthy. Giannis is one of the best.
Suns already traded all their draft picks.
Sure.
They're gone.
However, the issue is what if he lands on Golden State, who is the favorite right now to get him, or some other team in the Western Conference like this one that Bobby Marks is talking about.
They've got the draft picks to do it. They've got that swap with Brooklyn next year. They've got 5 other firsts they can do. They got 2 from Dallas, or 1 from Dallas, 2 from Phoenix. Now we're looking at the players, right? Who do you want to give up if you are the Houston Rockets? Certainly Şengün with the money and what he can do on the court. I think if you're Milwaukee, you're saying, hey, we already have Miles Turner. Can we turn him into something else and maybe get more draft picks? I think you would be hesitant regarding Amen Thompson as far as willing to give him up in a deal. Certainly he was extension eligible next offseason. But yes, Houston has everything I would think Milwaukee would want with controllable contracts, draft picks, players that can win now and in the future.
Houston could do it.
Houston, yeah, I would agree with that, but at what cost?
Well, yeah.
You know, at what cost? You mentioned Amen Thompson. Did you happen to watch the game last night between the Rockets and the Spurs?
I saw some of it.
It was really Amen Thompson. You can see why they did not want him to be included in any type of trade package whatsoever. He was off limits.
If I were Houston and I was saying, look, we're very familiar here in this city with the young pieces that Houston has to offer because they were all being talked about in potential Kevin Durant trades last summer with the Suns. But the one, if I'm Houston, I would be like, we're not moving him, would be Amen Thompson.
Yes.
Now, you might not have that luxury if you're getting Giannis, but if there's some way you could bring in Giannis and keep Thompson, and obviously you'd keep Durant, you're not trading KD for Giannis. That wouldn't make sense for either side.
Here's the one thing about this, Basinonians, that is a little scary because I think we all believe that he's going to be traded to the Western Conference. And the evidence is there. Number one, why would you trade him inside the Eastern Conference if you didn't have to? Now, maybe if you're going to get the best deal is the best deal, and maybe that's what you do. But typically, you would think you're going to trade to the Western Conference. And would the need be there, Basinonians? Can you imagine the need in the Western Conference for the Greek Freak? The need is there. We don't need that, Rick, but okay.
To win.
The need is there. The desperation in the Western Conference is there. And that's why I think it's going to be a team in the Western Conference that he's going to get moved to. Number one, I mean, if you're Milwaukee, why in the world would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you trade him to an Eastern Conference team? No, not going to do that. And the need, the desperation of teams in the Western Conference, how competitive it is, hyper-competitive it is. You think Giannis would make a difference? Yeah, he would.
He's probably the one guy that I feel like could be traded from the East to the West, and assuming he's healthy, could shift the balance of power in the West. Because you talk about the urgency. The Suns are not in this position where it's like, hey, this is our window and it's closing next year. We have to win now. But there are teams in the West that are in that position. Houston being one of them. The Lakers, I would say, are one of them. I don't really know how they could pull off a Giannis trade. But let's just say Houston pulled off a trade for Giannis. You'd have Oklahoma City with all that they have. You'd have San Antonio with Wemby and all that they have. You'd have Denver with Jokic and all that they have around him. And you'd have Houston with Giannis and KD and a bunch of people. I mean, those are probably the four best teams in the NBA at that point, talent-wise, or at least maybe upside-wise, I should say. Like, if Wembanyama is healthy, that team could beat anybody.
Yeah, you think about it as well. If the Suns somehow, some way could acquire Giannis for nothing, would he fit in their culture?
Well, that would be the ideal.
Can you imagine? I mean, seriously, Giannis would thrive.
Giannis for nothing. Can we get Milwaukee to hire Nico Harrison? And then convince him that Giannis isn't the best defender ever.
Hey, you want a power forward? Here we go.
And then we'd have to hire Rob Pelinka for a day. And then, I don't know. Maybe there's a way you can pull that off. All right, when we come back, let's talk football, and let's talk football with the listeners. Wolf, you want to do this? Let's do a listeners-only meeting. This has been a lot of twists and turns over the last 3.5 weeks. The Cardinals do not have a coach yet. It seems like they're waiting to talk to Clint Kubiak. Are you cool with that? Is Clint Kubiak your first choice? Is your first choice Mike LaFleur? Is your first choice somebody else who's out there? Give us your names. Give us what you want the Cardinals to do. 602-260-9870. We're going to do a listeners-only meeting and gauge the pulse of the Cardinals fans next. 602-260-9870. What exactly are and should the Cardinals be doing at head coach? That's next. Listeners-only meeting. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
putt. Putt.
Text the word
putt
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday of Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
The listeners only meeting with Wolf and Luke.
Well, here we go, Wolf. 602-260-9870, listeners only meeting. Who do you want the Cardinals to hire as their next head coach? How do you feel about the fact that they are running a risk here now, waiting just to talk to Clint Kubiak on Saturday, reportedly? Give us a call right now. We will start with Kieran in Gilbert. Kieran, what's going on?
Hey, it's Wolf, my young crook brothers. Are you kidding me? Whoever the coach is needs to do their job, right?
All right, Kieran, all right.
You know I love you. I can't help it. And I'm still honored to be a part of the show every day. Hey, so honestly, who I wanted? Who's left? What are we going to do? What happened? Well, we already knew what was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I thought at least maybe, I don't know. Let's just face it. Kubiak probably is not going to be here. From what the Bell said, it sounds like they're going to do whatever they got to do to keep him. So why did we let LaFleur leave? Did we say, hey, don't worry, we'll call you back, hang around town like you guys are talking about? I don't think so. I'm sorry. I think we're kind of screwed here. But whoever it is, like, I'm not kidding. Just like Wolf would say, they need to do their job. I told you guys before, when Gannon came in, the first impression to me, I was like, what is going on? It was just weak. It was weird. It was trying too hard to be somebody you're not, kind of vibes. And maybe I'm wrong because I only see what I see, right? But whoever it comes in, whoever it is, I'm still a little bit in Monty I trust. So I feel like with the draft, with whatever goes on, because I do not like or trust or believe in Bidwell, let's face it. And that's a fan speaking, no offense, nothing personal. It's business. And he treats this only like a business, and it's barely hanging on by a thread. We're about to claim BK. We need help. I'm trying to stay positive. Mediocre to low expectations. Here we go. Oh, baby.
Okay, that's all right. Thanks, Thank you, Kieran. It's enough.
He said a lot there. I think a lot of Cardinals fans probably agree with some of what he said. I'm just going to try and roll through as many calls as we can. Yeah. Let's talk to Danny in Phoenix. Danny, you're on the Wolf and Luke show.
Hey, guys, thank you for taking the call. So, I mean, it's already known that, Bidwell spend as less as they can to try to go long. It's always been like that. I think, we're not that far off. I think I don't know how Kyler all of a sudden is this the most horrible quarterback. I don't like him personally, but he's not the worst quarterback. So you keep Kyler. You get a quarterback coach. I was thinking Dan Pittsner. He's Dan Pittsner, offensive coordinator from Cincinnati. Last 2 years, top 5 passing game in the league. We don't need help. We need help in the passing game. We got to get Marvin Harrison, all these guys. We've seen that Michael Wilson can be a top-tier wide receiver. We got to get them all in a group together along with McBride. And then you fix the offensive line, keep Kyler, and you go from there. Our defense is not that bad. They fell off last year because people got hurt. But if you reinforce them, you reinforce the offensive line, go get an offensive coordinator that can gel these wide receivers and the tight end together and fix the offensive line. I mean, it sounds easier said than done, but Dan Pitcher's another name out there that I think nobody said that can get the passing game going. He did it with Jamar Chase and the guys they got over there in Cincinnati. So, I mean, why not? Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thanks, Danny. Appreciate it. Yeah, I wonder, and we're going to talk about this, I wonder how much, if Clint Kubiak actually takes one of these jobs, if it's going to come down to how he feels about Fernando Mendoza versus Kyler Murray. I mean, if he has his pick, and it sure seems like he would have his pick between the Cardinals and the Raiders, I'm sure he's going to care about his quarterback.
This job? That is my question. Did he want this job so much? And he walked out of the facility.
He left without a deal, according to Mike Garafolo yesterday. So let's talk to Tom in Gilbert. Tom, you're on the Wolf and Luke Show.
Oh, good morning, gentlemen. So I want to preface this by saying I have coached from youth ball through D1. I have gone through interview processes for head coaching positions. I'm not football, baseball, so with all due respect, though, coaching is coaching. If I'm Mike LaFleur and I nailed that interview and I wanted the job, otherwise I wouldn't have taken the interview.
Right.
And you didn't hire me. And on the way out the door, you said, hey, we really like you, but the minute I heard but, I'm looking for another opportunity. And he has a job. It's not like he's applying, from the couch. This guy has a gig. The only way LaFleur leaves the building, if it were me, is if you told me the job's yours. We are sending our legal team to hammer out the financial details. Go home. Don't say a word. But understand, for the sake of casting a wide net, we're going to look at Kubiak. And I can appreciate that if I were a coach of interviewing for that job.
Mm-hmm.
But if you didn't tell me that on my way out the door, you said, hey, it's been great, we're still going to, before you even finished that sentence, I'm on the phone with my agent. I am talking to the Rams about my position, maybe elevating to becoming the play caller. And we, the Arizona Cardinals, and us fans are going to get Vance Joseph because he's going to be the only guy left. Have a great day, guys.
My brother, what if we told you that you were a finalist, that we've narrowed it down to 2, and you're in it? What if you were told that?
I think that's a good question. He's gone, but I mean that's the way they handled that, and I'm sure there is a way to handle it. I mean, I'm sure they weren't like, "Hey, thank you, Mike. Hey, you don't have Clint's number, do you?" As you're walking out, like I don't think it was like that. Hopefully, and I do. I mean, this whole process, hiring of the next coach and finding the next quarterback, is going to determine the direction of Monty Austinfort's career with the Arizona Cardinals. It just is. I still, and one of the callers, I forget who said this already, is still kind of in that. I sort of believe in Monty mode. I still sort of do. I mean, I still like a lot of the picks he's made in the draft so far. There's a lot of incompletes because guys have been hurt. He's obviously got to find the right coach and the right quarterback, or he won't be the GM here for very long. But that's any GM in any job. I say that just to say I trust / hope that he handled it the right way. If they still want Mike LaFleur, because you're running a real risk that Clint Kubiak either gets a bigger offer from the Seahawks to stick around and is like, I'll just take a different coaching job in a year, or he takes the Raiders job because they have the first pick in the draft, and you lose out on LaFleur, and then who's coaching? Me? Like, what are you doing at that point? Let's talk to Brad in Peoria. Brad, what's going on?
Not too much. My biggest concern with this coaching search isn't really the name attached to it. It's that we went from Cliff to Gannon, and there was a complete paradigm shift. Like, we went from a serious offensive mind to basically a defensive mind. And what you can't do if you want to build a winning organization is keep doing that every 4 or 5 years. You would at that point be completely turning over personnel again. So I want you to imagine that Monty has spent the last 4 years accumulating defensive linemen and trying to improve that defensive side of the ball. You can't just snap your fingers in an instant and just decide, okay, well, we're going to go from a 3-4 to a 4-3, or now we got to start focusing more on the offense. And you just can't do that every 4 years and expect to have a winning organization. So when everybody gets concerned with a name, I'm not as concerned with the name as I am with someone who's going to continue the philosophy of Monty of, look, we need to build this on the offensive and defensive line. We need to try to win in the trenches. And to be honest with you, I would get somebody that wants to play some smash mouth football. So my names are things like, Rex Ryan and John Gruden, but again, no one's mentioning them, so I feel like I'm an outcast. So
okay, that's all right.
Let me know what you think.
How about Ron Rivera, man? I mean, for me, Ron Rivera, there's a guy that'd be smash mouth.
Here's a guy.
You.
Yeah.
You got to know. That's right, Ronnie.
Know when to fold up.
I think we have time. We can fit one more in here. Let's.
All right,
Rick, we've got like a minute.
Get it.
Let's talk to Tom in Phoenix. Tom, what's going on?
Well, I'm not really impressed with LaFleur. I mean, the bottom line, he's not even calling the plays for LA, and he's just kind of there. I know he called the plays against the Cardinals, but I mean, I think I could have called the plays against the Cardinals and scored 42 points. But Kubiak, now there's a guy that's part of the Seahawks turning it around in 2 years, and they're at the Super Bowl. I'd be definitely on board with that 100%. And you know what? I called the after the Carolina game. I actually called in the post-game Cardinal talk. Craig Grelu can confirm. I actually suggested Ron Rivera, and so I guess maybe Bidwell's listening to the post-game. So anyway, I'd be on board with Ron Rivera. I think that he got a bad rap in Washington because they did get really good right after he left. You got to tell me that he wasn't part of that. And obviously he's been to the Super Bowl, and he'd be the first coach that we've hired that's had any experience head coaching since Dennis Green. Yeah. So anyway, I'm open for those guys.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, 22 years. 22 years since the last time they hired a head coach that was an NFL head coach already, other than Bruce Arians with 12 games with the Colts. Those were unique circumstances. We'll get back into this, but the more we talk about it, Wolf, and the more with the Clint Kubiak twist that's come out in the last 24 hours, I think my biggest question, honestly, is who's your plan B if it's not Clint Kubiak? Like, do they have a clear one? Like, is everybody aligned that
who's your top two?
Yeah, like behind the scenes, are Monty and the front office and Michael, are they all on the same page of, hey, we're going all in on Clint Kubiak? Because I respect that. But do you have a backup plan? Because there is you basically at best have a 33% chance of getting him. Like, he has to not believe in Fernando Mendoza, and he has to be ready to leave Seattle because they're going to make, as we had Greg Bell on earlier, they're going to make a pitch to just keep him in Seattle, too. So you have to have a plan B if you don't get him.
Quarterback situation is going to weigh in heavy.
We come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman Scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at PatsRun.org.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. I love that. There's never any subcontractors at All Pro Shade Concepts. The installers, by the way, they are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades right here in the basin. They're going to work around whatever you have, stucco, tile, work on your pillars for a seamless fit, allowing you to close in your patio with shade and then open that same patio with a touch of a button. How cool is that? These shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabrics to withstand that Arizona sun. You can choose from manual to motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only, roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm
Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the two teams still looking for head coaches. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is questionable, and that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon on a Thursday. Time for me to turn my mic on. Thanks to the callers last segment. Great as always. Callers, we have good luck with the callers on this show.
No doubt about it, man.
Rick is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick?
All right, guys, we're going to play a little exercise. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, some people in the NFL believe Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak is the lead candidate for the Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders head coaching jobs. Whether or not you guys think that the Raiders job is better or the Cardinals job is better, give me your pitch for why he should take the Cardinals job over the Raiders job.
Well, so it's funny you say that about Fowler because he also just posted within the last hour as one candidate predicted that the Raiders job is, quote, probably Kubiak's job to lose, unquote. So they're obviously,
the Raiders, in other words, are all in on Kubiak.
I think
this report is true.
If you're going to make the pitch for the Cardinals, I think in a lot of years the Cardinals job would be, you could make the Cardinals job a better job. To me, it's going to come down, though, to how Clint Kubiak feels about Fernando Mendoza with the first pick. If he looks at Fernando Mendoza and is like, yeah, that guy is going to be a legit good to great NFL quarterback. He's the first pick in the draft. I believe it. That's a huge advantage Vegas has right now. That's not even about the Cardinals' history or anything. That's just they have the first pick in the draft, and there's one quarterback that people like in this draft.
Yeah, for me, it's interesting because I believe the quarterback situation is going to decide where Clint Kubiak wants to go. If this report is true, that it's down to the Raiders and the Cardinals, I think the quarterback situation has got to be what's going to make him decide where he's going to go. You want, as Luke just said, Fernando Mendoza or Clint. Look at me, Clint. Clint! Were you one of these offensive coordinators that believed you could rebuild Kyler Murray because you had the perfect offense for him? Are you one of those guys, Clint? That's what I want to know. It's literally the quarterback situation that I think will decide where Clint Kubiak wants to go.
This would be my pitch. ESPN they listed the 37 head coaches that have been hired since 2021, okay? So they ranked them 1 through 37. So, like, the best coaching hire in their mind, and this is just in the last, 5 years now, was Dan Campbell. Second was Nick Sirianni.
Dan Campbell.
Third was Mike McDonald. But if you flip the list over and you go to the bottom of it and you get down to number 37, Urban Meyer, if you look at the 10 worst head coaching hires in the last 5 years, 6, 7, and 8 are all Raiders hires. That would be my pitch.
Wow.
Hey, Clint, do you really want to go there and be the 4th head coach that the Raiders have hired and fired since 2021?
You know what, though? Tom Brady brings so much credibility to the organization. Does he not, Basinonians? I mean, he does. Especially if you're a quarterback and you're Clint Kubiak and you're an offensive guy and you've got that offensive mind and you know what I mean?
If the Raiders, if they're truly all in on him, it's going to be, you're going to have to probably pay more than the Raiders.
And we're going to draft Fernando Mendoza, this kid. Are you kidding me? This beautiful kid is going to be thrown into Vegas, baby?
I just want to die for my teammates.
Better hope Clint Kubiak does not like playing
Rick,
blackjack.
that was good. That was funny.
Yeah, that's Rick. Rick has the Fernando Mendoza impression down pretty well there.
We're all misfits.
I love that,
We're all
man.
misfits out here in Las Vegas.
You're going to have to overpay if you're the Cardinals. And who has the first interview, by the way? Do we know? I know they're both in Seattle, so it's not like the Raiders can lock him in the facility and say you're not leaving.
Yeah.
But I think I'd want the first interview on Saturday. I don't want the Raiders to be like, oh, hey, the interview went pretty good. Here's whatever, $12 million a year to coach our team.
By
Clint?
the way, they're bringing in Brady as the closer, aren't they? I mean, you know that's going to happen. Brady's not going to walk around and talk about the small stuff.
We should bring in Kevin Cobb as our closer, or some former quarterback we've had. I don't know.
How about Kurt Warner?
Yes, bring in Kurt Warner.
Raybeard.
Kurt Warner and Carson
We'll
Palmer.
stick with the Cardinals coaching search. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, who will the Cardinals hire as their next head coach? Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak, Raheem Morris, and they added Anthony Weaver to this list as well. Even though I still think there's an outside chance of Vance Joseph, but maybe I'm just living in La La Land.
I think honestly, this is me. It's not going to shock anybody whatsoever. They've been holding up everything to talk to Clint Kubiak. That's what I suspect. I think he may have been one of Monty Ossenfort's primary guys from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And maybe they're waiting to get the opportunity to blow his doors off. And, maybe not base it on Eames, but I think Mike LaFleur is in there as well. I think those two guys.
It's crazy how these little details, right, can alter the course of your franchise. And I don't know that Clint Kubiak's going to be a great coach or whatever, but you had the same record as the Raiders. Their schedule was easier, so they get Fernando Mendoza and you don't. Okay, well, that's a tough break, but that happens every year. But because they get Fernando Mendoza, they might get Clint Kubiak over you as well. Or what if the Rams had just won that game on Sunday? You could interview Kubiak right now. If he went with the Raiders, you could just hire LaFleur in 2 weeks. Everything's breaking in a way that makes this tougher for the Cardinals to get their guy. I think they're facing an uphill battle to get Clint Kubiak. So I would say LaFleur, but he has a job. I think of these names, I would almost say Raheem Morris, because if they go to LaFleur and make an offer, he might be like, screw you guys, you had a chance to hire me.
I honestly think they've been holding out this long so they could talk to Clint Kubiak. So having said that, yeah, I think it's Kubiak. Did I answer your question, by the way?
Yeah,
well, it's not my question. It's the web desk's question.
Ah, the web fly.
And sort of. But I think I'll go with, I think I might agree with Luke's last point here about, I think Kubiak might go to the Raiders. LaFleur might be like, why didn't you guys hire me? And then they end up with Raheem Morris. So I'm going to vote Raheem Morris.
All right.
Clint Kubiak, 40%. Mike LaFleur, 36%. Raheem Morris, 16%. Anthony Weaver, 7%.
Wow.
All right. One last one very quickly for you guys. Let's go over to the Phoenix Suns. They have a back-to-back against the Pistons and Cavaliers. Tonight against the Pistons. Tomorrow against the Cavaliers. Two of the best teams in the Eastern Conference. Jalen Green is questionable for the game due to hamstring management. If you guys could see him play in one of these two games, which game would you rather see him play in? Because he's probably not going to play in both. That would be kind of wild if he did.
I'd like to see him play tonight just because I would like to see the Suns play the Pistons with one of their top two scoring options out there. They've already played them once without either one, and they almost beat them. I'd like to see that. Now, I don't know if that's the smarter move. Maybe the smarter move is to wait and play him tomorrow against Cleveland. Hopefully he plays in one of these two games. But you can make a case for either one. If he's ready to go tonight, play him tonight, and then he has a few days off before he plays the Clippers on Sunday, if you're going to sit him tomorrow. So I'll say tonight.
Yeah, for me, I want to bring Jalen Green back, and I want him to be ready to go, to jump into a full schedule. Here we go. I'm totally healthy, Coach. I'm totally healthy. Here we go. Because we're not going to bring him back unless he's totally healthy. I want him getting in the mindset immediately of this is the season, and I'm going to play in every game that I possibly can. Just like I have for the last, 3 years? However long it's been.
6 games in the last 3 years, and they were all 3 years ago.
Thank you. I appreciate that. For me, it's all about that. So I'm not going to play him tonight and then give him tomorrow night off. Get him back on a regular schedule where we're not going to manage your time. We're not worried about it because you are healthy. So go play like it. You're going to play in the back end of the back-to-back. That's what I'd play.
Maybe the best way to stretch it out and manage the tightness is to just play 48 minutes.
You're either back or you're not. We're not going to manage it.
That was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, we'll stick with the Suns. What about Dylan Brooks as an all-star? That's something we talked about a couple weeks ago, but it's gaining a little more momentum courtesy of a former Sun who is a perpetual all-star. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach continues.
It seems like most of the guys they're looking at are defensive guys and leader of men, former head coach, right?
Yeah.
I think you have a good little mix right now, but it'll be interesting to see who they land on.
We're keeping tabs on the front runners for the job, and we're looking around the league at who's getting crossed off the available head coach board.
John Harbaugh is in the building as the Giants' new head coach.
The Cardinal Decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved for dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Jalen Green return tonight against the Pistons? How will our underman team do against a good team from the Eastern Conference? We'll discuss Suns basketball tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shout out to Litchfield Park. What's going on, Litchfield Park? are we doing out there?
I'm just turning my microphone on here in Litchfield Park as we broadcast Base Indians.
Let me do a quick double check on the Suns injury report because it was just updated in the last 2 minutes, and Jalen Green's still questionable. Okay.
Questionable.
All right. I'm getting good at this.
Okay, that's, it's better than doubtful.
I've got like 9 NBA injury reports open in front of me right now because they update it every 15 minutes. So I'm just over here clicking away.
Better than out.
That's true. That's true.
You're out.
You don't want to be out.
You're out at Faber.
Out is not as good. Dylan Brooks. Wolf, you and I had this conversation briefly a couple weeks ago. Hey, maybe Dylan Brooks like an all-star? Could he do that for the first time in his career? Here's Charles Barkley on Sirius XM radio yesterday, and he mentioned that exact possibility, actually.
Dylan Brooks is not going to make. We had to pick 7 players from the East, 7 players from the West. I put Dylan Brooks on my team, and I was telling Kenny and Shaq when we were picking him, I think we're going to announce it tomorrow probably because we're on tomorrow. I said, well, what's different than what he does than Draymond? Like, he does, what Dylan Brooks is doing for the Phoenix Suns is similar and comparable to what Draymond does for the Warriors when they were rolling, and he was like the 3rd or 4th All-Star. And Dylan Brooks deserves a lot of credit to what's happening in Phoenix. And I said, hey, I hope he makes it. I don't think he's going to make it, but I wanted people to know I appreciate what he's bringing to the table.
Wow. How about that? Dylan Brooks gets the endorsement from Chuck. That's kind of cool.
You know, when we talked about this a couple weeks ago, it was how would he get in, and who would he have to get in over, and what the format is, and everything, and this and that, and does he have enough? Is this going to be a situation where too many people around the league don't like him, and they're like, no, he's not going? Like the example you gave earlier, when you said Randy White. I mean, Dylan Brooks does not care if people on other teams dislike him. In fact, he kind of likes it if you don't like him. So maybe it makes it tough to get in. But I think the real question here, Wolf, is what would an all-star game look like if Dylan Brooks was in it? Because he can't play at 10%.
I know. That would be awesome. I love the fact that you said that, Luke, because it's an acknowledgement of what he does and how he plays. It's the lines that matter, I think, with Dylan Brooks. It is not who are they playing? Are they a good team? Is it LeBron? I really don't think Dylan Brooks really cares for the most part. I think the lines activate him.
Mm-hmm.
And I talk about this all the time. I think Buda Baker sees the white lines, Basinonians, and it's not about the opponent. It's about Buda. The lines activate Buda. And I think Dylan Brooks is largely the same way. Now, I'm not saying that beef stew, there might not be something tonight with beef stew. I'm not saying that, but I do believe that he will compete regardless of what team he's playing against. Having said that, he's averaging 20.5 points per game. That's, round up, 21.
Yeah, why not?
Does he play defense? Oh, my goodness. He plays incredible defense. Yes, he tries extremely hard. Could I see him being named as a reserve by a coach? Yeah, I could.
Yeah, it's a really close call because, like Chuck even said in there, is he going to make it? Probably not. And the toughest thing with the All-Star, any sort of selection, you have to stack up all the other candidates too. Like in a vacuum, is Dylan Brooks worthy of an All-Star selection? Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, he's the face of the turnaround here for the Phoenix Suns. Because if you're talking about the turnaround for the Suns this year, just by the nature of the fact that Devin Booker's been here for years, it's hard to say Devin Booker's the face of the turnaround. He's the face of the Suns, but is the face of the actual turnaround this year. If you had to pick one guy, you would probably say Dylan Brooks. When you think, wow, what's different about the Suns this year from last year? It's Jordan Ott. It's a bunch of different things, but you think Dylan Brooks first. And that alone is something you could put on your All-Star application, but I just don't know if his reputation around the league would hurt him. And if he got in, would he get a technical foul in the All-Star game? I think he would.
Man, I'd love to see that because it's the lines. Once again, the lines.
Hey, he doesn't bow down to LeBron. He has said that.
You know, again, coaches, they pick the reserve team for the All-Stars, Basinonians, and that is the one group that I think might appreciate what he brings. The one group. Fans out there, nowhere in the world. Fans are like, he's way too polarizing. They're not going to do it. Even players. You know what? He tried to rip the ball out of my hand, said Williams. I honestly don't see that happening. But coaches who look at his efforts and see his numbers now, the fact that he's scoring almost 21 points a game, could he be picked as a reserve, knowing the way he plays and the effort he gives on both ends from coaches? I could see that possibly happening.
What if officials decided who got to play in the All-Star game?
I don't think that would fly.
Probably not. Hey, just
he once called me a venal pettifog.
Once, probably about 15 times a night. What? Just asking for a friend, but if you get a technical foul in the All-Star game, does that count on your record for the year? Or a flagrant?
I never even thought about that.
Because nobody would ever get a technical foul in an All-Star game.
Yeah.
I really would love to see it.
And so somebody's had to get a technical
I'm sure
in the All-Star game.
But
somebody had to get tagged.
We should send Jamal down to NBA headquarters to find that out right now.
Yes.
I can't.
Jamal,
I can't imagine.
get on that.
I can't even picture it. You know, when everybody's out there like, oh, I don't play defense. I want the score to be 237 to 234.
So they're, according to whatever Essentially Sports is,
they're
Dwayne
already
Wade
sounding reputable.
Committed a flagrant foul on Kobe in 2012.
Is that the last one?
Okay.
It's a flagrant, not a technical, though.
Okay.
But, Dylan Brooks could also do a flagrant.
Okay. Yeah, you could see that happening. How about that, a flagrant in the All-Star game?
Can
Surprise!
Could you see him standing for the, we're in the All-Star game, Dylan, we just stand here and let players run by and do layups.
I know, yes.
There's no defense. There's no intensity.
No way do I see him playing like that.
He would at
Stephen
least...
A. got a technical in the celebrity game.
Just one?
Yeah.
I could definitely...
First one ever.
Definitely see
2020.
Dylan Brooks at least doing the thing where he fouls somebody and then kind of doesn't let go.
Yes.
And then...
But could you see that as well? Just coaches looking at him saying, this guy, they appreciate the kind of intensity and physicality that he brings to the floor. I'm sure I could see coaches, and knowing that coaches pick the reserve team, I could see that happening.
I think his name at this point has to at least come up in the conversations, and that alone is indicative of how far this team has come this season and how big of a role he's played in it. The fact that coaches putting together all-star rosters literally have to have the conversation we just had of, hey, what about Dylan Brooks in Phoenix? And I know half the league hates him, and all the officials are going to walk out of the game if we bring him in, and he might commit 2 technicals and get thrown out of an all-star game, but look at the season he's having.
And what happens if some coach says, oh, I love that guy?
All right, we come back to football. I tell you, one current NFL player in the NFC West had an assessment of the Cardinals that wasn't real flattering and maybe is accurate. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal. Goes to his right. Still on the dribble. 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane. Runs one off the window. Got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, No mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388. Online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the two NFL teams still looking for head coaches, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. Some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is currently questionable, and that is what is trending now.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading.
I think the fan base wanted Saleh. Robert Saleh was the overwhelming favorite.
Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, it seems we will get answers on Saturday. Is that fair? Some clarity, maybe?
In regard
to the Cardinals head coach, just life in general at this point. Anything? Somebody give me an answer on anything.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It'd be nice.
It'd be nice.
They are going, it would appear, on some level, all in on Clint Kubiak. There are definitely reports out there flat out saying the Raiders are going all in on Clint Kubiak.
Which, yeah, this is, wow, can you imagine? A feeding frenzy over Clint Kubiak.
Pretty sure he can't coach both teams.
Yes.
So that's going to be, and he might just go back to Seattle. Boy, if you're Clint Kubiak, this is great, huh?
Yeah.
Like, you have all the leverage in the world with both these teams.
Yeah.
And if you don't like what you see, you can just go back to Seattle and contend for a Super Bowl again next year and then get a head coaching job a year from now, probably.
Yes.
So, Fred Warner was on the St. Brown podcast yesterday, and I'm guessing some people heard this, but probably not everybody. Fred Warner, of course, very prominent defensive player with the San Francisco 49ers. Cardinals have been talked about, or at least Drew Petzing has been talked about on the St. Brown podcast recently. But this conversation was just the NFC West in general. And then Fred Warner took it here with the Cardinals.
And the NFC West was stacked this year. Like, do you think the NFC West is the best division of football, like this year?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
right?
easily.
Easily?
Yeah. I mean, that's not even a question. I don't even know, what the argument is going to be in that situation. But yeah, this year we had 3 teams who were playing for the 1 seed in our division.
What about the Cardinals? I want to bring them up. Like, what do they stack?
Yeah. They, for some reason, bro, it's like, you ever seen that meme with like the dragons? It's like the three dragon, and then you got the dragon over there with his tongue out, with the googly eyes. Like, that's the Cardinals right now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right, you don't need to celebrate it, Fred.
Yeah, Fred, honestly, knock it off.
It was a funny line, but come on.
Yes, but seriously, when you think of all the man games the Arizona Cardinals have missed, more than any other team in the National Football League.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say right there. Injuries do matter, Basinonians. It's not the reason why the Arizona Cardinals were 3-14. You've got to go ahead and be able to overcome injuries. Now, they have had an amount of injuries that supersedes anything, any expectation, anything you could plan for going into the season. You're never leading the NFL in man games missed. You're never going to be able to prepare for that. It just isn't going to happen. But again, it was also a situation where we all knew something wasn't right from the beginning. We did, even when they were 2-0.
Yeah.
Even when they were 2-0 and they won those first 2 games, man, you had a feeling like, okay, whoa, hey, what's going on here with the offensive line?
It's funny you say that because I remember, we do the rapid reaction piece on Sundays. Usually a lot of the hosts around here just your thoughts quickly on Sunday night right after the game. What do you think after these games? And the web department does a good job putting it all together in one piece. And the Saints game, the first game of the season, I remember writing something up real quick and just kind of being like, yeah, it was ugly, but it's week 1. Week 1's always kind of weird in the NFL. You see some teams just flat, like the Patriots lost to the Raiders in week 1. I mean, that's how crazy week 1 can be. So we all noticed it, but at least for me personally, I wasn't that worried after week 1. Week 2, when they beat Carolina, and it was like they tried to give the game away 7 times, and Calais Campbell had to basically finally say, no, we're winning this game. That's when I think everybody was nervous, like you said, and I definitely remember looking at that being like, oh, okay, there's some issues here. They won 1 game after that, Wolf. Like, people are going to take their shots at the Cardinals right now.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you got to wear it.
You got to wear it.
You went 3-14. I'm looking at the chat. Inspector Todd said Fred Warner's record against Arizona is 8-7. So calm down, Frank. That's what he said in there, which was pretty good.
Wow, I did not know that. That's interesting.
I haven't even verified it, but I just
again, when you think of the 49ers season, by way of example, and what we're talking about, brothers, right? I mean, Kyle Shanahan, what an incredible job he did holding it all together after losing. I'm talking about some of his best players, Nick Bosa, losing players for the year and overcoming all of that. So, again, the 49ers, did they suffer as many missed man games as the Cardinals? No, they did not. But they suffered serious injuries, of course, to some of their best players, and yet overcame all of that.
That's the conversation that we were having earlier in the year. And even before the season was over, it's like, okay, you've lost a bunch of players. It is unfair what happened to the Cardinals injury-wise.
You lost a bunch of games.
We're not going to be able to play that song if the Seahawks win the Super Bowl.
Seattle Seahawks.
But then you had San Francisco.
No, we can always play it.
San Francisco right there just winning and winning and winning anyway with all the games the man games that they were losing to key players. And I think that even came up in the press conference after Jonathan Gannon got fired when Bidwell was like, it was just going in the wrong direction. I mean, that was kind of, I don't remember exactly how he said it, but they lost 9 games in a row to end the season. They lost 14 of 15. There is a way where you have those injuries and you still finish 7-10 or 8-9 or whatever, and you don't make the playoffs in this division, but you show that as a team you can fight through it. By the end of the season, it was just guys saying they like Jonathan Gannon, but they weren't playing like it.
So how many games did they lose by one possession again? The final tally was 7. Was it 7 games by one possession that they lost? You think of those games and going back and looking at it, how critical that was that they lost those games the way that they did early in the season. And then all of a sudden it was the injury situation just became unbearable. In the second half of the season, I would say, is where you were looking at it and you were wondering who was playing. And I'm talking about Mike linebackers, guys that were wearing the green dot for the first time in their career, going out there and playing. It was a mess in the second half of the season, more so than anything else. But even in the first half, you knew something wasn't right.
Yeah, and now the question is like, what path are you trying to follow? I mean, Jacksonville's the one that comes to mind, where they lost a bunch of one-score games last year, and then they bring in the right coach, and all of a sudden, what were they, 13-4 this year? Guys got healthy. I mean,
seriously, I thought 12-5. Were they 13-4?
I think they were 13-4.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's great. I don't know why. Whenever you hit the teens in the NFL, you are blowing it out of the
13-4.
Wow. I would have said 12-5 guaranteed.
Yeah, but you would have been able to tell me how old every player on the team was without even looking.
That's true. What's their birthday?
13-4 for Jacksonville, and it's not like they only changed the coach, but that was the main thing. I mean, that's what the Cardinals are trying to do. The injuries now just get brushed aside, but when you bring in the new coach and your defense is ideally healthier next year, how much better can you be? Now, despite the fact that Fred Warner said it the way he did, you're in a division with 3 of the best teams in football right now.
Right. You know what's amazing about what you just said as well? Liam Cohen, he came in. Would you say Trevor Lawrence was really talented?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. And Trevor Lawrence going into last season based on onions, and there were a lot of people that were talking about, hey, this might be it for Trevor Lawrence.
I was hoping that would happen.
Exactly. I think we all were. And suddenly, look at the impact that this offensive coordinator, this offensive mind, Liam Cohen, had on Trevor Lawrence. I'm just wondering, once again, when we talk about the Clint Kubiak thing and the Mike LaFleur thing, it does.
There's no way
it comes
around
back to it. If there is a possibility that Clint Kubiak is on the record privately as saying, I can rebuild this guy, there is no expense you would spare to sign him.
It's the one thing when I brought up Jacksonville, and I'm glad you said it, where it's like, oh, yeah, maybe they could follow that path. That's what they're trying to do, right? Well, what's the one thing that Jacksonville had that maybe you don't have, or maybe you do? They had a quarterback that looked like, I would say it wasn't as close to, hey, he's out the door as it is right now with the Cardinals and Kyler, but there was a quarterback that was viewed as a reclamation project that was a former number 1 overall pick. Cardinals do still have that on the roster. He is still here.
And there was also a defensive coordinator, Anthony Campanile, that wanted to fight all of you.
He still does. All right, Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, what do the Suns need to do tonight, whether Jalen Green's playing or not, to upset the Detroit Pistons. We're going to talk to Kevin Ray. Game Day with K-Ray is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
putt. Putt.
Text the word
putt
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvisi here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now, in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Yeah, Suns Pistons tonight. The Mortgage Matchup Center. Kevin Ray joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line for Game Day with K-Ray. What's going on, Kay?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
I'm just refreshing the injury report. Okay, Jalen Green's still questionable. All right. It's usually right around when we find out, so maybe in 15 minutes. All right, Kay. Well, they had to play the last game against Brooklyn since we've talked to you without Devin Booker, without Jalen Green, actually without Colin Gillespie too. Maybe not the most aesthetically pleasing game ever, but a win nonetheless. So let's just start there. What jumped out in that 106-102 win over Brooklyn?
Well, look, you knew based on the information, an hour before tip that Colin wasn't going to go, and then Isaiah Livers. Let's not forget Isaiah Livers, guys, because he is a live, bouncy, fresh body, and I was bummed for him because he was coming off his best game of the season. I think he would have had an impact in that game the other night as well. But as far as a whole, you knew it was in many ways going to potentially be kind of a rock fight for Phoenix. But it's also why I feel better about this current version of the Suns playing and winning a rock fight versus the last couple of versions of the Suns. And there are going to be those games through the course of a regular season. And the fact that they found a way, had the double-digit lead of 12 points, then lost it late. But I was never like worried once Brooklyn took the lead, like, oh my gosh, they're going to blow this. Like, even without the playmakers, starting with Devin Booker and then Colin Gillespie, we know how instrumental he is to setting up those late game situations. But even without those guys, I felt like they had done enough and had enough positive plays that they were going to find a way to get it done on both ends of the floor. And that's exactly what took place.
Okay, what did you think about the scrum near the end of the game? What are your thoughts on that? How do you evaluate all of it?
Yeah, look, I thought Grayson Allen probably summed it up best, which is that only happens because that officiating crew allowed things to continue to escalate without stepping in. And Grayson in particular, got mugged a couple times going to the basket. And he and Terrence Mann had already had some words. And with all the other whistles that they were blowing, for them to allow the continued physicality, you knew it was going to happen. Just thank goodness Dylan was away from the scrum. Otherwise, they might have given him like 6 technical fouls right there, and 3 more in the future, just to stack his total. But look, I understand officials have a very difficult, challenging job. That being said, it is your job, and your job is to get better. Your job is to be consistent. And this is where I think players, coaches, certainly, and fans have become frustrated because, yes, they have this great job and it's a challenge, but A, you signed up for it. And B, if you're not up to the task, get me somebody who will and is.
We're talking to Kevin Ray. Yeah, I know. I want to follow that up. Kay, by my count, the Suns are 2-4 without Devin Booker in the lineup this season. And the 2 wins, whether this is coincidence or not, Mark Williams went off offensively. Is 22 points in the win over Minnesota and 27 points in the win over Brooklyn on Tuesday. How instrumental is he to their success going forward the rest of the season, whether the rest of the team is healthy or not?
Yeah, look, Big Mark's impact oftentimes gets, overlooked, especially when the Suns are healthy. But if you peel away the layers, especially on the defensive end, what he has been able to do as the defensive anchor for this team when everybody else is healthy, he is an integral part. And I do think it was another kind of reminder that, and I know he jumped on with the guys yesterday afternoon, Burns and Gambo, talking about it, but it just offered up another reminder like, hey, I've got plenty of shots in my bag here. So it's a testament, one, to Jordan Ott and the staff saying, look, we know the deficiencies we are dealing with when we don't have Devin Booker, when we don't have Colin Gillespie, when we don't have Jalen Green. And so let's go to what now is a strength against a team like Brooklyn. And I think that there are other potential matchups like that as well, but you cannot overstate the value of Mark Williams on both ends of the floor.
You know, just looking at the Detroit Pistons right now and J.B. Bickerstaff, the job that he has done for them, it reminds me of the Phoenix Suns. They seem like they are the Phoenix Suns of the Eastern Conference. Now, they've won more games, of course, than the Phoenix Suns, but your take on the Pistons tonight and how difficult this game's going to be for the Suns?
Yeah, well, look, first and foremost, it will be extremely difficult. Again, depending on who is able to go. Hopefully Colin, hopefully Isaiah will be back. Fingers crossed that we'll see Jalen Green tonight, perhaps. But this is a Detroit team that I said coming into the season, I feel even more strongly about it now. I believe that they will be one of the last two teams standing in the Eastern Conference. In fact, the next two nights, Suns fans, just brace yourself. The next two nights, the Suns are going to see the top two teams in the Eastern Conference and the two teams that I believe will battle it out for the Eastern Conference title. And it's a testament to Detroit, the way that they, took it on the chin, but in some ways they have taken the slow, patient route in building through the draft, in doing selective free agency, and you see where it's gotten them. Last year, tough loss for them in the playoffs in the first round, but they've gotten better because of that. And it is a team that is stacked. They're deep. I've always thought very highly of J.B. Bickerstaff, the job that he does as a head coach, and the Suns will definitely have to have as close to their A game as possible tonight.
Talking to Kevin Ray. Kate, whenever Jalen Green does come back, what do the Suns have 35 games left in the regular season right now? So, I mean, it seems like he's not that far away from coming back, but the bigger issue has obviously been keeping him on the floor. How would you handle this? How do you think they're going to handle it? I mean, is it a situation where you put him on the Mark Williams plan where he's never going to play back-to-back games? Do you have to manage his minutes? Or, I mean, how much of this is just out of their control?
Yeah, it's a tough one, Luke. I think certainly the back-to-backs initially is something that will most definitely get looked at and taken into consideration. But I also think that, and we talked about this a little bit the other day, I also think that there is that threshold that I think if he can get through and get past, it gives him a sense of relief and confidence. Because of the young player who's never really experienced a significant injury, there is that mental part to it. And I think we'd all be naive to suggest otherwise. And I think that is part of what he is dealing with. And so that kind of creates that gray area for both he and the Suns medical staff. But I think that once he's able to get past that at least later in the season, and I don't remember off the top of my head how many more back-to-backs we've got before, the end of the regular season. But, hopefully as the season progresses, you factor in an all-star break there, that he would be on the other side of that kind of cautious approach, if you will.
Kay, do you think that Jordan Otta and his staff, of course, are looking at Jalen Green and saying, you know what, I'd rather play him tonight as opposed to tomorrow night, the back end of the back-to-back? For me, I'd like to see him when he's ready, when he's healthy, just go.
Yeah.
Just jump in, hit the reset button, and let's go. But do you have a preference? Do you think they're considering the front end of the back-to-back or the back end of the back-to-back? Because it seems like the impossibility here would be him playing in both games of the back-to-back.
Yeah, look, if we're just looking at recent history, you're spot on, Wolf. For me, it would be getting him back tonight, because beyond tomorrow night, you've got another team that's playing as good as anybody in the NBA right now, and that's the Los Angeles Clippers. So you'd conceivably have Friday, Saturday in order to kind of rest and assess how the leg feels going into, coming off of a game tonight. And certainly, would be dependent on maybe how many minutes that he plays. But, if I'm voting, if I am, having an option to raise my hand and say which game, I say tonight.
Wow.
All right, Kay. Always great to talk to you, man. I think I'm with you. I'd rather just see him play tonight against Detroit and see what happens.
I'd just rather
here.
see him come back and start playing.
Get that dub.
Yeah. Kay, thanks a lot, man. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
Okay, Kay.
You got it, boys.
All right, that's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. And, yeah, the Suns right back at it tomorrow, too, against, as he just said, in his opinion, the two best teams in the Eastern Conference with Cleveland tomorrow. And certainly Detroit's record speaks for itself.
Are you healthy or not?
Find out, I guess. When we come back, let's get back to football. And I know we just had this conversation before, Wolf. How much does a new coach or a new potential coach saying they like Kyler Murray impact a decision to keep him here in Arizona? What about some teams that are starting to surface that would like him on their roster? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
That it's going to be like this all year with Jalen Green. Mental or not, that it's going to be very hard to count on Jalen Green in the 2025-26 season because you just don't know if it's going to last and you don't know if he's going to be able to hold up, which is unfair because he's been able to hold up his entire career. But this year, clearly, he's dealing with something that goes beyond that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance. That's really, really important. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn a little bit more. That's right. Are you interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? I know that I am, my brothers. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth that are in line with your risk tolerance. I can't say it enough. Pick up the phone and call 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder, now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is starting off the new year strong with big savings.
Absolutely, Dave. It's our New Year's savings sales event. All month long, you can lease an all-new 2026 Train for just $279 a month or purchase with $47.50 in savings. Plus, the popular 2026 Yukon and Yukon XL models are arriving daily with lease options at $799 a month, making this the perfect time to upgrade your ride. So visit
Visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals and Las Vegas Raiders are the two NFL teams still looking for head coaches. According to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, some people in the league are of the opinion that Kubiak is the lead candidate for both jobs. And the Phoenix Suns are in action tonight at home against the Detroit Pistons. Tip-off is at 7, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Jalen Green is questionable, and that is what is trending now.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday afternoon. It's Wolf and Luke. Cardinals right now in this holding pattern, Wolf. I mean, what would you say? How important would you say head coach and quarterback are to a team's success in the NFL?
I think it's pretty big.
Yeah. Well, we don't know who the head coach, we truly don't know who the head coach is, and they don't either, by the way. And quarterback, I would say, is almost as unknown. I mean, you figure Jacoby Brissett's going to be here next year. Maybe he's the bridge guy. Maybe the bridge guy is only playing the first few weeks if you draft somebody, or maybe you go out and get somebody. I don't know who that somebody would even be at this point. Maybe you keep Kyler Murray. There's a lot of questions there. Nick Farabaugh on 98.7 The Fan brought up a coach who now coaches a different team who definitely likes Kyler Murray and his game.
If Rodgers is willing to come back, he's the quarterback next year. Now he has to decide if he wants to play. If he doesn't come back, I think that's when things get interesting. Mike McCarthy in the past has really liked Kyler Murray. That's been something to watch. I think the Jets also really like Kyler Murray, though, so that'll be a real nice bidding war, depending on what the new coach in Arizona wants to do. I think it's no certain thing that Kyler Murray's even getting that moved. Let's say Rodgers doesn't want to come back. I think Kyler's going to be on the table. I think Malik Willis is on the table there. I think he's the type of profile Mike McCarthy has liked. He's a bigger guy, and he's more mobile than some of the guys he's worked with. But you want to talk about a developmental quarterback that could maybe turn into an answer?
Wow. Okay. That's really interesting. Nick Farabaugh right there, Basonians, from The Fan. Mm-hmm. Okay, so for me right now, I immediately think of Mike McCarthy as the Steelers head coach and whether or not he wants Aaron Rodgers back. He said, I know what he said. I know what he said. There's a big difference between what he said and actually wanting him back. It's not like they don't have a history. Would you say they have a history? Yeah, they do have a history.
Their best moments in the NFL, Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers, are tied to each other on some level.
Yes. I just wonder at any time if it ever became personal. It's very interesting. This had to be in the interview with Mike McCarthy, obviously.
I'm sure.
How do you feel about Aaron Rodgers and whether or not he's going to come back? It sounds like, according to that cut, they're leaving it up to Aaron Rodgers to make that decision.
I was kind of under the assumption that Aaron Rodgers was just going to be done at the end of this season.
Me too.
You know, it's he's getting beat up out there, and the Steelers had a decent year, and it's not like you're not going out on top if you're Aaron Rodgers right now. It's not like you're playing for the Super Bowl, but I don't think it wasn't an embarrassing way to go out.
No.
You know, if he had left after being hurt all year for the Jets, or that just being a mess with the Jets, that, you know, maybe not the way you want to go out. They made the playoffs this year. Aaron Rodgers was solid. I assumed when the season ended that he would be on the way out too. And, you know, you pointed out the day after the season ended, that broadcast all night, they were talking about, this is it for Aaron Rodgers. Like they treated it like a farewell tour. And then Tomlin's the guy who left the next day. But you got to think that McCarthy being there at least impacts Aaron Rodgers' decision, because could you not see a world where Rodgers is like, all right, I'm on my way out, and then they bring in McCarthy, and it's like, maybe we run this back one more year.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we're starting.
You can't tell me they haven't had some type of communication.
Well, Max was in here yesterday and said they've already talked.
Yeah, absolutely. So that to me is really kind of weird as well. I think they are going to try to run it back. But it's interesting that Mike McCarthy has this opinion of Kyler Murray.
Yeah, I feel like the Cardinals are losing leverage quickly when it comes to the head coach situation, because especially right now, if I'm Clint Kubiak, I know the Raiders and Cardinals, maybe desperate's not the right word, but they seem to really be putting all their eggs in the Clint Kubiak basket. So you're losing leverage there. But I also feel like the Cardinals are maybe gaining some leverage in terms of if they wanted to move Kyler Murray, because there are just not any quarterbacks available for. I mean, he just rattled off the Steelers might very well need a quarterback. Rodgers might just be like, I'm done doing this to my body.
Yeah.
Then the Steelers need a quarterback. He mentioned the Jets in there. The Jets definitely need a quarterback, and they can't draft Dante Moore at number 2 now, because Dante Moore's like, forget it, I'll just go back to school.
Indeed.
So they're desperate for a quarterback. There's a lot of talk that the Vikings might be interested in Kyler Murray, depending on how they feel about J.J. McCarthy. There are other teams out there more desperate for a quarterback than Minnesota is, too. And it's supply and demand, and there's very little supply this offseason.
Yes. Are you really going to give up on J.J. McCarthy right now? Are you
not
really going to do that?
I mean, you already gave up on Sam Darnold for him, so you're kind of pot committed to J.J. McCarthy.
For me, it's, that I call him 9.
I mean, he calls him 9, so there you go.
Honestly, you drafted him, in the 2024?
Yeah.
You drafted him.
He was hurt the whole first year.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden you're going to give up on him? I just don't see that happening. Rick, why are you laughing so? What are you laughing about?
Because Rick likes to play either 6-7 or the 9.
Do you believe that as well? You're ready to give up on J.J. McCarthy?
No, I actually think J.J. McCarthy showed some flashes. I just think the 9 thing is funny.
Okay.
I told you, he just likes to play the numbers.
Okay, what about you, Jamal? How do you feel about that?
J.J. McCarthy, no, he's not good.
He's an Ohio State fan. Enough of this opinion.
I am a Buckeye fan, but even the year he won the championship with Michigan, he was just a game manager. Like he made throws when he had to, but if you wanted him to go win you a game, that he couldn't do that. He wasn't capable of that, and he's showing that in the league so far.
They did not ask him to do much at Michigan. I mean, he won a national championship, so I'm saying relative to that, they ran the ball a lot.
Give him one more year.
No, you have to give him one more year. I think
he's made like 8 starts.
You just cannot. Yeah, you can't look at the experience that he missed out his rookie year.
Yeah.
The experience is just brutal.
But it's not just, it's like I said, I think I could probably sit here and find you 7 teams that need a quarterback more than Minnesota. And who are those 7 teams aren't all going to draft Fernando Mendoza. So how many of those teams look around and they're like, I'm sure a couple will just take the coward's way out and be like, we'll draft one in 2027. But some of these teams, like Miami probably wants a quarterback. Do they think, is Quinn Ewers definitely the answer? Pittsburgh is a team. I've been looking at them for a long time because they're always in win now mode and they can't draft a quarterback.
Did we actually play no, we did not. We don't have the Mike McCarthy cut, do we, of what he said? How about this? This is what he said about Kyler Murray. Now, this was back, understand, 5 years ago. Okay, but still, this is what he said. Quote, he has a unique skill set. He's so quick and explosive, and he can get the ball out of his hand very quickly. Obviously, he can make any throw. He can hit all the quadrants of the field, and he's leading the league in rushing as a quarterback. So I think that in itself tells you the stress that he puts on your defense. He's a dynamic player, and he's definitely the centerpiece of that offense. So once again, Mike McCarthy had a high opinion of Kyler Murray. Now, again, this is a quote. I want to be accurate here. This is a quote from 5 years ago. Okay? Yeah. Now, I think his skill set still applies to what Mike McCarthy just said.
Well, and, to be fair, the Steelers did draft a quarterback last year in Will Howard, but it was a 6th-round pick. I don't think they're tied to Will Howard.
No,
if he's
I don't
not
think
the guy. So, and the Steelers are just one example. I mean, the Jets are desperate for a quarterback. There's quite a few teams, and, you can get into debates over, do the Dolphins think Quinn Ewers is the guy? Are the Browns convinced Shedeur is the guy? There's a bunch, but the fact is you can rattle off like 8, 9, 10 teams that need a quarterback, and there's one available right now, maybe 2 if you really love Malik Willis or even Mac Jones. So I think if you want to trade Kyler Murray, you're going to be able to do it.
You got to put him in the right offense, though.
Yeah. Well, that's their problem. That's not the Cardinals' problem. All right, when we come back, what are we going to be watching for in tonight's Suns-Pistons game? And we'll refresh the injury report next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gives to Mark Williams, 18 feet away. He puts it on the deck. Spins on Claxton. Turns, shoots, and hits right over Nick Claxton. Mark Williams, have yourself a night. 27 to lead the Suns, and he ties the game at 100.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. That's right, brothers, sisters. Gather around the transistor. If you've got back issues or neck issues, you need to see my brothers over at DISC, man. DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that all over the world. I kid you not. The pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery at DISC, he actually trains other surgeons from all over the world. Yeah, that's right. They come right here to the Basin because of DISC and what they've done. Enjoy life again, man. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally. And today, those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
Shout out to Surprise. What's going on, Surprise?
Yeah, Surprise.
Staring at the Suns. Wolf, well, I'm staring at the injury report, and Jalen Green is still questionable as of a couple minutes ago.
Yeah,
I guess
okay.
we can't say him as who or what we're watching tonight.
Okay, can I just say, based on our needs, if he does play, I'm going to be watching Jalen Green.
Yes, that's fair.
Can I say that?
Yes, that caveat works.
Yes.
With that being an unknown, he just got ruled out 1 minute ago.
No way. Okay.
What a downer. Why did I
Jalen
refresh
Green
this
is
all day?
out. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Well, I said it first.
Well, yeah, but you said it like a question.
No.
I said it definitively.
Well, I can say definitively. Jalen Green out, injury/illness, right hamstring
Jalen
injury
Green's
management.
out?
It says injury management. Is that maybe a sign that things are getting better?
You know, it's just exactly.
He's been working out before the games and looking pretty good.
Here's the injury management. That's exactly what I don't want. Okay? I want the injury taken away from that. I want the management, of Jalen Green taken away from that as well. I want both injury and management and injury management taken away.
I have 11 injury reports open. I'm going to close all these. Jalen Green is officially out for tonight, according to the NBA. That's my source on this.
Okay. Maybe this is a good thing because maybe they're like, yeah, that's right. We want to hit the reset button. When he's healthy, but we're not going to bring him back and play him in a back-to-back. That would be foolish of us to actually do that, to play him in a back-to-back. So maybe we're going to play him the back end of the back-to-back as opposed to the front end. Because we're going to hit the reset button, and when we hit that reset button, he's good to go. How'd that sound?
You just physically gave me a headache with the back end of the back-to-back with the front end of the front-to-front. All right, so we can't watch Jalen Green tonight. I guess we could on the sidelines. Hey, there's Jalen. It's great. Maybe we should have Jalen Green on to ask him what he's watching tonight.
Okay, Book is out.
Yeah.
Ron Wolfley reporting.
Thanks for breaking that news.
My source is
4 days after the team ruled him out.
There we go. Hey, you heard it right here.
Not first,
but you heard it.
Not last.
Right here.
Well, okay. I was going to say Mark Williams is the guy to watch because, like I said earlier with K-Ray, the 6 games that Devin Booker has missed, the 2 of the Suns have won. Mark Williams went off. And last time against Detroit, and Detroit's pretty impressive front court, Mark Williams didn't do much. But I'm actually going to go with Dillon Brooks because you have Dillon Brooks on the floor at the same time as Beef Stew. And you gotta be paying attention. Everybody, certainly the officials, that's what they're going to be watching for tonight.
Okay, Bisonians, it's amazing the matchups over the last 4 or 5 games. They've been very, very similar for the most part, and this is going to be a game that is going to be decided by who turns the other over the most, and then points off of turnovers. It's amazing to me because they have played a lot of teams that are really, really good at turning their opponents over. Just like the Detroit Pistons, number one. Would you say that's good? Number one in the association.
It's good to be in the top one, yeah.
Number one in the association in opponent turnovers with 16.6. Guess who's number three, Basin Reeds? The Phoenix Suns, 16.3. Steals, number one for the Pistons, 10.5. Steals, number two in the association, the Phoenix Suns, 10.3. Offensive rebounds, once again, these effort stats, these defensive stats and effort stats and intensity stats that I'm giving you right now. The Pistons are number 4 in offensive rebounds in the association, and the Suns are number 5. This is a clash of the Titans, if you will. And since Jalen Green is not going to play, this is what I'm going to be watching.
Suns played Detroit 2 weeks ago. In Detroit, 108-105. They were leading in that game for a while. Kind of ran out of gas and scoring late. I think a lot of what you just said was on display. I mean, Detroit turns you over. The Suns do as well. It did look like a rock fight for a while. Suns came up 3 points short. You figured at the time, well, I'll get them next time because you're going to have Devin Booker and Jalen Green for that. Not going to have either one for tonight, so it's going to be tough again. Here's Jordan Ott yesterday on round 2 with the best team in the Eastern Conference.
They're great. I mean, they obviously had a great season. They start with their defense. The way they talk about it, the way they play, it's kind of changed in the last couple years since JB has got there. And they take on the identity of the city. We were even there when they presented Isaiah Stewart the award, and you could just feel like that's what they are about. It's just very similar to us. We're going to somehow have to get in their paint. They do a great job protecting at the rim. They force you to shoot it over the top, but they do have the wings and the size to not only take away the paint, similar to kind of what OKC has been in the past and this year. So that's the challenge. It's going to start there. It's going to be two teams that play really good defense, who can score enough, who can break down the defense enough. And we're trying to win a possession game against a team that does really good that wins the possession game almost every night. So good challenge.
Yeah, there it is. Interesting where he said, kind of like us. He compared them, and I totally agree. This is why I see this as a clash of cultures tonight. Who is going to win? Especially when you think of beef stew, right? When you think of beef stew and you think of Dylan Brooks, two guys that are the straw that might stir the drink, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some stirring. I'm looking at just kind of looking back at where the Suns got their offense the last time they played the Pistons, and they didn't get any in the fourth quarter. That's the game where they scored 15 points. They got outscored 19-15. You talk about an ugly fourth quarter in a game where both teams went over 100 points. The Suns got outscored 19-15 in the fourth, lost the game by 3. Their offense primarily came from Grayson Allen in that game. And the reason it's worth looking back on that, they didn't have Booker or Jalen Green in that one, so it's a very similar offensive attack, really. I mean, Colin Gillespie's still questionable for tonight, and Colin had 18 points in that game, but Grayson Allen took 23s in that game against Detroit. He went 7 of 20, had 33 points. Dylan Brooks went 4 of 16 from the field and had 16 points. So if you're looking for a path to a win, it still is going to hinge on defense first, obviously. Yeah. But maybe you get a better shooting performance from Dylan Brooks. Maybe Grayson Allen has a couple more threes fall, and you're not going to shut down Cade Cunningham, but they kind of did last time they played him.
Yeah, the one thing about this is I just don't see it as a fair fight right now because of Book not being in the lineup. That's the one thing that bothers me. Yeah. The last time they played him, the same thing. Yeah. Same situation, yet they played him really tough. What was it, 108, 105? Yep. Listen, I just totally remember that. But, how big is this game? Is it really that big when you don't have your best player? And when I say big, Basin Reigns, I don't mean every game is big to me. Every game is, no matter who you're playing. The Brooklyn game was big to me. Can you show me that you can get yourself up against a team that had won 12 games at that point in time. And they did. They got themselves up, and they won that game. They found a way to win that game. Every game is big. But when you think of the Pistons and the Suns and you think, hey, you know what? Here's two of the better teams, and that's what the Suns are, believe it or not. Two of the better teams in the association. We all know number one in the Eastern Conference, there it is, the Detroit Pistons. But when you think of them going at it tonight, without Devin Booker, their best player, it doesn't feel like it's big. And Jalen Green, by the way, maybe their second best. I say maybe because we don't know. But it just, how can you call it a big game right now when you're missing your best player?
Yeah.
If you're going to compare yourself to them.
They put themselves in position to win the last time they played Detroit better than I expected. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Because it was the same thing. You're missing these guys, and you're playing the best team in the Eastern Conference. That was on the road. This is at home. We'll see. But, a major reason why they were able to do that is because they held Cade Cunningham to 10 points. And they gave themselves a chance. They took a lead early. You could make a case maybe should have even won that game, but they ran out of scoring, which just generically looking at it, you would say, hey, this team might run out of scoring. They don't have Devin Booker or Jalen Green tonight. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. We'll go around the NFL. Fairly big name on the injury report for the Super Bowl. So we'll get into that and some other stuff next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They go for Kubiak and don't get him. He goes to the Raiders. Then they go back to LaFleur, and he says, I'm staying with the Rams. And then they pick another coach. Like, did they botch this whole thing?
It certainly does feel like when LaFleur had as much attention as he did on him.
That he was the guy.
That he was the guy.
But
that just kind of feels like we're building towards this idea that he's going to be the guy. So I think that would be, especially now you start veering back into Vance Joseph territory.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/fast. That's ethos.com/fast.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry. Because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns take on the Detroit Pistons tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker and Jalen Green remain out while Colin Gillespie is questionable. For the Pistons, Karis LeVert is out. And according to Fansided's Robert Murray, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a minor league deal with relief pitcher Derek Law that includes an invite to spring training. Law did not pitch in the big leagues in 2025, but he had a 2.60 ERA and 75 appearances for the Washington Nationals in 2024. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. Did the shorthanded Suns exact revenge on the Pistons? That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, I was trying to look back at the YouTube Live chat because somebody had predicted 125 for when we would find out if Jalen Green was playing or not. And it was 117, so they were close.
Wow.
Also, somebody said JJ is better than any Buckeye quarterback ever. I think that was directed at you, Jamal. And, yeah, Jamal.
That's wild. Are we talking about, like, in college?
I think that was just directed at Jamal by the AC 87. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's wild. I mean, Troy Smith won a Heisman.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't say it. I'm just reading out the YouTube
I know.
Live
I'm
chat.
just disagreeing with their take there. JJ McCarthy was a game manager on a very good team.
Yeah, you're saying that you believe that they were trying to kick Jamal. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that they were trying to provoke Jamal. Yes. And Daniel wrote in
Jamal!
Any word on Gillespie for tonight. Daniel, all I can tell you is he's still questionable as of the latest official NBA injury report. So Colin Gillespie still questionable at this point, but they still have 5.5 hours before tip-off.
You know what I want to say? I want to say Isaiah Livers. Is he ready to go? What is the injury?
Not on the injury report.
Not on there.
Yes! Yes! Okay.
Celebrate your victories.
I think you actually said that earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, but now it's more real.
Now it's settling in. I love watching this guy. You want to talk about a guy who's got kind of a bigger body that goes about his business and competes? Man, Isaiah Livers is a guy, who knows what this guy, to me, role player that makes a difference on this team, and I think he's only going to get better.
He was a guy when we did the interviews at Media Day this year. Remember how just fired up he was to play basketball again because he had been dealing with injuries and everything. And yeah, I mean, he is somebody that just in talking to him back then really verbalized a lot of what this team looks like when they play now, if that makes sense, because that's out of order, but that's kind of the way it played out. So yeah, I mean, They're so shorthanded. There's no way around this. They are shorthanded against the Pistons tonight. All hands on deck.
When you think about it, too, coming off the bench, I just want to say this quickly. You think of Jordan Goodwin. You know, you think of the options that the Suns have in Isaiah Livers and bringing him off. You think of the options of Ryan Dunn as well, long and athletic, and they try. Their effort and their intensity level is so high. I think. When you talk about the Phoenix Suns, you also have to talk about the bench coming off and the players they bring off the bench who've got that beating heart. I love it, man.
There's really
It's the best thing about this team.
No room for error tonight, obviously. Like those bench guys, whatever they are asked to do specifically, they have to do it. It doesn't have to be perfect, but they really can't mess up. So like I said, it's perfect.
So hard, the intensity. I love it.
This is Mike Vrabel yesterday talking about Drake May, who is on the injury report. He was limited yesterday. Apparently he was injured, at least banged up a little bit in the AFC Championship game as well, although not as bad as Bo Nix. Did you see that story?
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
That's a different story we can get into, I guess. But this is Mike Vrabel yesterday on his quarterback heading into the Super Bowl.
This is like the Miranda rights. There's nothing that I can say on there that can be used against me when I come back in here. So going forward, that's what we're going to have to say. Like those are like free interviews. I'm in there. We're doing breakfast shots and, but I think that everybody, and including Drake, is not 100% at this part of the year. And, we'll do everything that we can to help our players be prepared and get ready for this game. No, I won't say that anybody hurt anything. Again, this is a sport where there's going to be things that come up, but I don't think that there's we'll talk about whatever status each player has for the game. Once we're required to, we understand that, but we were able to function offensively, throw the football, run the football. So that's kind of where everybody's at.
So
don't dismiss any possibility. It's unlikely.
That sounded more like the Pete Carroll cut, where he's like the missed plays and the whatever that cut is that we have somewhere.
All I can think of is obfuscation.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so Vrabel.
We gave them some stuff with some misplay. We expected to play the stuff that we did play much better than we did, and it seemed like we were real loose on run after catch stuff as well. We did not plan to be off them as much as it wound up looking like, and that was not the plan. So we got to see why that happened.
What? What?
The misplay and the did play. I love it. The misplay and did play. Oh,
that
man.
clears everything up.
Okay, yeah, that is really, really good. Of course, he's gonna obfuscate at this point in time. I don't have to give you anything officially right now as to the severity of this, and that's what he just did. He basically told you that, correct?
Anytime a coach steps up there in front of the microphone and you ask him a question and he says, "I don't want this to be a situation where anything I say can and will be used against me," probably not get much of an answer from him at that point. And look, the Super Bowl is a week and a half away still. Drake May played in the AFC Championship with this injury, it sounds like. So I'm kind of writing this off as, yeah, he's banged up, but they've been playing football for 20-plus weeks. Most guys are banged up.
It's what football players do. There's a difference between being hurt and being injured. When you're injured, you cannot play, period. When you're hurt, you can play. And by the way, just because you're hurt, we're going to make you hurt less. Here's some blue juice. You know what I mean?
If Wolf was the trainer, I think I would just...
honestly, I do wonder about it. I do wonder. This is the one thing about it, Basin. It's like, when I'm done broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing I might do is see if the Arizona Cardinals will let me walk over to the training room and just walk into the training room and just, hey, dude, do you guys shoot the blue juice? What do you do? Do you give these guys as much? I'd love to know that. Do you take as much blue juice as we used to take?
You could probably walk in right now and ask the question. I don't know if they answer it.
They're not going to answer that.
No, maybe not.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to answer it when you're not broadcasting either, by the way.
You don't think?
I don't think so. Not if you ask it like that. I think you got to be more stealth about it.
Yeah. You know what I would love when I am done is if I could actually get it down on the sideline too. Could you put me on the sideline so I could just square up some dudes? What are you doing? Okay.
We got to get a list of things.
Anthony Campanile.
You wanted to be the guy out there when they roll the field in during training camp.
That's right. I also want to be the guy that sits in the back of the meeting room, in the corner of the meeting room.
UPS driver.
Yeah, UPS driver too.
I wanted to be that guy, just sitting back there. I won't say a word, not a word. Just let me listen to an NFL coach address his team.
And you want to be a consultant so you can walk around and tell people to pick stuff up. And you wanted to do something as far as field maintenance for the Diamondbacks where you just rake the sand or whatever.
Yeah, no, that was a cool job as well. I'd like to do that. Give me the rake. You're walking around.
Imagine going to a D-backs game. Wolf's just out there raking before the game. We could probably get them to let you do that before a spring training game now.
Yeah.
All right, hear ye, good people. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona January 31st. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. When we come back, the Cardinals seem to be rolling the dice that they can get Clint Kubiak before Vegas can. Is it worth that risk? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hit somebody!
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
putt. Putt.
Text the word
putt
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You might want to go to Aria Dental Implant Center if you play the game of football and got your teeth knocked out. Aria will help you. Yes, they can help you. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. You know what? This is your health. It's not a sales pitch, brothers. This is your health. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be super glad that you did. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned. They're proud to offer world-class care at their state-of-the-art facility right here in Phoenix. And with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report
No big, just a loose gas cap.
and gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states. NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show here, Wolf and Luke, on a Thursday afternoon. We got to, I feel like we learned a lot on this show today, Wolf.
Really?
No.
Yeah,
but
thank you.
I feel like
I feel like
something.
I'm in the dark. There's so many people out there saying, "You're always in the dark, Wolf." That's right, bro.
I don't even remember what I was saying. We talked to a couple guys from Seattle, though.
Okay,
a couple media people, not just some randos from Seattle walking down the street being like, "Hey, grunge and fish and coffee." Like, we talked to actual Seattle people. Greg Bell of the Tacoma News Tribune, and of course Dave Wyman, Seattle Sports 710 host and Seahawks radio analyst, to get their thoughts on Clint Kubiak. And you know, it's not a guarantee that he even becomes a head coach this season. Maybe he looks at Vegas and he looks at the Cardinals and he's like, "Yeah, that's great. But if I stay in Seattle, I can probably get this job a year from now." So I'll start there. We talked to Greg Bell. We just asked him flat out, what are the odds Kubiak even wants to be a head coach right now?
I think there's a really good chance, guys. And a first-time head coach, 38 years old, this is what everyone aspires to in the coaching profession, whether you coach in high school, college, or pro, to be an NFL head coach. And we've seen Ben Johnson being the most recent with last year at age 38 with the Detroit Lions getting a first-time head coaching job. We've seen this trend around the league of young, upstart, hotshot offensive minds getting jobs. It started way back, it's been like 10, 11 years now since Sean McVay was 30 years old and the Rams hired him. Kyle Shanahan, after he was a play caller in Washington, getting a head job. It's been the trend now for the last dozen years or so. And Clint Kubiak is this year's it guy as far as a young offensive mind.
Man, you know what? Honestly, it really is. I loved our conversation with Greg. I thought he was big time. He really, really was good. We got to have him back on as this story unfolds. But it's fascinating to me, Clint Kubiak, when you think of the possibilities right now. Why in the world have the Arizona Cardinals interviewed how many now? Is it 17? Is it up to 17 guys
17
right now
that we know of?
That we know of, exactly.
Should I go through the list again? Or
No, that's
we only
okay.
have a few minutes left in the show.
And yet they're holding out. And maybe this explains the Mike LaFleur thing. Maybe it's like, hey, listen, they interviewed Mike LaFleur. Maybe things went well with Mike LaFleur. But maybe it was a situation they looked at him and said, "Mike, you're right there. We got one more guy we have to talk to, and then we're going to make our decision." But you're right there. Is it a possibility they did that?
I think that's probably what happened.
I think that is a possibility.
The question is, at what point does Mike LaFleur look around and be like, "Dude, I just go back coach the Rams. I work under Sean McVay. It's not like I'm going to not have a chance next year. I'm working under Sean McVay as an offensive coordinator." But, there is a way, and I don't think it's crazy if the Cardinals were like, dude, you're right. Like you just said, you're right there. We've got one other guy we want to interview. I don't know that I love their chances at getting Kubiak in the sense of, like, not that I don't think they have any chance, but think about it this way. When we talked to Greg Bell, I'm not going to play this whole next cut, but he did say after that right there that the Seahawks are going to do everything they can to just keep him as their offensive coordinator. And look, why not? Like, look what he just did with Sam Darnold and this offense.
Yes.
Well, you and I have talked about this a lot. On paper, Seattle's offense is like, all right, you got an elite receiver.
Yep.
And then you have NFL players. But here they are. They scored more points than the Seahawks have ever scored before in a season, and they are probably about to win the Super Bowl.
And Sam Darnold was a huge part of that.
Yeah. So I'm guessing they want to keep their OC.
I would imagine they'd want to keep that relationship with Clint Kubiak and Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
This preeminent rise of the Seattle Seahawks and where they're at right now, Sam Darnold is right in the middle of that, and so is Clint Kubiak. So you could see this being a situation where they pile on the money to keep him there, yet at the same time, you're not the head guy.
No, and so, I mean, that's the advantage you have over Seattle if you're the Cardinals. You can say, you know what, we'll make you the head coach. The other factor here, though, is it's pretty clear the Raiders are all in on Clint Kubiak. So now you are running a risk. You're absolutely running a risk where you don't get Kubiak and then you're, like, scrambling.
And here's the other thing about it. I would imagine over the course of this weekend, as Clint Kubiak talks to the Raiders and talks to the Cardinals, one of the big questions he's going to ask is, how much money do I have for my staff? Because I got to put together a staff. How much money do I have?
I think you're going to have to outbid Las Vegas monetarily if you're the Cardinals to get Clint Kubiak. I'm not saying you got to pay him, as much as John Harbaugh's getting. You don't have to drastically overpay, because the other part of this is an unproven coordinator. In fact, both Greg Bell and Dave Wyman said that when we talked to them. They both had nothing but great things to say about Clint Kubiak and what he does, but they were both like, he's not like the most talkative, charismatic. Like, you don't know if he's going to be able to be a leader of men, because he hasn't had to be that.
That is an interesting concept right there, that he hasn't. Yet at the same time, again, all I can do is go back to Bill Belichick. I am sorry. He was not this leader of men, so to speak. He was not that guy. He was a guy you knew you'd get cut if you didn't do your job. Cold, hard killer is what I remember in terms of Bill Belichick. And that was what motivated all of his players to go out and do your job, because you just knew that. If you didn't do your job, you were gone. Yeah. And that, again, you knew Bill was serious. What he said, he did. It wasn't where he was going to try to motivate you to do anything, because as I've said many, many times, he couldn't motivate a gnat to fly around a fruit bowl. He just wasn't that guy, and he didn't have to be, because you knew he was serious. You better not cross him. You better not do anything wrong. You better do your job, or you're going to be gone.
Well, it's being pretty widely reported that the Raiders, this is their guy. They're all in. They're basically putting all their chips to the middle of the table, and they're saying Clint Kubiak.
If you like Clint Kubiak and you think maybe he could come here, you think of Tom Brady getting in the middle of this.
Yeah, I mean, and you're hoping
Brady.
You're definitely hoping Clint Kubiak watched college football this year and was like, yeah, Mendoza's the best quarterback in this class, but he's not anything special. He's just better. You're hoping that Clint Kubiak's like, yeah, seems like a good dude. I don't really necessarily want to tie my career to him. But the problem, again, if you're the Cardinals, who are you telling him he can tie his career to here? Who's your quarterback? Is it? He's not gonna.
What if he was a closet Kyler Murray fan? Oh, what if he was one of these offensive coordinators, one of the four that I continue to point to and say, they're in the NFL that say, I can rebuild him?
Well, I mean, you're kind of banking on that, but then you would also have to bring Kyler back, and I'm not sure that that's even...
That's right.
You can't even say, hey, we're going to take this guy in the second round of the draft, because you can't guarantee who's going to be there in the second round of the draft. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at PatsRun.org.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype, M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Downtown Phoenix is turning up the volume with the NCAA Women's Final Four Super Saturday. It starts at the Super Saturday practice presented by Samsung Galaxy at Mortgage Matchup Center. One last practice for the final two teams. Plus, the Super Saturday concert presented by AT&T, a free live performance at Hance Park. Super Saturday, April 4th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally, and today those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns take on the Detroit Pistons tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker and Jalen Green remain out, while Colin Gillespie is questionable. For the Pistons, Karis LeVert is out. And according to Fansided's Robert Murray, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a minor league deal with relief pitcher Derek Law that includes an invite to spring training. Law did not pitch in the big leagues in 2025, but he had a 2.60 ERA and 75 appearances for the Washington Nationals in 2024. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's Disc. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadero. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Well, not much, my friend. How are we doing today?
Good.
You doing good?
Yeah, I feel all right.
You feel good? Yeah, good. Because I'm going to ambush you now. You ready for this?
Okay. Yeah.
You about to get ambushed?
Ambushed.
Yeah, you got your headphones in. You can hear the sound that I'm about to play for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Were your ears burning at about 6 o'clock this morning? Oh, you
No.
were asleep at 6 o'clock this morning.
No.
Because, they were talking about you on the Bickley and Murata show today.
How handsome I am?
Oh, no, how much of a slob you are.
Welcome to Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, otherwise known as the home of the most gross conglomeration of filthy animals you have ever seen in your life.
Oh, no. What happened?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the camera here.
Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. This is a teaspoon. Or it's a tablespoon. It's a tablespoon. Yeah. It's a big spoon, and it's covered with what appears to be yogurt. And it was sitting here on the console waiting for us this morning. A spoon. A used spoon.
Come on, people.
What are we doing?
We hope it was yogurt.
You disgusting human being.
I left the spoon here.
You disgusting human being.
Bickley dropped coffee all over the new carpet the first day we got it. It stains all over the carpet.
Did your mother ever teach you to clean up after yourself?
Funny that you should reference that, Gambo, because that soundbite goes on to say, if it's Gambo, I hope so, because I'm exposing him, because he exposed me when I spilled coffee.
He spilled coffee all over the new carpet the first day we got it.
Used yogurt spoon.
Okay,
seriously.
Seriously, yours is at least 5 times worse than his.
It's
at least 5 times
I'm
worse.
a little surprised I did that. I got a bag here, right? I got my M-Dry bag. I got my M-Dry bag, and I always put everything in the bag when I leave. You know? I got a carrot.
Disinfecting
I got
wipes.
a banana.
Yeah. Here.
I got an apple.
What else you got?
I got some blueberries.
Blueberries, yeah. Yeah, some disinfecting wipes. Here, I'm giving you some. Here, clean up after yourself.
Okay. Just put it down. All right. My bad. That's on me.
We are the grossest show.
That's on me.
Here on Arizona Sports.
That one's on me. I left my tablespoon. I had the yogurt with the blueberries and the strawberries and the granola.
Your
my wife buys them at Safeway
with yogurt still on it.
Yeah,
I'm not even that much of a germaphobe, and that's still just kind of.
Yeah, I did. I left my spoon.
All right, now
my
that
bad.
we've sufficiently.
I think it's a fireable. I should be suspended for 2 days.
You just want a long weekend.
I think I should be suspended.
You just want a long weekend.
I should be suspended without pay for 2 days.
I think you should be made to host the Saturday show for Kevin McCabe. I think that should be your punishment.
If you guys want me to leave right now,
you have to work
I will.
a 6th day, I think, is what your punishment should be. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Well, Clint Kubiak is our top story of the day because we, like everybody else, are trying to get to the bottom of exactly what's going to go down Saturday in Seattle. By all accounts, that is the last day Clint Kubiak is allowed to speak with teams about their head coaching vacancies. There's only two. It's the Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals. And that according to multiple reports, true or not, those are the reports, that he will speak with both the Vegas Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals on Saturday before the team flies to the Bay Area to get ready for the Super Bowl. And the question that everybody is asking in the Cardinals fan base is it worth it for the Cardinals to have this interview when, by some accounts, it might be more of a Raiders job for Clint Kubiak? And everyone's trying to figure out, is there even value to speaking to Clint Kubiak at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is if that's the guy you want. There's a lot of belief that, both teams are really targeted on Kubiak as being the guy. The reports out of Seattle, the reports in the Seattle Times are he's slated for a second interview with the Raiders this week and a second interview with the Cardinals.
Yes.
So now we've got these two interviews that he's got. These are the only two vacancies left, and I think that both teams want Kubiak. And so now you kind of weigh it and you go over it and you make your best pitch and your best sale and you go over money. If I'm Kubiak, I think there's been like 6 teams that have been interested in him already. I believe he's had like 6 teams that have been interested.
According to, I'm glad you mentioned that. So this was a tweet from January 10th. He had 2 weeks ago, he met with the Cardinals, Dolphins, Falcons, Giants, Raiders, and Ravens over 2 days. 6 teams.
6 teams.
That was a couple weeks ago. But
yeah, so you could reach an agreement with him right now. You can't name him as your head coach until after the Super Bowl. So he could not officially be named as the head coach until after the Super Bowl. But all indications are that the Raiders and the Cardinals have kind of focused in on him. And now you wonder, like, okay, we look at the Raiders' job. They're both bottom of the barrel jobs in the league out of the 32 teams. But the Raiders do have the number 1 pick in Mendoza, which could be something that he's interested in him. And now the Cardinals have to get him in here for a second interview. They've got to sell him. As far as this thing is gone, and as long as it is gone, it is expected that that's the guy the Cardinals they let LaFleur come in and walk away after 2 interviews. There was a writer in Seattle that said late Tuesday that Kubiak is expected to talk again with Arizona. Speculation from those he talked to at the Senior Bowl in Mobile is Kubiak likely won't take the job. So in Seattle, it was written, like they said, late Tuesday night that Kubiak is expected to talk again with Arizona. Speculation from those he talked to at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, but he is likely not going to take the job.
Yeah. One of those writers from Seattle was a guest on Wolf and Luke today. His name is Greg Bell. I believe the Tacoma News Tribune is who he writes for. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. He was on Wolf and Luke today, and he spoke about Clint Kubiak's mentality going into this, the final days of this job search.
His mentality and his history of running the ball, Ron, is why he's in Seattle and why McDonald hired him. So it's not that though he's bending to McDonald's wishes. McDonald sought him because of his habit of running the ball, and in particular the outside zone.
Now, I'm going to pause that one because that's not the one I meant to play. This is the one I meant to play from Greg Bell. My apologies.
I've been told the Seahawks are going to make every effort to keep him, probably offer him a raise, probably offer him a promotion and title to maybe an assistant head coach. I don't know if Leslie Frazier, who is the assistant head coach now at age 67, would want to come back, especially if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. Maybe he would retire. He's been Mike McDonald's confidant. But the Seahawks don't want to lose what they built already in just one season with Clint Kubiak. Mike McDonald hired him from the New Orleans Saints to establish the run and have a attack mentality on offense, and he's done that. They spent most of the year leading the league in percentage of plays, run plays. They ended up 3rd just behind Baltimore and Buffalo at 50%. They ran more than anybody in the league all year, and they were most of the time below 4 yards per carry, some of the lowest totals in the league for most of the year, and Kubiak kept running it.
Now, obviously, the interesting part of that soundbite came at the beginning, in which he said, Seattle really wants to have him back and is prepared to give him a raise and a promotion and things like that. This one's weird to me. I don't know how else to describe it. This one is weird to me, and I'll explain what I mean by that. I agree with you that if Kubiak's high on your list, then you should speak to him. And if he's granting you a second interview, you should speak with him. But this is where, again, going with what's being reported out there, if he's not that interested in joining you, you kind of have to have a feel for that before the conversation to find out whether it's worth it to have one with him or not. You know what I mean?
He could use all this interest to get every nickel out of Seattle. So there's an NFL writer, Tony Pauline.
Yes.
This is what he wrote. The sense I'm getting is that Kubiak would likely return to Seattle rather than taking the head coaching job with Arizona, which is the cut you just played from Bell, unless they somehow blow him away with an amazing offer. The Cardinals are not a very desirable job for anyone.
So, to your point and what Pauline had to say, what the Cardinals are going to need to do, if this is the guy they really want, they're going to have to blow him away. Right? Because everyone's saying it's the Raiders. They have the number one pick, and it's Tom Brady, and it's $80 million in cap space, et cetera, et cetera. It feels like the Cardinals could be going into this conversation as a significant underdog to get Clint Kubiak, maybe even a non-factor to get Clint Kubiak. I hope that they have some knowledge behind the scenes that they're not like a not going to happen team for Clint Kubiak and that they do have a chance to get him. And I just wonder how aggressive they'll be in that conversation to get him. How aggressive do they money-wise? Power-wise, control-wise, whatever it is that Clint Kubiak wants.
Would you worry if the only factor him coming here was that you overwhelmed him with money? Don't you want somebody that's gung-ho about the job and the opportunity and wants to take this organization places they've never been before? Or is it just I don't really want the job, but if you're going to give me all that money, okay, I'll take it.
I would kind of almost look at it the other way. Like the Cardinals have a guy they want, and we are going to get you.
Okay.
And you know what I mean? I would almost look at that as encouraging. Not so much that they paid him the most money and that's the reason why he chose the job, not because he thought it was the better job, because the Cardinals were, if they get him, and this is a big if they get him, it would be because the Cardinals identified him as the guy they wanted, and they're like, we are not going to let anything stop us from getting him. You are the dude we want, and that is that.
If you read between the lines, all indications now, I don't know how you come to any other conclusion that this is the guy they want.
Yeah.
And that's why I wonder if you're setting yourself up for a big fall if you don't get him.
Could be. I acknowledge that. You absolutely could be setting yourself up for a big fall. It just seems like the only way you have to compete with the Raiders at this point, based off of what is being reported about this, is you're going to have to overwhelm them. And it'd be in a way kind of nice to see the Cardinals overwhelm somebody and say, no, this is how badly we want you. Look at this package we've put together for you. This is how much we think you're the guy.
The Pauline guy wrote, I'm told any candidate, including Kubiak, must be comfortable with minority owner and future Hall of Famer Tom Brady looking over their shoulder and potentially second-guessing decisions. That could be a negative against the Raiders. I'm not sure, but that's what he wrote.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, if this doesn't work out, is there a good fallback option for the Cardinals if they don't get Clint Kubiak? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal. Goes to his right. Still on the dribble. 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane. Runs one off the window. Got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Moving in Phoenix or the East Valley? Let me tell you, Moving Team 6 makes it easier than you'd ever expect. With their new Mesa facility, they're serving the East Valley with trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, packing and secure climate-controlled storage. They support veterans, train their crews, and every move is handled by full-time, experienced staff. Licensed, insured, and ready to get it done right. Go to movingteam6.com. That's 6 spelled out.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra. superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
When you struggle with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck. You feel embarrassed. You feel like you've run out of moves. I hear from people all the time who are in that exact spot. But just know there is a way forward, and it's called Y-Refi. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's all they do. And they won't judge you. They won't ask you why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low, fixed rate payment that you can actually afford. And if you've been turned down by other lenders, honestly, that's when Y-Refi shines. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control and breathe again. Give them a call to find out more. 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Burns and Gambo.
Before we talk fallback plans for the Cardinals going into what we can only imagine are the final days of the coaching search, let's shout out our audience in Whitman for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello, Whitman. We do appreciate you for listening. Hello to the YouTube audience for watching us.
I had a school there when I grew up called Walt Whitman.
Yeah,
I played him in sports. Walt Whitman.
The poet, Walt Whitman. Yeah, this is, I don't believe the town is named after Walt Whitman. Okay. It's spelled differently, so I don't think it's that. But hi, Whitman. We appreciate you joining us. The Arizona Cardinals, we just got done talking a second ago about the Clint Kubiak interview that by all accounts is going to happen this weekend in Seattle. The way the reporting has gone is, Peter Schrager reported both Las Vegas and Arizona have the opportunity to meet with Kubiak again before the Super Bowl. Jeremy Fowler said that expecting these interviews to happen Saturday in Seattle. The belief among some in the league is that Kubiak is the lead candidate in both places.
Right.
Diana Rossini, candidates up for either the Arizona or the Raiders coaching jobs were informed there's still one more interview to be conducted, and that's where I want to focus on. Diana Rossini tweeted out that the candidates for either the Cardinals or Raiders head coaching jobs were informed there is still one more interview to be conducted with another candidate. According to the reports, for the Raiders, that other candidate is Davis Webb.
Yes.
Who's the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos. Likely, if he doesn't take the Raiders job, to be promoted to OC under Sean Payton, given that they fired theirs a couple of days ago, and Davis Webb is highly thought of. He interviewed for the Bills job. He's thought of as the fallback in case the Raiders don't get Kubiak. The question is, and without knowing for sure what the answer is, what is the Cardinals' fallback if Kubiak chooses the Raiders or chooses to go back to Seattle. Is it Mike LaFleur, pardon me, or is it another of the names that they have reportedly interviewed for the job? That I think is because I think Cardinal fans are bracing for the idea that Kubiak would rather have the Raiders job. We don't know that for a fact. It just looks like a more attractive job given that they've got the number one pick,
right,
and $80 million in cap space, et cetera, et cetera. So if he goes with that and he picks the team that's going to be able to draft Fernando Mendoza, what's our backup? Who's it going to be? Is it Mike LaFleur, or does it have to be somebody else because the Cardinals let Mike LaFleur walk?
Yeah, it's a good question. They let LaFleur walk, so to me that he didn't blow him away and they didn't make him an offer and he left. So I don't think that LaFleur's their guy. But if you eventually you get to you don't get your first choice, your second choice, your third choice, you got to line them up. Like, where are they? Could it be Anthony Weaver? The Dolphins, I mean, he got a second interview with the Arizona Cardinals. This guy's a former player. He's a defensive coordinator, good leader from all intentions. Do you kind of feel like if you don't get Kubiak right now and you don't get LaFleur that you're settling? That you're settling for a guy that wasn't in your top group of coaches that you wanted? Because you might be. I mean, you might be, and sometimes that's what happens, you know? I mean, you could ask 5 girls to the square dance, and if all 5 say no, you take your 6th choice. If she says yes, the Cardinals
square dance.
Yeah, do-si-do your partner, promenade.
You ever been to a square dance before?
Yes.
Have you really?
Yeah, school used to hold them.
Wow.
Yeah.
You in cowboy boots.
Do-si-do.
that would be
I don't think none of us are in cowboy boots.
You in cowboy boots. I might actually pay real money to see that.
I remember do-si-do your partner, promenade. I don't remember how to do it, but yeah, no. My point is, the Cardinals probably have a list of guys that they wanted, and they might be down to their 4th guy or their 5th guy or their 6th guy. And if they don't get Kubiak, you just wonder how far the list. You got to hire somebody.
Sure.
You're going to have to hire somebody. I wonder if you end up hiring somebody that you initially really didn't want to hire.
Yeah,
you're just stuck.
It's a great question, and I wish I knew the answer to the question because I don't know what Mike LaFleur. Let's assume that it's him. Okay, let's assume that he came here, they spoke, they met, and everything like that. I know in the real world, and I know sometimes NFL coaching jobs or the NFL in general isn't the real world. But in the real world, you go, you interview for your job, you think it goes well. The people who interview you yeah, we like that guy. We like that John Gambadoro. But you know what? There's somebody else we want to go talk to. Let's go talk to them first. Yeah, just work with me. I know this has never happened to you. Just work with me on the hypothetical here for a second, okay? There's somebody else we want to go talk to first. You go talk to that other guy. That other guy decides he doesn't want the job that you're offering. Is it a slap in the face to go back to the other person you interviewed and said, hey, you know what? You're the guy we want. Is that a slap in Mike LaFleur's face? Is it a slap in the real world?
I mean, in the end, you get the job.
Right, exactly.
In the end, you got the job,
and
so what?
You read my mind, because ultimately, in the real world, that's the point I'm trying to make. In the real world, you don't look at it as a slap in the face. You look at it as like, oh, cool, I got the gig. I got the job, right? Not like, oh, I'm just so hurt that I wasn't your first choice and you didn't bend over backwards to give me the job. In the real world, that's kind of how this works. I know you've never looked for a job or interviewed for a job in your entire life. I can assure you that's kind of how it goes. So I don't know if we should just assume that Mike LaFleur right now is, oh, to hell with that job. I don't want it now since they're going to go interview somebody else. But if he does feel that way, then yes, you're going to have to come up with some other plan. Is it Raheem Morris? Is it Anthony Weaver? I don't think it's going to be Vance Joseph. My little spidey sense is telling me we don't have that to worry about. But it will also not move the needle. At least I'm just talking about my personal taste here. Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak are the 2 guys I want. At this point, they are by far and away who I'm interested in. Everybody else will be very much a wait-and-see guy for me. I don't know how you feel about it. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I think right now, you just follow the tea leaves. If the signs are pointing towards Kubiak now because 8 other coaches have been hired. How many of those 8 other coaches did the Cardinals want? I bet you there were 2 or 3 they wanted and they weren't able to get. Do I think it was all 8? No. Do I think that there's 2 or 3 coaches that they would have preferred over Kubiak, over LaFleur? Yes, I believe that. They didn't get those guys. They took other jobs. Now it's down to 2. It's down to 2. And they're bad organizations that don't win very much. And so if LaFleur goes back and stays with the Rams and Kubiak says, I'd rather just stay with Seattle, that's a really bad indication for you. But you've got to hire somebody. Hopefully the guy you hire is, again, he might be your 5th choice, your 6th choice, but that's okay. If he's a good quality coach, it'll be okay. Is it Weaver? Is it Vance? Is it Raheem Morris? Is it Ron Rivera? They're going to have to hire somebody, but I am really I am concerned about what would it mean. If I'm the Raiders, I'm the same way. If I'm the Raiders, I don't get Kubiak. I'm like, God, this job sucks.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Hey, you had a chance to be the head coach of the Raiders. You went back to Seattle to be a coordinator. That job must really suck. And I would feel that way about this job too. And I know we all feel this way about this job because it's been 3 weeks and you don't have a coach and you feel like, you've interviewed 15 different guys and you still don't have a coach and there's only 2 teams left. And ironically, it's the 2 of the worst teams in the league that don't have their coach hired. So you're concerned. You're just concerned about the price. And the Cardinals haven't had any, what's the word I'm looking for? Transparency with the whole search. So, at some point they're going to come out and they're going to hire a coach and they're going to say, hey, this is the guy we liked. And you got to either believe him or not believe him.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, are the Phoenix Suns taking on the best team in the NBA tonight? That is next, as we'll preview the Detroit Pistons game coming up on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
To me, if there's a no-brainer candidate, it's Larry Fitzgerald. He's the definition of a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He's also a Walter Payton Man of the Year winner.
He's a great goodwill ambassador for football. Everybody loves him, the second best wide receiver in history.
And I think it would be a major snub to the organization and to Larry Fitzgerald if it doesn't happen.
I totally agree, and I really hope that the voters do right by him.
Let's make a deal right now.
Okay.
Larry Fitzgerald doesn't get in on the first ballot. We take this to the streets.
Oh, I love it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about V's Barbershop, all their locations across the valley, and more than anything, the escape that is waiting for you when you go to V's Barbershop. Because, right, it's a tough day, it's a tough week, right? There's a lot going on, and sometimes you just need to get away from it all. And I know it sounds crazy, but it is absolutely true. When you walk into a V's Barbershop, not only do you have the best barbers, not only in the city, but in some cases the country. But you walk into a V's Barbershop, and it really is like you've left all your troubles and all your worries outside for about a half hour, right? And you're not really looking at your phone, and you're just hanging out, and you're relaxing, and you're getting a great haircut, or maybe you're getting a hot lather shave, and you realize that for about a half hour or so, you just get a little rest and peace and comfort, and it's awesome. It's part of what makes V's so very special. The fact you never have to worry about getting a bad haircut. You're going to get a great one every single time you go. So the next time you need a little peace and a break and a great haircut and a hot lather shave, go to vbarbershop.com and book your next appointment at V's.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns take on the Detroit Pistons tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker and Jalen Green remain out while Colin Gillespie is questionable. For the Pistons, Karis LeVert is out. And according to Fansided's Robert Murray, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a minor league deal with relief pitcher Derek Law that includes an invite to spring training. Law did not pitch in the big leagues in 2025, but he had a 2.60 ERA and 75 appearances for the Washington Nationals in 2024. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's Disc. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
Hey, it's Wolf. Is it important for the Arizona Cardinals to interview Clint Kubiak before the Las Vegas Raiders do? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, back here on Burns and Gambo, where we can tell you that Jalen Green has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Detroit Pistons. He will not play.
Yeah, he was never going to play in the back-to-back. I would think that there's a good chance he'll play tomorrow.
Okay.
I would be surprised if he doesn't. I'm not reporting this, so don't. But he was never going to play in the back-to-back. So I think give him the one extra day and then play tomorrow. So don't be surprised if he plays tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. Don't be surprised.
I understand.
I think they're hopeful that he'll play tomorrow.
Because at this point, as we've said a couple times now on the show, just kind of parsing through the words of Jordan Ott, it does seem like it's a mental issue at this point. And by that, I just mean he's holding himself back a little bit in likelihood that he's never really experienced something like this before, and he wants to make sure he doesn't do anything to re-injure him. And the thing that he said that was the biggest tell on that was Jordan not revealing he doesn't have some other hurdle he needs to clear to get back on the floor.
Right.
He doesn't need to show us he's good in 5-on-5. He's showed us he's fine on 5-on-5. He's cleared that hurdle. There's nothing left for him to do other than say, okay, I'm ready. Let's give it a go and let's see what we've got. So it does feel like it's up to him mostly at this point, and they kind of understand why he's being cautious with it, given that he's never really dealt with anything like this in his entire career. But there does come a time where it's like, dude, they need you. I mean, and maybe
there comes a time you got to play through whatever little tweaks there are that you're feeling, or the mental block, the hurdle that's causing this mental block. You got to play through it.
Yeah,
you have to. Like, you can't. Not everything you feel is going to lead to a re-aggravating of the hamstring injury. Not everything. So, and they're not going to send you back out there if they think that this chance you're going to re-aggravate it, because the next time you re-aggravate it, that's it for the season. Like, you're done.
Yes.
Like shut them down. You'll come back around the playoffs. Like, it's going to be, you take another 6 weeks out. We're starting February in a couple of days. It takes you towards the end of the season. So I think he's cleared to play. He's ready to play. It's just in his mind right now. He's got to get out there and do it.
Colin Gillespie, for what it's worth, is listed as questionable for tonight's game as well, which no Jalen Green, no Devin Booker, a questionable Colin Gillespie, and oh, by the way, you're playing the team that might be the very best in the NBA.
Wow.
And that's saying something, considering they share a league with the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Detroit Pistons are thought by many to be right now today, in like a real-time evaluation, playing the best basketball of anybody in the NBA.
Yeah, I was doing some research on the Pistons, just getting ready for today's show. They're a league best 19-8 in clutch moments. 19-8 after that win against the Denver Nuggets the other day. Last season, they were 21-23. That's been the biggest turnaround for the Pistons. Last year in clutch moments, 21 wins, 23 losses. This year, 19-8. They are winning the majority of their games in clutch moments. They have the best record in the NBA versus winning teams. Nobody has a better record versus winning teams than they do.
Give me that
They're
record.
17-6.
17-6. Okay.
17-6 versus winning teams. In their last 40 games, no team has a better record. They're 31-9. That's their best span since the 05-06 Pistons. And this is a team that has all of their own future first-round picks. They've got 14 future second-round picks. They've got a $14 million trade exception at their disposal. So if they want to go out and get something that they need, they can go out and get something that they need.
Yeah. It's impressive. It's given that we've spent all this time talking about all the power teams in the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder are this, and the San Antonio Spurs are that, and the Houston Rockets with Kevin Durant, looking like on and on and on. And here are the Detroit Pistons, who are, the other night, I know Denver doesn't have Nikola Jokic, but they beat them. The only 2 losses they've got in their last 11 games are against the Houston Rockets, 111-104. And then, scarily enough, I think, for the Suns, it's the LA Clippers, 98-92. The Clippers beat them back on January 10th. It's just another reminder that the Clippers are kind of coming and look out. Yeah, this is going to be a team. Go ahead.
The last time the Suns played them, there was no Book, there was no Green, and they pushed them right to the freaking limit and lost a thriller 108-105. It was a great game. And I think I even wrote, I could not be more proud of this team.
Yeah.
That they shut Cade Cunningham down in that game. They made him look subpar. Guy had 6 points on 2 of 9 shooting. He was 0 of 4 shooting in the first half. He was 3 of 16 from the game, 0 of 7 from deep for the game. He had 10 points. Jordan Goodwin was on him like glue. Jordan Goodwin played. That's one of the best defensive games you've ever seen Jordan Goodwin play. So that was in Detroit, and the Suns battled really, really hard and played extremely well. And I came away, that East Coast physical basketball, all of that stuff, I thought they passed some of those tests with flying colors. And that last game against the Pistons, they freaking could have won that game.
Yeah, I'm looking back on my notes now. That was the Dylan Brooks fouling out game. That was him, 4 of 16 shooting. That was a flagrant foul in the second quarter. That was the tunnel vision of him not really passing a bunch. That was a game that got really squirrely at the end. Jordan Ott said it turned into a football game out there. It was very physical, as you mentioned, with a lot of fouls, a lot of free throws and things like that.
A lot of points in the paint for Detroit.
I don't want to say that it's an unwinnable game tonight, but I think if you're going to pick a game where Jalen Green's not going to play, this is probably the one. Not that you're conceding it necessarily, but in a way you kind of are. We've got a back-to-back. Be cognizant of that. Understand that tomorrow the Cavs are coming in. Probably on the surface a more winnable game, although they destroyed the Lakers last night. You see the Cavs just
clobbered them,
whooped up on LeBron and the Lakers, and he got all teary because he thought it was his
final game in Cleveland. They did a video tribute to him and everything.
He had
the tissues out and he was crying in the tissues. Yeah,
and they're a team in the Pistons that they can certainly go shopping around the deadline. There's certainly some things they need. 3-point shooting is kind of one that's being mentioned.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Yeah,
the only reason the Suns were in that game against the Pistons the last time they played them was they outscored them by 24 from the 3-point line. By 24 points. They were a +8. The Suns had 17. They shot 9. The Pistons' Achilles heel, I almost think the Pistons are like the U of A Wildcats. They just don't shoot the 3 very well. They're an atrocious shooting team. They're the best team in the East, but one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in the NBA. So they were 6 of 31 against the Nuggets. That's 19.4%. 6 of 31. Over the last 2 weeks, they've had games 5 of 26 against the Hawks. They had a bad game against the Mavericks. They were 6 of 33 against the Mavericks. Of the 697 games played across the league this season, there's been 27 instances of a team taking at least 25 threes and shooting worse than 20%. The Pistons have 3 of them.
Yeah.
Nobody else has that many. They do not shoot the 3 very well. That's the way to stay in the game and have a chance is you've got to outscore them by 20 to 30 points from three-point range.
This is a total, hypothetical who knows thing that I'm going to throw out there, but because it's not going to happen. I'm just going to say that right now. This is not going to happen. But in a world where the Suns played to the level that most people expected they would play to this year, most people thought the Suns weren't going to be that good. I know you did, but most people didn't. This would be a team you would look at and say, you could trade Grayson Allen there. You could trade Royce O'Neal there, right? Like if the Suns were of the mindset to move one of those guys, as many people thought they might be at the beginning of the season, Detroit is screaming for a guy like
Desperate.
that. And now it's obviously not going to be either one of those guys, and surely they'll find that player from somewhere else. But just listening to you talk, I was thinking, yeah, this is exactly the kind of team at the beginning of the year we would have circled, yep, that's probably where you're trading Grayson Allen to. Yep, that's probably where you're trading
Michael Porter Jr. or somebody like that.
Well, a sharp
somebody
shooter.
that can shoot the three.
Somebody who shoots lights out, who kind of fits in with their tough mentality and things like that. It's fun. I'm in a weird way, I'm looking forward to tonight's game, but also to your point, I'm looking forward to seeing if the Suns can do to them again what they did last time. I don't expect the Suns to win. It'd be cool if they did, but can they push them? Can they push them as hard as they pushed them the last time? Because you're right, they pushed them really hard last time. Really hard. Colin Gillespie will help. If he's not available tonight,
yeah,
you kind of grit your teeth and you really wonder about knife to a gunfight kind of stuff.
They've been really great at battling and just staying with just about. They haven't been blown out a whole lot, the Suns. Last year they were blown out a lot, like a lot. There's going to be some of those games where they just don't have it. They will. There's going to be a couple of those games where they just don't play very well. Everything favors Detroit tonight, but we do know the Suns are going to battle.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, despite seemingly not having the money available to pull it off, that has not stopped Major League Baseball insiders from connecting the dots with Zach Gallen and the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll tell you what one of the insiders said lately next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Rates may apply.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis. I mean, if you probably watch the Asset Preservation Hour. It's probably on your TV sometimes. I think it's on the channels the Suns are on. You wake up one morning, you turn on the TV, and there's Stuart Willis giving you a free portfolio review. Free portfolio review. Because there's a lot of people out there that need second opinions. There's a lot of people out there that have a financial advisor that's not really working the way you want him to. How many of you are frustrated that your financial advisor checks in once or twice a year, mainly just to make sure you don't leave and go somewhere else? Hey, I'm still around. Yeah, your funds are looking good. Everything's going great. They're not really looking at your funds. They're trying to get other clients. They're trying to get new clients. They got your money. They're not so worried about you. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, as a fiduciary, it's so different. It's so different. Things change daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. You've got to have a financial advisor that's going to work with you and it's going to roll with those adjustments so that way you could stay on top of your financial plan. Get a free review right now, 602-877-PLAN, 5 locations in the Valley, 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All-Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash. For qualified customers, $0 security deposit APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, $599 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we're slated to talk more in depth about this a little later on in the show because there was, surprise, another mock draft out there. God, when is the draft? We're still months away. You know how many mock drafts we have to sift through between January 29th? I mean, I'm picking third. Like, I know, but it's like 3 months of mock drafts to go through.
April 23rd.
April 23rd.
April 23rd.
And that's fine. I don't mind mock drafts as long as you don't, they're picking, to Gambo's point, they're picking third. There's going to be a heightened sense of interest in what the Cardinals are going to do with the third pick. It's not the third pick we're interested in, though. It's the next round because this mock draft had a very interesting and who knows, maybe even unavailable name in the second round for them. Lauren, take it away. And hello, Lauren, by the way. If we haven't said hi. Hi, it's Lauren, everybody. Hello.
Hi, guys. All right. Well, we'll move on to our poll question today because I linked that mock draft that we're specifically going to talk about later in the show in this poll question, so you guys can go look at it yourselves. And it says, if Trinidad Chambliss, who's the quarterback who is in this mock draft linked to the Arizona Cardinals in the second round, if he's available in the second round, should the Cardinals draft him, yes or no?
I'm in favor of drafting a quarterback in the second round.
It's not what we're asking.
I would draft a kid, yeah.
We had this conversation before the show. We're talking specifically about this kid.
I'd take him.
I would not. It's too small. Too small. I just... Kyler's smaller, and 6'1" isn't the worst, but this is not, as fun as it was to watch him go on that run, this is not the quarterback that I'd be interested in, so I'm a no.
And to your point that you brought up earlier, Bernsey, Trinidad Chambliss is currently suing to get another year of eligibility from the NCAA, so we don't even know if he's going to be available for the Cardinals to draft.
That hearing is going to be on February 12th. So at that moment, in that hearing, he'll be able to find out whether because he wants to go back to college.
Right.
Yes.
Like, this isn't even a player who, is debating about whether he should or he should. He wants to go back to college. He's suing for the right to
go back. Well, another kid got to play in college basketball.
Just go find that Alabama
judge. Freaking professional G League.
By the way, yesterday, after we'd done the reset, recused himself. Which is just comical.
Really?
Timing, yes.
Too late, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Too late. You already did it. Yeah, so you're a yes on Chambliss?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
For a second round pick?
Extremely talented kid. Why not?
Okay. Survey says
56% of our audience says yes. The Cardinals should draft him.
Oh.
Yeah, 44% going no.
Okay, that's the poll question. You can find
There
it
you go.
on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where that's out. So yesterday we were talking about the Diamondbacks, and
Yes.
we were talking about what's left to do their offseason. And you're talking about trading for a reliever, and they signed one today to a minor league deal.
Yes.
Is it Derek Law, I believe was his name?
Yes.
Yeah, was it Derek Law?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I saw a brief headline about that before we stepped in here. But that you were talking about them trading for a reliever.
Yeah, that's not the answer.
And then obviously a right-handed hitter at first base is something else that we've discussed. But the Zach Gallen wish list, I don't know how else to describe it, is still very much a talking point. And even though the money is very questionable, something that you covered yesterday, that has not stopped people, good people, credible people, from linking the Arizona Diamondbacks to re-signing Zach Gallen. The latest is John Heyman from the New York Post, who said in the Post and said in an interview that he's hearing there are three teams that are still very much in on Zach Gallen. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks, it's the Chicago Cubs, and it's the Baltimore Orioles.
And it's Scott Boras, the agent, that's going to continue to put names out there, and he's trying to get as much for he can. Listen, Scott Boras is scrambling right now. I mean, there's always two or three guys that get hung out to dry by Scott Boras every year. Not everybody. Most of the guys, he gets them big money, but some guys kind of get left holding the bag. And Zach Gallen right now looks like one of those guys. Hey, go, be a free agent, be a free. We're gonna collect. We got 4 years, $100 and something million. And right now, Zach's struggling to find a job. I mean, we're gonna be hitting February in 2 days, and Zach doesn't have a team yet. So Boras is, intentionally gonna put a bunch of names out there and tie a bunch of people to. And this happened already this year. There's been other. I can't remember which one it was, but I had to shoot it down. It was a Boras client, and the Diamondbacks said, no, they're not interested in him, and it's just a way of the world.
Who was it? I'm trying to remember who that was.
There was a guy that was it Tucker, or was it
Kyle Tucker?
Bregman, or
well, no, it was Bregman. Okay, yeah, they were tied to. Bregman's a Boras guy. Was it Bellinger? I don't think they were tied to Bellinger. Maybe
might have been the Bregman stuff. I'm like,
Okay.
there's just no way they can't all the stories talk about Bregman. We're never going to get Bregman. Come on. There's no way they were going to get Bregman, but I think he tied the Diamondbacks to Bregman, and he likes to tie the Diamondbacks to a lot of players. I don't see a scenario in which the Diamondbacks can give Zach Gallen $20 million a year, barring some miraculous trade that frees up money. They just are. They're right where they are going to end up. They might make a trade. They might sign a first baseman, but they're not. They don't want to have the same payroll they had last year.
I'm going to play devil's advocate on this one just a little bit. Not so much in the Diamondbacks' inability or unwillingness to give him $20 million. But I wonder if, and again, the exact way the article is worded. The New York Post reported on Wednesday evening that three teams in particular continue to check in: the Diamondbacks, the Cubs, and the Orioles. Could I speculate that the Diamondbacks, it would be in their best interest to every now and then check in and say, hey, where are you at now? Hey, are you budging off the $20 million? Hey, is there a number that's less than $20 million where you'd rather come back here than go somewhere new for 1 year? Like if you're, and again, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but if you're banking on having a great year to set up your next payday, would it behoove you to take even a little bit less to come to the one place that you were the most comfortable, that you feel the most at home? Now, I don't know what that number would be for the Diamondbacks to go over budget.
And there probably is a number.
There probably is a number,
but it's not close to $20 million.
And I'm not expecting you to know what that number is, and I don't expect you to go chase what that number is. But I do think, I mean, there's got to be a number, right? Where even Mike Hazen and Ken Kendrick would go, God, we can't say no to that. I mean, we got to do that, right? Like we could get Zach Gallen at fill in the blank.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to check in on Zach, that's why you check in to see, are you coming down? Are you willing to come here? Just a thought. Just a thought out there.
I'm going to relate this. You're going to Italy in a couple of months.
I am.
You're doing Rome and Florence and the Amalfi Coast.
I am.
Mark, there's going to be a point where you're going to be like, just screw it, get it, whatever you want. Like, there is. There's going to be a point where you're like you think in your mind you have a budget. Like you think in your mind, what you're going to spend on stuff. And then, there comes a time when you just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just go get it. You want to, So I'm trying to relate this to Zach
of course.
Gallen.
I understand exactly what
Anybody's
you're
ever
saying.
been on some big vacations, there's a point where just like, screw it. Whatever. It's going to be another $1,500. Okay.
Yeah.
When I remember when me and Chelsea got married at the Villa Carlotta in Tremezina, right? We had spent a fortune. We got married in Lake Como. We got married on Lake Como. And at the last minute, but if you want the mayor to officiate the wedding, it's an extra $2,000. I'm like, I thought the mayor was officiating. No, it would be somebody from the mayor's office. But if you want the real mayor, it's $2,000. Just screw it. Just here. Here's the money.
Must be nice.
Here's $2,000.
Must be
Let the
nice to
mayor
be
come
John
and-
Gambadoro.
But that's what we thought. We thought the mayor was doing the wedding.
I've never related to a conversation less that you guys have ever had on air.
Poor Lauren is looking through her sofa cushions to find enough change to get French fries at McDonald's.
What's
And
happening?
Gambo's paying $2,000 to get the mayor of Lake Como to marry him and Chelsea.
At the last second. It was the last second. It's like, but if you want the mayor, it's an extra $2. I'm like, okay, you got all right. Whatever. I'm so far into this right now, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I think your point is, and I'm relating this to Gallen, do you feel like, okay, let's just do it? And that's what you're trying to get to. Is there a number where you just say, all right, we're going to be over what I wanted. It is what it is, but let's just have a grand old time.
Yeah, I think the phrase, I just can't say no to that, right? That's just too, you look at something in life and you say, that's just too good of a deal. I can't pass that up. I can't let that go by. And I don't know. I don't know what Zach's situation is or where he wants to go, but I do think it's fair to speculate that if he's banking it all on 1 year, that I think it's fair to wonder if he would be more comfortable doing it here than somewhere new where, there's going to be pressure here. There's going to be pressure anywhere he goes. He's Zach Gallen, but he just might be more comfortable in this environment than he would be in Chicago or he would be in Baltimore.
How could he not be?
I would think he would.
I would think he would, too. I would think he would look at the situation and say, I'm comfortable here. I know how to pitch here. This is where I want to be if the numbers were right.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it's largely believed that the reason why the Raiders could be the front runner to get Clint Kubiak is because they have the number 1 pick in the draft and a stable quarterback situation. Is this the thing working against the Cardinals the most in this coaching search? We'll talk about it coming up as we go into the 3 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Global Credit Union, and the reason why you should be doing your banking at Global Credit Union is their commitment to keeping your money in your pockets. It is what they're all about. It's the reason why I am a member of Global Credit Union, and the reason why I'm encouraging you to go check out all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Low to no fees on their checking accounts, low to no fees on their savings accounts, a better interest rate than you can get at a bank. It doesn't stop there. Customer service that goes above and beyond, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, a U.S.-based representative to answer any questions you have about your money. Access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. So like tomorrow's Friday, tomorrow maybe your payday, you have direct deposit set up. You can, access that money tomorrow. You get paid tomorrow. At Global Credit Union, you get access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. Benefit after benefit after benefit. Explore them all of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And You'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns take on the Detroit Pistons tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. For the Suns, Devin Booker and Jalen Green remain out while Colin Gillespie is questionable. For the Pistons, Karis LeVert is out. And according to Fansided's Robert Murray, the Arizona Diamondbacks have agreed to a minor league deal with relief pitcher Derek Law that includes an invite to spring training. Law did not pitch in the big leagues in 2025, but he had a 2.60 ERA and 75 appearances for the Washington Nationals in 2024. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's Disc. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
Arizona, again, is going to be the team that, how much are they going to pay a guy? Are they going to have sort of the leftovers? Are they going to have the last man standing type of deal?
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back on this Thursday, 3 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. We started the week thinking that it was going to be a Mike LaFleur coronation, and instead we're going into Thursday of this week not expecting anything to happen this week based off of what's being reported out there. And what's being reported is that the Cardinals, in addition to the Vegas Raiders, are going to be in Seattle on Saturday for an interview with Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of the Seahawks. It's literally the last day he's allowed to talk to either of those teams before he kind of goes into shutdown mode for preparing for the Super Bowl. So the Cardinals and the Raiders are set to interview him then. By many reports in the media, the Raiders are kind of the favorite to get him and the landing spot for him. The Cardinals are, according to reports, going to be granted that interview with him anyway. We've all kind of expressed our concerns about this and hoping that like the Cardinals are actual contenders in this, that Clint Kubiak is actually interested in the Cardinals job, and this isn't some sort of a leverage play. And then, of course, kind of what happens after that if they don't get Clint Kubiak? Can they circle back to Mike LaFleur? Do they have to circle back to somebody else? Gambo, this is J.J. Watt. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. And while we acknowledge that there are a lot of flaws about the Cardinals job, J.J. Watt, in his mind, says the number one question that he would have about the job is...
I mean, right now they need to find out what their quarterback situation is for the future. When you're a head coaching candidate and you're sitting there and you're looking at opportunities, the number one first thing you're looking at is who's the quarterback of the team. And is this somebody that I can build off of? And am I going to tie myself to this and my personal success, knowing that this might be my only shot at the apple? Can this be my future? And then after quarterback, you start to look at the organization as a whole. And if you like how it's run, and if you think there's potential for them to add an influx of cash and everything to help build this roster to be as good as possible and the staff. But number one comes down to quarterback. And right now they don't have that solution for what their quarterback future is going to be. And
we all know that. Like, we all know it. So that's why we've said time and time again, like, that the coach is interviewing you as much as you are interviewing him. Hey, I want to bring you in for an interview, see if you want to be the head coach of the Cardinals. Hey, I want to interview you to see if I want to be the head coach of the Cardinals.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know if I want this job. It's not the most attractive job. Oh, it's one of 32. It's one of 32. Yeah, great. I mean, it could also be a graveyard if you get the wrong job and you may not get another opportunity. There's been plenty of coaches that have not gotten another opportunity. Steve Wilkes has never gotten another opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Is Jonathan Gannon going to get another opportunity? Cliff Kingsbury hasn't gotten another opportunity to this point. So, it is a tough job. You've got, if you're Monty Ossenfort, you've got to have a plan. Like, you've got to say, hey, what are you going to do with quarterback? Here's what I want to do. But what do you say? But what can you say? The only thing you can say with certainty, I have Jacoby Brissett and Kyler Murray under contract.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all I can tell you. Now, can you sell them on, I'm going to draft a quarterback in the first round or the second round? I'm going to trade for a quarterback. I'm going to sign a free agent. You could talk through those scenarios till you're blue in the face. Doesn't mean any of them are going to happen. You could be like, hey, I'm going to draft this kid in the second round. What if he's not there? What if he goes late first round? Right. What if somebody moves up ahead of you and you could say, I'm going to sign this free agent. Well, what if you can't? What if we like Malik Willis? Well, so does 5 other teams.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think he's going to come here?
Right.
So, the only certainty you have is I've got Kyler Murray and Jacoby Brissett on the contract. That's it. That's not a great selling point.
No, it's not. And it's the reason why, in my mind, it's the number one reason why the Raiders are inherently a more attractive job. It's not the cap space, and it's not the involvement of Tom Brady. A little bit later on in this hour, I believe, we've got a story that we're going to share with you about Bill Barnwell on ESPN.com ranked the best to worst coaching hires in the NFL since 2021. And we'll tell you where Jonathan Gannon ranked on that list. Here's a hint. It wasn't very good. But what was shocking to me was that there were not 1, not 2, but 3 coaches after Jonathan Gannon on that list that were all hired by the Vegas Raiders. 3 different coaches
that were hired
by the Raiders that were considered worse coaching hires than Jonathan Gannon were. That job is tough. I'll double down on that.
Okay.
When Monken got hired in Cleveland, there was a little tidbit in the story that since the Cleveland Browns re-entered the National Football League, they've had 11 different head coaches since that time. The only other organization to have more in the same time span, the Raiders. Okay, that's the only thing that makes that job appealing. I'm sorry, it's not Tom Brady. If anything, I think Tom Brady, and you mentioned this an hour ago when we talked about this, might be a little bit of a detriment in that you've got the greatest quarterback in the history of the league kind of looking over your shoulder, probably second-guessing every other thing you're doing, and I don't know if there's going to be a healthy boundary there or not. I think the only thing that makes that job appealing is that you've got the number 1 pick and you've got to line up Fernando Mendoza. You have no quarterback question. You know who your guy is.
Yeah, it's hard not to love that kid with everything you've seen and heard from him. It's hard not to be like, I want to coach that kid.
And if
that's going to be the most coachable player in the NFL next year, that kid.
If the tiebreakers didn't work out the way they did, and the Cardinals were the one with the number 1 pick at quarterback,
it would be flip-flops.
It would be totally
reverse,
flip-flop.
whatever you call it. Yep.
Yeah, it'd be flipped. I don't think it's the most desirable job in the NFL that the Cardinals job becomes that.
It becomes a lot more attractive.
It becomes a lot more attractive.
You can deal with the warts that the organization has, and there's a lot of warts right now. With this organization, the Raiders are going to have a second interview with Kubiak. The Cardinals are going to have a second interview with Kubiak. It seems like both teams want him. It seems like both teams can. Now, here's the thing. I think you could sell it if you get him. Like, hey, he's the guy we kind of targeted all along. We just had to wait. They were in the playoffs, that type of thing. So if you, but the team that doesn't get him, it's gonna be a hard sell to your fan base because you're going after. You're gonna hire somebody that everybody in the world is gonna know wasn't one of your top choices, and you're not gonna be able to sell that. I don't think you could sell it. The quarterback situation, I mean, who wouldn't take Mendoza over the combination of Murray and Brissett? Who wouldn't?
Or just the uncertainty in general of the Cardinals' job.
Yeah, right.
It's because that to me is the number one thing. I mean, honestly, no matter who it is that gets the gig, this is where I'd love to be a fly on the wall in the facility or at dinner with Mike LaFleur or wherever. I would love to know, like, what is being said about the Cardinals quarterback situation. Because what's going to happen is whenever this person gets hired, whoever it is, they're going to have a press conference. And one of the questions asked at the press conference is going to be, hey, Coach X, what are your thoughts on Kyler Murray? Do you feel like you can win games with him as your quarterback? And he's going to give you this, oh, yeah, man, I've scouted Kyler Murray
he's
for
on the
years.
roster.
I've watched tape of him. He's great, extremely talented. That is going to provide zero clues as to whether they're actually going to keep Kyler Murray or not.
What did Steve Keim say about Josh Rosen?
Right.
We'll keep him. Oh, we're not giving him away for nothing.
Yeah.
We will keep him.
Yeah, Josh is our guy.
We'll have a competition and may the best man win.
Right.
We're not giving him away.
The proof won't be in the pudding there. The proof will be in the pudding, 5 days after the league year starts and whether he's still on this roster he's been traded on. I would love to know, behind closed doors, are some candidates selling the Cardinals on keeping Kyler Murray? Are some candidates selling the Cardinals on, let's get rid of Kyler? Here's a guy I think I can coach. It's this quarterback or it's that quarterback. I mean, that to me is the most important conversation that any of these coaching candidates can have with the Cardinals. What is the shared vision of the quarterback position between the front office and the coach that they ultimately hire? I can't wait to find out.
We didn't talk about this yesterday. I saw a trade scenario that had Geno Smith coming to the Cardinals.
Yeah.
Geno Smith was in Seattle.
Yeah.
Like, do you like Geno Smith? Is there familiarity there with Geno? I mean, I don't know. There was something of the Cardinals. I can't remember what it was, but we looked. I had it yesterday in my email. It was like the Cardinals ended up with Geno Smith. Like, Geno Smith?
Yeah. Like,
Seattle got rid of him, and they're in the Super Bowl now.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, in his first year with Phoenix Suns, Dylan Brooks has accomplished a lot. Is an all-star berth on the menu? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Gives to Mark Williams, 18 feet away. He puts it on the deck. Spins on Claxton. Turns, shoots, and hits right over Nick Claxton. Mark Williams, have yourself a night. 27 to lead the Suns, and he ties the game at 100.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
We are not that far away from, firing up the AC units and turning them on. It's cold now, and we all enjoy it, right? The little break from all the hot weather. But I want you to know about Christian Brothers AC, Plumbing, and Electric, because for those of you that need a new AC unit, Christian Brothers has you covered. They carry many of the major brands, including Trane, Goodman, and Bryant. They've got thousands of dollars off with great financing offers right now on a brand new AC unit. So if you are looking for a new AC unit, I want you to go online at cbrothers.com or call them at 602-222-3535. This is a great time to buy a new AC unit, and the simple reason why is they're not as busy right now. So they can offer really good prices on AC units that they're not going to offer during the summer months. They're just not going to offer it. You want an affordable air conditioning unit? You want to buy it now, January, February, because they're not as busy, and they can move inventory, and they can keep their guys busy, and they give you a great price. So if you need a new AC unit, call Christian Brothers right now at 602-222-3535.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's Renter's Insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. What level of physicality are we going to see from Dylan Brooks and the Suns on Dylan the Villain T-shirt night? We'll be reacting to Suns Pistons tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love shouting out different communities here in the Valley. Hello, Gilbert, my adopted hometown, but where I've lived for the last 25 years.
Hello, Gilbert,
Hi,
my
Gilbert.
old friend.
Yes, love you, Gilbert.
I've come to talk with you again.
Great place to live, Gilbert.
It's the first place I ever lived when I moved here to Arizona.
I really enjoy living in Gilbert. Yeah. It's a really cool place, like that.
I'll never forget coming down, driving with that U-Haul truck. We took the governor off, and so we could go faster. And I got to Arizona, and I got the flags. I'm like, this is beautiful. This isn't what everybody told me it was going to be like. This is great. I can live here. And then I got into the desert. I'm like, okay. All right. It's a little different.
Did you not expect desert when you were driving here?
I mean,
that's an honest question. Did you actually not expect to find a desert waiting for you?
I had visited Arizona once before I moved here.
So that's
once.
Yes, you didn't expect to find desert?
No, I didn't have a great lay of the land when I moved here. I didn't have a great lay of the land. But I got to Flagstaff. I'm like, this is great.
That's really interesting to me that you had moved to Phoenix, Arizona, and not expect to find a desert waiting for you. That is, I find that.
No, I knew it was a desert.
Yeah, are you sure?
Yeah, I didn't know fully what to expect. I had been here once.
Okay. All right.
It's like, if you go to one place that you don't know everything about the place, or you've only visited once.
All right. Charles Barkley and Inside the NBA. He was on SiriusXM radio with our guy EJ yesterday and said, hey, I already told Shaq and Kenny and EJ that I'm going to pick Dylan Brooks, even though he doesn't have a vote. I'm going to pick Dylan Brooks to be an all-star as a reserve on Inside the NBA. And sure enough, last night on Inside the NBA, that's exactly what he did.
Everybody thought this was going to be a bad year for my Suns. And then when Jalen Green not playing. Jalen Green has only played in 4 games. And he has stepped up. And this guy here, and I made the comparison. First of all, he's averaging almost 20 points a game. They got rid of KD and Bradley Beal. They got a better record than they had without those two guys. he's the only difference in the team. You got to give him his power. And I'm going to tell you what I compare it to.
What?
Draymond Green.
He's not the only difference in the team, but I understand what Chuck is trying to say. He's not the only difference, though.
He's the biggest difference.
Jordan Ott is a pretty big difference.
Oh, Jordan Ott, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jordan Ott's pretty big compared to Mike Budenholzer.
Oh, God.
Yeah, Jordan Ott's kind of a difference maker, too. I think to say anything else would be a little disrespectful to Coach Ott.
Yeah, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Dylan. Like, if you were giving credit out, I think I'm going to give my number one credit to Dylan. I think Jordan Ott's a great coach. Would they be where they were if they didn't have Dylan Brooks? I don't think so. This team was void of leadership. They desperately needed a leader. Dylan Brooks is that guy. He is that guy. Whatever you want to say about him, guys love playing with him. He plays as hard as he can. He does whatever he takes to win a basketball game. He loves competing. He loves winning. I think that they were lacking that. They were lacking. They needed an alpha guy. He's the alpha.
If I were pie charting it, I think I'd give a slightly larger slice to Jordan Ott, but just a little, just by a little. You know, a little.
So you're looking at that slice of pizza, and there's two slices that look pretty similar.
Yeah, I mean, but the one that's a little bit bigger, you know, like maybe an extra bite or two. Or three, yeah, I'm giving Jordan Ott a slightly bigger slice of my pie than I am.
My house rule is I always get the first slice. That's it. That's my rule.
Really?
I get the first slice. I'm going to pick the one I like.
So Cambo walks into his house and says,
"Yeah,
I brought pizza, but you know the house rule here.
House rules.
I get the first choice."
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks today at shoot-around on Barkley saying he should be an all-star.
Feels great. I love watching, that segment of basketball with Shaq, Charles, Kenny. They're humorous, they're fun, they get people involved. So, and then Chuck is a legend, Hall of Famer. So to hear him, say my name and see the hard work I paid off right now is good.
Here's one more from Barkley from last night's show.
Draymond made a difference for the Warriors. And I would have to agree with you that Dylan Brooks is playing all-star caliber basketball, and he has been a difference maker, and it also shows when he left Memphis how they kind of dismantled and his contribution wasn't there. But I would not say he's more of an all-star this year than LeBron.
Yeah, because that's where partially the debate was coming up. Like LeBron, there's real question about whether he should be an all-star this year with the season he's had. And not that it's going to be a Dylan Brooks or LeBron James argument. I mean, it might turn into that, but who knows? But last night on the show, they were that was sort of the hinge point of the conversation was they were talking about LeBron, and then Charles steered it back towards Dylan Brooks as a guy that he would choose. So I
got a lot of respect for a guy like that. Barkley played with a guy like Dan Marley, right? And I think Barkley has a lot of respect for players like Dylan Brooks that, they weren't the number one overall pick and they would never be the best player on their team, but man, they give you everything they have to help you win.
See, and this is why and this is just me talking here because I know how much you hate all-star games of all formats.
Okay.
If Dylan Brooks is selected, I'm watching. Like that. Like all of a sudden it went from, I don't think so, to, oh, yeah, I'm totally in. What time does it start? Really, it's that simple for me.
If Dylan Brooks is in.
Absolutely.
Okay, what if he's not and Book is?
That's a fair question, and I am not as that certain that I'm going to watch. Because I've seen Book in the All-Star game. It's not new. It's not that it's not deserved, because I know a lot of he's another player that is very often debated as to whether he should be a reserve or not. We're going to talk about that in a second. If Brooks, I'm watching because it would be one of the most unexpected things of 2026. Dylan Brooks is an all-star in the NBA. Who the hell had that coming, right? And just to I don't know, support him by watching. I feel like I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't at least tune in to see how he did. Plus, can you imagine for just a second? All right, hear me out on this one. In an all-star game where nobody plays a lick of defense, nobody tries that hard.
He probably would.
Can you imagine what a wrecking ball Dylan Brooks would be to an all-star? I'm being serious. Like, Book shows up, and no offense to Book, he's probably playing like every other all-star would in an NBA all-star game. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right, here's a shot, and here's a this, here's a that. Dylan Brooks is going to be like, okay, screw that. I'm coming in, and I'm knocking you on your ass, and I'm knocking you on your ass, and I'm going to get a technical foul. And I'm going to get a flagrant foul in an All-Star game. Would that count towards his totals if he got a tackle or a flagrant in an All-Star game?
Wow, that's funny.
He would be a breath of fresh air to that All-Star format by coming in and playing like Dylan Brooks.
There was a few stories that were out. The NBA.com, all of their writers picked the West All-Star reserves. They had Sean Powell and John Schumann, Brian Martin, and Steve Ashburner. That's the four for NBA.com. Ashburner did not have any Suns players in it. Martin did not have any Suns players in it. Sean Powell did not have any Suns players in it. And John Schumann had Devin Booker. So he's the only one that had Book. Nobody had Dylan Brooks. The Washington Post, in their sports section, which is a good one, the NBA has more all-star spots to fill. Who is poised to take them? They went through the West reserves. They picked Devin Booker.
Okay.
They said that he's handled his breakup with Durant and Bradley Beal better than anyone could have expected. As the last star standing for the Suns, the 29-year-old guard has resisted the temptation to chase scoring title or request a trade, instead settled in a savvy lead playmaker for a balanced attack. Goes on to say he's been a stable presence, has been the foundation of their surprising success. So they mentioned him. So I'm starting to take a look around and try to see, where these guys would get in. So I thought that those two were interesting.
All four on the inside of the NBA panel, I don't think any of them have a vote. All four picked Devin Booker as a West reserve, for what it's worth. Shaq, EJ, Kenny, and Chuck all picked Devin Booker. Right. So Chuck had two Phoenix Suns.
And they all had Belichick in the Hall of Fame. All four.
And they did.
They all had Belichick
They even made a joke. Speaking of Devin Booker, did you see the Kendall Jenner stuff?
Oh no!
Oh no! It's fine. It's actually kind of funny.
I pay zero attention to the Jenner family.
I know you do, but this one is kind of funny. So there's Kendall Jenner is going to have a new Super Bowl commercial for Fanatics Sportsbook, and it plays off of her reputation for dating NBA players and the Kardashian family curse that we've talked about many times.
Right.
Okay. Among one of those people is Devin Booker, who famously dated Kendall Jenner for a while, right?
Right.
Jenner says in the commercial, quote, "Any basketball player who dates me kind of hits a rough patch." And so she jokes about that in the commercial. Devin Booker, in what's probably a part of the ad and probably a part of the gimmick, had an exchange with Kendall Jenner on social media in which he said to her, "I bet $1 million the Seahawks get that ring before you do, Kendall Jenner."
Oh my God, that's funny.
To which Kendall Jenner replied on social media, "Yeah, how's the ankle?" To which Devin Booker replied, "Come rub it." Sorry, no one's laughing. I think that's funny. I thought that was really funny.
Is she dating the dude that's singing the Super Bowl?
Is she dating Bad Bunny? No. Who's she dating now? I don't even know. She dating?
God, she's dated. Wow. They said I'm just looking at the story. She's dated Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Blake Griffin. Jordan Clarkson. Nick Jonas. Harry Styles. Bad Bunny. Damn.
Lauren, you look like you have something you wish to add to the conversation. Do you have something you wish to add to the conversation in here? Because you look like you do.
No, I'm just really enjoying Gambo catching up on his pop culture via the Kardashian Jenner family.
What, are you up on it?
No.
I don't know why anybody would be up on it. Who the hell cares?
No.
Who cares?
I only care.
I think the ad's funny. And I think the fact that it plays into that is amusing.
I bet $1 million the Seahawks get that ring before you do, Kendall Jenner. How's the ankle? Come rub it.
How old is she? Is she going like Jennifer? She's
late
30.
20s?
She's 30.
She's 30?
Yeah, I thought I was going to say
She's
29.
30. She's going that Jennifer Aniston route, right? Where nobody ever marries you? Everybody will date you, but they're not going to marry you?
Wow. Wow. No.
Isn't that true, though?
No, that needed to be rephrased.
I didn't know. Did she ever get married, Jennifer Aniston?
No, but she's had a pretty good life, I think.
She's also
she had a good life. I'm saying nobody married her.
Yeah, that's implying that it's her fault.
Aged exceptionally well.
I didn't say it's her fault.
Your tone did.
Wow.
Go ahead, Lauren. This is all you, Lauren. Go get him.
I know.
I'm just saying, like, nobody married her. Nobody married her, right?
And that means, like, she's a failure because she didn't get married?
Like, I don't know. Maybe there's something that's just like, I don't know. Maybe there's something that at the last minute, guys, like, I just can't do it.
It's my responsibility to save you by reading the teas for the next
Good work,
segment.
Bernsey.
Thank you. How are the NFL the head coaches ranked when you consider who's been hired since 2021, and where does Jonathan Gannon rank on that list? That is next on the Burns and Gambo
Speak the truth,
show.
Gambo. It's true. Nobody wanted to marry her.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile kids run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. They're looking for revenge against the Detroit Pistons, this time at Mortgage Matchup Center. Devin Booker remains out, as does Jalen Green, and Green had been questionable on the initial injury report, but he's still dealing with a hamstring injury. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He missed Tuesday night's game with a hand sprain. The Pistons will only be without Karis LeVert, and that's due to an illness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals are planning to interview Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak this weekend as they continue whittling down candidates for their open head coach position. Additional reporting from Fowler says that Kubiak will also meet with the Las Vegas Raiders and that the Raiders are also presumed to be the front runner to land Kubiak. And that is what's trending now.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Burns and Gambo.
The winner of the 2026 Masters is John Gambadoro. The green jacket was placed upon him by last year's winner, Joe Huizenga. In what has become like a daily thing now, Joe Huizenga from the Chris and Joe Show comes in and gives Gambo the blazer that Joe is wearing for the day. At some point, this bit's going to get old because
he's going to run out of blazers.
He's only got like 10, I think. And usually he cycles through them, every week and a half or so.
What do you think of this one? What do you think of the green? I got the black.
I don't like comping it to the Masters jacket.
You know, well, it's not the same shade.
It's not green enough.
It's not green enough for that. No, but it's what I like it. It's fine. It's kind of boring. It's not as loud as the hot pink one you were wearing the other day.
This is I'm going to a meeting and I want some attention, but not all the attention.
I want to blend in a little bit, not a lot, but I'm not wearing like a navy blue suit or a light gray suit. But I also want to blend in a little bit, not wear bright yellow like you did the other day. Yeah, it's fine.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's okay.
I might have to start getting some blazers.
Really?
I think I look kind of handsome in these things.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to come to work wearing blazers?
Well, maybe.
Oh, man. Nothing makes me no. I'm
feeling dressed up.
You kind of are. Yeah, I love that I work in a job.
I feel like I just got out of custom tux and tails with Larry. Larry!
No.
That's what I think. So, we all clicked on the link. We all wanted to know where Jonathan Gannon was ranked. I don't think there's a host or a person who works at this radio station who didn't see Bill Barnwell's ranking of the best to worst coaching hires in the NFL since 2021 and not wonder where Jonathan Gannon ended up on the list, right? Like I saw it and it's just, you talk about total clickbait.
Yes.
Like a story just designed for you to,
where's he ranked?
Where's my guy?
Where is he?
I got it. Like every fan base.
I started at the bottom, and when I didn't see him in the top 5 in the bottom, I was like, what's going on here? Did I miss the year? Like, honestly, I read this story.
Yeah.
And it's like ranking every head coach hire since 2021. Number 1, they've got Dan Campbell. Number 2, Nick Sirianni. Number 3, Mike McDonald. 4 is Mike Vrabel. 5 is DeMeco Ryans, who was in the same cycle as Gannon. 6 is Sean Payton, who was in the same cycle as Gannon. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, okay, where's Gannon? So I said, let me just go to the end, and I'll start. The last guy was Pete Carroll. Then Antonio Pierce. Back-to-back Raiders.
No.
Did I miss? 35. I'm sorry.
No. 37, brother.
Oh, okay.
You missed like 10 guys before Gannon.
Okay, so
all of whom deserve to be on the list before Jonathan Gannon. Yeah.
Scratch that. Let me start over.
Okay.
Urban Meyer was rated as the worst. Then Frank Reich, who was in the same cycle as Gannon. Then Nathaniel Hackett. You remember him, Mitch?
How about that? How do you like them apples, Mitch?
Then David Culley with the Texans. Lovie Smith with the Texans. Josh McDaniel, Raiders. Pete Carroll, Raiders. Antonio Pierce, Raiders. Aaron Glenn, Jets. Brian Callahan, Titans. Gerard Mayo, Patriots. Jonathan Gannon, Cardinals. So there were 11 guys that were rated worse than Gannon. Now, some of these guys are only there because they lasted 1 year. None of the guys on the list that came after Gannon lasted 3 years. Only he did. Most of the guys were 1 year and some were 2. Urban Meyer, 1. Frank Reich, 1. Nathaniel Hackett, 1. David Culley, 1. Lovie Smith, 1. Pete Carroll, 1. So Aaron Glenn so far, 1. So all of those guys were 1 year guys so far. Most of them have been fired except for Glenn. So Gannon comes in at number 26 because he lasted 3 years.
Yeah.
Not because it was good.
No, but he was also better than all those other guys that you just mentioned. Like I mean, that to me, not my number one takeaway from reading this. My number one takeaway was the Raiders thing, which I mentioned earlier, but I'll say again here in a second, was that all 11 of those guys that you just read off, they were all worse than Jonathan Gannon. Look, I know it ended, and I'm not saying this in defense of Jonathan Gannon. The Cardinals did what they did, and they moved on, and we certainly all understand the reasons why. But if you just think back to this time a year ago, and I know last season ended poorly for the Cardinals, the season before this last one, we were all pretty high on this team and Jonathan Gannon and his leadership and what they were building and what was happening here, right? We all had varied opinions as to how good the Cardinals were going to be in 2025.
Don't remind me.
Just about everybody believed they were going to be better in year 3.
I think, didn't one of you guys have them as really bad?
These kids, the kids both had them bad. Yeah, like when we did the schedule thing, they both had them really, really bad. So not everybody.
But in fairness to the argument, that's the whole point of the arc, is that you, in year 3, are good enough to compete, and they were the furthest thing from that.
Right. What made you think that they weren't going to have that arc then?
Well, the schedule down the stretch was brutal.
So the schedule for you.
I think I had them at like 7 wins, but that felt very harsh at the time, thinking, well, this goes in contrast to the theory of like year 3 is the jump year.
I'm interested in this because you're right. The arc in year 3 is supposed to be you'll take the jump.
Yeah.
Right? Because how many did they get the first year with Gannon?
It was 4.
4, and then they went from 4 to 8.
Yep.
So why wouldn't you expect 9 or 10? But you guys went lower.
Why did you go lower, Lauren? Remind me.
Because I said the Cardinals hadn't actually proven anything to me to show that they'd be able to make that next jump.
Even the 8 wins wasn't enough for you?
No.
It didn't.
Not history of the organization, or wasn't a non-belief in Gannon.
No, it wasn't a non-belief in Gannon. It was more the rest of your division is really good.
Yeah.
And your roster doesn't have the same level of talent. And at some point...
Boy, they had a Josh Sweat.
Yeah, no, because I didn't know how he was going to integrate into the defense.
It is fascinating because, to Burnsy's point, you do expect to make that jump. You're not expecting to go from 4 wins to 8 wins to 3 wins, or even you're expecting to be a little bit better. So I think a lot of us just thought they'd be a little bit better. I mean, I think I had them 1 game better.
Yeah, at least 1 game better.
1 game. Not a lot. 1 game
I
better.
had the crazy jump. I admit it. I completely misread the punt. Putt, I had them winning 11 games. Okay,
I've got them 5-12 for next year.
You're not even waiting for the schedule to
I'm not even going to wait for the free agency, the draft, the coaching hire.
We should honestly just try it based on the opponents they're facing.
Oh.
I
want to see who they hire and who their quarterback is.
I was going to say, who do you have as their starting quarterback, Gambo, if you have them going 5-12?
I don't care. I got them 5-12.
I need to see a couple things before I'm willing to but I guarantee you this ain't going to be 11. Ain't going to be 10.
You learn your lesson.
Ain't going to be 9.
It's the reverse LeBron
Ain't gonna
James.
be 8.
Not 8. Not 7.
It comes
not
to
6.
It took a while. It took a while. He's like 55 years old now. He's finally learned his lesson.
Come around. No, the thing that stood out to me about this list that made me laugh is you've got 3 Raiders coaches worse than Gannon.
And they're bang, bang, bang in a row.
You've got 2 Texans coaches worse than Gannon. And now that DeMeco Ryan's top 5, that to me was what stood out, was how many bad hires the Raiders have had in the same basically time span that the Cardinals had Jonathan Gannon and the end of Cliff Kingsbury.
I thought what stood out to me was if you had made one of those hires,
one of the good ones.
If you had hired DeMeco Ryans, would you be there right now? If you had hired Sean Payton, would you be there right now? Like, you look at the good hires.
Yeah.
And you're like, damn, like, you know, why did they hire one of those guys?
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I agree with our colleague Dan Bickley. Had they hired Sean Payton, I am positive that it would have been a great hire, and they would be one of the better teams.
Because he would have had control.
Because he would have had control.
Okay, I buy it.
He'd have been in charge.
I buy it.
DeMeco Ryans, I'm not so sure. When we come back this weekend, a big test. Say goodbye to the Blazer ball, unless you're keeping it.
No, I usually wait for one segment.
Okay.
Pull people on YouTube.
This weekend is a big test for Mark Williams. Why? We'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or while taking pictures? Aria Dental All-on-4 Dental Implant Treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The All-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Dr. Joe, he's so cool. 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. He trains and lectures all over the world, all about dental implants, and he lives right here in Phoenix. Aria will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. They're locally owned and they pass the savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. There's a free consultation if you mention me. That's Aria, ARIA, DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cardinals head coaching waiting game is a serious gamble. Devin Booker gets involved in the Kendall Jenner Fanatics Super Bowl commercial. And J.J. Watt says Cardinals QB situation is impacting the head coach search. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Suns taking on the Pistons tonight. The Cavs on Friday. The Clippers on Sunday. Clippers game is the one I have circled. That one is going to be fascinating to me because they're just coming on strong, man, like a hurricane. But the next 2 nights, are going to be really interesting for Mark Williams because we had him on the show yesterday. It was great to have a conversation with him.
Coming off his best game, I think. Coming off his best game.
Played really, really well. We asked him yesterday if there's a bigger role for him in this offense.
Yeah, for sure. I think tonight, or like last night, was just a good example of it, being able to play out of the short roll and make plays. It definitely feels good to be on the receiving end of that and win the game. So hopefully we take that and grow from there. And, when we get guys back too, that'll also help. So hopefully it all complements each other.
It's defensively, though, where the concerns are. And these next 2 games for him are going to test his ability to stay on the floor long enough to make an impact offensively for the Phoenix Suns.
There are matchups for every team and every player. There are matchups that are just bad matchups. There are. And this Detroit one, if you go back to the last game they played against Detroit, and they didn't have Book and they didn't have Green, but they played their asses off. But Mark Williams did not play well in that game. And Jalen Duran was just incredible. Like, he was having a dunk fest on the Phoenix Suns. I think almost all of his baskets were dunks. He had 18 rebounds. He was a plus 23. He was 8 of 13 from the field. He scored 16 points to go with those 18 rebounds. And Mark played 22 minutes, and Mark had 5 points, and he had 6 rebounds, and he was a minus 11. That was not a good matchup for him. If you go back to that game, that was just one that really favored Detroit. Most of Detroit's points were in the paint. I'm going to go back to my notes from that game, but they did really well. Like, they were dominating in the paint. So that's the big, I think you're right. That's the big question. Can Mark Williams play a better game defensively, protect the paint, and give the Suns a chance? Because the only reason, as I said earlier when we talked about this game, look, the Suns were out-rebounded 54-41. They got out-rebounded by 13. The only reason they were in the game is because they had a plus 24 advantage in three-pointers. They made 17. The Pistons made 9. But if you take that advantage away, the Pistons win in a cakewalk because of how dominant they were inside.
Cleveland's not going to be that much different when you consider Jarrett Allen. Now, Evan Mobley's hurt. He's not playing right now for the Cavs. But earlier this season when these two teams played, when Williams was defending Jarrett Allen, Cleveland went off defensively or went off offensively because they were exposing Mark Williams. And I want to thank John Voight over at Bright Side of the Suns, who, would, as always, does a tremendous job with what he writes about the team, for kind of tweeting out some of the numbers about Mark Williams against these two teams and writing a story about it, because it was kind of interesting to read how this is where the dilemma is for Jordan when it comes to his centers. The dilemma is that, offensively, Williams is really good. Obviously, he's really good around the basket. He's tough to match up against. He's averaging, I think 7 or 8 shots per game. He got 15 or 16 the other night, and it was a clinic. He looked great posting up. He looked great on the short roll. The problem is that defensively, man, you pull him away from the basket, and he just does not have the versatility to cover guys the way Oso Ighodaro has the versatility to cover guys. Oso can cover just about anybody on the floor. So if you're going switch, and you've got Oso on a point guard, Oso can handle that.
He can handle it.
Mark Williams can't,
Right.
and that's when open shots happen and easy points in the paint happen and things like that. And so this is where, as much as anybody wants to look at Mark Williams and say, he's the answer, he should get X number of shots per game and he needs to be more involved. First of all, it's hard to involve Mark Williams when you're going to have Devin Booker and Jalen Green back, right? It's going to be hard for him to find shots. And number two, it's going to be even harder to find him shots if he can't stay on the floor, because defensively he's just giving up too many points. You need to put Oso out there to defend a little bit better.
Right. And I love Oso on the switches. I don't know that I love Oso on the big guys either. I don't know if I love Oso against Allen or Duran or those type of players. I think Oso's great at being able to guard all those different guys, but and this is just, look, it's part of it is the youth of Mark Williams because he's so young and he's only 24 years old. That's part of it. Second is we talk about them being a physical team. The way they play makes them a physical team. They're not you don't look at their players individually and say, look, Jalen Green, is he physical? No. Grayson Allen, no. Devin Booker, no. Colin Gillespie, no. Like you don't look at the guys, but as a collective group, they play so hard that it comes off as they're playing physical.
Totally.
Because they play so hard. But you're not going to – is Mark Williams a physical player? No. Is Oso a physical player? No. Nope. Like, they're not the most Ryan Dunn. Like, they don't have all this physicality.
Nope.
But together as a collective group, they play so hard that it comes off as physical. There are some tough – these are great games. I love this point on Mark Williams. We're going to be very closely to watch him. The game against the Cavs, he played 24 minutes. He had 2 points, and I think he had 9 rebounds and 2 points. And he got outplayed by Allen, who had 16 points and 11 rebounds. Can he match up better against these guys a second time around?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to look for.
It's something to watch. It's something I remember so well from the Chris Paul era of the Phoenix Suns. They were so good when they were at their peak of being able to identify the guy you wanted to exploit defensively, right? And just running action after action after action to get the guy you wanted on the guy they didn't want covering the guy you wanted. And they were exceptional at it for 2 years. Unfortunately, that's what Mark Williams becomes. He becomes kind of the mark. He becomes the target for a lot of these offenses. Like, okay, let's run a couple switches so you get the matchup you want against Mark Williams, and then look out because everything just kind of opens up. And I agree with you about Oso. He doesn't match up great against the bigger physical centers, but it's harder to play that game against the Suns because he's not such a liability when you start playing all the switches, right? Like, you can't – Mark Williams, very easy to target in a thing like that. Oso Ighodaro, not so much. And
you know who's going to help them, but it's just so far away, is Malawach.
Yeah.
His size and athleticism and shot blocking ability is going to really help against guys like this down the road.
It's crazy / not crazy that here we are, and it's January 29th. And he just doesn't play, like that. You take all the things that you never would have been able to predict about the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns is that Kaman Malawach by now we would have all thought would have been getting semi-regular minutes at the NBA level. Because
do you think he would have if Oso wasn't playing so well?
Yes.
I think so too.
Yes.
I think so too.
I do.
But I think Oso has played so well that it's relegated him to barely any minutes at all.
That, and I just think the overall team success. There's just, you play him to develop him, to help him learn how to play in the NBA. You're playing for a 6th seed now. You're playing for maybe a 5th seed now. You just,
Yeah. If you weren't going anywhere, play him, develop him, give him the minutes, let him learn on the fly. But you can't afford to give any games away.
4 o'clock reset is coming up next. Get you caught up on what's going on in sports. You okay there, Mitch? Don't fall running over to push a button. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
With Dylan Brooks, what you realize is that everything he is doing and everything he does that makes him Dylan Brooks, it was a conscientious decision he made. Somewhere along the line in his career, how am I going to stay in this league? How am I going to be more than just a fringe player in the league? And he said, I need to do this. So in building up this reputation, what's the flip side? Well, the flip side is the reputation with the refs. With that reputation comes getting called for fouls that other people are not going to get called. I think he does a very good job understanding that and staying under control.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, the only mortgage company I've moved since I have lived in Arizona for I've been here for almost 30 years now. This year will be my 30th year of living in Arizona. Half my life in New York, half my life in Arizona. The Lund Mortgage Team is the company from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund. It's a family-owned mortgage company. As a broker, they can absolutely shop for you and get you the best rates out there. So if you are looking for a great company, I recommend the Lund Mortgage Team. Refinances, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They truly do it all. And they're helping a lot of people out right now because the rates are good. This might be a great time to just call the Lund Mortgage Team and say, hey, what do you think? This is my mortgage. This is my percentage, my mortgage rate. This is what my payment is. Can I save money? Can I pay the house off quicker? How much money can I save? It might be worth it. It doesn't cost you anything to have that call. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Start the new year in the driver's seat at Freeway Chevrolet. Whether you're looking for a rugged Silverado, a sporty Camaro, or a family-friendly SUV, we've got the selection and the deals to kick off 2026 right. Plus, with our award-winning service team, you'll keep your Chevy running like new all year long. Don't wait. Make this the year you upgrade your ride. Visit Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online at freewaychevy.com.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. They're looking for revenge against the Detroit Pistons. This time, it'll be at Mortgage Matchup Center. Devin Booker remains out, as does Jalen Green. Green had been questionable on the initial report, but he's still dealing with that hamstring injury. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He missed Tuesday night's game with a hand sprain. The Pistons will be without Karis LeVert. He's out due to an illness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals are planning to interview Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak this weekend as they continue whittling down candidates for their open head coach position. Additional reporting from Fowler says that Kubiak will also meet with the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders are also presumed to be the front runner to land Kubiak. And the Diamondbacks have made another veteran addition to the bullpen. Potentially. They've signed right-hander Derek Law to a minor league contract. He'll make $1.5 million if he's promoted to the active roster. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time here on Burns and Gambo on this Thursday. Here is Lauren to tell us what's going on.
What's going on? What's going on?
Was that your Marvin Gaye?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going on?
What'd you think of that Marvin Gaye impersonation?
I mean, I knew who it was, so it has to be better than I thought it was. But
Never saw him.
Still not great.
Never saw him. I did see Luther Vandross.
That's a
Radio City Music Hall. Luther Vandross and DeBarge. They were together. Luther Vandross and DeBarge.
Okay.
Odd concert.
That's-
You said, what's the oddest concert you've ever been to? I'd probably say that one.
the Soul Train Music Awards where they honor him before he passes away and he sings on it with
He was great. Luther.
Johnny Gill.
Love Luther.
Great performance.
I'm trying to think of the oddest concert I've ever been to.
Luther Vandross and DeBarge.
I'll have to think about that.
Radio City Music Hall.
So why don't you take us on a guided tour of what's
Yeah.
going on in sports, and I'll
Take us
think
on a
about
magical mystery
what
tour.
the oddest concert I've ever been to. Please go
I'm
ahead.
glad that'll be in the back of your mind for this one.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to start again.
Cardinals coaching search.
Yeah. All right, well, we've got a little bit of news because the Cardinals are set to interview Clint Kubiak a second time this weekend. The kicker is the Raiders are also set to interview him. An insider said today, quote, the Raiders' job is Kubiak's to lose.
They have the advantage in one area and one area only. Both organizations are not good. They don't win. But their advantage is they have the number one pick in the draft, and this kid Fernando Mendoza is something special.
Yeah.
That's the advantage.
What I suspect, and I don't know this for a fact, but what I suspect is that if given the opportunity for either of those jobs, the Raiders is the more appealing job because of the number one pick and the cap space they have, and that maybe he would pick that job because of it. What I truly don't know is, have they burned the bridge with Mike LaFleur with what happened this past week, or is that still viable? Because if that's still viable and they go to Seattle and Kubiak chooses the Raiders and they still turn around and hire Mike LaFleur, cool, fine, no problem here at all. Like, great, I like the guy they got. It's the other option where Kubiak says no, LaFleur decides not to take
break
the gig.
glass in case of emergency.
And that is in case of emergency break glass moment. I mean,
because
that really
that's a hard
is.
sell. It's going to be a hard sell to any of us.
And that's just what I don't know. I don't know if they've burned a bridge with Mike LaFleur or not. I don't think anybody knows that, to be honest with you. That to me is the burning question. If I could ask any one question, that would be that.
It would be a very hard sell to the fan base if they don't get LaFleur or Kubiak, that whoever they hire is the guy that they wanted.
And
it's a hard sell.
Yes.
yeah, it is a hard sell.
It would be.
And looking ahead towards this Super Bowl, the first injury report was dropped yesterday, and Mike Vrabel said today he's not worried about Drake May's health after he popped up on that injury report. He has a right throwing shoulder injury that also kept him out of the view of reporters yesterday and today, and Sam Darnold was listed as questionable with that oblique injury coming up again.
I mean, I'm sure both are going to play, but I did read a couple of things on Monday or Tuesday of this week that it suggested that Drake May might be dealing with a shoulder thing. And depending on how tough, exactly. Like, we've seen Sam Darnold play with the oblique. He's got 2 weeks to rest it up. He'll be fine. Depending on the severity of whatever's going on with Drake May and his shoulder, would really hamper their chances of winning this game, which maybe aren't that great to begin with. So,
I think, I'm not 100% sure.
Ooh, is he going to say this or not?
I
Whatever
think
it is.
Joshua Dobbs is their backup.
I think you're right.
The former Cardinal.
Isn't it Tommy DeVito?
No, he's Tommy in the picture.
Yeah, but isn't...
I'm gonna look it up.
He's not on the Patriots. He's stepping in for
for Drake May now, possibly. I think he's the Patriots' backup.
Joshua Dobbs.
I think he's right. Ooh. Yeah, because DeVito's too busy doing Progressive car insurance commercials where he's backup Billy.
Well, that's what we thought about Teddy
He
Bridgewater, too.
saw game action in 4 contests this season. Dolphins, Jets, Titans, Panthers. Threw for 65 yards. No touchdowns.
I'm sure.
Former Cardinal Joshua Dobbs for the Super Bowl.
I'm sure Drake May will play, but
if he doesn't, we got Dobbs.
Go get him, Joshua.
Oh, okay.
Go get him.
And some
He
more.
was also in one of those backup
Yes.
quarterback commercials.
Which proves
I
that if
did
you're
not
in
see
one
him
of
in
these
that one.
backup ads, you too can become a starting
I
quarterback.
want to see that. I've never seen that
So
one.
there have been 2 years worth of them. He was in year one. I
Okay.
remember there was one that he was in.
Somebody needs to send that to me on
The latest
Twitter.
crop of them are better with DeVito as, backup Billy or whatever his name is, and then the one where Mitchell Trubisky comes
Oh,
in
that's good, yeah.
and he orders
Goes
at
through
the
the
drive-through
drive-thru.
line.
Yeah.
That one's really good. Or Bridgewater is the backup friend where he listens
good
with
listener.
the good listener.
I need
They're
to
really
see
good.
the Dobbs one.
Dobbs was in one.
Joshua Dobbs is the backup quarterback for the Patriots. I just looked it up. He's the backup quarterback.
Crazy.
And some more QB injury news. Bo Nix said on a conference call today his injury is not of concern for him. He should be back to full health in 4 to 6 weeks. And Josh Allen was seen on crutches with his right foot and a walking boot following surgery on Monday morning.
I heard he busted the Joe Brady press conference. Did anybody see that?
No.
He busted in.
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
How
he's
you doing?
Hobbling in.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's your QB injury news. And then in the NBA, the Suns take on the Pistons tonight. Pregame starts at 6. Game start is at 7 right here on 98.7. The Suns will be without Devin Booker and Jalen Green. Colin Gillespie remains questionable for this one. The Pistons will be without Karis LeVert.
Gambo said it earlier, and he's absolutely right. The last time these two teams played wasn't that long ago. The Suns
Hell of a
gave the
game.
Pistons a hell of a fight.
Really proud of the Suns in that effort.
Hell of a fight. And they didn't have
anybody.
Jalen Green, and they didn't have Devin Booker that night, and they gave them a hell of a fight. It's going to be even harder to do if Colin Gillespie is not able
They
to
went
play.
right
tonight.
at Rick Mahorn and John Sally. They took it to them. Forced a lot of turnovers by Isaiah Thomas.
God, the transitions in today's reset are making it really hard here.
Yeah,
But
it really is.
Denver Nuggets forward Aaron Gordon will be reevaluated in 4 to 6 weeks. He has a right hamstring
How
strain.
injured are they?
Good thing that you said that when Mitch
How
just
injured
stepped
are
out.
they?
Very. I presumably everybody comes back in time for the playoffs, but and credit to them. They've done a decent job of hanging in there and not losing that much ground, given everybody that it's actually been kind of one of the more impressive stories of the NBA season, how they've been able to maintain positioning in the Western Conference and not lose a lot with all the guys that they've been missing, especially obviously Jokic.
Yeah, biggest of them all. And Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum told ESPN on Wednesday night that he hasn't made a decision about whether or not he will return this season from his torn Achilles tendon. He said, quote, he wants to get it right the first time, so just a lot to think about in my possible return.
Okay. Heck of a season they've had without him. Everybody thought it was going to be a lost season for the Boston Celtics. And Joe Mazzulla can coach.
It's remarkable because it's not only Tatum, it's that they got rid of Drew Holiday and they got rid of Porzingis, and we're going to scratch this whole thing and start over.
I mean, that's why he leads Jordan Ott in Coach of the Year voting.
Great ownership, great coach. Those things happen.
And we've played some sound today from Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA last night discussing Dylan Brooks as an all-star, but we haven't played this one.
I've been watching these games very closely because
you get paid to.
No. It's starting to get serious because I'm getting ready to take our hiatus because I've been watching more college basketball. And as I call March Madness, it's the Arizona Invitational, just for the record. That's what March Madness is going to be. It's going to be the Arizona Invitational. Bet it.
Bear down. 21-0.
Is it
21-0?
Isn't Charles famous for getting these things really wrong when it comes time?
And it's incredible every March when they
Take
let
it
him
back.
go up there on that little touch screen board and he picks through. He's awful at it.
He's not. Now maybe he's better at it because maybe he's watching more college basketball. He just said that in the spot there. But he is, Gambo, historically, I don't know if Charles' vote is the one you want.
You almost want him to say somebody else completely different. Like you've been cursed now.
Exactly.
Look, they're very likely going to be the number one seed in the West. Okay, they're very likely going to be the number one seed in the West. And I think a lot of it's going to depend on, they're so good that I don't think they're going to get upset by anybody very low. I think it's really going to depend on who the 2, 3, 4 seeds are. You know, I mean, who do they end up with in their bracket? Because look, can Duke beat them? Yeah. Can UConn beat them? Yeah. You know, there's going to be certain teams you look at. I mean, Michigan. You know, you just got to look at who's going to be the 2 seed in that bracket because that's going to be your toughest. I can't. Bernsey said it 100 times. So this team, if they don't get to a Final Four this year, everything that they've done for this incredible run. They're going to be number one in the country for 2 straight months. 8 weeks being number one in the country. And if they don't at least get a Final Four and cut down the nets, it's all for naught. So what? You made it to the Sweet 16, the Elite 8. Doesn't matter. This has been a great season for U of A basketball. They're the best team in the country. But if they don't get to a Final Four, this whole run doesn't matter.
Amen.
Well said, and we'll wrap up this reset with a shout-out to ASU women's basketball
Molly Miller.
because they beat U of A 68-61 last night.
I admittedly, I wasn't watching the game. Shame on me. But I did see a cut-up this morning on social media. She was fired up after that game. I mean, she was just like all
Stomping
over the
around on those sidelines.
waving her
Love
arms,
it.
doing the thing. She was all kinds of fired up after beating U of A for the first time in her career.
She's a great coach, and she's all bought in on this program. I've run into her a couple times at like ASU volleyball and at ASU football games in the suite. She's really gung-ho about ASU. And she's done a great job, and she's a terrific coach for them. I've got people asking me, can she replace Bobby Hurley? Like, no. Be happy that they've got a great women's coach. She's done a really good job.
Shout out to Molly Miller and ASU. And with that, that's a 4 o'clock reset.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. When you hear it, text that word to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. So, are we any closer to a winner on the latest edition of the Cardinals head coaching search? We'll give you the latest as we know it next on Burns and Gambo.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on AC Preps Live. AC Preps Live Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or you can shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Nowhere in the valley are you going to get a GMC for less than you will at Liberty GMC. They have tremendous deals right now on just about whatever it is that you'd want. A Hummer EV, you can lease it for $799 a month. 2026 Terrain, you can lease for $279 a month. The Yukon and Yukon XL models, you can lease for $799 a month, and on and on and on. But if you need your vehicle serviced, this is another area where Liberty GMC really, really shines. They have a late night shift at their service department. You drop your car off by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next morning. And right now, 25% off for everybody when you get service at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Shout out our audience in Maryvale for joining us here on Burns and Gambo. We appreciate you in Maryvale on this Thursday afternoon, where, as I said before, we started the week thinking that we would know who the Cardinals coach was going to be in fairly short order. We're going into the end of the week now, not expecting any news from the Cardinals on their coaching search at all. Now, something could change, something different could happen. But as of right now, all reports indicate that there will be one final interview on Saturday with Clint Kubiak, the Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator. And those interviews will take place with the Vegas Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals. And that after those interviews, now that's the last day Kubiak can interview with those two teams. After that, he's in Super Bowl shutdown mode with the Seattle Seahawks. And of course, you can't hire Kubiak until the day after the Super Bowl ends. So you'd have to wait for something like that. But this is where I hope, Gambo, that the Cardinals have. This is where back channel conversations are really, really important, I think. And what I mean by that is, I hope the Cardinals have gotten word that Kubiak's interest in them is legitimate and that there's going to be a real opportunity for them to pitch themselves and that there is genuine interest in him to take this job. Because if not, you're taking a risk. You're taking a risk if you're the Arizona Cardinals that he's not that interested in the job.
They're going to Seattle, right?
I believe so, yes, according to the
Nothing
reports.
to lose on his point. Why not just listen? See what they have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Okay. I mean, am I interested? I don't know. Let me hear what you have to say. Then let me see what your offer would be. Maybe you blow him away and you just never know.
Nothing to lose on his part.
Yeah, there's nothing to lose on his part. He's not wasting his time. He's not coming here for 2 days or anything like that. It's like, you come to me, okay, I'll carve out a couple hours. I'll listen to your offer. And if I'm Kubiak, I'm gonna reach out to everybody I know. And is this a job I want? Like, do I want this job? What also works against both the Raiders and the Cardinals is his age. If he's 47 years old, it might be a different story. If he's 38 years old, it becomes, I could bide my time. I'm in a great organization.
Sure.
I'm surrounded by they're going to pay me more than any other coordinator. They're going to give me a new title, promotion. I can wait this out for the next cycle and see what happens. Mm-hmm. That's what he could do. So there's not a rush at 38. Like I said, if he's 50 years old and he's never been a head coach before, you might not get another opportunity.
Right.
So I think that works against not only the Cardinals, but also the Raiders.
To a certain extent, because Greg Bell, who has covered the Seattle Seahawks for years for the Tacoma News-Tribune, he was on Wolf and Luke today and was kind of asked a similar question about that. And he believes the Seahawks are going to do everything they can to bring Clint Kubiak back as their OC.
I've been told the Seahawks are going to make every effort to keep him, probably offer him a raise, probably offer him a promotion and title to maybe an assistant head coach. I don't know if Leslie Frazier, who is the assistant head coach now at age 67, would want to come back, especially if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. Maybe he would retire. He's been Mike McDonald's confidant. But the Seahawks don't want to lose what they built already in just one season with Clint Kubiak.
What would be the upset here? And I don't know if we've talked about this. I don't know if this has been talked about. Maybe it has, and this is the first time we're covering it. What if he says no to both? What if he says, yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. I'll go back to Seattle.
The Raiders hired Davis Webb. They've already kind of like hinted into who their backup guy is, right? Like, you kind of know. Now, they're not going to get the guy they want, but I think most people kind of feel like that's the direction they're going to go in.
Is Davis Webb.
Webb, right? And then the Cardinals, it's like, is it Raheem Morris or Anthony Weaver?
Or Mike LaFleur?
Can you go back to LaFleur?
I mean, is it any different than the Raiders going back to Davis Webb? The Raiders are going to go back to Davis Webb, and Davis Webb is clearly going to know he wasn't the first choice by the Raiders. Davis Webb is in the exact same boat that Mike LaFleur is in. Hey, they didn't – obviously, I didn't blow them away enough. Now, did Davis Webb go spend reportedly 2 days with the Vegas Raiders interviewing the way Mike LaFleur did? I don't know. I haven't been following the Raiders coaching search that much. But in a sense, Davis Webb is in exactly the same position that Mike LaFleur is. Nobody assumes that Davis Webb is going to be like all butthurt that the Raiders wanted somebody else more than him. Why do we assume the same for Mike LaFleur? You know, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
there's just this assumption that the Raiders would just be easily able to go back to Davis Webb and say, okay, hey, you want the job? And I don't know why we shouldn't be assuming the same thing about Mike LaFleur, other than LaFleur had, by all accounts, LaFleur came here and had the kind of experience that would lead you to believe he's going to be the head coach of the Cardinals. He was here, dinner, 2 days worth of interviews, right? Like that's the kind of thing that oftentimes happens when you think the guy's going to take a job, and it becomes more of like a coronation than anything else for him to get the gig. It didn't happen, but does that mean that he still doesn't want to be a head coach in this league? Again, I don't know. I just think that the surprise twist in all of this would be Clint Kubiak saying, I'm a really hot commodity right now, and these two jobs aren't that great. So if we win the Super Bowl and our offense is fantastic and I come back and do it again next year, you just wait to see the teams that are going to want to talk to me a year from now, because they'll be better overall opportunities than the two I've got in
My
front
fear
of me
is
right
that
now.
LaFleur thinks the same thing.
He might. Oh, he very well might.
Finds out Stafford's going to come back for one more year.
Sure.
I had to look at my resume, look at this offense. Let me do one more year. I'll be a year older. It'll be a better coaching cycle. And we'll say, now, look, I don't know, can you anticipate what jobs are going to be open next year? This far in advance? Like you don't know.
We can take
like,
a shot.
okay. What if Andy Reid retires in Kansas City?
It's a good one.
Okay, like if I start to look at teams that I could okay, New England, no. Buffalo, no. Miami, no. The Jets job could be open. Steelers, no. Ravens, no.
Bengals could be open.
Bengals could be open.
You could be
got
Joe Burrow's
Burrow.
coach.
So you
Yep.
could have Joe Burrow or Patrick Mahomes open next year with Cincinnati or Kansas City. Let's go a little bit further and see if there's anything else. Broncos, no. Chargers, no. Eagles?
If they fail to make the playoffs.
What if the Eagles fail to make the
or
playoffs?
get bounced in the first round again? Maybe. Cowboys? Hell yeah.
Right? Bears, no. Packers, no. I don't see the Lions.
I don't see the Vikings either, but
Tampa?
maybe.
Tampa? The Bucks? Todd Bowles
Potentially,
has a
yeah.
rough year?
Potentially. I mean, he there was a question as to whether he was going to be kept this year, so Tampa could be open.
Okay, so right
Yeah,
away,
no, of course.
Like right away, there's a potential that could be a really good coaching cycle next year. Could be, you don't know, but you could Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes be available next year? Almost certainly, that's a possibility. So I just think that these 38-year-old guys, I don't think Davis Webb is that old either. Like you just got to weigh it. Is it worth it to take a job? If you don't think it's a good job, or is it worth it to wait to see if a better job becomes around? Because you know what helps those guys if they wait a year? You know what helps them? 10 jobs were filled this year. 10 coaching jobs were filled. Like there's not going to be the same pool of coaches that are out there next year.
No, there aren't going to be 10 jobs available next year. It's. I mean, there could be. There likely won't. That's a record number. That's an extremely high number. Yeah, Clint Kubiak has a lot to think about because there's no guarantee that Fernando Mendoza is going to be great. The Raiders go through coaches at an alarming rate.
Yes.
An alarming rate.
Yes.
So things to think about. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, does Giannis have a golden destination in mind? You like that, Mitch? Did that just for you. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
I want to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. And if you are looking for somebody to help you with all of your eye care needs, I want you to know about Dr. J. Schwartz. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. He is the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks, and he does an absolutely amazing job of helping people every single day. Dr. Schwartz has done this for 25 years. He's the trusted name in eye care. He's performed more LASIK surgeries than anyone else in the Valley. He's the trusted name when it comes to LASIK surgery. I had my LASIK done there. So did Vince Marotta. K-Ray had a vision correction procedure done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. More and more people trust Dr. J. Schwartz with their eyes. Now, if you want to eliminate or reduce your need for glasses, contact lenses, and even readers, I want you to know about Dr. J. Schwartz. Call him at 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
Meet Morgan Jones.
Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here every year. This is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
QC Kinetics helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight. They're looking for revenge against the Detroit Pistons. This time it's in their own home gym, Mortgage Matchup Center. Devin Booker remains out, as does Jalen Green. Green had been questionable on the initial injury report, but he is still dealing with a hamstring injury. Colin Gillespie is questionable. He missed Tuesday night's game with a hand sprain. The Pistons will be without Karis LeVert. He's out due to an illness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals are planning to interview Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak this weekend as the Cards continue whittling down candidates for their open head coach position. Additional reporting from Fowler says that Kubiak will also meet with the Las Vegas Raiders, and that the Raiders are also presumed to be the front runner to land Kubiak. And the Diamondbacks have made another veteran addition to the bullpen. Well, potentially. They've reportedly signed right-hander Derek Law to a minor league contract. He'll make $1.5 million if he makes the big league roster. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever, so schedule your retirement tax and income stress test today at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Jalen Green return tonight against the Pistons? How will our underman team do against a good team from the Eastern Conference? We'll discuss Suns basketball tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Suns, Pistons tonight, 7 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. In the meantime, and we'll preview the Suns-Pistons game here in a moment or two, but a moment, if we can, on Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Golden State Warriors. Only because, you know, this would be an impactful trade potentially for the Phoenix Suns.
Sure.
Not only in the short term, but in the long term, if Golden State is able to acquire him. Now, I don't know if the Warriors have enough to be able to make a deal there. You know,
they do in picks.
In picks, they got plenty of picks.
They do in picks, and if that's what you want, they can put four first-round picks together in a pick swap. So that, you know, that is where they kind of got a little bit of in with that, is they're in a pretty good spot to be able to give 4 first-round picks and a pick swap. And yeah, like, I mean, if you're Golden State, that could if you're Milwaukee, that could rebuild your entire team with all those picks. I mean, those are game-changing, franchise-altering trades when you can get all those first-rounders if you do it right.
No doubt about it. As we said yesterday, there's a belief around the league that teams like the Knicks and the Heat, if the Bucks are just willing to wait until the offseason, that those teams might be in the lead.
Okay.
Because in the offseason, they can offer up more. If the Bucks don't feel like waiting until the offseason and feel like they have to do something now, story that we both read on ESPN.com this morning suggested that the Warriors, who have already been among the most aggressive suitors in terms of reaching out to Milwaukee about Giannis, have arguably the most appealing pick package. So it could look something like Jimmy Butler to make the numbers match, Jonathan Kuminga, who reportedly the Bucks actually kind of like and think could have a future. And if they want more in terms of players, maybe like a Brandon Podziemski who could be in the deal, in exchange for Giannis and then somebody else coming back to make the money work because you've added Podziemski and the other guys, so somebody like a Bobby Portis or a Kyle Kuzma or something like that. And then you mentioned the draft picks. 2026 first, 28 first, 2030 first, 2031 swap, 2032 first.
Yeah.
Right? Like
becomes one of the most valuable picks, the 32 pick. All of these picks that are projected that far out become extremely valuable because they could be the number 1 pick in the draft. 2026, that's this year. So you get a first round pick this year. It'll be a decent pick. 28 first rounder. Now you're saying, okay, Giannis is 30? Is he 30 years old? I'm going to say he's 30 years old. My guess is 30. So now you're saying 28. Now he's 32, 33. Okay, they should still be good. By 30, Giannis is mid-30s, and he's probably not the same player, and he's slowed down a whole lot. What's he, 30?
He's 31 now. He turned 31 in December.
Okay, 31.
He just turned 31.
So first-round pick would be when this year would be 31. 2 years from now, 33. 5 years from now, 35. Now, that one has protections on it, top 20 protected, they say. Then an unprotected swap in 31 and a first rounder in 32. In 2032, Giannis is 37 or 38 years old. Now, unless he's Kevin Durant, he's probably not going to be playing at the same level or near that level. Mm-hmm. So it's very worthwhile gamble for the Warriors to say, okay, I will take that collection of 4 first-round picks and a pick swap and hope that I can turn that into into another championship caliber team.
Yeah, and the question if you're Golden State would be, obviously you'd ride the Steph Curry-Giannis pairing as long as you possibly could. Steph's 38. We don't know how much longer he's got it. He's still a very effective player, one of the better players in the NBA, obviously.
The roster's not good.
It's not good, but at least it gives you for at least the next 5 years, let's say with Giannis, it gives you a Giannis Antetokounmpo for the next 5 years to use as your foundational piece to build around. Some of those years you'd have Steph, some of those years you wouldn't, but you've got him as your anchor.
They would be the Suns. They'd have no depth.
No, none.
They would have all their money tied up into 3 guys and have no depth.
Yeah, none.
They'd have a bunch of guys on veteran minimum contracts.
But they'd have 2 of the 15 best players, 2 of the 10 best players. I don't even know where Steph is currently.
Like
thought
Durant
of.
and Booker?
Yeah, well, I know. I know. It's all kinds of risk, but Giannis is.
You want to take one more shot at Curry if you're Golden State.
And you want
to go one more shot.
And you want to give yourself a little insurance for when Curry's gone. For when Curry's not there.
Yeah,
and
kind of like with LeBron and Luka.
And you still have a Giannis who, when he's 33 or 34,
you can build
is
around.
Still a good enough player that you can build around. It's an interesting risk worth taking. I think the question for Milwaukee is going to be, can we do better if we just wait for the offseason?
Would you compare it to the Lakers getting Luka? The next guy after LeBron, Giannis, the next guy after Curry?
Luka's so much. How old is Luka now? 28?
No, I think he's younger than that.
Is he younger even than that? 26? That's what makes it different.
26.
Oh, he's 26. That makes it a little different. Yeah. He's 5
26
years
and
younger than
31.
Giannis.
Big difference, right? Yeah. I agree.
And then the other thing, of course, from the NBA last night was just watching LeBron's emotional reaction and just having to wonder, is this it for him? I know that conversation is really going to get ramped up at the end of the year, but is this it for him in the NBA? That reaction he had last night certainly was almost kind of a tell. Like, it certainly seemed like it could be.
But the last time we made a bet like this, was it Aaron Rodgers, I think? I said Aaron Rodgers was going to play, and you said he wasn't or something?
Something like that. Which, by the way, I know I'm going to owe you a big lunch.
Yeah.
I do owe you a small lunch.
You do.
For our Amari DiMercado, will another player drop the ball before reaching the end zone bet?
Yes.
So I owe you a small lunch. Well, like an average lunch.
Average.
I'm not like
a Hawaiian barbecue?
I'm not going to bring in an apple and say, okay, here's your lunch. No, like a Hawaiian barbecue. Yeah, I'll bring in a Hawaiian barbecue for one day. What are you going to say about LeBron?
I would bet that this is it for him. I would bet that this is it.
I wouldn't bet you on that.
Now, I think the only thing that he would do is go back to Cleveland. But I don't think Cleveland. Why would you want him if you're Cleveland?
Doing fine without him.
Why would you want him?
You wouldn't. Shouldn't. I wouldn't take you on that bet. I think this is it.
I think this is it for him too.
And I think last night was a pretty good tell. Almost like Cleveland knew. You do something like that to cover your bases in case it's LeBron's last year. But if you're sure, or if you're pretty sure this is his last year, you do something like that. You go big because this is probably the last time he's going to visit your building as a player.
So I got Mitch a brownie today, just in case it's his last show. I got him a brownie, just in case.
I'm looking back on the record, by the way, speaking of LeBron. Where was this? August 17th, 2022. LeBron James's final NBA team will be the LA Lakers. Gambo says yes, Bernsey says no.
Oh, my God. We still have that stand. See, we go through these pockets where I just lose my shorts in these bets, and it's just lunch after lunch after lunch. So if he does retire at the end of the year, that's another lunch I owe Gambo?
Let me tell you something.
Oh, boy, here we go.
I am going to root like hell for you to win this Super Bowl bet because I cannot take a Patriots Super Bowl. Like, I do not. I hate the communists. I hate them all, every one of them. I hate them, and I don't want them to win. And I could sit there and say I'd like to get the free lunch from everybody, but I would much rather just buy the lunch for everybody and have the Patriots lose because that will make me happy.
Okay.
So what makes me happy? Would I be happier buying lunch and the Patriots lose, or getting a free lunch and the Patriots win? I'd be much happier buying lunch and the Patriots lose than getting a free lunch.
Yeah. Fair. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the Arizona Cardinals need a quarterback. There might be one available in the draft for them to take a look at, but not with the pick you think. We'll tell you who next.
What's
on
his name?
Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Rates may apply.
Think about all that life has to offer. For me, my daughter getting married in October. I can't imagine not smiling for photographs with my daughter. I can't imagine not smiling when the video comes out, the wedding video. The happiest days of your life, when children are born, when your grandchildren are born. Imagine having your grandchildren born and your teeth are so bad that you don't smile. Your own grandchild, your first one. Think about those life things that happen. And then think about Pro Smile Dental and how they could fix your teeth, and you could pay it off over 10 years, a little bit each month over 10 years. Now, you could do 2 years interest-free financing if you get the All-on-X implants, or you could even do the cosmetic dental veneers. This is the dream team of doctors. Dr. Metter, Dr. Valangi, Dr. Hassini, who, by the way, went to Corona del Sol High School. Same as Bernsey went there. These are the best in the industry at what they do. Pro Smile Dental has locations in Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, and they are offering you right now at either one of their dental implant centers free consults and 3D scans to see what's best for you. Is it the All-on-X implants? Is it the cosmetic veneers? But either way, you can have 2 years interest-free financing or 10 years financing. Get your teeth fixed. Smile. Live your life as best you can. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve. Or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Burns and Gambo need to know social poll update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, this one was running pretty close when we rolled it out at 2:45. Back here with an update on a mock draft. Take it for what it's worth, but we're going to talk about it here for a couple of minutes because it's at least an interesting idea. But the poll question is based off of this mock draft that we're about to talk about. Lauren, what do we got? What's the question?
That mock draft, too, is linked in the tweet as well. So if you want to go read and look at more of what we're talking about, you can do that in the tweet up there. And we're asking, if Trinidad Chambliss is available in round 2 of the NFL draft, should the Cardinals draft him, yes or no?
He's small. I don't like small quarterbacks, but I don't mind flyers in the second round on a guy if you think he's talented enough. I'll say yes.
Yeah, I don't like flyers in the second round. I think second-round players need to contribute and need to be, if not sure things, you know, more than a flyer. And I don't love – I mean, I love what he did in college. I don't know if I want to do the 6'1" quarterback thing again.
Yeah,
you know, I get
it.
Not for me. So I'm a no on this one.
Oh, it's close.
It's even closer
It's
than when
close.
we checked in on the first time. 51% going with yes, 49% going with no.
Love a poll question where it's like split right down the middle.
It is. It's extremely close.
Yeah,
this is like a battleground state right here.
Not election talk already, please. It's an interesting. It's more of an interesting concept, just like how the Cardinals are going to find their next quarterback than it is specific to Trinidad Chambliss. I mean, we could talk about him, certainly. And he had a sensational, obviously, season for Ole Miss. In the postseason, he became a legitimate star. He is suing the NCAA for the right to go back and play college football. Like, he's got a hearing coming up in early February in which he's trying to get a 6th year, a 7th year. I've lost track of how many years he's looking. I think it's 6th. Of eligibility. So his even availability in the draft is a bit of a question mark. He is small, 6'1", 200 pounds.
Why wouldn't he take it? Why wouldn't he try to go to the NFL right now and be a second-round pick if he could? If he's a second-rounder, like that kid's is his stock ever going to be higher?
I mean, potentially it could be.
Okay, man.
I think Gimba, one of the benefits, and you've mentioned this on many occasions.
NIL money?
One of the benefits of NIL money is it takes quarterbacks like Dante Moore or, not like Ty Simpson because he's going to come in the track, or like Carson Beck.
Mm-hmm.
It gives quarterbacks like that the opportunity to make a real assessment of should I go pro or should I stay? Because I can make some money staying. It's not going to be the same amount of money if I go pro.
But $2.5, $3 million?
Yeah, a quarterback who stays, who makes $6 million, you'd have to be like the 77th pick in the draft to make that in the NFL. So obviously it's worth it financially for you to come out. But if you feel like you're not ready and you can do yourself better by staying in college and getting one more year of experience under your belt, and someone's going to give you $3, $4, $5 million to do it, right? Like it makes way more sense now than it ever did before.
It does. You can, because you create this ability to where if you do fail, you've got this safeguard. If I made $5 million over the last 2 years, I've made $6 million in the last 2 years. I could start a business if football doesn't work out. I could buy a house free and clear and not have to worry about that. I can't retire, but I can use that money to help me better myself for the long run. That's life-changing money for these kids, $5 million, $6 million. So over 2 years, 3 years, whatever. Some kids are getting that in 1 year. But if you can make $2 million 1 year, $3 million the next year, made $5 million, it gives you the ability to say, I don't want to rush to the NFL.
But I also think the results of the poll question, and again, this is not meant to be a slight on Chambliss at all, is a real reflection of the fan base and the uncertainty of where they're going to find their next quarterback, right? Because it really is the great unknown. How are you going to do it? You've got the 3rd pick in the draft. There isn't anybody even close to being worthy to be taken at number 3. The same mock draft that had Chambliss going in the 2nd round for the Cardinals had Ty Simpson going number 16 to the New York Jets. There's a conversation somewhere to be had about the Cardinals, if they like Ty Simpson, moving back into the first round to get him, not taking him at number 3.
But moving back.
But moving back in if they like him. And,
want to have some fun tomorrow?
Sure. I always
You guys
want to
have some fun tomorrow?
Yeah, let's have some fun.
Mitch doesn't want to. Remember how we did that? That mock draft for the teams, and right now it's like me against Bernsey in the Super Bowl. You guys are out. What if we did a mock draft for who's going to be the Cardinals quarterback next year, starting quarterback? Think about all the options you have.
Give me parameters. How many rounds are you thinking?
2 rounds.
2 rounds?
We each get 2 quarterbacks. You got Brissett, you got Murray, you got Simpson.
I think we could do that.
You've got Trinidad, you've got Malik Willis, you've got Mac Jones, you got Geno Smith.
Got the primetime music behind it. Yeah, I'm done.
Done.
Like we each draft, somebody's going to pick. It'd be interesting because we have
2 rounds,
no idea.
So 8,
2 rounds.
So 8 guys.
8 guys.
8 guys.
Like, I don't even know. If I had the first pick, I don't even know who I would pick right now. I really have no idea. Like, it could be fun.
Do you know?
You should.
Lauren's like, oh, I know who
You
I'd
should
pick.
all do this at home with your friends. If you have friends.
That's right. It's
do it at home with your friends.
It's the Burns,
and
and
Gambo
board game home edition. Play along with your friends at home. I'm down.
We should have done this with the coaches 3 weeks ago.
Oh.
None of us probably would have had anybody in the top 8.
We'd be more exasperated than we are now.
Yes. Yeah, we would be.
We could probably also still do that realistically.
If we did it, I mean,
if we would have done it back then,
I would have drafted
Saleh, Kubiak.
Kubiak, I would have drafted.
Stefanski.
No, I wouldn't have drafted because I just don't think they would have gotten him. I would have. Who else would I have drafted?
Vance Joseph.
Yeah, I'm sure that he would have been a name on the list. I'm game. Let's do it. So just
the quarterbacks.
One snake style up and down, and that's it.
For quarterback?
For quarterback, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's do it tomorrow.
And then we'll see. And if anybody gets it right, they get lunch at the beginning of the season.
Here we go with the
Whatever they're starting. Yeah, we got to do something.
We are the fattest, most well-fed show on the station. So much so
there's no fat here
that we're leaving our yogurt spoons all over the place. Oh, wait, what?
Apple right
What? You mean you didn't hear the beginning of Bickley and Murata this morning?
Welcome to Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, otherwise known as the home of the most gross conglomeration of filthy animals you have ever seen in your life.
Oh, no. What happened?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the camera here.
Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. This is a teaspoon. Or it's a tablespoon. It's a tablespoon. Yeah. It's a big spoon, and it's covered with what appears to be yogurt. And it was sitting here on the console waiting for us this morning. A spoon. A used spoon.
Come on, people. What are we doing? We hope it was yogurt.
We hope it
Hey, listen, I've seen you, Bick. You should try some yogurt every now and then.
Oh, God. Bada boom! Your spoon? Your spoon, your yogurt?
Where's my spoon?
It was your spoon, right?
Yeah, it was my spoon. I had one of those big yogurts that my wife gets at like Safeway. It's got the blueberries and the strawberries and
with
the
granola on top, the one that comes
and
in
they're messy. They're messy. Like I've got a Trader Joe's yogurt in the fridge now. I haven't had, but like I have that. Like the little yogurts are in some mess. I can't use a plastic spoon on that yogurt.
You're eating an apple right now?
I got an apple, I got a carrot, I got a banana.
I'll give you $1 if you leave that apple core on the desk for them.
Oh, totally. I'll totally do it.
I'll give you $1 if you leave that apple core sitting right there.
What else can I leave? I got half of a carrot.
Mitch, do you guys have an Arizona Sports at night after us? Not tonight? Okay. So
how about a carrot too?
So nobody will come in here to host a show until Bickley and Murata show up the next day.
No, I got Suns tonight. You ain't leaving nothing in there.
Oh, you don't sit here. Tonight. You don't sit here, do you?
You don't sit on this side, do you?
You're not leaving nothing in there.
Oh, come on. Leave the apple core
I have to deal with it for 4 hours.
You don't have to deal with anything. You're just sit in my chair. So please leave the apple core for him. Please.
Should I leave the carrot too?
It's gross. Let's take a break.
Yogurt! I hate yogurt! Even with strawberries.
What is that from? Please remind me.
Spaceballs.
Oh, God, I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
I hope I don't have a commercial in the next segment. I just bit my carrot.
I hope
You
not.
do.
You do.
Oh, man.
Quick. Chew. Well, do I have a buzz read here? Do I have any? You know what? This is a good opportunity for me to
I'll
remind you.
like that.
Huh?
Carrot, I'll leave the carrot and the apple right there.
It's just a good time for me to remind you that Arizona Sports is teaming up for something really big, and we would love to have you out there with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team and help us raise critical funds for the special needs community. It's the Cardinals Climb event. It's coming up on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more. Sign up today. We'd love to see you out there with us. When we come back, who is the front runner for the new hot coordinator in the NFL? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would love Ron Rivera.
Why are people seemingly so against this? Isn't this the coach we kind of wanted at the beginning of the coaching cycle?
To me, like, I don't look at this guy coached somewhere and now he's available years later. He must have failed. He didn't fail in Carolina. They almost won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, for me, Ron Rivera, he can coach. He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. As a player, based on audience, he was super tough, man. As a coach, he will demand super tough players. He lived the culture that he's going to try to breed.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I know right now over 400 people have texted in scan to 620-620, over 400, to get themselves the free complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. True story. This is a true story. Many years ago, I had a scan done because a lot of heart disease in my family, a lot of heart attacks, bad blood, and my arteries were completely clogged. I had plaque all over soft plaque all over my arteries. The scan said I had the arteries of an 88-year-old man. True story. Thanks to that scan, I was able to get on the right medication that has allowed me to live and not have the heart attack and the stroke and things like that. So what I'm going to offer you right now from Lifeguard Imaging, this is incredible, a complimentary coronary artery and heart scan for you and your spouse. You both can go in and get it done for free. It's a $600 value. If you both go in, it's a $1,200 value. Look, we can't change our parents. Sometimes things are hereditary, and early detection will save lives. A lot of times people find out about stuff when it's too late. You get some symptoms, you ignore it for a month, 2 months, 3 months. Your insurance likely isn't going to do anything to pay for a scan until after you've been diagnosed with something. And then by that time, sometimes it's too late. That's why it's good to get the scan now. You can prevent a heart attack, a stroke, heart disease. And all you have to do is call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight, taking on the Detroit Pistons, this time in their own home gym down at Mortgage Matchup Center. Taking a look at the latest injury report, Devin Booker and Jalen Green have been ruled out for this contest. We're keeping an eye on Colin Gillespie, who is questionable going in, and we should have a confirmation in terms of his health status. He missed Tuesday night's game due to a right hand sprain. As far as the Pistons, they will only be without Karis LeVert. He will miss tonight due to an illness. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Per ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, the Cardinals are planning to interview Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak this weekend, though it's not the only interview that Kubiak is taking. The additional reporting from Fowler says that Kubiak will also meet with the Las Vegas Raiders. Within that report, the Raiders are also presumed to be the front-runner to land Kubiak. And the Diamondbacks have made another veteran addition to the bullpen. Well, potentially. They have reportedly signed right-hander Derek Law to a minor league contract. He'll make $1.5 million if he makes the big league roster. And that is what's trending now.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
You got Mike LaFleur, Anthony Weaver, and Raheem Morris. Oh, and Ron Rivera was in there too.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
And Arizona, I'm still watching. You got Mike LaFleur, Anthony Weaver, and Raheem Morris waiting. And I'm expecting an answer very soon, actually. So we'll see where that shakes. They had originally wanted... Oh, and Ron Rivera was in there, too.
Yeah, that was a great nugget you had.
Very
just a little, compliment.
Yeah, I don't think Ron Rivera is going to get the job, but I think he was definitely part of this coaching hiring cycle for Arizona as they were trying to basically look anywhere and everywhere to try to think outside the box a bit. Obviously, Ron is at Cal as the general manager there for their football program.
Yeah, well.
So, yeah, we'll see. I had heard they wanted to go offense, but then I heard more recently they're more open-minded. So we'll see where they land.
Diana Rossini from the Scoop City podcast yesterday, and I play that not because I think Ron Rivera is going to be the next head coach of the Cardinals. I don't think he's going to be the next head coach of the Cardinals. I play that just as sort of a highlight of how long and winding and exhausting, maybe exhaustive is the wrong word, exhausting this search has been for the Cardinals to find their next head coach, at least in terms of the fan base and those of us in the media talking about every day. Like it is taken so many twists and turns and unexpected. This time a week ago, it was Anthony Campanelli. And, is he the next Dan Campbell, or should the fan base not be so excited about a 43-second soundbite, right? And then, and then it's finding out Ron Rivera.
And then he decides to keep his job in Jacksonville.
He decided to keep the job in Jacksonville. And now we're at the point where the focus is, for the next 48 hours or so, the focus is going to be on Clint Kubiak, the Seattle offensive coordinator, who, according to all reports, on the last day he's eligible to interview with teams for a head coaching job before he's in shutdown mode for the Super Bowl as the Seahawks OC. On that last eligible day, Gambo, he will, according to reports, have an interview in Seattle with both the Raiders and the Arizona Cardinals for their head coaching vacancy. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, take it for what it's worth, had reported he believes that he is the first choice for both of those organizations.
Right.
To be their head coach.
But there's also belief that he could stay in Seattle as the offensive coordinator, pay him a little bit more money, give him another title, and he could end up staying in Seattle.
Here's Greg Bell from the Tacoma News-Tribune. He's been covering the Seahawks for years. He was a guest this morning on Wolf and Luke, and he said exactly that.
I've been told the Seahawks are going to make every effort to keep him, probably offer him a raise, probably offer him a promotion and title to maybe an assistant head coach. I don't know if Leslie Frazier, who is the assistant head coach now at age 67, would want to come back, especially if the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. Maybe he would retire. He's been Mike McDonald's confidant. But the Seahawks don't want to lose what they built already in just one season with Clint Kubiak. Mike McDonald hired him from the New Orleans Saints.
And that is where the belief is from Seattle, that he's in a position of, hey, if I stay, I'll get a raise. I'll get a promotion to, he'll still be the offensive coordinator, but like associate head coach or something like that. You and I went through the potential jobs that could be open a year from now. There's
two big ones. I mean, if you Burrow in Cincinnati, and then you never know. Andy Reid eventually is going to retire after one of these years, and you might have Mahomes. Like those are two big ones. There's several other ones. The thing is, you're 38 years old. You don't have to take the first job. If you're 48, you're 52, you might feel like, okay, 55, I need to take this job. I've been in the league for 20 years. I've never been a head coach. I got to take this. When you're 38 and you're with a great coach and you're with a great organization, you do have the ability to sit there and say, you know what, I'm going to pass on this cycle. I don't love those. You don't want to set yourself up for failure. And there is the thought with these two organizations that you set yourself up to fail. It's a hard job. It's a hard job. Everybody was gung-ho on Gannon. He came here and he's got the worst record of any head Cardinal coach, right? Just terrible. So it is a tough job. It's a difficult job. You got to really think about it. Now, money could be an overwhelming factor, or maybe there is something about this job that you like. Maybe Monty sits across the table from you, sells you on all the great things that could happen if you take this job and you end up taking it. I don't know, but I know this. It's not like anybody can let him leave. Right there, he's going to be in Seattle.
Right, yeah.
Don't let him leave Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Don't let him leave Arizona. He's going to be in Seattle.
I enjoyed this link that you sent in your email today. We haven't talked about it at all yet today. From Judy Batista.
Yes.
Who's covered the league for many, many years. Used to be with the New York
Newsday with me, and
then
the Times.
Oh, that's right. And
then she was with the Times.
Now she's with the NFL Network at NFL.com, and she's been doing this the whole offseason long, ranking the best jobs available in the NFL.
Yes.
Now, for most of the year, for most of the offseason, the Cardinals have been near the bottom of the list, as you would expect if we're just being honest about it. But now that there's only two, them and the Raiders, it was interesting to have her rank the Cardinals as the most appealing job left and the Raiders as the yay, we're number one. We're the most appealing.
Finally,
we're the most appealing one left. But I'm a little surprised, just because I would have thought the Raiders, with the Tom Brady element, with the cap space element, with the number one pick in the draft, and that's probably the big one, would have been the more appealing job.
It has to be the more appealing job. You know what the certainty is at quarterback. You've got Francisco Mendoza. You've got this kid that is by far the best quarterback in the draft, the only quarterback in this draft that people really love. Like, you would get to coach him. The kid is really coachable. He's real likable. Like, you could build your whole organization around him. I would think the Raiders' job is more attractive. The Cardinals have uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty with the quarterback spot, and that's not a good thing for a coach that wants to come here.
Here's what she wrote, quote, "There is some talent on the roster, including tight end Trey McBride and receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., among others. So a turnaround is possible even in the NFC West, which is the NFL's most difficult decision. Despite the churn at head coach here, Michael Bidwell is not viewed as an impatient owner, but the candidates have to have a plan at quarterback. On the Vegas Raiders, she writes, whoever it is, his first order of business should be mending fences with Max Crosby, the Raiders' elite pass rusher who is furious over the Raiders' decision to shut him down with 2 games to go. But this is a long rebuild. The Raiders are the worst team in the league by not a particularly close margin, and they are in the AFC West, one of the toughest divisions in the game. Now, I got a lot of respect for Judy Battista, and I just, it's making me think, hope that when the Cardinals go into this interview with Clint Kubiak, that they do have a shot, and they do have something to sell, and they do have something that might interest Clint Kubiak. And it's my hope, my sincere hope, that the reports that Clint Kubiak isn't really that interested in the Cardinals job. We saw that report surface yesterday from Tony Pauline, who said, it might not be his thing. My hope is that he's granted Arizona the second interview now. They've interviewed him once already. On a genuine, I want to hear about your gig and you make your best pitch, and not because if I say no to you, that means the Raiders, I've lost leverage with them and I won't get the best deal to bear their head coach. I really hope this isn't some leverage play by Clint Kubiak to get a better deal with the Raiders, but I don't know. I just don't know.
I'm going to say this. I think she's wrong on Michael Bidwell being
not impatient.
I don't know if we have the soundbite, and we're going to wait for a break. I want to ask you to play it. Michael Bidwell saying that I expect to win in a year. I want to get this thing turned around in a year. That doesn't sound like a patient guy to me. That soundbite, Michael Bidwell does not speak to the media very often, like twice a year. But the soundbite, the last time we heard him,
tell you what,
was not a patient guy.
We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll play that soundbite for everybody because we're going to carry on the conversation about the Cardinals coach, including what the backup plan is if they don't get Clint Kubiak. That's next here on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Allen, 8 seconds to shoot, gets a pick from O'Neal. Goes to his right. Still on the dribble. 4 seconds to shoot. Allen spinning into the lane. Runs one off the window. Got the roll. Grayson Allen puts the Suns up 4 with 11.8 left to play. Timeout Nets.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. Congratulations to our good buddy, Max Searstons. 25 years at Sanderson Ford, retired today. Have a great retirement, Max. Max brought me on board with Sanderson Ford just over 25 years ago, and he's retiring today. So have a great retirement, my friend. Max is the iconic Sanderson Ford jingle and Operation Santa Claus. He did so much for Sanderson Ford over the years, so we are wishing him a great retirement. So excited for him. Sanderson Ford, by the way, has some great deals right now on the F-150, 2025 F-150, starting as low as $33,995, over $100 to choose from at Sanderson Ford. They've also got a great deal on the Bronco Sport Big Benz of 2025, starting as low as $29,995 at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You could also go online for more information at sandersonford.com. And once again, to Max Searstons, happy retirement, old friend. Enjoy it.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident harassment victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
I would love to know, behind closed doors, are some candidates selling the Cardinals on keeping Kyler Murray? Are some candidates selling the Cardinals on let's get rid of Kyler?
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal decision with Burns and Gambo.
Saying hello to Mesa on this Thursday afternoon on Burns and Gambo. Hi, Mesa. Appreciate you. My wife works out in Mesa. That not for nothing. I just thought I'd throw that in there.
Not for nothing.
The cut you were looking for.
Yeah.
And if you stayed with us through the break, we very much appreciate that. This is Michael Bidwell from his press conference announcing the firing of Jonathan Gannon on January 5th on his message to the fan base.
We want to win. This was a decision that was based solely off winning. When I look at what other teams have done, and frankly, historically, we've done a quick turnaround in our not too distant past, I am looking forward to that, and I hope it's going to be in the first year, not in the second year. But we're confident that our search is going to be thorough, it's going to be broad, and we're going to select the right coach.
That doesn't sound like patient to me. I think that he's expecting the first owner to come in here and win in year one. Is there anything about that cut that showed patience? No. Anything that, like, we need to build this the right way. We understand it's going to take time. I know this isn't what the fans want to hear. We want sustained success. We want to build something that people can be proud of, that we have a chance every year to be good like some of these other teams.
No. No. I take it mostly the same way you did. I also think that's what you say when you fire the coach, right? I'm sure that's what most owners and most general managers say when you fire a coach, that you expect to hire somebody who's going to lead you back to the playoffs. Not that he's speaking from the fired coach playbook, but I think he is speaking a little bit from the fired coach playbook when he says that. I think, and I don't know because I don't know Judy, but just to speak on her behalf, I do think when it's come to firing coaches, Michael has been a fairly patient owner.
Except with Wilkes.
Relative to his other owners in the NFL, right? Like, except for Wilkes, the Cardinals are not an organization that frequently dips into the, hey, you got 1 year or you're out, right? Like, they did it with Wilkes because that was just a disaster.
Right.
The Raiders do it feels like every other year. The Jets do it feels like every other year, right? Like, where they just get it so wrong, they got to fire the guy after a season. In that regard, it feels like Michael is more patient than maybe some other owners who are just very quick triggered when it comes to getting rid of a guy after a year.
You know, when we did the list of the worst coaching hires, and Gannon was 26th, all the guys that were under him were guys that were fired in 1 year or 2 years. Mm-hmm. Nobody was fired in 3. But there was no indication that you would fire Gannon after year 2 because they had the jump. They took the jump from 4 wins to 8 wins.
Right.
So there wasn't any indication. It was just that they had this total collapse this year and fell from 8 wins to 3 wins and one of the worst teams in the NFL, and they decided to go in a different direction.
The reported backup plan for the Raiders if they don't get Clint Kubiak, and again, according to reports, whatever stock you want into them, the reports seem to indicate that the Raiders might be in the lead when it comes to Clint Kubiak. Maybe that ends up being the case, maybe it doesn't. But if they don't get him, the presumed backup there is Davis Webb, the passing game coordinator for the Denver Broncos, who also could be in line to be their next offensive coordinator, given they just fired their offensive coordinator a couple of days ago. The presumed backup for the Cardinals gets murky because you may or may not think it's Mike LaFleur after what happened this last week. You may think he's not the backup anymore. They had him in town for a couple of weeks, or for a couple of days, pardon me, and they didn't offer him the job. And he left, and he went home, and he left the building, and he wasn't offered the gig and all of that stuff. Does that equate to a burned bridge? Does that equate to...
If you're in for 2 straight days and they don't make you an offer, okay, thanks for coming, appreciate it. What are you thinking on that plane ride home? I mean, they didn't offer you the job.
I know.
You didn't blow them away. Did you have a bad interview?
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Colin Gillespie?
No. Tied to the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search, per Adam Schefter.
Uh-oh.
Broncos passing game coordinator Davis Webb is withdrawing his name from consideration from the Raiders head coaching position.
Okay, so he ain't getting it.
No.
He ain't getting it.
So he's been told he's not going to get the job.
If you want a Gillespie update, he's a game-time decision.
Okay. Thanks, Mitch. What I was scared, really scared you were going to say was that Mike LaFleur has announced he'll be returning to the LA Rams as their offensive coordinator. Like when I heard the sounder and Mitch was doing the settle down, it's not what you think motion with his hands, I thought, okay, so it's not a head coach, nobody's been hired. Oh, dear God, is Lauren going to announce that Mike LaFleur has announced he's returning to the LA Rams? Because if that's the case, if that happens, then that's exactly what Gambo's talking about. He doesn't, a bridge has been burned. And he's like, okay, fine, I'm not going to get the job there, or I'm not your top choice there. Fine, I'm going back to the Rams, and I'll just wait again for next year's cycle, which he very well could do. I just don't think.
But then, if you, don't you honestly get the feeling, if they don't get LaFleur or they don't get Kubiak, that they're settling? They're going to settle for somebody that was not in their top 5 guys.
I would be afraid of that, yes. I would be very, very afraid.
They'll sell it like it's not.
Yeah, of course. I would be very afraid that they misplayed their hand. Yes. I wouldn't know that for a fact, but I'd be afraid that they misplayed their Mike. Because I liked Mike LaFleur. I really did. When I saw that name rise to the front, I thought, okay, I can get behind that. Sean McVay coaching tree, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Offensive mind, knows the division. Maybe he brings in a veteran defensive coordinator with him, and all those things could still happen. But yes, if it's not going to be Kubiak because he decides to go to the Raiders, and certainly, I mean, this to me is this Davis Webb story is the clearest indication that the Cardinals better be really careful and really sure about what they're doing on Saturday, because it sure does seem like, based off of this reporting, that the Raiders are pretty sure they're going to get Clint Kubiak if Davis Webb is staying put with the Broncos and taking the OC job. And if that's the case, then the Cardinals, are they going into this interview on a wing and a prayer with a hope of selling him on what? Paying him more money, blowing him away financially, offering him something that the Raiders can't or won't? I don't know. But if he goes to the Raiders, I sincerely hope they can go back to Mike LaFleur and say, hey, you're the guy. We had to do our due diligence. We had to dot every I and cross every T, and we just had to talk to this one guy. We want you to be our head coach. Will you come? And hopefully he says yes.
You know, the Cardinals aren't competing really against the Raiders. They're competing against themselves. They're competing against their history. They're competing against their quarterback situation. They're competing against the failures of ownership for decades and decades. That's their competition, is themselves. You know, I mean, the Raiders' job is not a great job. Okay, you get Mendoza. It's not a great job. Go look at their coaching history. You just mentioned fired. They're firing somebody every 2 years. They're firing somebody. Pete Carroll fired. Like, that's not a great job. Oh, you beat out the Raiders. So what? It's just, but the Cardinals' job is just, you're competing against years and years of frustration and failure and a lack of success. There's been those pockets of success, but they've been few and far between, to be honest with you. I just get the feeling that if they don't get either one of these guys, that they're going to be settling. They try to sell us on, hey, this is the guy we really liked, and you're not going to talk about those other guys. You're not going to sit there in a press conference and say, yeah, we really wanted LaFleur, but he didn't want us. You're not going to say that. But I kind of get the feeling the way this is played out. Look, 8 out of the 10 teams have hired coaches. No problem. Yeah. No problem. No issues.
I didn't want to respond because that's going to be a promo tomorrow on Arizona Sports. I didn't want to step on it.
Which one?
That was a really good speech. I like that. The Cardinals are competing against themselves, not the Raiders. I'm like, I'm just going to sit back and not say a word because you've got it, my friend. Go. Just go. He's streaking. Don't mess with him.
Can you play the Pat Benatar Invincible song behind it? We've got the right to be angry. What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore.
All right, two things.
To quote the great Han Solo, great kid. Now, am I allowed to say the next one?
Don't get cocky. Yeah, you can say cocky.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Great kid. Don't get cocky. Yeah, no, that was brilliant. I'm like, there's nothing I can say to make this better.
Good night,
So
everybody.
I
gotta go to Suns game anyway.
So. Two things. Number one, I still believe Mike Fleur is an option. People may disagree with me. I still think he is. And number two, Iowa State is beating Colorado 30-6 with 11 minutes to go in the first half. What the literal hell is going on up there? 30-6.
Wow.
It was 30-4 a minute ago. Like 10 minutes into the game. Iowa State's up 30-4. Anyway, sorry. That had nothing to do with anything. When we come back here on Burns in Gambo, after I remind you in my best King Arthur voice.
Okay.
Hear ye, good people.
Ah, hear ye.
The 38th annual Renaissance Festival in Arizona storms back into Arizona on January 31st. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com.
Storm the castle.
For all of the royal details and your chance to win tickets.
Off with his head.
How many All-Stars could the Phoenix Suns have this season? And is the answer more than one? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
To me, if there's a no-brainer candidate, it's Larry Fitzgerald. He's the definition of a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's also a Walter Payton Man of the Year winner.
He's a great goodwill ambassador for football. Everybody loves him, the second best wide receiver in history.
And I think it would be a major snub to the organization and to Larry Fitzgerald if it doesn't happen.
I totally agree, and I really hope that the voters do right by him.
Let's make a deal right now.
Okay.
Larry Fitzgerald doesn't get in on the first ballot. We take this to the streets.
Oh, I love it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action tonight on the home hardwood. They are taking on the Detroit Pistons. As far as injuries are concerned, we're keeping an eye on Colin Gillespie, who has been designated as a game-time decision for this game. He's dealing with a right hand sprain. Other notable injuries, Jalen Green and Devin Booker remain out. For Detroit, Karis LeVert will miss tonight's contest as well. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Per the latest reporting from Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, Davis Webb, the Denver Broncos quarterback and passing game coordinator, has withdrawn his name from the Las Vegas Raiders head coaching opening, implying that Clint Kubiak, who is the Seahawks offensive coordinator, is the front runner to land the head coaching job for the Raiders, which also means that this interview that's planned for the Cardinals this Saturday with Kubiak, who knows, but just cross your fingers on this one. And the Diamondbacks have made another veteran addition to their bullpen, well, potentially to their bullpen. It's a minor league deal for right-hander Derek Law. The veteran will make $1.5 million this year if he makes the big league roster. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Suns Pistons tonight downtown. 6 o'clock pregame, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
No Devin Booker. He has been ruled out tonight. We already knew he was going to be out. No Jalen Green. He's been ruled out tonight, though you believe there's a decent chance he'll be playing tomorrow against Cavs?
I think they're very hopeful that he will play tomorrow. I'll leave it at that. Very hopeful that he will be able to play tomorrow. Was never going to play in the back-to-backs. Never. So miss today, come back tomorrow. That's what I think there's a chance that will be the case.
Okay. Colin Gillespie is a game-time decision for tonight. I got to think if there's any chance of repeating what happened when these two teams met a couple of weeks ago, it would require Colin Gillespie playing tonight, despite that hand injury.
And it really, sometimes game time decisions are real. Like, it's a game time decision. A lot of times they're not. A lot of times you know hours beforehand, but you don't say anything. But game time decision, this one is really going to come up right until Disney. Do you feel like you could play, yes or no?
Yeah, they pushed Detroit and gave Detroit everything they wanted the last time they played a couple of weeks ago. I don't see that happening if Colin Gillespie doesn't play. I just think that's going to be might be really hard to pull off anyway. It's going to be even harder to pull off if you don't have Colin.
I also think Detroit learned a lesson about the Suns the last time they played them without Booker and without Green. And I think they learned that lesson is like, this team, we better be on our A game because they're going to play freaking hard.
At this point, if you're an NBA team and you don't know that about the Suns, shame on you. You're not paying attention. You're not watching tape. You're not watching. I don't think. Do you still think there's a secret about the Phoenix Suns?
I think
and
if you're a team and you've got Booker out and you've got Green out, you might be thinking you've got to walk in the park.
Man, I don't know. I think we've played more than half the season. The Suns have pretty much established,
right? But there haven't been a lot of games without Book
in which they're going to play.
Booker's their best player. There's been, hasn't only been a few games that he hasn't played.
Yeah, if you are, shame on you. I mean, if there's a team in there who thinks that the Suns are gonna ease off the gas pedal because they don't have their dudes, they're just not paying attention.
In case they did ease off on the gas pedal the last time, they're not going to do it this time.
No, they won't. But as far as the All-Star vote, the starters we know, the reserves we're going to find out on Sunday. Charles Barkley, who went on SiriusXM radio with Eddie Johnson yesterday or the day before and said that he believes that Dillon Brooks should be an All-Star, doubled down on that comment last night on Inside the NBA.
Everybody thought this was going to be a bad year for my Suns. And then when Jalen Green not playing. Jalen Green has only played in 4 games. And he has stepped up. And this guy here, and I made the comparison. First of all, he's averaging almost 20 points a game. They got rid of KD and Bradley Beal. They got a better record than they had without those two guys. He's the only difference in the team. You got to give him his flowers. And I'm going to tell you what I compare it to. What? Draymond Green.
Here's more on that.
Draymond made a difference for the Warriors.
I would have to agree with you that Dillon Brooks is playing all-star caliber basketball. And he has been a difference maker. And it also shows when he left Memphis how they kind of dismantled and his contribution wasn't there. But I would not say he's more of an all-star this year than LeBron.
They were debating a little bit last night, LeBron versus Dillon Brooks, because they were trying to figure out who gets the last spot.
Dillon over LeBron, I would do it every day. But now I see Dillon play every day, and I think when you don't see Dillon when you watch Dillon play every day, you understand how much he means to this team, and that they would not be where they are without him. But LeBron's got the name, and people want to see LeBron. Well, I get that, and sometimes that's what it's about. But I think that Dillon has had more value than LeBron has.
I said it before, I'll say it again. I will not watch the All-Star game if he's not in it. If he is, I will absolutely watch the NBA All-Star game. I wouldn't absolutly watch it if he's in it.
I wouldn't watch the All-Star game if the starting lineup was Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, and Royce and Grayson Allen.
That's fine. That's your prerogative. I just think Dillon Brooks would bring a different temperature to an All-Star game that often aren't. But you're anti-All-Star game. I 100% get that. Dillon Brooks is the type of player, him making his debut in that format, oh, yeah, I would totally watch it then. I wouldn't watch it if he's not there.
Bet. Will Dillon Brooks get a technical in the All-Star game?
Honestly, will Dillon Brooks get a flagrant foul in the All-Star game? Right? Like the typical lightweight basketball that you see during an All-Star game. Wouldn't you love to see Dillon Brooks just come in like a wrecking ball and blow that up, playing the way he does?
The other guys wouldn't like it.
Charles Barkley said what he said. Dillon Brooks today reacted to it.
Feels great. I love watching, that segment of the basketball with Shaq, Charles, Kenny. They're humorous, they're fun, they get people involved. So, and then Chuck is a legend, Hall of Famer. So to hear him, say my name and see the hard work I paid off right now is good.
We'll see. It seems like a long shot. He's not getting a lot of other traction for it other than Charles Barkley, although Charles is a good person to have on your side for something like that. Devin Booker, on the other hand, and not that we care that much about All-Star selections. We care about it because the players care about it, but not so much because we're going to watch the game. Devin Booker, on the other hand, is getting some traction. And most NBA writers, many NBA broadcasters, they're kind of putting out their suggested All-Star reserves. And it feels like it's running about 50-50 for Devin Booker, where he's on about half of them, he's off about half of them.
I was looking at NBA.com, and they did their picking the West All-Star reserves. They had their 4 guys: Steve Ashburner, Brian Martin, Sean Powell, and John Schumann. The only guy that had Book on there was Schumann. Sean Powell did not. But so I'm looking at it here. So Schumann had Book, but he didn't have LeBron. Sean Powell had LeBron, no Book. Brian Martin had LeBron, no Book. And Steve Ashburner had LeBron, no Book. So I think that was the difference. And the Washington Post, they've got a good sports section. They got Devin Booker as a Western Conference All-Star. They have him as one of the reserves. But if I look at the All-Star reserves, everybody's got Danny Advia. Everybody's got Kevin Durant. Everybody's got Anthony Edwards. I think most people have Kawhi. There was 3 that had Kawhi and 1 that didn't. Jamal Murray is on every list. So Jamal Murray is there. So the outliers where it comes down to LeBron, Book, Chet Holmgren. Okay, Chet Holmgren's on some of these. And James Harden.
Okay.
Because Sean Powell is James. So I got about 4 or 5 guys battling. There's some unanimous. Advia, Durant, Edwards, Jamal Murray, Şengün. Like, those guys are pretty. Everybody has those guys. But 4 or 5 guys kind of battling it for that last spot.
Yeah, if he gets it, it's nice to see him getting traction for it. Only in the sense that clearly he's not having the best of Devin Booker years. It's nice to see him get recognized because of the team success the Suns are having. I mean, I think that's clearly why he's getting the love that he is. It's not like Devin Booker's having a bad year, but he's not having the same type of year he normally does. He's getting the love because the Suns are one of the surprise teams in the NBA, and Devin Booker is at the core of it. And honestly, because when Devin Booker's not on the floor, we've seen the Phoenix Suns struggle mightily when it comes to their offense and doing the things they want to do.
They were 1-4 before the Nets game, and then they won the Nets game. So 2-4, I think.
2-4, but if you look at their offensive numbers and how they shoot, it's been a struggle.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle for them. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, news coming down today out of the NFL that suggests that the Vegas Raiders know who they're going to hire at head coach. We'll give you the latest as it came down a little bit ago, coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
bunker. Bunker.
Text the word
bunker
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Data rates may apply.
Trusted by over 1 million men. That's M-Drive. Men, let's be men again. Rebuild your strength, reclaim your drive. All you have to do is go online at mdriveformen.com. They've got their New Year's sale, 20% off with the code New Year. 20% off. You get the risk-free guarantee. You get the M-Drive that's right for you. Energize your body. You've got the T-support, the strength. It helps you with your endurance, your stamina, your recovery. I don't care if you're walking, you're running, you're working out 3 days a week or 7 days a week, or you're just doing some stuff at home, push-ups and sit-ups. M-Drive is the right supplement for you. It drives over 1 million men daily, and it could drive you as well. I highly recommend M-Drive Boost and Burn for those of you that have a little bit of that stubborn belly fat. You know, you just would love to get rid of those 5 or 10 pounds, but it's a struggle. As you get older, your metabolism changes. You're eating better. You're eating healthier. You're not eating as much. You're trying some of that intermittent fasting, but you just can't get rid of that excess 5 or 10 pounds. Try M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's made for that. Go online at mdriveformen.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent. Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Progressive presents a guided meditation.
Hear the birds sing. A chipmunk nibbling on an acorn. Smell the pine needles gently falling into your living room as the breeze blows through the gaping hole in your roof. Gaze up at that broken tree branch and relax, because you bundled your home and auto with Progressive and have the peace of mind of 24/7 protection. So relaxing.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games we're going to watch this evening. Brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Suns basketball coming up tonight. Mitch stepping in with Here Come the Suns pregame coverage.
It's all right.
7 o'clock tip time between the Suns and the Pistons here on Arizona Sports with Mitch on the postgame coverage as well. OKC, Minnesota tonight in the NBA. Should be a decent game.
If I was home, I'm totally into that Jennifer Garner show that you watched, Lauren. That's a pretty good show.
I read the book. I haven't watched
Oh, you read
show.
the book. Pretty good show. Yeah.
Okay. But you're going to the Suns game tonight.
I'm going to the Suns game tonight.
Unless you stay up really late, too. Are you actually going to disinfect your workstation?
I'm going to clean the workstation.
This is a first.
Except for the, Bernsey bet me $1 that I wouldn't do something.
So. Oh, I didn't bet you $1. I said I'd give you $1 if you
$1.
leave your Apple Core for Bickley to find in the morning. And you're going to wipe.
It's there.
You're going to wipe down the equipment, but leave an Apple Core. For Bickley.
Yes. Everything else will be nice and clean.
Because of this.
Welcome to Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, otherwise known as the home of the most gross conglomeration of filthy animals you have ever seen in your life.
Oh, no. What happened?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the camera here.
Exhibit A?
Exhibit A. This is a teaspoon, or it's a tablespoon.
Tablespoon.
It's a tablespoon. Yeah. It's a big spoon, and it's covered with what appears to be yogurt. And it was sitting here on the console waiting for us this morning. A spoon. A used spoon.
Come on, people.
What are we doing?
We hope it was yogurt.
So Gambo is furiously wiping down his workstation.
Cleaning it all right now.
Cleaning it all up. Getting it nice and clean.
I left a surprise!
Except for the Apple Core. Poor Vic. He's got to throw that away tomorrow.
To pull back the curtain, too, given his look ahead for tomorrow, he has to leave it behind.
Oh. Do we have the look ahead ready?
Can you play it?
Oh, yeah. All right, give me 1 second.
Do you have it even ready?
Lauren's pretty good.
Hey, it's Gambo. Will the Cardinals have a head coach hired by the time Dan Bickley sees my Apple Core on the table? We'll talk all the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. There it is. Everything is nicely clean except for the Apple Core.
Disgusting.
What comes first?
An apple.
Well, it could have been a carrot. I had a carrot today, too.
I mean, that's whatever. At this point, the level of grossness doesn't change based off of whether it was an apple or a carrot,
Right.
So, thanks. That was an unexpected.
Yes.
That was
there you go.
Unexpected treat today.
Good night, everybody.
No, not quite.
Oh,
not quite. We've got a few minutes left here before you go down to Mortgage Matchup Center to watch the Suns and the Pistons. The latest on the coaching search. And it doesn't feel great. I mean, whether it is great or not, I don't know, or whether it's not great, I don't know. But Davis Webb, it has been announced, is returning to the Broncos to be their offensive coordinator. He is not going to. He's taking himself out of the running to be the next Raiders
head coach. He was the
head
backup
coach.
plan for the Raiders. So the Raiders are all in on Kubiak.
Yeah, which
like who else could they get?
I mean, at this point, I'm sure there are other people that they've interviewed that are available. But yeah, Davis Webb was the reported backup to Clint Kubiak, which strongly suggests that the Raiders have a pretty good inclination, or at least Davis Webb has a good inclination, that they're going to hire Clint Kubiak. The Cardinals have this meeting set up with Clint Kubiak. It could be a giant waste of everybody's time. It could be a leverage play. It could be due diligence. I mean, how many times do we use those two words when talking about something like this? You got to do your due diligence. Got to do your due diligence. Or do you just have to recognize what's going on around you and realize you're not going to get this guy, and you need to go pursue a guy that you are going to get rather than waste your time? I don't know. This one's, I think, tougher to decipher than other people might think, because there are some who would say, man, go interview the guy. See if you can sell it on him. Go have a conversation with him. See if he's actually interested in you. I just wouldn't want it to be at the expense of the guy I would like to see them hire as coach, and that's Mike LaFleur. That's my number one concern. Is that all of this stuff is going to cost a Mike LaFleur, and when it does, then it's going to really get messy.
My biggest concern is I think you've got a basket right now with two apples in it. You got LaFleur and you got Kubiak, and if you don't get either one of them, then it's like either Weaver or Raheem Morris or Ron Rivera or somebody that I just don't think people are going to be that excited about. That doesn't mean they can't be a great coach. Remember, a lot of people were not excited about Jordan Knott, so I'm not saying that's going to be. Sure. But I don't think they're going to get the guy they wanted. I don't think they're going to get one of the first 2, 3, 4, 5 guys they wanted. The Cardinals fell into a buzzsaw this year. 10 openings. They didn't know it when they fired Gannon that Monday. 5 coaches fired that Monday, and a few coaches got fired after that. Like, you just didn't know. Like the Bills and McDermott, you just didn't know. The Steelers and Tomlin stepping away. So all of a sudden, 10 openings, you don't have an attractive job. If there were 3 or 4 openings, great, but there were 10. And so 8 openings right now have been filled. There are 2 left. The 2 that most people consider the worst jobs out there, the Cardinals and the Raiders. And now you're trying to get a guy. Now, again, doesn't mean you can't get a quality coach if you don't get, either one of these guys. Sure. But then, you liked Campanelli. He's going back to the Jaguars.
Yep.
There's no question that some of the guys they liked have either taken other jobs, Robert Saleh, Stefanski, or they've decided to stay where they are, Campanelli. So that at that point, if you don't get LaFleur and you don't get Kubiak, I think you're scraping the bottom of the barrel of guys that you liked. You're definitely not going to get one of your top 5 guys.
It's not going to feel like you're going to get one of your top guys just based off of how this week goes. Now, I'm nervously awaiting and hoping it doesn't happen. Very much hoping it doesn't happen. Exactly the same story to break about Mike LaFleur that just broke about Davis Webb. Like when Lauren played that breaking news sounder, and I looked at Mitch, and Mitch kind of gave me the look like it's not what you think. I'm like, all right, so it's not going to be the Cardinals have hired a head coach or the Raiders have hired a head coach. When Lauren started to read what she was reading, I thought, oh, God, Mike LaFleur has announced he's going back to the Rams. Mike LaFleur has announced he's taking his name out of the running for the Cardinals. That to me is, as you said earlier, in case of emergency break glass.
Right.
That's when this becomes, oh, boy. And I don't know if he's their fallback plan. I don't even know if he's the guy that they want. I just hope he's still there, and I hope he's still viable because I like him.
Had a 2-day interview with him.
I know. A
2-day interview.
But if they really thought they had a chance at Kubiak, and it's just with each passing day, it feels like that is just more and more of a dream. Unless they're planning on going in and just going gonzo on the guy, and just like, okay, this is our offer, and look at this. Wow, we want you bad. We want you really bad, and we're about to show you why and give him something to think about. Again, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to play out.
I just hope that there's no hurt feelings with LaFleur when he's had time to think about it and says, you know what, maybe you offer him the 2 days, you offer him the job, he takes